Commanding General Yohana here. Commanding General Yohana here, ISUPK, the original ISUPK, 1969, Body of Christ. Here's what I want to tell you, man. Now, I want you to think about something for a minute. You've been studying the scriptures. You've been watching us on tape. You've been watching all kinds of camps on tape. And as you've been watching and studying, you realize that it's coming to the point where you got to put this into action, that you need to step out there on the street and handle that work. Now, here's what happens to a ton of brothers. A ton of brothers go out there without coming through the school and learning what they need to learn. And what happens is they run out there and then they run into problems that they don't know about. And they try to get them problems answered online and calling brothers and all that. And it creates a bunch of confusion. And in many cases, it eventually chokes the truth. It look like it ain't gonna choke it now because you feeling strong, your energy's up. Listen to me, man. Listen to me. You understand? I've been doing this 40 plus years. Okay? Ask anybody my name. It's going to all be bad, which it's supposed to be. All right? Christ said when they speak in all manner of evil against you, that's when you know you're doing this work. Do yourself a favor. Come to the ISUPK first. Learn from the original school first. Even if you think it's too militant or too this, too that, don't let anything block you from getting the pure knowledge first, straight from ISUPK. I'm saying this out of love because I'm seeing too many brothers fall. They're getting up on the cats, they're getting what they click. Bring your click here and let your click handle ISUPK. Because here's the deal. If your click ain't strong enough to handle ISUPK, why would you go out on the street and get swallowed up out there? And if you feel like ISUPK ain't got it all down, then you should be man enough, you and your crew, to come to us and lay down and break bread and talk about these scriptures. Ain't no harm gonna come to you. Ain't no harm come to a man that disagree with the truth. You ain't trying to harm us. We damn sure ain't trying to harm our own. So come to the ISUPK, sit down in our classes, learn from us, and then you can make your serious decision on what it is that you're supposed to be. And I guarantee you, you're going to realize that it was much more than what you saw on that video, man. Much love to all you warriors learning, growing, and getting ready to bust out into this work. I'll see you soon. Shalom, family. None of this would be possible. Neither will we be in the mindset to carry forward in this mess that is created in this earth. Neither would we ever even understand how we got into slavery, who we was in slavery, or the avenues on how we would get out and get back to our Father. How we would get off of drugs, fix our families. None of this would be possible. Everybody has tried and everybody has robbed us trying. Nobody's gotten it done, especially places like the church and so forth. So if not for the Most High opening up those records and keeping his promise to reveal his secrets onto the prophets, we would not make it back. So he deserves all recognition. We thank our King Yahushua for much mercy and patience in us for us to carry forward in the work of the Lord. So, he here now. So I was just waiting a second for you because I had to mention you and the great work you're doing out here. I want to give a big shout out to Captain Gadalhar and all his rangers out here and the work he's doing. You know, we rarely get out here. And this brother has been so faithful to the Most High that he has held his own down and held you brothers together year after year after year, you know, with very few of us making it to this side. He's steady building, steady fighting, bringing up great men too. They don't talk much, Gadar. I try to get them to talk. They ain't got nothing to say. I think they just want to, hurt somebody. I don't know what it is. That killer's in them, I guess. I couldn't get them to talk. I said, let me leave them alone. Sure. So he's doing an amazing job. I want to give it up for him one more time, y'all. Big shout out to all the heavy hitters that came in from out of town. I see a few of them up in the building tonight. New York, you got Big Yak up there, Captain Tazaryach in the building. You understand? You got the Midwest Monster. How you doing, brother? Welcome. Come on. You got the Big West Monster Mayhem. He about to be total mayhem. Out of Chicago, Captain Mauquad, man, holding it down. His next brother, I'm starting to whisper his name because he's getting very scary. Okay, he all over the place. Wherever I'm at, I seem to see him. He don't say nothing. He just floats around in the back somewhere. Once in a while, he'll give me a call. He even whispers on the phone. He's a very, very scary dude, man. You know what I'm saying? We bad as hell up in this work, man. Cap McCard, I've arrived, man. Yeah. Got another brother up in here, man. I'm just running down names. I mostly recognize the captains, but I know everybody is doing an excellent job up here in the work. But these captains, man, have an amazing responsibility. If they don't know if they don't know now they have it, they're gonna know in a second. This monster will eventually try to cut us off from being online, cut us off from communicating with each other, cut us off with a lot of things. And at that time, you understand, if you take on the rank of a captain, you'd have made an oath to the Most High that the people that are put in your position, that are put up under you, that you would dedicate your entire life to make sure that they have everything that they possibly could have. You would understand that your job is to maintain them in this work and to never give up on building them up and keeping them safe, man, woman, or child. You would also understand that whatever it comes down to, that you would be willing to take on that responsibility, including and up to your very life, if it's necessary. So when we take on a captain up in here, it's not just no light business. We take you on, we all work together as best we can, but we work together with the understanding that any day now, we could all be separated. And that captain, we're gonna sit on our bed and we're gonna think about him. We're gonna dream about him. We're gonna remember every single thing he ever said and ever thought about. And then we're gonna face the east and we're gonna thank the Lord for him. We ain't gonna be able to see him, we ain't gonna know what he's doing, but we're gonna beg the Lord for mercy for the great work that he's done before, and that the Lord be with him in that time. We're gonna count him a real servant of Yahushua. You understand? Damn right. So, and any man that wants to aspire to be a captain, be that man. You be that man, and the Lord will give it to you. A lot of brothers think General Yohana give him a rank of a captain. I don't give nobody no goddamn rank. The Lord gives you that rank. And he give you that rank because he loves you. He see you. You understand? He see what nobody else see. You think nobody see it, you being seen. You understand? So another badass cat you got up in here tonight, man. Another exclusively roughneck, man. I think he's going to take over all Texas. I think this cat going to take over all Texas. His camps is huge as hell. He's hardworking and innovative as hell. This is a cat that could really, he's a real good interpersonal person, man. He knows how to deal with brothers and sisters, you understand? And so he's really, really, really working hard. Captain Tazaryach, man, up in the building. He trying to beat me up about that Passover, bringing it down there. I told him it was in another state. He called me up. He don't even listen to what I'm saying. Yo, I got to show you. Yo, we already ready. Ready for what? We ain't going for what? And I'm telling you, we got I had to fight with him back. You know what I'm saying? One more roughneck if I can. Y'all let me get in here. It's my man. Ooh. I'm finna take the baby after the lecture. I'm gonna tell y'all right now. We're gonna hang out, play, have fun. Another powerful brother, man, working very hard up in the truth, very sincere from a young man. From the days when we was grinding up in DC, we was in hell. I must have been about 110 pounds back then. That's how bad and stressed we was. This badass cat, man, held it down, him and his whole family. held it down with us, man, and kept this camp going. Been moved out to Memphis, right? And now doing stuff out in Memphis. I done put in an order to get you back 3 times. They blocked the order 3 times. I said, man, y'all bring my son back, man. They said, man, we got, that's Captain Isupk G, man. Look at that for him. Yeah. So y'all know I always want to give a mention. Like I said, there's so many super bad cats. Really, 5,000s is coming through now, real strong. Other officers, show yourself a man now, man. You understand? The field is about to get real wide open. In about 2 seconds, man, the bottom gonna fall out of this kingdom. And tons of people gonna break that door in to get in here and get helped. And you're gonna be the one to do it. I keep saying it because I want you to understand it's going to happen. You know I ain't lied to you. You see everything I said that came to pass. You in it right now, right on up to this day. Mark my words. It's gonna be a day where you're not even gonna get, you're not even gonna be able to get to that far rear door out there. Because there's gonna be that many people in here and packed up to that door. Because of course, what you watching before your eyes is the Lord removing us from this man's hand. And as he remove us from this man's hands, we're gonna come together on an amazing level. It's all spiritual, it's written in the scriptures. We could do a whole lecture on it if we want, or a whole class or series of class or whatever. But I ain't gonna keep y'all all night. Y'all know I like to talk. But we're gonna get into this. We're gonna get into all this porn. Y'all ready? I see y'all brought the babies. Y'all ain't think I was gonna bring no naked pictures, did y'all? Y'all turn around and say, oh, Jeremy, he a good dude. He ain't gonna bring that nasty shit in here. Brothers in here like, damn, I'm gonna see what he got. Nah, I ain't gonna, this will be G-rated. Won't be nothing like that coming out, just for y'all to know, just in case anybody was wondering. It won't be nothing like that. But we're gonna get it on and get going. I want to real quick before I get into, I want to thank everybody at home that joined us. I heard we got a lot of people online, Marah. So I want to thank them all for joining us, man, and getting in with it. Big shout out to all the other 7 heads that run this school and this nation as well. And big shout out to all the brothers and sisters in here, man, even down to our children, man, for all the great works y'all do and the striving y'all building up with, all right? So with that, let's do a little slavery first, can we? We'll talk about a little slavery and what happened in slavery and how we ended up here where we're at. Whether you know it or not, you probably know it now because of the, you probably, give me the scriptures, you can give me the pictures on slavery. Like, you probably know it now because you're in the truth and you learn the truth. But if you didn't know this, all throughout slavery up until today, there's been a system of taking away our spirit to be sexual correctly, to be in relationships correctly. All of that started way back in slavery. They started taking that spirit away from us. And let me read something to you, man, just to give a little perspective of it. And this comes out of slave perspectives in the 1700s, if you're interested in the book itself. And it gives a good description of the origins of buck breaking. Y'all heard of that before? We'll read a little bit about it. We always, as a people, had a very exclusive way we were, based on our laws. Based on our laws, the Most High said you was never to look at another woman's nakedness. You weren't even supposed to look at another man's nakedness. Like, they got us in the lockers half naked. You understand? When you playing sports. I went into wrestling because I didn't like the way the football players were smacking each other on the ass. I'm a Benjamin. I'll kill you, man. You understand? That homo thing, you don't play that, man. You understand? And they up in there. I wanted, I was a little guy, but I was like, man, I'm going to get that. I went up there, man, they smacking everybody on the behind. I said, man, I can't do that. I'm not going to, because somebody going to do that, and we're going to have, I'm going to bleed somebody on this goddamn field. We're not supposed to be doing that. We ain't supposed to be smacking no other man on his behind, man. And where the hell did it come from? And why does it have to even be in football? Other than some secret sodomites who putting them brothers in tights and doing all kinds of things to harm us. But this kind of thing has always been something they did to us to pull our spirit away from our exclusiveness, man. We always fully dressed the way we dress. We always carried ourselves and our nakedness in a way as to not exploit it in the world for thousands of years. And they turned around and took it back. Let me read a little bit. It said they started to make sex no longer sacred to wear down our resistance. Meaning they sat down and said, we're going to use this sex and we're going to wear down their ability to resist us, to fight against us. We're going to use sex to do it. And they're doing it today, which you'll see as I go on. All right. It said, the scriptures say, give me the scripture on the bed is undefiled. Let me keep going. Here's what it says. All right. Enslaved men and women had no legal protection against the sexual advances of their enslavers, overseers, or any other white person. The American system of slavery meant that enslaved people were legally classified as property, and their bodies were considered the property of the slave owner. A slave owner's assault was not seen as a crime against a person, but a non-punishable act regarding their possession. So if he raped a woman or a man, it wasn't considered a crime at all, of course. It was just something that he did. And it was like sorry, sorry, but he just was in the mood. And so ain't much you could have done about it. Bear with me 1 second. Here's what it says. And this is ridiculous. Just to give us an overview of how this started, how they started to strip this from us and keep us stripped. So let me keep on going. The American system of what they call cattle slavery meant that enslaved people were legally classified as property. State rape laws in the 1800s were written to exclude Black women, both free and enslaved, from their protections. It was not until just before the Civil War that some states, like Georgia in 1861, began to expand the definition of rape to include enslaved victims, though this was still rare. Remember, we came here in 1620s. So for 200 years, a Black woman could just walk down the street or walk down the field, snatched up by a white man, be raped, and it wasn't even a crime. She could scream, do whatever. You couldn't do nothing. Just the thought of that alone will already give you a spirit. If you don't have no recourse, it pushes your spirit to not want to have no love for that woman. You don't want to have no affection for her because when the slave master come to take her, you're going to be upset and not be able to do nothing about it. That's psychological warfare. And plenty of it was played on us since back then. Many brothers died because they was not just let that go. That was like their breaking point. He come and grab a woman, they go up in there and die over it. You know what I mean? And that's why when we understand this type of slavery and what went on in that slavery, man, we should be big advocates against anything that falls in that direction. Interracial marriages, all of that falls in that category, we should be totally against, because look what we suffered for them to take away our exclusiveness. And it wasn't even that long ago. Go back to the 60s or the 50s. A white man couldn't touch a Black woman in the North in the 60s. If she approached him, it was going, brothers was, what's this? And it was a big problem. That's how the gangs got started out here anyway, because they was coming down off them same mountains and attacking women, attacking children. And the brother said, man, we got to get organized, man, because we can't let these cats just attack our women like that. That's how exclusive sex and sexuality and sexual parts were with a woman. And that was important. Let me read a little bit more. All right. It said,
in 1861 began to expand the definition of rape to include enslaved victims, though this was still rare. All right. They were motivated to do sexual violence, reinforcing dominance. Now that's hell. Meaning they thought to themselves as slave masters, we need to rape enough of these women, because if we rape enough of these women, that, ensures our dominance over them. As these men learn and go through the pain of knowing that they could sleep with our women and not have any recourse, it just made them stronger and made you and I weaker. You had to sit there and see that and put your head down and all that. And you'll see as I read down. And it's important to understand where this started and how this developed into what we're dealing with today. I'm going to get up to everything we're dealing with today. And as we get up to what we're dealing with today, having this in your mind is going to help you to understand that, man, why did we let them take us to this? And let's take ourselves all the way back. Brothers as well have been horribly destroyed by this that took place starting in the beginning. Let me read a little more if y'all don't mind. Okay, reinforcing dominance. Sexual violence was a key tool of control used to dominate, degrade, and dehumanize enslaved people. If you want to control people, you have to take away their spirit to strive for better. I was talking about this the other night on the show. Like, everything that Esau does is for one reason: to do something to that thing that lives in you that makes you strive, that makes you want to be better, that makes you holy or separate or exclusive, that makes you hold self-value to yourself. Those things are the things that he wants. He wants those things, because without those things, you can't do anything for yourself. And then you will end up whatever creature he wants you to be when it comes to your sexuality, when it comes to pornography, when it comes to video games, or anything that he puts in front of you that he wants to, absorb your spirit with or control your spirit with. Because let's face it, any addiction, if you got an alcohol addiction, you got to find something in you to make you strong enough to break that addiction, right or wrong. But if you got nothing in you, if your ability to strive, if I train you to fail at everything you do and to never strive and win, to never be better and win, are you going to be able to strive and win to fight this alcohol addiction? Of course not. So I could just give you alcohol then and get you drunk, and you just going to fall apart. You're not going to be able to beat that. That's the goal. That's the way to enslave. And even though the chains might be gone and different things are gone, the method is the same. And they now getting ready to reintroduce the method. When they went up there to them houses up on 75th Street on the south side, they went up in there and they just went in the complex. First of all, came with a massive amount of troops. Went in the complex, right? Went all up in the complex and just pulled everybody out of the complex. No warrants. They don't even know who's in there. No warrants or anything. Brought them all out, made them give up their IDs, separated all their children. Now, this is at 4:30 in the morning. Separated all their children while they pulled everybody out the building, asking for their IDs and do they got warrants and all that. Really, that's for demoralization. That's for, once again, you can't win. And as you see that go on, man, clear your spirit. Don't be sitting up in there like, damn, what we gonna do? The Lord is about to do, you've been reading them miracle stories in here. Keep on watching. The Most High about to show you himself. You've given him a reason to come get you. And believe you me, he's coming to get you. You understand? He's coming to get you. It's definitely going down. Remember, just stick to what Christ said. Don't even bow your eyebrows. Don't even flinch at it. No, the Lord's day is coming. And we're going to stay on this fire until that day comes, and we're going to change the tide of the planet. You understand? And if I had time, I probably won't. But I want to tell y'all about that little speech Miller made. Stephen Miller, that little speech he made at the funeral. That boy was out of pocket, man. He was calling on Satan on a real level. But that's a little, you know what I'm saying? Let's get back to this, all right? So So they use that sexual assault to dominate not just her, forget about her. Because the Lord said that's like killing somebody. You understand? But also to dominate you so that you will never feel like you have any authority over your woman. You have an authority in many ways, mostly an authority to protect her, which is so natural. That's as natural as drinking water. It's natural as drinking water that this woman is, I got to protect her. I got to be the strength for her. That's just as natural as it is to be human. They want that out of you. They wanted it out of us in slavery. They've been beating on us and doing things to get that out of us since then. Let me get a little bit more. Economic exploitation. State laws such as the 1662, that's 2 years before, Virginia law mandated that the child of an enslaved mother would be born into slavery, regardless of the father's race. So you know what that means, right? That means a white man can take 20 black women, rape all 20 of them. They have kids, and even though the kids looking white or whatever they look like, them kids all get to go into slavery. He just increased his slave litter 20-fold. Now you do that, he do that once or twice, 3 times a year. I mean, 1, 2, 3 years in a row. He might increase his slaves 60-fold. And they'll all be halfway loyal to him because he their daddy. But they'll still be considered slaves. That's the kind, so that they were incentivized, just like you would be. If you got a farm and you got sheep and cows and stuff like that on the farm, aren't you incentivized to bring the male sheep in and go let them have sex with the bulls or the sheep so they can have more babies? Now your flock done increased. That was how Jacob had to fight to get out of slavery. Remember, he had to take the speckled flock and multiply that flock, and that's how he got some wealth up to get the hell up out of there and to marry those 2 sisters, which is acceptable with cattle. But is that supposed to be done with our women? That's how this is the road, brother. This is the road that they started for us a long time ago. And this is a road that helped bring us to being addicted to these things like porn, like, video games, like anything they want us to be addicted to, by breaking our spirit, wearing us down, harming us. We being harmed in so many ways, just being in on this planet with them in charge. But it's coming to an end. Let me read on. All right. This created a direct economic incentive for enslavers to rape enslaved women to increase their property. Forced breeding. Enslavers often forced enslaved people into sexual relations, specifically to produce more children who would also be enslaved. So he even took the male slave. A sister in captivity, brother, had a hell of a journey. Now, why you surprised now that she don't have no morals unless she come into the truth? We surprised that she's half naked in the street, half out of her mind. That cycle's been going on for hundreds of years on us. Like I'm surprised sisters even in here. Be honest with you. It's like you had to fight a whole lot of demonic forces to not become a part of what's out there. A whole lot. You know what I'm saying? Let me keep on going. And brothers too. You get pulled over in a car and your woman's sitting on your side. You got that piece under your belt. It's real hard not to put that cat down, seeing that he could do what he does. I'm not telling nobody to do that. I pray you don't. I pray you don't even be in that position. But that's a difficult, you ain't gonna tell me it ain't went through your mind. Well, you sitting in that car. Of course it has, because that's the same spirit of oppression that forces us into these things that's anti-us, that's against the Most High, that's against the things that we was established. We would establish our laws with big, serious rules. We had serious rules about you taking a woman. You had to bring that cloth back to her father and all that. She had to be a untouched woman when she married you and all these rules that we had. Well, those rules made sex a very exclusive and righteous thing. And this empire took it all away. We only now fighting through the mud and the guts of this place to try to get back what we had before. Like, that's why whenever you feeling to be, sophisticated about your righteousness, you know what I mean? You feeling a little holier than thou about it. So damn what? Be that. Be that. You know what I mean? You're going to get a little criticism on the job. Dang, girl, you always wrapped up. Yeah. Because I'm not in the hole. Don't say that. Don't say that on the job. You get my point. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, a sister can't even, if a sister wears a long skirt 5 days to work, she got to get questioned. Am I lying, y'all? She going to get questioned. Same if you ain't hitting on her on the job. Some cats need to be put to death on these jobs. You know what I'm saying? Salakia. But it's a part of the whole thing. And that's why it's important for us. It's important to put that inside you. We put everything inside us that, feel good, but hurts us and harms us. Because that's what we've been trained to do. We got to start to put some stuff inside us, man, that do so much for us, but oftentimes feels like it does not. You understand? The scripture said, be not grievous over the Most High's laws. You know what I'm saying? Like, we shouldn't be grievous over these things that the Lord gave us to be better and to escape that, man. Because that thing, y'all bear with me, I'm going to run a little bit, but that thing that they doing to us out there with these algorithms and stuff is extremely, extremely evil. I mean, you got to be really close to Satan to think this stuff up. But let me keep on going, all right? All right. The psychological and emotional trauma. Enslaved women were assaulted, often experienced deep psychological and physical trauma. And that go on today. A lot of weak-ass men are child molesters. Don't have the strength to go out there, don't have the wisdom to go out there and go talk to a woman and build a relationship and function, you understand, with a woman. So turn to the only thing, the most basic thing they think of, which is violence, which is, harm her. And here's the thing. You get it from your slave master if you have it. Those of you that not in here, of course. You understand? And the problem with it is, you understand, your slave master is spreading himself all out over the kingdom. And as he does, what you think is going to happen? He's going to go to his basic thing. And here's the thing. A rapist don't have to give none of his self emotionally. He don't have to, he don't have to care about this person, which is what he wants. He wants to be an animal. He wants to keep that animal. And as a result, he'll damage a sister who now has to be a part of us because she's our sister and bring that trauma right up into our world. That just takes another notch out of us as holy people and exclusive when it comes to things like sex. We had clear rules about it. And they were beautiful, man. And they still are. They're going to be beautiful again. You understand? Let's keep going. All right. I'm running a little bit. Psychological and physical trauma made worse by their powerlessness to protect themselves or their children. You think it wasn't child molesters when we was in slavery? You better believe there was. This is why we got to get rid of these people, man. It's why the next kingdom got to be crisis and they can't have no parts of it. Like the scripture said, they can't build no city, do a damn thing after this. Let's go on. Sexual exploitation was incredibly destructive to the marriages and family bonds of enslaved people. Enslaved men were often unable to protect their wives, leading to feelings of emasculation and powerlessness. That's what I was talking about earlier. Now, remember now, you know that children mimic parents, and then they become parents, and their children mimic them. So it's very easy for the wrong thing to become part of your family line. If your grandfather committed suicide, your father is going to be hard pressed not to commit suicide as well. Oh, I didn't even see you, General. Shalom. Yabashakata, Salaki. I'll get to y'all on the break. It's going to be hard for him not to be caught up in the same thing. And then guess what? It's going to be hard for his son not to be drawn for that. If your grandfather was a gangster and a gangbanger and you read all about him, it's going to be hard for your father not to be. Hard for him not to be. Same with your mother. Your mother coming out of captivity, 3 generations of a woman that been raped. It's going to be hard for her to not carry certain scars that make her behave in certain ways. And then turn around and behave, and you grow up and behave in certain ways. And sometimes we don't even see all the effects that happen to our women. You got a lot of women that walk around out here that can't be affectionate to their own sons. You know why? Because either they've been assaulted or neglected, or some other horrible thing has happened to them that they can't now turn around and extend no affection to the very child that come out their womb. You understand? That's what this kingdom does. And that's how this kingdom has started to walk us in that direction, to lose our soul and not be a people. That's why the Most High is everything. The Most High gave us these records, made sure we kept these records, and made sure he raised up prophets like yourselves and daughters of Zion like yourselves to make sure, to ensure that these records get another chance to be brought out and that Christ get to get the kingdom that he lost his life for. He died for as an innocent man. You understand? So that your innocence, your righteousness, those great things that you had that was stolen from you, that you didn't even know was stolen from you. You was born into the world of where stuff was stolen already. So by the time you get up on the mat and then did the things you did, you think it's just you. No, it was already done to you. And guess what? Now the Most High is going to open that door to give us that back. And we're going to get damn right. And we're going to get past all of this. You know what I mean? A little bit more, right? I got one more section and we're moving on. All right. Some white women, y'all know where I'm going. Yeah. Now you know why them bras be going crazy at you, want to block your car, argue with you. Yeah, I'm finna give it to you right now. Remember, she got 3 generations. She was raping your granddaddy at 12, full of testosterone, twice as much rod as her man, strong as a bull from working in the field. And then her daughter saw that and she went and got some. Her daughter saw that and she went and got some. And then somebody gave y'all civil rights and you stopped giving some, and now you wonder why she mad. You know, man, she want a buck for herself too. Some white women, often the wives of enslavers, punish the enslaved women who are victims of their husband's abuse. Not on top of it, not only did the sister have to go through that abuse, then the cat's woman, he go out to work, she come in there and beat the hell out of the sister for him even wanting the sister. She blamed the sister, which is just like an Edomite, because of course he's not about justice. He's just about winning, like they brought out in that Charlie Kirk wedding. They don't give a damn about just. They give a damn about win. And that's a God that they worship. And brother, that God is going to die by the hands of Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. He's going to die. Because the Lord already won. He's about justice. He is about what's right and wrong. That's why he sit on the judgment seat. He ain't got to worry about winning. He already won because he made the win. So he's only worried about making sure justice is right in this earth. And that's why they're going to get dealt with for their injustice. So let me finish real quick. So she punished that woman for her husband's abuse. In some cases, they would enact their anger and frustration on the enslaved woman rather than confronting their husbands. And let me tell you something else they used to do. You know, a child 9 years old, 10 years old, that doesn't know anything about sex. He's working out in the field, started out as a boy. He see who's in power. He's following his slave master. He's doing what he got to do. His daddy is right there training him to never come up against that slave master. And one day, her husband goes out to the market. And she come out there and say, send that boy in here. And you better not say no for what you need him for. She's the slave master. She brings him inside that house, and he's nervous because he know he don't even come in here. And she then begins to tell him what's going to happen. You're going to do something for me. You understand? And you're going to do it how I tell you to do it. And you ain't going to do nothing other than what I tell you to do. And you ain't going to say a word about it. You ain't going to scream about it. You ain't going to refuse about it. You understand me? Yes, ma'am. And then she began to take her clothes off in front of this 9-year-old, 10-year-old boy. And he's looking at her, and he don't know if this means he going to get killed or what. And she take him in that bedroom and break that boy in. He ain't never had sex before. And now he got to have sex with this white woman, his slave master. And as y'all thinking about, you got the image of that old beautiful white girl in your mind? Try a 40-year-old bitch from the South. It's an old, evil, rotten-ass bitch. Some old fat, flabby, flat-ass white bitch done took your 12-year-old son, you understand, and turned him into a sex toy. You wonder why we all caught up in addiction, why we catching hell, why the hell the Israelite school UPK is mad as hell and fighting tooth and nail to wake our people up and give us the Holy Spirit back. That's why we here, because that boy should have never gone through that. You understand? Yeah, I'm good. That boy should never have gone through that. And he destroyed for life. And every time that slave master get up on that carriage with all that goods on the back, say, Jimmy, come on, man, we can get up out of here. That boy start to panic. Heart start fluttering. Fear start coming inside him. Because he know once that carriage get out of ear sight, he getting ready to get called in that house. He getting ready to get called in that house and abused against his will. Today, a young man get called to be molested by an older woman. A lot of time he laugh at all like I'm all that. That's why she want me. That. That's the psychological damage. That's how you get rid of making it important and exclusive. You laugh it off. You give yourself an ounce of ego. But really, as a man, you're a goddamn rape victim. As a child, the white man is the devil the Bible speaks of. You hear me? I don't care what nobody said. So now that was our backdrop. That's where we started on this side, right or wrong. That was where we began, in that pit hole. And where do we go from there? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right. Bear with me. I got so much more to read, but I'm going to pass on. I think y'all get the point, right? All right. Somebody gets Songs of Solomon 1 and 12. 12 and 13 voice. 12 and 13 verse. Whoever got a microphone. Number one, you got it?
No.
What?
Songs of Solomon 1 and 12, sir?
Yes, sir.
This is the book of Songs of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 12. While the king sitteth at his table, my spikenard sendeth forth the smell thereof.
Now, this is Solomon breaking down a wonderful life, breaking down what it's like for things to be beautiful. Now, he could have mentioned all kinds of things, but he mentioned sitting down at his Lord's table and his spikenard burning in that room while they sitting down. Go ahead. You got both verses? Give me the rest. 12 and 13.
Verse 13. A bundle of myrrh is my well-beloved unto me.
A bundle of myrrh. He's referring to that woman. She's like a bundle of myrrh to him, sitting down at that table. Let me tell you something that was stolen from us, that we almost don't do anymore, that we should be doing, that is a part, believe it or not, of the sexual strength of your family. We gave up our traditional coming together at the table for dinner. We threw that out the window because of all the crap coming out the TV set, all the psychological warfare this man has put on us, and other things like having to work 2 goddamn jobs. Family destroyed, so now one parent got to manage it. You got to fight to try to get back to that. A lot went on, and I'm going to show it to you in the scriptures. A lot went on at that dinner table. A lot of things got corrected. A lot of people got checked. A lot of coming together came together. A lot of things got resolved. You wonder why your woman always nagging you want to talk about something. You ain't got no dinner table out for her to vent all the things that went on for the day that she dealing with. You trying to answer her while you getting dressed for your second job. Or you got to run over here to do that, and she need time to talk. This happened. The school called about Bobby. The electric company, I don't know what their problem is. They went cut the street up down the block. I told Miss Betty, stop cooking that grill so close to the house. She ain't stopped yet. You're going to have to say something to her or say something to her. She got to talk. How's she going to assist you and she can't talk? How's her spirit going to be free? How your spirit going to be free, and how you going to know your house is right? You got to, in my opinion, I'm going to show it to you in the scriptures. It's not a law. This is my opinion as your brother struggling any way he can to get you back to the people that make the Lord crack the goddamn sky and deliver us the hell up out of here. You understand? Most on Christ. Like, you should get your table back. And you should require as much as you can. And you should require everybody to be there.
That's right.
Beef or no beef. You come on. And you to make sure you, Black man, Latino man, Native Indian man, you sitting at the top of that table.
That's right.
Very important. Bear with me, warrior. I'm going to come to you, all right? You understand? And work with us in here, man. Get yours back. Because this was an enemy that came and destroyed that. Both first in your mind and then literally in front of you. You got more than, was that on it?
I have more, sir.
Huh?
I have more, sir.
Please.
Kind. He shall lie all night betwixt my breasts.
No, you can stop right there.
Okay, come.
Give me Chronicles 9, 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Check. I want you to see something. When David had a problem in his house, David knew what he was doing, even though he was battling enemies and all that. David knew what he was doing. Read that for me,
Okay, first or second?
3 and 4, 9th verse, 9th chapter, 3 and 4th verse. Chronicles. Oh, which Chronicles? Damn, my bad. Try First Chronicles.
Okay.
I forgot which Chronicles, man. Salaki.
First Chronicles chapter 9, verse 3. And in Jerusalem dwelt of the children of Judah. And
Second Chronicles, what?
Okay. Second Chronicles chapter 9, verse 3. And when the queen of Sheba had seen the wisdom of Solomon.
When she came and saw the wisdom of Solomon, go ahead.
And the house that he had built.
And the house he built. Go ahead.
And
now listen, let me tell you something. You get deep on these scriptures. What he's getting ready to give you is a blueprint to start your manhood. What he's giving you is a blueprint on what to look for. Now read it one more time. Let's read it with some understanding. Check this out. Now this is a Queen of Sheba. She's wealthy, powerful. She rules all of what we call today Yemen. That's her territory. She ruled it all, right? Came up to see Solomon, a cat 10 times badder than her. Now read that one more time.
Khan. Second Chronicles chapter 9, verse 3. And when the queen of Sheba had seen the wisdom.
What's the first thing she saw when she got up there? What she put first on her list? Wisdom. The Lord said this knowledge of this truth is going to be your wisdom. This is going to give you the tools to fight any porn, it's going to be, so beneath you. If you take on these scriptures and this knowledge, y'all come on in, man. Y'all ain't got to stay out there. You understand? Like, it's going to be so beneath you when you add this wisdom inside you. When you start with wisdom, that should be in our whole nation. Wisdom's supposed to be what we start with one another. You understand? Ain't no sister supposed to want no dumbass cat. And ain't no dude supposed to want no dumbass woman. And if you end up with one, teach her. You can't leave her. You got it now. Don't get mad at her, scream at her. Just once in a while, you go down and say, "This is a dumb motherfucker." Don't let her hear you now. You don't want to crush her. She didn't, mean to start out that way. Sisters do it. The sisters know how to do it. They see your dumb ass up there talking. One of them comedians had a beautiful skit about it. She said when he get up and say he want to be an astronaut, he want to go to space, tell him, yeah, baby, that's a good idea. Give him his lunchbox and send his dumb ass to work. Like, we gotta fight for us. You know what I'm saying? Wisdom's supposed to be on our table first. I need a woman that got some wisdom because I don't need her to make a mistake with some knucklehead talking in her ear. And she don't need me to fall for every fast ass that come up the block that's about to give me a package I can't never give back. You understand? And then again, how you gonna raise kids and you got a dumb broad or a dumb husband? And when I say dumb, I don't mean educated. I ain't got no degree, so you know I don't care. I ain't on that. Always it's good to get your education. Get educated. Get your degree. Get your higher degrees. But you got to get the knowledge that come from the Lord. Or it don't mean anything. It's an empty bucket without this. Because this is what they not going to teach you. You understand? You can have a PhD, you still not going to raise your daughter right unless you put this in her. You still ain't going to raise your son right unless you putting this in him. Regardless of that, get your education. Use it. It's a good way to make money. And it should be looked at like that. I'm gonna get this degree because I'm going to make some money. But don't look at that as your wisdom and nor get puffed up with it. This is what's going to stop. You got PhDs, they on porno all day. Looking at naked behind all day, right or wrong. So you need this. You need the Lord. You need your Father in heaven to be with you in all that you do. So let's keep going real quick. Was that it? Is more? First thing he saw was wisdom. Then he saw the house that he built. All that he put together. How he built it up. His men, his wealth, his everything that he did. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And the meat of his table.
And the meat of his what?
Table.
Why did she mention the meat of his table? What's the meat of your table? Do it mean the meat that's just sitting on your table? It's much deeper. Go ahead, June.
You provide for your family.
Now you talking. Now you talking. How do you manage your house? How do you handle the meat on your table? Do you bring them together? Do y'all work together on it? How you deal with the meat of that table, man? And that's what you need to look at with yourself. And then you'll begin to be shed off all the demonic forces that's trying to drag you into the goddamn gutter, into the world of Esau, trying to take away, once again, trying to take away your spirit to strive, your spirit to become better, to become sophisticated, to look at the filth of the world and look down on it and know that you're not supposed to be a part of that you come from a royal bloodline that temporarily gave them an opportunity to raise themselves on this earth, but that the kingdom belongs to you at the end of the day. You understand? You got more? Give me some more.
And the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants.
And the what?
Sitting of his servants.
He had a grand table. She said the sitting of his servants. Anybody know what that means? Go ahead, Doc. His family and the people that worked with him. Let me tell you something now. You could always tell people by the people that worked for them and the people that served them. Let me tell y'all a little secret about me. My red was she in here tonight. She gonna look at me like, God damn it, nigga, you was playing games. Stop. I always take a woman out to a restaurant. If I want to meet a woman, I want to get to know her, I always take her out to a restaurant. You know why? Because the waiter is nobody she has to respect. He's the waiter. The waiter is nobody she got to be nice to. If she is a woman that does not have a decent, kind, forgiving, compassionate, considerate spirit, she's going to treat that waiter like shit. She ain't even going to answer. She ain't even going to know what she did. Waiter going to come to the table. He's going to be talking to her. She ain't even going to look up at her. Yeah, give me the so-and-so and such and such. Yeah, give me that. Give me that. And the nicer the waiter is, the more I lean in and listen. Do she turn and say, thank you very much? Or somebody handing her a plate of food? Brothers too. How are you when somebody serves you? How are you? You understand? How are you? And you can tell too. When brother, bring me a double shot of liquor. When he comes, all right, yeah. It sounds tough. But what's tougher is the turn to that brother and say, brother, I appreciate you going through that. Because he don't have to do that. I'm saying this from a man that used to not care about anybody. But until I came in this truth and got around these brothers, got around Muhammad had to knock the dust off my ass. Because I was rude as shit. I was a Benjamite that had a mouth that wouldn't shut up. And he had to, with kindness. He had to do it with kindness. He had to kindly get me off of my bullshit so that I could see things brighter. And he did it too. With the grace and mercy. Big up the general, man. And all the rest of the generals, man. Got General Q up in there. You understand? Who's always been a hell of a brother, man, up in here. And the brotherhood, man, the brotherhood is how we gonna get back to who we are. I be saying the same thing because trust me, and it's gonna matter in the 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, you're gonna be coming out of a building that they just bombed or did some horrible thing to, and it's gonna matter to the people around you whether you got the spirit to feed those people that's starving as they're coming out. Shorten yourself. You lazy. I'm telling you just like it is. You lazy. If you ain't the best that can, the best at your scriptures, and not best against another brother, the best against you. I don't compete with him. I compete with me. You know what you short of when you get up in the morning. Everybody know. There ain't nobody. You lie. You might lie all day, but you ain't lying to that nigga you wake up in the morning with. He know the minute you open your eyes, nigga, you ain't taking A, B, C, or D. So you can't lie to him. Go be the best. And we'll shed the porn and all that. I'm going to get more into it because I know I like to get on my things. So I'm going to get more into the details of what we dealing with. But we got to be the best in it. You understand? And so that's why I do what I do that when I meet a woman, I take her to a restaurant. And I watch how she handles people that she don't have to be nice to. I watch her among brothers. How is she when a brother just routinely hands her a plate of food? Is she thankful? Or does she think, yeah, okay, thank you? Or, or does she think it's something she's entitled to? If she think it's something she's entitled to, we're going to have a problem. You understand? Because the lowest man in here bring me a drink, he getting, thank you, I appreciate it, Salakia. Yeah, he getting all that. Because he don't have to do that. And if he do it, he's strong. That person that does that's willing with, ain't nobody got more power in this room than me, do they? If they do, let me know. Raise your hand and hold your peace. I guess not. So I ain't got no reason to humble myself down to somebody that does something to me. You understand? You under orders by the Lord to do what you do. And at one time I thought that meant you supposed to just do what I say. And I had to find out the hard way. That's not true. I found out the hard way. You better be best. You better be good enough for somebody to do that too. You understand? Don't act like you deserve it. Christ told us, we was in Jerusalem talking shit to Christ. And Christ turned around and told us, say not that you the children of Israel because you the seed of Abraham. Like, don't be puffed up. He was trying to let us know. You understand? You're going to blow the kingdom thinking you got the kingdom. That's what Christians do. I'm saved. Evilest niggas on earth. You understand? That ain't us. That don't come out this. I ain't never read that in here. You understand? When Saul went to David, man, went to the men in Israel and said, whoever fight Goliath, I'm going to give him my daughter. Now, his daughter wealthy. He's over the whole kingdom. Whoever married this woman is not only he getting a woman, he getting ready to become rich and get a woman. And the men told David, man, you need to go on and do that. David said, you think it's light to be the daughter of a king? It was cold, boy. It was cold-blooded. Now, he just fought a lion and a bear. He knew he wasn't scared of Goliath. He said, who's this uncircumcised beast? He looking like, ooh, I get a shot at that? This cat got to get smoked? Okay. He let them, y'all going? No? All right, I'm going. That's how he was. Remember, his brother said, man, I know it's how thou art, and thou art a busybody. Like, his brother is mad because he coming up to the battle with the food like they send y'all some sandwiches. Y'all ain't been out yet? Y'all still in the big talk. Well, what's out? Oh, circumcised. He fucking with him all day. Yeah, that's how he was. But when it came to his dignity, his self-respect, his honor, you understand? All right, it's time to get serious now. This brotherhood, that's the time to get serious. Sisterhood, that's the time to get serious. You understand? What these things they doing to us and taking from us and harming us and trying to change us into, it's time to get serious. Time to shed it all. And the key to the kingdom of heaven, the key to us getting in that kingdom is convincing the Lord that you are righteous just enough to be worthy for him to come get you. If you could do that for him, he coming to get you. He dying to come get you. All you got to do is give him the reason to come get you. You do it every day. Your kid act up, man, you beat his ass, send him to his room. You hear him up there crying. You just sitting up there waiting. He come out 3 hours later. Daddy, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have did. You told me not to do it. And you about ready to cry like a baby. You about ready to bawl out crying like a baby because you so glad it's over. You get back to loving him and working with him and teaching him. That's what the Lord doing with us. He waiting on us. And we're going to break this porn and this video games and all this bullshit they using against us. We finna crush it and crush it in our people and get back to our status. Get back to our seat. Okay? Let me get back to it, all right? Was that it, 501? We got more?
There's more, sir.
Okay, the water. Go ahead.
2 Chronicles 9:4. And the meat of his table, and the sitting of his servants, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel.
She saw all that in Solomon's house. Go ahead.
His cupbearers also.
Come on.
And their apparel.
Come on.
And his ascent by which he went up into the house of the Most High. There was no more spirit in her.
There was no more spirit in her. Now I want you to translate that into you. You ain't got all the gold and servants and cupbearers, but you do. You do. You got a wife, maybe, 2 or 3 or whatever. You got kids. You got family. You got structure. Make it like Solomon. Some of y'all, man, I come across some of y'all in here, brother. I get around you and your family. I'm like, this brother got it together. I might not say it to you, But trust me, I'm very observant. I see you, man. I see how you handling your stuff and how your kids act and how you are and how your rib work with you. I watch it. I catch every time Eve say some bad shit to her husband. Y'all know, I get it. I catch it every time. I be like, she need work. I don't say nothing. She be all right. Give her another year. She be right. But then sometimes, some of y'all, you down with your husband. He like, baby, come on, we gonna get ready to go, get the kids, I'm gonna get the bags, you understand? We gonna jump in the car. She like, all right, don't forget to this, don't forget to that. I'm like, they trying to work. They trying to be right. They trying to be better than this shithole they put us in. And brother, that's worth everything to us. All right? That's everything to us. That's it on that, Go ahead.
You want verse 5, sir?
Please, if you got it.
Khan. And she said to the king, it was a true report, which I heard in mine own land of thine acts and of thy wisdom. Howbeit, I believed not their words until I came and mine eyes had seen it.
Brother, that's what you want. You want that rep. That was rep. She heard it, but thought it was impossible. Got there and saw that it was more than she could even realize, and had to tell him, I recognize that rep. Brother, that's a great gift from the Lord. Spread that gospel in such a way that you become a force against pornography, video games, addicting brothers and destroying them and sisters too. That's a great thing to strive for that and not be stopped in that striving and accomplish your goal. I got one more quick one for you, if you could, Thaba. Give me this one too. Give me Ephesians 6 and 1. Now, I know this is another scripture. There's another scripture. Who can give me the scripture where, I know this is going to be hard to find, but who can give me the scripture where David's son Jonathan came to his table and was upset because his father checked him on what he had done earlier? Anybody think they can find that for me? It's been a long time since I pulled it, but it is a scripture that is perfect for what we're discussing right here. So if anybody want to take a shot, it's when his son came to his table. You got it? All right. So I want to read this first, and we're going to read that second. Go ahead.
Ephesians chapter 6, verse 1. Children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right. Honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise.
Come on.
That it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on the earth.
Go ahead.
And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath.
Let me tell you something. The family structure is the number one antidote for pornography and video games. You can build a good family structure up, you ain't never going to get caught up again, male or female. If you don't, and you do get caught up, the amount of damage and destruction is just horrific. So I'm going to bring out some of them points before we get at it. The amount of damage that happens to you as a person, your family, your relationship, everything you hoped for, what you strive for, is so in danger. Understand that when you pop open the phone, that they made it so exclusive. You know, there was one time where, growing up in New York, brothers that did want to go, that want to engage in pornography or buy prostitutes, you know what I mean, or something like that, they had to get in their car, put gas in the car, drive up to Hunts Point in New York City, drive around till they find out where the hose is at, and then they had to jump out and engage in whatever they got into and still had to avoid the police. Then it got a little better. The hose started moving into the neighborhood. So all you had to do then, especially Harlem had brownstones, you just stuck your head out the window. Not me, because I ain't never bought no ass. So y'all looking at me like, damn, he looked like he might have done. No, I ain't. They looking at me. Morale, they looking at me like I done went and got you. Yeah, you look like you bought a little. No, I ain't never had nothing. Only because, listen, I ain't nothing, nobody special. Only because I came in the truth so young. And the men that was over me you know, Yeshaya, if you were sitting outside drinking with Yeshaya and you turned your head while y'all talking and you turned your head and looked at a hoe, Yeshaya would ridicule you for about 45 minutes. He'll start off this way. He'd start off and say, could you imagine how she stank? Now you fucked up. You feeling bad already. Like, God damn, why I even look? Then he'd say something like, I thought I saw something dripping in her pants. He'll fuck you up bad. But by the time she get to the corner, you don't want nothing. You don't even want no legitimate meat. By the time he get to the corner, all you want is another drink and going to bed. You know what I mean? That's what he would do. And that was out of love. Big shout out to Chief Head Priest, Yeshaya. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what he would do out of care for you. You know what I mean? He knew he couldn't take you straight on. He tell you, something, and you'd be bucking back. Well, I'm a man. You know what I'm saying? I can look at some meat. But he also knew how dangerous that was for you as a person. Y'all brothers want to give up some seats? You got a couple of sisters that came in. Y'all got enough seats back there? Oh, you got one up here? Go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I think they good. You got one sister with the baby. Y'all come on in. Yeah, so you can slide some up, though. You got a little room up here. We got plenty of room all the way up here. Some of y'all brothers want to just slide a chair over here or something, or even on the podium. It don't even matter. I think there's a chair back there or something. All right, whatever works, all right? So, so that was a part of us trying to, him trying to convince you to get on the right, the straight and narrow, and we should be the same way, all right? We should be the same way. Thawan, you got more?
Oh, okay, sir.
Go ahead.
Ephesians 6:4.
Wait, before you go to Ephesians, you got that one you think you have with David? Give it to me. Tell him where you at. Water.
This is the book of 1 Samuel, chapter 20, verse 34.
Let me hear.
So Jonathan arose from the table in fear.
Yeah, give me the verse above it. Damn, you good. I pulled some scriptures to God. You got some hands up there, man. Give it up, boy. Go above.
Verse 33. And Saul cast a javelin at him to smite him.
Right, trying to kill David. Because he had a demon on him. Demon of jealousy. That's another story. I'll do that another time. We can get into it. I'm sure y'all been going over it with General Muhammad in the class. There's no reason to be jealous and nobody. We all in captivity. Some brothers going to be good at times. Some brothers going to be good all other times. And jealousy will rise up in you. You just got to fight it just like you got to fight porno. Same thing. You know what I mean? You got to examine what forces is coming to take you out. You a soldier, ain't you? It ain't going to be just a gunfight. There's going to be forces coming from all kinds of things to take you out, including jealousy. Go ahead, Op.
Oh, God. Whereby Jonathan knew that it was determined of his father to slay David.
He knew. Jonathan knew. I thought it was David's son. It was Saul's son. Go ahead.
Verse 34. So Jonathan arose from the table in fierce anger.
Go ahead.
And did eat no meat the second day of the month, for he was grieved for David.
That's right. He was grieved because he thought this cat, his father, might have really gotten David. Where was they at when this happened? Read it again. Go ahead, Q.
They was at the table.
Yeah. They was at that place where shit gets resolved. They was at that place where your real feelings gonna come out. Parents always talking about, man, I try to talk to my son. He don't never talk. Because you talking to him somewhere where he ain't gonna talk. Sit his ass at that table every week. Watch how he take his food out that plate his mama had. And look at how his mannerisms are. And look at what he's saying and doing. And tell him to put that goddamn phone away. He at his father's table. And then make his mama say it to him right after. Let his mama be like you ever be on a Navy ship where the captain say, batten down the hatches. First officer come right behind him. Batten down the hatches. You got to go right after him. Boom. Reinforce it in you. Shut down the mess hall. Shut down the mess hall. Right after. Make sure you know this shit is straight up and it ain't no breach in between these lines. Let his mama come behind him right after. And let that man grow up into something special. And he'll talk about what's bothering, or he'll show it to you by getting up at that from that table. That table helps against things like this evil goddamn nonsense coming through our phones. You, if you can, as best as you can, you fighting jobs and hours and bad food, dangerous neighborhoods, terrible bills, enemies all about, trying to be righteous to the Most High. But if you can, get to that table. Make it a regular thing, even if it's one day a week. Get to that table. It's a good tool. I'm not telling you got to. Ain't no law saying you got to. I'm telling you, according to the scriptures, that's what brings out what goes on so it can be stopped. That's what's going to strengthen you against them forces. If you got to sit at that table and see that woman and them kids and know that you got to maintain this, you're going to be less likely to be caught up on the couch all damn night playing a goddamn video game. You're going to be smart enough to say, I'm going to play video game, but I'm going to put a bridle on it. We'll give myself X amount of time, and after that, I'm getting up off of it. Why am I getting up off of it? Because it's nothing wrong with playing video games, but I can't let video games own me. You understand what I'm saying? All right. That's it on that. Now, go ahead. Do me. You was good on Chronicles. You didn't finish it all, but I think we good on it. All right. Let's move on. So now we got out of slavery, right? So-called. We got up into this kingdom. We got generations of damage we trying to fix and generations of oppression coming down on us. So from both sides of the coin is trying to take us up under. And the white man, being the diabolical beast that he is, decided to find a new way to put us in captivity. I'm going to tell y'all a little bit about a guy that I'll be totally examining this guy. And you might know him as the Unabomber. Y'all ever heard of that? You got to be a little bit of age to know about the Unabomber. Ted Kaczynski. Now, Ted Kaczynski was sending bombs around the country, and I'm not encouraging that. He would put bombs in packages, and he would send them to university professors and the strangest people. And they'd open the package up and blow their head off and all that. They looked for this guy for years. I mean, decades, I want to say. They were looking for him, and they finally got him. And that's a whole another part of the story. But when they got him, he released a manifesto. And in this manifesto, he said some things about society. And he said these things about society because he was a part of those who were in Harvard. This guy came from Harvard University, by the way. He was a prodigy, genius. He entered Harvard University at around 16 years old. That's how smart this guy was. So he was a genius. He knew what he was doing. He was well-educated, very sophisticated. And so they brought him, since he was so smart, they brought him and involved him in a social program that they were trying to create. They was trying to create a way to control society in their social structures. And as he went into learning about it, and I'm going to read some of his manifesto, he started to learn how evil this was. How if they had the chance to implement this throughout the whole world or throughout the whole country, it would destroy our whole social structure. This is what he believed. And what he did is when he figured all this out, he left society, got a little cabin in the woods in Montana. And from that tiny little cabin with no running water or nothing else, he began to build bombs. And he took those bombs and was blowing up the people who were involved in this program, in this structure. Before he left Harvard, and he started to expose to them that we shouldn't do this, that this is very evil, and that this will change the free will of men and women. You know what they did? They made him a victim of the program. Let me tell you how they did it. They slowly removed all the students in his class, and they put agents in the classroom. So he's going to school like normal, but he don't know that these people in his class are all agents. And here's what they told him to do. They said, we only want you to do one thing. Whatever he says at any time that's positive, we want you to criticize him one at a time. So whatever he said, if he said, yeah, I enjoy apple pie, somebody in the class would say, man, apple pie sucks. Somebody else would say, I don't know why people always acting like apple pie is special. I would never eat apple pie. Everybody I knew ate apple pie was gay. And he would hear this every time they said this to him. And what would happen is he would begin to break down. He would begin to get depressed. It was like everything that he said and thought about was, negative now. And he had no more friends in the class. He wasn't harmonious with anybody no more. He was being criticized continually over and over and over again until he had a break. He got so depressed that he had a break and he left Harvard. He left studying school and moved to this cabin. Let me ask you a question. Do that sound familiar to you? What does that sound like to you? Sis? You on the route. Give me more, General. Give him the mic. Pass the mic, sis. Give me more. Like MK Ultra. It probably is, but it's not what I'm looking for. This should sound, I don't want to give you a clue, but come on, Isupk. So it's not like social media. I'm going to stop with you cats. Don't get a cat. That's not what I was looking for, though. But it was the closest to what I'm looking for. And let me just help you out. There's a very good reason you're not getting my answer. Okay? Very good reason. But I'm going to give a couple more people that want to give it a shot.
Sounds like what society does to Black people.
Give it up. Y'all know why you didn't get it? Anybody? How come y'all didn't get that answer? Anybody? Anybody want to take a shot? Go ahead, Warrior. We in the Matrix. You in it. That's the answer. You in that now. That's why you didn't get the answer. Because it's being done to you right now. You on the 6 o'clock news. You being pulled over out your car. You being talked about in the dinner table. You being discussed in every political arena there is. So much so that you don't even know how to discuss dating. You on the internet arguing about how a man should be and a woman should be in 2025. Like if I find myself arguing about this, how a man should be, this is how a woman should be. In 2025, something wrong. Something wrong. I didn't have, like you said, I don't went in the Matrix and lost the time. They are doing exactly what Ted Kaczynski said that they did to him 30 years ago. And they did it to him as part of this. Slocky there. They did it to him as, am I coming through? Okay. As they did it to him as part of the program that they were creating to do to the world. Like they broke his spirit down, an intelligent man, and destroyed his spirit with a tool that they want to use online. Now we're getting closer to this porno thing and these video games and what goes on TV. And when you watch movies, we getting real into that now because that's what they wanted to do for a long time. And now they're doing it. Let's get a little more. Can you? Let's get a little bit more, right? So Ted turned around at the end of all this when they finally got him, or right before they finally got him. Ted turned around and wrote a manifesto. I'm gonna read a portion, just a small portion of this manifesto. And what you're going to see in this manifesto, somebody, what time you got? Well, this one, keep an eye on the time. 6:40? 6:40 or 7:40? 7:40. All right, I'm going to hurry up. All right. What they did, what he says in this manifesto is going to help you to understand what they did online when creating online to harm us and other people. Here's what he said. He said, the breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. And this is a Harvard pro here, y'all. She says, so if you break down the traditional values of people, you will destroy the bonds that they have in small groups. So they got to destroy your traditional values so that you will not be together. You will not come together. You will struggle to be one. Let me give you a little more. Which is why family is so important. Family and the structure of family among us as a group. All right? All right. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, meaning the modern society is making people move all over the place. Kids go to college here, and he said that tradition is helping to hurt us, break us down. We mixing among this group. I'm gonna go. You see all over the internet. I'm gonna go live in Thailand, or I'm gonna go live in, which you can live anywhere you want. But with the way they're working these algorithms are, it's to separate and destroy you. Separating themselves from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties. Now remember, he's in Harvard looking at the things that they're building for this algorithm. This is before the internet. This is about 20 years before the internet. 20? No, that's not true. This is about maybe 10 years before the internet. He's the one that's in there writing the algorithms and all that for this to be built. But as he's writing it, he's saying, this is going to destroy people based on the things that he knows. Let me give you a little more. It says a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. For that whole internet to run efficiently, they got to destroy your family ties. They got to create separations between you and your son and your wife and your daughter and you and your brother and this and that. That's what that does. And we're going to fight it. We're going to fight every evil act that comes into it. We ain't going to get off the internet. We're going to use it like we doing right now. How many people you got online?
We got 1,800 right now.
Well, you got 1,800 people caught up into the internet with us right now. We're going to use this internet. But we're going to fight the forces that they use to pull us all apart and separate us. Let me give you some more. I told you wasn't going to be no naked pictures. All right. If it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondary to a small-scale community. Damn. Because if the internal loyalties of a small-scale communities were stronger than the loyalties to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. You want to grow? You got to fight that system. You want to come together and become strong? You got to go against that system. You can't go, the cinnamon challenge. You out your damn mind. Cinnamon go in my coffee. I'm not doing nothing else with cinnamon that come across the internet. All these are challenges they got. All this stuff that they got going on. They're trying to destroy the world to control it. Trying to bring massive chaos in to control it. And porn and video games is part of it. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-relationship to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system. And that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins. Not that they care, because they're the ones building it. In modern society, it would be in industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personnel or local loyalties to loyalty to the system. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna leave that right there, right? If I could. Let me read one small part that's important. Let's hear this. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only those small communities, those small scale communities that are emasculated, okay, tamed and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems. If I'm getting a little crazy, just let me know. They're saying as they went to build this, he's saying, Ted is saying, as they went to build this, they built this and designed this knowing that the only way they could do this was to break all loyalties, to break up these communities. And so one of the best ways to break up any community and to give more loyalty to one thing other than the other is what? What does a drug dealer do? How come he got so many repeat customers? Go ahead, Al. Thank you, brother. So if you know the only way that I could run this internet is I'm gonna have to make everybody addicted. Otherwise, if I don't, they're gonna be more loyal to their communities and they're gonna destroy my system. And then I can't control everybody. Like they doing all kind of horrible things in Harvard and Yale and MIT. They knew this. So they knew they had to come up with a way to make us addicted so that we would now put our heart into the system and not into ourselves and into our community. And that's what they went about to do. Got some seats up in the front, sis. Good to see you, sis. So what did they do? They created this thing called algorithms. These algorithms are being used against us every day. And they increasing and increasing and increasing. And then you ain't got to run from it or shut off the internet and all that. But be awake. Be aware of what's going on. They mentioned a little bit about being aware with our children. Be doubly aware, especially with our children. Be aware of yourself too. You vulnerable too. And as we decide to not be vulnerable to this society, we'll also be able to beat all the things that they use to make us addicted. All right. Can I get a little bit on this algorithm, y'all? Then I'm going directly into pornography. All right. I know I walked y'all a long way with this and y'all been absolute patient and I appreciate it. But I'm going to give you a little bit of the algorithms, a little bit of the Instagram, and then I'm going to give you some real solutions. Real solutions on how we fight this. All right. So bear with me a second. Let's get it in. Everybody good? All right. Let's do it. Mariah, you got a video. TV's on. Oh, you got it. Anybody want some water, hands? Something to drink?
Today we're going to talk about what years or The whole point of the technology is that they don't want to engage one part of your brain. When I first started getting addicted to video games, I would play by myself. You can only get so addicted to a game that you can beat, and then the game gets boring. So now what developers do, they'll have DLCs, they'll have expansions, they'll have seasons, right? You can play Fortnite for like 10 years, and it'll always be fun. There's always something new. So the first thing is the game never ends. Second thing is that the games are designed to give us an artificial sense of accomplishment. We as human beings are wired towards something called intent to mastery. So what games have started to do is they've realized, okay, we're going to make things hard for you, but you're still designed to win. You're always going to win. No game is designed for you to lose. Everything is designed to give you an artificial sense of difficulty where you will eventually win. So this activates such primitive circuits of our brain of mastery, accomplishment. And the problem is that even on an intellectual level, if I understand that getting this trophy in a video game is not the same as getting a gold medal at the Olympics, there's a part of my brain that can't tell the difference. The whole point of the technology is that they don't want to engage.
Is that it? All right. The whole point is to get you hooked. He's telling you that's what they working as they're making the game. They're making it so you could win, feel that artificial feeling of success. And let me ask you this. If I play video games all day, and all day I'm playing video games, I get a sense of win in that video game after I've struggled and shot up everybody and did all of whatever I got to do. Now I got to win on that. I'm going to level 21. What won't I strive for? Slug. I'm slugging. Yeah, slug. What won't I strive for, fam? Anybody? Go ahead, Yeah. The real life goals are going to go away because they ain't going to give me the same hit I'm getting while on the video game. And so what you as a man, as a soldier of the Most High, while you playing video games, enjoy yourself, whatever you do. But also in the back of your mind, have the understanding that I can't let this video game take me off my post, take me off of my building, my family, keeping my camp up to par, being on time to do what I got to do, going out there to get this money so I can set up my house like Solomon set up his house. I can't do that. I gotta put a bridle on. I gotta remember this is a game. This ain't real life. So I got to get my successes in real life. That's why us real deal UPK officers, brother, you can't stop us from going to camp. I had a fight with Haas every week. Haas, they don't have enough men. Sir, they said they're only going for a short time. Haas, we don't go out with that many men. I know, sir, but this is a real lame corner. I go to every week. I got to go do this with Haas. And then when I get him on everything, then he say, you know, Muhammad approved it. I say, Haas, man, leave me alone. Click. Every week we go through this because brothers, real soldiers want to get to camp. They want they win out there. They don't want they win, you know. What the fuck is that? They want they win here. They want they win in camp. You understand? Damn right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's where you want your win at. You want your win in your baby's eyes. You know what I'm saying? She hop up on your lap, that's a win. When she say, Daddy, you come through the door, that's a win. That's supposed to do what the algorithm do. And you sisters, you got to get a win and you got to know how to give a win. You letting the video game give your win. Give your win up. The video game, the getting your hole, he getting the box, he getting everything. The internet that took your sex, your man, your time, everything. Come on now. We not having that. We got solutions coming up in the night. We are not having that. You know what I mean? She got a right to be upset. She pulled the plugs out on you. You on level 83, she shut the game down. You fucked up. You back on one. She was right. If she come to me and say, General, that's the first thing she gonna say, General, he playing them video games all day. I'm gonna be like, what? Really? What level he on? If she say he on level 2, I'm gonna be like, but sis, but be patient with the brother. Just play a video. But if she come to me and say he on level 95, you know what, sis, you might be right. Let me go. Let me just see what's going on with him. Let me hear his side of this. Let me hear his side of the story. She pulled the damn plug on you. Cause you a dope fiend. She got a dope fiend at home. Xbox. That's your cocaine. She was right to pull the damn plug. Somebody was trying to get my attention, Slug. Huh? Oh, go ahead, young man. Go ahead.
I can actually relate to that because I have an Xbox of my own and I usually play it a lot whenever I have like free time. So this is actually really like convenient. It's gonna help me whenever playing it.
Yeah, you know, man, nothing wrong with you. Damn right. Damn right. You know, man, ain't nothing wrong with you playing it, but let's understand our enemy. You know what I'm saying? Let's understand what we're dealing with here. You know what I mean? These things, everybody wants to own the children of Israel. And they'll do whatever it takes to own you. They can own you with a video game, why not? They can own you with pornography, why not? They'll use whatever they can use to own you, man. Okay? So like he said in the tape, they'll set up them algorithms, man, to make them addicted, to make you a drug addict. And like the young man said, that's good insight for him, because now he'll go back, play the game, enjoy the game, but he'll also be looking to make sure, okay, I can't let this control me and get the best of me. I can't take this so serious. Listen, man, if you from Philly, I spent a lot of time in Philly. If you spend time in Philly, you're going to see some people that are addicted. And that's them sports fans. Ain't no fans worse than them Philadelphia fans. And they'll burn the city down. You know what I'm saying? You go up in there with somebody else's jersey on in the playoff game. You never coming out. Them white boys that had you strung up on that damn pole, they crazy about them teams. That's addiction. That's addiction over something that means nothing to them. At the end of the day, they wake up tomorrow morning, it means nothing. Ain't nothing wrong with going to see a game. Ain't nothing wrong with liking a team. Ain't nothing wrong with, being down with it. But do it own you? Is it getting more out of you than the things the Lord put in you to give to the rest of the world? Is it doing that? Shame on you if you let a video game, something in a computer, get more out of you than a living, breathing woman standing right next to you. Shame on you. Shame on you. You know what I mean? Don't say that's right too quick. I got some coming on the other side in about a minute. You might not like it. Shame on you. You a soldier, man. You a goddamn soldier. Off your post when the enemy come. Sleep on the job, enemy coming in the back door, finna smoke everybody, you snoring. No, man, we ain't going out like that. We better than that. We made a much, much more than that. Go ahead, mighty man.
Where the man sat at the head of the table with his wife at the other head and the kids on the side. That was
Murad, give me them pictures. The head of the table.
It was like once a week or something like that.
Yep.
Where it was family night.
Yep.
And I remember, don't forget when we made the Kool-Aid.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
There it is.
Kool-Aid and put it on the table.
After World War II, when brothers came home from the war, the greatest gift that they had was to be able to sit at the dinner table. I didn't mean to cut you off. The greatest gift that they had was to be able to sit at that dinner table and establish their family. Take your time, bro. You're all right. You're all right. You got it. Oh, shit. I keep. It's a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to stay my ass for the phone. All right. Come on, Murad. There it is. We took this lightly. We didn't look at this like this was very valuable. Hey, Thaba One, let me ask you something. Can y'all all see? Thaba One ain't blocking y'all. Say it if he is. You can see. Thaba One, can I move you? Is it too much?
No.
You gotta pick up everything. I just noticed it just now. Can you just bring him right here? Is that possible? If that's not possible, then I'll leave you. But if you can slide right a little over, so they ain't, because I noticed they doing this, and we'll just try to get up in there. And Tawada to you too, give it up for Tabawan, man. Did a hell of a job. He did a hell of a job Passover. Y'all see a lot of that film footage that came out? That was Tabawan filming that film footage, and brother, it was glorious, especially the brothers saluting that Torah, and them brothers out there in the field with Cap Mackay. Oh man, he was a part of that team that did a hell of a job with that footage. That footage is still going all around the world. You know what I'm saying? Still breaking records and all that. So congratulations on that. Go ahead. You was gonna say Mosa? Say again, Mo. Oh, the Walker Bar as well. Most High Christ. All right. Get down, mighty man. Yeah. You know, man, that was a hell of a work y'all did. I didn't even know you was on that team. Good shout, man. Good work, man. Y'all did it up. All right, Marak, give me some more of them pictures of the family. Keep them up there for a second. You really ain't got to have me up there. You can keep them up there. Like that, we took that like small. We didn't think that was a big deal. But wasn't no pornography in video games outshining that. Ain't nothing more gratifying than being a man at the head of the table, working together with your family on real life righteous things. Ain't nothing better than a sister have her whole family intact and a man she can love and respect and look up to sitting at the head of that table that she knows cares about her and knows that to him, she is so valuable and so important to him for all that she do. Brother, that's gold. That's good money right there. That's good. That's something you should never trade. If you get that, you should never trade it. We traded it. We traded it because we didn't know how valuable it was until we were caught up in pornography. Then we realized, oh boy, I messed up. I got screwed up. Oh, I did it again, man. Stay over here. Slug it. All right, y'all. All right.
So,
Please, go ahead.
all right. You know, the feeling of the masculinity that went in that house back there in, some of you older brothers, 70s,
Mm-hmm.
really the late 70s and whatever, the 80s. You knew that you had a family structure. My dad wasn't around for a long time.
But go ahead.
But when they put that seat at the head of the table, you knew he was in charge.
Damn right.
All right. That's what
Yeah.
I never forgot
That was right.
me and my 5 brothers.
That was beautiful, and that's what gave you your masculinity. It made you stronger than a goddamn porno film. Made you stronger than an algorithm. You know what I'm saying? Made you stronger than those. And then here's the thing. We need to go all the way back to our ancestral walk. We was doing this 4,000-5,000 years ago. We was adding these to our family. So what you saying is absolutely right. And that's why we done lost so much. Our sons, they turning them into homosexuals. They doing all kinds of stuff. Your daughters, I got off the plane over in LA. I ain't never seen more bull daggers in my life. They just got tattoos. They in the booty shorts with tattoos from the toe all the way up to under the booty short. I said, God damn, like the bitch fell in a bucket of paint or some shit. Excuse my friend. It was insane. Bull daggers everywhere. You know what I mean? Made me scared to even look at a broad. Like, I'm going to look at one of they broads. They walking like, yeah. Nigga, don't look. I glanced over like, I better not look at none of these. You know what I'm saying? God damn. That's what happened to us, huh? You understand? Be a soldier. Always know who's trying to take you out. Who's trying to take you down. You understand? You lost it? You good? You can throw them back. Keep them up there till I'm done. Sorry.
So like I said, can I add one more?
Bear with me though, because they're gonna run you out of here in a second. They've been sitting here. You know what I mean? Go pass that mic on up, y'all. You know what I mean? Go and make that last point.
One last point.
Yeah.
We say it take a man to stand up when everything is against him.
That's right. That's right. And you can't build, damn right. And you can't build no men if everything around them's tearing them down. You understand? And the same with sisters. This is really for both of us. You can't do that. All right, let me run on through it, y'all. Sorry to cut you off too, Sharad, but I wanted to just get this out of the way. All right, let me read a little more. Pornography not only affects relationships, porn also affects the brain. Viewing porn triggers dopamine, the neurotransmitter responsible for reward and pleasure. Repeated exposure can create a pattern where novelty becomes necessary. Novelty meaning you do it once in a while and it's something special, but then it becomes necessary. Your body's chemistry starts to gear to that. We are the most adaptive creatures on this earth. Our neurons, our muscles, everything we do can adapt and mimic our environment. And the same goes for pornography. If you getting your dopamine from pornography, your body will adjust to that. And then this thing over here, your body will start to dismiss. This thing meaning an actual woman. All right? So it's very dangerous. All right? So here's what it says. Repeated exposure can create a pattern where novelty becomes necessary to achieve arousal. And regular experiences lose their appeal over time. That means she get in front of you and you ain't got no appeal. You can't even, now you know where all your erectile dysfunction come from. You watching pornography and on the film, you good. But when you turn the phone off, she's standing right, living in the flesh. And that's why them sisters be so mad. He got a real woman standing right here. He don't want y'all. They be mad. Y'all lucky. Some of these women, are, you know what I'm saying? They go in the kitchen and get something for you. You wake up the next morning, you bleed, man. Like it, and you wrong. As a soldier, you understand, understand a soldier of the Lord is just not a killing instrument. That comes from the white man. A soldier of the Most High is a man that handles many things. And one of them is his family, is that woman, is all those things, those children, his neighbor's children, his wealth, his neighbor's wealth, his community, the dangers that come to his community. Those are all part of a soldier's life. And they're all born and based in the knowledge he receives in the scriptures. He's a well-rounded assault vehicle. And yes, he will put you down as well. But he ain't just one thing. He's many things. And that's why we're discussing this now, because that's the real way to look at this. The real way to look at this ain't, should you get into porn? Should you not? Is it morally wrong? Is it this? Is it that? Damn all that. The real question is, does it harm me? Does it harm my brothers? Does it harm my sisters? Who does it damage? You understand? And if it's damaging, I don't care what you think about it. It's an enemy. Enemies get smoked. You understand? And so we to battle that, we got to push up against that. All right, I'm going on a little bit more. Over time, this can desensitize emotional and physical responses to real life intimacy. Dang. Make you desensitive to being with a woman. That's bad. You understand? Neural pathways adjust to the instant gratification of pornography, making it harder to connect through slower, emotional-driven experiences with a partner. Damn. That old intimacy, that what they call foreplay. And listen, and this is super evil for the tribe of Judah, because y'all the kings at foreplay. Like, ain't nobody got more butter than the tribe of Judah. I ain't gonna lie. You understand? Now, some of the Latino tribes, now they got y'all pretty good. Some of the Latino tribes, brother, they put some suave boy on you. You know what I mean? Your woman will second guess your shit like, God damn, this nigga smooth. But Judah still holds that crap. He still got more butter than anybody. And here's the thing, this is what's so shameful. Don't no other nation have that. Don't no other nation know how to seduce a woman better than us. don't even have the ability to, don't even have what's considered soul to do it. It's crazy. Let me ask y'all a quick question. Who knows why Hugh Hefner started Playboy? Anybody? Hugh Hefner started Playboy magazine real quick because him and many of his rich friends, well, not so rich friends, just like Facebook, could not get women. They had no ability to get these women. So they had to create a way to get women. That's where also beauty pageants came from. So what he did is he created this magazine for men to be able to connect with women without actually connecting with women. Everybody know porno man, his magazine, the magazines was before the internet, that's all they was used for. That's what he made it for. For those who could not deal with a woman could now find another way around it. That ain't us. That's somebody else. That's some heathen's idea how you go about that. That ain't us. You understand? And we ain't trying to lose our skills. Why you gonna lose your skills to somebody else? No, man, we keeping our skills. Let me keep going. All right. In some cases, sexual performance or desire may decline. That's most cases. Creating additional tension in the relationship. And let me tell you, it'd be young cats with erectile dysfunction. They all coming up in the clinics now. All that. I'm hearing about them all the time. 25, 30, you can't function right. 35, function right. Nah, man. I know y'all missed something. I'm 62, fully functional. Pull my wife to the side one day. Ask her, that's the truth. I can't even understand how y'all let that one get out from under you. Shit. I said, Y'all ain't taking that from me. I'll be functioning till I'm about 2 inches from the grave. Is anything yet working? Yes. No, man. You a soldier. How you getting played out of pocket? No, we ain't doing that. Bear with me, y'all, because I'm out of time. I'm running tight on the time, all right? I'll try to make some time in the end if y'all want. But I don't want to hold you. I'm holding y'all way over time. We were supposed to be done a little while ago. So I'm going to finish a little bit more, right? But,
yes, I'm ready for you, sir.
Give me the Instagram models. All right? Last point, and then we go into solutions, right? Let me just make sure. I think it is. Because I gave you enough on the yes. That's it, and we go into solutions, all right? Let's do this last little part, fam. And we'll get ready to get done. Let's go to Instagram. Give me a couple of them models, all right?
Kind of one kind, sir.
Depression and depressive symptoms and upward social comparisons during Instagram use. Instagram literally causes women depression, if you didn't know already. It's a tool for depression. Remember I said before, they got to wear you down to make you addicted? One of the tools to wear you down is Instagram. I'm not saying you can't use Instagram and all that. It's totally up to you. I'm preparing you as brothers and sisters of the Most High to understand the dangers of some of these things that's put in front of us and how they are trying to destroy our social structure and take these things from us, all right? A vicious circle. Most studies relating to social media to body and self-esteem have focused on female samples. A study by Menon found gender differences across self-esteem evaluations, whereby females reported lower levels of self-esteem and were more likely to make unfavorable upward social comparisons. Compared to males, interestingly, this result was found across all 48 ethnicities in the study. Celebrity endorsements and influence culture contribute to an idealized standard of beauty against which adolescents can measure their own self-worth. That measurement, that self-worth, that's what's bringing them down. Found that young females, when browsing Instagram, often found themselves involuntarily comparing themselves to celebrities, social media influencers, and peers. They seeing that. Researchers have examined the effect of celebrity images compared with equally attractive peer and control images on the women's body image. They found increased body dissatisfaction following exposure to attractive celebrities and peer images compared to control images, mediated by social comparison, indicating that exposure to attractive celebrities and peers can have an immediate negative effect on women's mood and body image. That thing is powerful. That's a powerful algorithm in that Instagram. They throw those images up on that Instagram and young girls turn them on and see them and instantly become depressed, instantly compare themselves, instantly, you understand, lower their self-esteem. And that's a dangerous weapon being used against us. You understand? We got to be prepared and open-minded in trying to stop something like that from coming about. Okay? Here's what it says. The effects. On a man-woman relationship, by having a porn addiction, it lowers your woman's self-esteem. And why wouldn't it? Your lack of attraction to her makes her question herself. And her questioning herself lowers her self-esteem. And you don't want a woman with low self-esteem. Because if she got low self-esteem, then her standards are low. The standards are low. She's vulnerable to all kinds of things. You want your wife to have a high self-esteem, and a high self-esteem for the right reasons. If you leave it to the white man, your wife will have a high self-esteem about being a hoe. She'll have a high self-esteem about her ass or her breasts or something else. You want her to have a high self-esteem about how she carries herself in the truth, about the morals she stands on, about the great work she does in building relationships and families. You don't want her to have high self-esteem about something else. So being aware of it is how you break down those effects. And it's why you do so much damage when you go into watching porn. Going into watching porn, brother, does deep damage to your relationship. You know what I mean? More harm than you think if you just selfishly, getting into watching porn. You're doing way more in the room that you aware. All right, let's keep going. The most common issues arise when pornography begins to substitute for intimacy rather than support it. Some brothers get it caught up in it even when they got a woman. If one partner turns to porn instead of connecting with their significant other, or uses it to avoid vulnerability or emotional closeness, problems often follow. Feelings of inadequacy, jealousy, and betrayal are common when one person feels excluded or replaced by a screen. That's when the fights start. Give me the fights. That's when the fights start. Now you're arguing in there every night. You're arguing, and now you're arguing in front of the kids. Look at the damage you're doing just because you can't turn off a video game, or you can't turn off pornography because they done use the algorithms and a shot of dopamine to get you caught up like you a young sucker. And coming in, and they basically come in the back door, destroy your house, destroy your kids, destroy your relationship, all that over some bullshit BS porn. No, man. No. You're a better soldier than that. We better soldiers than that. You understand? We better than that. And we're going to teach each and every one of our brothers to fight their way through all of that so that they could be better soldiers. They could be strong. They could be pushing up against that. You understand? And all the other new things they may be coming with down the line. I'll tell y'all a little conspiracy. I ain't going in it, all right? I know y'all be talking about my conspiracies. It's all right. 3 years from now, y'all be saying, yo, General Yana was right. Esau created how many of y'all heard, show of hands, how many of you heard of the Internet of Bodies? Anybody? One brother? Most of you have not heard of it. Well, you're going to start to hear about that term soon, the Internet of Bodies. What Esau is trying to do now, he's such a diabolical beast. He's trying to create a way for him to use the internet to electronically go into your brain. Like to get your brain to respond to certain things right over the internet. That's his goal. So where you open up an app or something like that and they do something to make your brain receive that same dopamine hit without nothing being connected to it. I ain't gonna say nothing else about it. All right. I'll wait a year, and when it come out, you know I was right. All right. So let me go on. Jealousy, stuff like that. Okay. Common when one person feels excluded or replaced by a screen. It creates, here it is, y'all. It creates erectile dysfunction at young ages. Y'all not getting mine. Forget that. It's too valuable. As a result, a common practice with young men is to go to the gas stations to buy what's called honey packs. Y'all know about honey pack? I didn't know about it until I found out today. I was like, what the hell is a honey pack? For those of you that may not know, honey packs are being sold right now, right out the gas station. When did the gas station ever have to sell erectile dysfunction medicine for you to use? That was something you got a prescription for because it was a rare illness. You might have went there to get a condom or something, but now it's being sold in the gas station like it's nothing. You go in the gas station, get some gas, and buy a honey pack. So that when you do get with a woman, you be able to take that medicine and hopefully perform. We being robbed, man. We being lowered down to a low standard. We being emasculated. Our masculinity being put on the table. It's a damn joke. All right. Now let's talk about solutions. Y'all ready? Some of the obvious ones is this. Stop supporting the habit. If you got somebody that's totally addicted to porn, don't support the habit. Don't support it financially. Don't support it with encouragement. Don't use it as a means to keep peace in the house. Be totally against it, male and female. Because his sister's caught up in it too. This ain't just a male thing. Sister's caught up in it too. All right? Stop others that support the habit. If he do it with a set of brothers, them brothers, if you see the brother addicted or you getting reports he addicted, it's time to pull back. Time to tell him, nah, bro, I can't get down this week. You know, man, we burning too many hours on this. It's time for you to stop supporting the habit because eventually you're going to get addicted. And that'll be your addiction of choice. And now what you going to do? Now you got two soldiers down. Stop supporting it. All right. I see some twisted faces. Somebody got a question? Now's the time. You got a question about it, young man? Huh? Go on, hit me with a question.
I was wondering, why it wasn't just a man.
Because here's why. Because that's a good question. Very good question. Because it comes in other forms now, not just video games. There are all kinds of things on the internet being used, including porn, to get women addicted as well. And porn. They got plenty of porn that has women addicted. You got some women. Remember Remy Ma and Papoose? When they were arguing and fighting back and forth, they came out and said that she had a major porn addiction. Mm. She was disrespecting him, sleeping around on him, all of that. And meanwhile, when she go back to the house, she go in the bedroom, shut the door, and she on there watching porn for hours on end. So there's women that have it as well. This ain't just a man thing. You know what I mean? It's an addiction thing. It's an addiction that's targeting us. That's the goal. Like the cat said, even with the Grand Theft Auto, whatever it was he was taking, Fortnite, I don't really know much about these games, but whatever the game is, they make the game specifically for you to addict you. They make it for you to win. They make it for you to go through a difficulty and then win, especially, and the reason is more men than women, because men are very wired to go fight and win. Like that's what you got testosterone for, to get in a fight and win. That's why you like sports. That's why you always on top of the game. You know what I mean? That's why men in the gym is comparing you wired that way. It's your natural wiring to battle against, somebody and become the win. That's what being a real man is. You know what I mean? Like you are battling for the right to be over your woman, whether you know it or not. Like that masculinity that you flexing in front of her is you trying to show her that you are worthy to be over her. And it's also built in her to love that masculinity. You understand? Or what women like masculine men. They might say, well, you got to be more gentle or hang out with sodomites or whatever. You know what I mean? But trust me, nothing is more powerful. Nothing's a greater aphrodisiac to a woman than a masculine man. And they got absolute excellent radar. They can read if you are looking masculine on the outside and you bitch made like a motherfucker on the inside. They can read it. You might fool other brothers, but you ain't gonna fool them women. They gonna know what you made of, because that's what they're totally wired for. So knowing that Esau, knowing that they're wired for that, puts that in you so that you shooting for that goal of being that protector, being that leader, now becomes part of a video game. So you're going to be great. You're going to get the win in the video game and not with her. You're going to get your feeling of masculinity and accomplishment in the video game and not with her. And vice versa in the things that they do with her. They put different algorithms in different things, including porno, to make her addicted. They started it in those female strip clubs. I forget what they call those. Them old Chippendale things where the women come all in and they got the male dancers and they get out there and they're naked. Y'all heard of that before, right? I don't know if they still do that these days. Well, they made that for women to give them the opposite of what they're giving you. And eventually they'll come up with something like that on the internet. I probably shouldn't even have said it. You know what I mean? They'll figure some nonsense out like that. So that's why it's not that way. I'm done with that one, all right? Let me get on down the list. I ain't got but a couple more, y'all. This is mainly for the sisters. This is very, very important. You can encourage this addiction in brothers if you use the wrong language. And this is difficult, especially when you can't get him to stop. But if you want to get a man to stop his addiction to pornography, you absolutely must not go negative. I know it's tough, but you have to use supportive language like you would with anybody who has a drug problem. You can scream at a drug addict all day, but he ain't going to stop getting high until he's ready to stop getting high. Well, the same happens with a man when it comes to a porn addiction. If you in there, nigga, you will never spend no time. You ain't shit. It's a regular man gonna want to knock your damn teeth out. A brother that's addicted is never gonna hear you. You just gonna make him go further into his addiction. He gonna want to be in the man cave and not hear your voice. He gonna try to find his homie that's got the same addiction and go to his house. Because he ain't got no woman over there. So he gonna go over there and play over there and forget about playing, and you'll never get to him. So when dealing with a man in that situation, sisters, use supportive language. Give me that scripture. Somebody give me that scripture about the chaste conversation of the wives. Anybody? Nobody knows it? First one, get it, call it. Y'all trying it? Come on, young man, give it to me. Abalam, you got it? I know you, Abalam, got it. It's very important that you use this language, sisters, to battle it. You in the battle too. And you got to use this language so you can get through to him. To make him stop, to make him fight this force. Because there's one thing that's, again, that algorithm is tapping into the one thing. Is tapping into his hero mentality, his desire to be a hero, his desire to battle and win. That's what it's tapping into. So guess what? You got to tap into that also to get him to not take that win, but take the win that's in the real world, which is you. And how you do that is not by raising the stress, but showing him the reward, showing him the win, showing him the goal, showing him what he's going to accomplish by taking the win with you and not somebody else. You got it for me? Read it.
This is the book of 1 Peter, chapter 3, verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wise.
You got to be wise how you talk to this brother with this addiction. You got to show him that he got a bigger win than that's in this game. And you also got to do it knowing that that is not your job to get him to stop this pornography. But it is your job. It is in your best interest to convince him that there is a better goal that he can have. If you try to be the authority on what he should do, you're going to lose the battle. If you do what every woman in the world does on somebody that got any addiction, you'll never get through to them. You'll never get them to hear you because you're coming up against their addiction without any alternative. As a matter of fact, you're making the alternative worse. You're basically saying, give up that addiction that you enjoy so you can come over here so I can tear your head off. That ain't going to win. What will win is give up that addiction of pornography that you love so much. And let me show you the great win you're going to have over here. Let me show you what you built. Let me show you what you have. Let me show you what's been special to you your whole life. Let me tell you what you've given up on. That's where your conversation has to be. Look how great you was when you was doing this. Look how great you did with this. You got me by doing this. And then you trying to get him to convince himself that he got to come on back up over to the side where he gets the real win at. You understand? That's what's important. And of course, it may not all be for you to do. It may have to also go, somewhere else. You got a husband that got a porn addiction? Tell him. Tell him. He's sitting at the video games all day. He ain't intimate no more, which is a sin. You understand? He ain't doing those things. Tell on him. Call for counsel. Call for counsel. Let them get pulled on the carpet. We're going to sit down with them. Now we're going to get involved and we're going to help you. We're going to help you. We're going to help you help him fight that thing that's destroying his house and get y'all back on the right page. There are certain things that your wife is supposed to have that is illegal to remove from her. Sex is one of them. Intimacy is another. You cannot do it without permission. Remember what Paul said, your body is not your own. I don't care if y'all, I haven't been with her so-and-so year. I'm tired of that. Who cares? You better go in there and act like you ain't tired of it. Better find a new way, nigga. Flowers and something. come up in there, get you a top hat. Get in there and get to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to do it. It's your job and it's your obligation and it's the commitment you made. And she have a right to tell on you if you don't hold to your commitment. And she should help you with it by telling on you because you have gotten weak. And you fighting tooth and nail and Satan is winning. You can't turn on him with resentment. You turn on him with resentment, you're going to lose. You're going to help him in his addiction. That's why the scripture said, let not the sun go down on your wrath. That's important. You don't want to be building bitterness in a relationship. You got to let shit go sometime. Get a solution and stick to it. Now, I'm going to add this in there. Any brother that's putting his hands on this woman in Israelite school UPK, she should tell on you. Because I consider you weak. You're going to have a real good reason that you put your hands on a daughter of Zion. And I'm going to take your rank. Tell you right now, I'm going to fuck up your whole career. Because you were so weak, you had to put your hands on a woman. There's 1,000 punishments you could give a woman. Adultery, you're going to walk away anyway. There's never no reason to put your hands on. If you're doing it, you better stop. Because I'm telling her now, tell on her. Tell on her. And I'm going to see to it. You a soldier, man. Be a man. You ain't ready to be a man? Give me my rank back. It'll be sitting there warm for you. Yeah, give it on. I can't hack it. Give me my rank back, man. Lord will give me somebody else, man, to fight till you ready. You got too much bullshit from the world. I understand. You know what I mean? Brothers fall in it. But if you want that rank, if you want to wear that jacket, you go put that shield on the back. You want graduating class of such and such and so and so. If you want young men to come up to you, yes, sir, count out of one count, cracking, locking. Don't be faking that shit in here with me. You don't play that fake shit. Don't nobody need to be saluting you and you going home. You bitch, you drunk, fucking up the program, excuse my French. Ain't building the household. No, man, come on, man. We at the end. This is it. This is our shot. On your house shot coming in rolling with them 200,000 angels to come and get us. You got to kill that. Let's fight these things, man. All right. Like the Lord said, in the multitude of counsels of the people saved. Let's save the people. Come together in these councils. Damn right. Damn right. Sisters, feed them. The world changes, man, when you feed brothers. Trust me. A cat get up from 2 McDonald's burgers versus a home-cooked meal, that's 2 different niggas. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You done got drunk and had them burgers, woke up the next morning still drunk. There was as much poison in the burgers as there was in the liquor. Feed him, because the right food in his body is going to also help him to have all the chemicals right that he needs to fight. If the chemicals is all wrong, so many stuff out here trying to feminize men, so much garbage food. You got to eat what you got to eat. I'm not telling you don't eat at McDonald's. I eat McDonald's too. You got to eat what you got to eat, but we should be moving in that better direction if we can. You know what I mean? To help ourselves to not be so vulnerable to so many of the things that's helping destroy us. We want to make sure we can get that on the right-hand side. Hey, I want to thank y'all for coming out, man, hanging with me, man. You know what I'm saying? I really appreciate it. I'm sorry I took so long to get it all out, but I wanted to give y'all the best shot at what I was saying to help add that to us, man. Let's get off of all these games and pornography, man. Not get off the games. I don't want to tell you get off the games, but just put the games in perspective and let's get control of those games if they out of control. You understand? Let's get control of them. Let's not, have them owning us and controlling us and get out the porn altogether. We destroying the whole black community. You ain't having no relationships, ain't having no sex. Got to go get stuff for erectile dysfunction. We got to just get that up. That was nice. Thank you, Mr. White Man, but we gonna pass on that shit. Give all that up. Let's get back to being who we are and bringing them relationships together and working on that. So much more comes out of it, you know what I mean, than everything else. The water so much again, y'all. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one, right?
Commander General Johanna here, ISUPK, the original ISUPK, 1969. Body of Christ. Here's what I want to tell you, man. Now, I want you to think about something for a minute. You've been studying the scriptures. You've been watching us on tape. You've been watching all kinds of camps on tape. And as you've been watching and studying, you realize that it's coming to the point where you got to put this into action, that you need to step out there on the street and handle that work. Now, here's what happens to a ton of brothers. A ton of brothers go out there without coming through the school and learning what they need to learn. And what happens is they run out there and then they run into problems that they don't know about. And they try to get them problems answered online and calling brothers and all that. And it creates a bunch of confusion. And in many cases, it eventually chokes the truth. It look like it ain't gonna choke it now because you feeling strong, your energy's up. Listen to me, man. Listen to me. You understand? I've been doing this 40 plus years. Okay? Ask anybody my name. It's going to all be bad, which it's supposed to be. All right? Christ said when they speak all manner of evil against you, that's when you know you're doing this work. Do yourself a favor. Come to the ISUPK first. Learn from the original school first. Even if you think it's too militant or too this, too that, don't let anything block you from getting the pure knowledge first, straight from ISUPK. I'm saying this out of love because I'm seeing too many brothers fall. They're getting up under cats. They're getting what they click. Bring your click here and let your click handle ISUPK. Because here's the deal. If your click ain't strong enough to handle ISUPK, why would you go out on the street and get swallowed up out there? And if you feel like ISUPK ain't got it all down, then you should be man enough, you and your crew, to come to us and lay down and break bread and talk about these scriptures. Ain't no harm gonna come to you. Ain't no harm come to a man that disagree with the truth. You ain't trying to harm us. We damn sure ain't trying to harm our own. So come to the ISUPK, sit down in our classes, learn from us, and then you can make your serious decision on what it is that you're supposed to be. And I guarantee you, you're going to realize that it was much more than what you saw on that video, man. Much love to all you warriors learning, growing, and getting ready to bust out into this work. I'll see you soon. Shalom, family.
Got Captain Tazaryach on the stage. Captain Tazaryach, you good, man? Why you unfollow the club? Oh, he
Yeah, I'm
unfollowed
good.
the club? Damn.
Yeah, he got a pink ticket, man. That fucked me up when I saw that.
Cap, what's
Oh, that
going
was.
on, Cap?
Hold on a second. I don't know what that's about that.
Cap, that
I
mean
know
you
y'all had me
unfollowed the
blocked.
club?
It took your
I know
thumb
y'all
to
had
do
me
that.
Nah,
blocked.
that probably was Zine, bro.
I know
I figured that.
y'all.
Now you know
I know I
y'all.
couldn't see the. I couldn't see the. Remember
That's
why I
Cap.
texted you like a
Cap,
while
you
ago
ain't been
saying I
back to the
couldn't.
room 100 times. What you
Yeah, but I
talking about?
don't see the room. I'm just saying I don't see the room all the time. I don't know
Yeah,
what y'all.
that was Zine. See, Zine got caught and he ain't been over here in about a month. So couple weeks. Had to be Zine. He the only one hate your guts. You know, he African. When you said you wouldn't feed the African kid, he took that shit personal.
That's funny
He
as hell.
did.
But yeah, I rejoined the house. I didn't know I wasn't in the house.
Yeah, that Zine took that personal. Whatever
Nigga, you
you
knew you wasn't there, nigga. You had to go in there and leave.
No, I'm dead ass. I didn't know I wasn't in the
whatever you
house. I
said
just
about
rejoined them.
what did you say? Whatever you said about the African kids,
That day
Zine.
you asked me about the Africans, and I was like, "No, we don't fuck with Africans either."
No, but fucking with Africans is one thing. All right, that's cool. All right, nigga, don't fuck with cool. But I think he holding on to something about would you feed the African? You put the African kid was hungry. You wouldn't give him no food. Or, I don't know if it was like really an African kid and y'all was
Yeah,
passing
Sarnetta
that
asked me
food.
on the street. Sarnetta
Oh,
had an African kid standing next to him, and he was like, "This is my brother. So you telling me if he came to y'all cookout, you wouldn't feed him?" And I said, "No, I wouldn't feed him."
oh, that's what it is. Okay, that nigga
Mm-hmm.
Sarnetta he be starting shit. He know what your answer gonna be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did on purpose because we didn't
Yeah,
know he was African at the time. When we found out he African, Sarnetta used it as an opportunity to, okay, I can get Cap.
and look
I
bad because
asked
the
him
kid
about him.
actually right there.
Right, exactly. So he put me on the spot. So it's really like, let me see if Cap a real Israelite saying what he say, or is he gonna fold? So that's why he asked him, because when he asked him about the white guy, nobody cared about when I said I wouldn't feed a little white kid, but the little African kid they got mad about. So a lot of people don't like me for that. I don't give a fuck.
Why wouldn't you feed a kid though?
Nah, he say he don't fuck with
I ain't.
Africans.
Yeah, I
Period.
don't fuck with Africans.
I know, but that's a kid though. It don't
So
matter if it's a kid or not.
hey, when it was our kids and they was killing them and gunning them down and wouldn't feed them, nobody said that's a kid though.
Who
So
was
why I
killing
gotta
them
say that's a
down,
kid?
Cap? Who was
When
killing
they
them?
was
You talking about the white
when
dudes?
anybody, when black people went through their oppression and what they went through, nobody said that's a kid, let them spare.
Let me ask you a question. I do know personally. I personally feel that a lot of African people really don't care for
Black.
American people, black
Right.
people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's something that's cool, right? Um, but I don't know, or I can't recall it ever been a time to where we went at it with one another for that type of attitude to be there, that type of distaste or hatred to be there. Maybe I missed it. I don't
I
recall a
wouldn't even
time where
say if I got a
Africans.
distaste for him though. I just like like Sarnetta was presenting a hypothetical. I've never been in a position where some African asked me something like that, try to come into like one of our events or anything. I haven't experienced that. I do business with all of them though, but I've never experienced something where we got an event that's for like our people only and some African try to get in there. I never experienced that.
This is
They still wouldn't come, but I've never experienced that.
so. I remember me asking you, what was the difference? Because you straight up told me that Africans, when it comes to the Israelites, or like even over there,
Mm-hmm.
because I was like, well, that's the motherland, and you was like, no, it's not,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
You was like, I'm like, well, black people come from Africa.
Right.
You was like, no, they didn't. So
Right.
you,
Meaning like when we from slavery, yeah, because we was in the west coast of Africa, but in originality, everybody had their own land. Like even back then, you wouldn't have called it Africa. Today, you call it Africa. That's named after other people. But even using the term Africa, it's like 50 countries. Most Africans don't really call themselves Africans. Because African is a continent, or Africa is a continent. They call themselves by the country or tribe or village that
by
they.
their country, like
Right,
Nigerian or
right. And even
Moroccan.
Nigerian, right? Or even Nigerian might say, "I'm Nigerian from such and such tribe." We use that term because,
But
of course, we don't have no
but that
identity.
is Africa, right?
Right. It
All
will
of
be the
that's
continent of Africa. Right.
So it's just like somebody over here said, "Nah, I'm from Louisiana."
Correct. Right.
I'm from
Or
Louisiana. I'm
California.
from New Orleans. I'm from
Right.
New Orleans, Louisiana. Yeah, they
Right.
want.
You're on the
but
same landmass. Right.
It's automatic. We know it's automatic. This is America, but you right. Niggas don't say, "Nigga, I'm American, Louisiana."
Right. They don't talk like that. And we went over there, we wouldn't say we were American. I would say I'm from New York. I'm from California. It would already be understood that you're American. You just now saying where you from in America. But you have that identity marker to know where you're from. But when you say you're African, that don't even make sense because you don't even know what part of Africa you're from.
So why the lack of acknowledgement for them as well? Because they don't consider themselves black. What you saying? They don't.
No.
They don't call themselves
You
black,
experience
right?
that a lot, especially over here in New York. They clearly make a difference that we are not the same people.
Yeah,
all
you
the
right
time.
about that.
Mm-hmm.
They dress different. They move different. You right about that.
Yeah. And they look at you different.
Yeah, I got into it with them niggas. You know them niggas be on the side of Amy roof off 116th? They be a gang
yeah?
of them right there. Yeah, I got into it with them niggas before. Gang of Africans right there. Like they wanted to they was trying to sell me some incense and some clothes, and I just wasn't, nigga. I just got through eating, nigga. I wasn't interested in shit. And the nigga said some shit in another language. I didn't know what he said, but the way he said it, I knew the shit wasn't right.
Right, you knew that was some more shit.
Yeah, he said some crazy shit, right? So, and the nigga like made it clear, like, he like, y'all don't like our people anyway. And that's the first time I had something like, I'm looking at him like, cause I know he African, but to me he's black. But I'm like, black, right? He like, no, I'm some. But they would not identify as being black.
Yeah, because they consider us lazy. Good for pretty much the same stigmas that American white people put on us is what they put on us too. Now, of course, I'm not saying every single African, but predominantly that's how they view us.
How many Africans you be around on a daily?
I try not to be around any of them.
Shit,
when
he in
I
New
try
York?
not to be around any of them.
I was gonna step in because I've been working nightlife 7 years. They be African people. I never get that. Like if they say they from Africa, they like the African niggas that come in or whatever.
But you selling something though, right? Ain't you selling something?
She's selling.
Yeah, I'm selling. I sell coochie and I sell bottles.
Yeah, so of course ain't no African ever gonna be mad at buying your pussy.
But I'm just saying, like,
you ain't never gonna experience none of that
here's
shit.
the thing.
Tell her why ain't nobody gonna be mad.
But here's the thing.
The Chinese people ain't gonna be mad at you. Arabs ain't nobody gonna be mad at you as long as you selling pussy. Ain't nobody.
No, but on some real shit though, like I understand what you're saying, Cap, but I be asking these questions because a lot of people be doing these analyses from their home and they're not really worldly people. They don't be outside every day.
I've been outside the country. I've been over
I'm saying they don't be outside every day, like in the regular, like you're talking about Africans in America, and I'm like, I've never heard the shit you're talking about because I deal with Africans all the time, rich Africans.
But again, stop selling pussy, and I guarantee you, stop selling pussy, and you'll see.
No, I'm being dead ass. So like
I'm being dead ass too. You stop
I feel like
selling
you be
pussy,
sitting in your
and
house
they'll tell
doing
you.
research, and you don't actually be talking to no Africans. That's my opinion of you right now. You don't actually.
I got it. But you didn't listen to what you didn't listen to the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, because I feel like you sit in your house and do research, but the way you're talking, because I'm bumping next to, I'm from the South, I'm bumping next to, New York, all that shit. I'm talking to them, bumping next to them.
I'm in New York, like I'm in New Jersey, I'm in New York.
I feel like you be in your house a lot though, because you're on Clubhouse a lot, right? So I feel like a lot of people, they make these analyses from their home. They don't actually interact with people in the real world.
When I was on Clubhouse yesterday, I was traveling from Houston. So what is? I was traveling from Houston, like I was in Houston.
Where were you at exactly? Were you at like a business convention or like? Because I feel like
because you said being on Clubhouse,
you going to a gas station, going to your job is not really interacting with people, right? So I feel like people make up these psychoanalyses from research, but I'm interacting with people all day for all races.
You're not interacting with people.
I am. I'm an outside person. I go to a lot of events. I go to. cancer. I do sell pussy. Thank you, but I go to cancer events, Herbalife
But what I'm
events. I go to
saying is
field
by
days.
selling pussy, you're not really
But you
going at
sit on,
somebody
but
where
you
if
sit
y'all
on your
have an
phone all day.
economic indifference,
But you
where if
sit
y'all
on your
have an
phone. But
economic
you sit
indifference,
on
they
your
don't
cell
care.
phone all
They're
day. You
not
don't
going to bring
actually.
up your
You
race. They're
you
really
don't
not going to try to
interact with
offend you at all
people.
because they're
You don't
trying to
know
fuck
what
you.
Africans think. You're not the African speaker. You don't
I
know
don't
what
think you're
any
getting what I'm
African
saying, though,
thinks.
Indigo. That's
You're not
fine.
the
I don't care
African
the
whisperer.
opinion.
You don't interact with
That's
African
fine.
people. You just look up African
Somebody
shit
must
on
have
the
put a
internet.
battery in your
You're
back and
making
said,
up
go at
shit.
Cap.
You're making up
Somebody must
shit.
have
You
put
don't interact with
somebody put a
nobody because
battery in
you're
your
on
back.
Clubhouse all day.
Did
That's what I
somebody put a
hate to
battery in
hear.
your back?
I don't listen to motherfuckers that are antisocial that sit in their house in the
They
dark
must
all day
have.
with the blinds
Somebody must have
closed.
put a. Somebody
No,
must have
no,
put
no,
a
no.
battery in your
You
back.
sit in your
'Cause what you're
house all
saying
day with
don't
the
make sense.
blinds closed. You don't talk to no Africans. All you do is
Okay,
sit on
can
your
you just
computer
prove what
all
you're
day.
saying?
You have
No
no
problem. Can you just
friends.
prove what you're
You have
saying?
no friends that are African. I do,
Can you
baby, because
just
I'm a
prove
bad
what you're
bitch.
saying?
I
I'm
do
just
business
asking
with
a question.
everybody. I do
Right, but
business
can
with
you just prove
everybody.
what you're
And
saying?
yes, selling pussy too. Thank you. And
But can you
including
just
selling
prove what
pussy.
you're saying? All I'm
Can you
asking you to
prove what
do.
you're saying? You're saying shit off the internet, but
Yes,
everything
I
you're saying
can't. I'm
I've
not
never heard in
saying
my
nothing
life.
off the internet.
I literally am
I'm
about.
not.
I have a section sold today with a whole bunch of
Okay,
Africans in it, and
when
I've
I
never
was
heard
in
none of the shit you're
Israel,
saying.
when I was
You make
actually
up
in
shit and then you
Israel,
say it's
over in
fact.
Africa,
You
when I
make
was
up
actually
shit
in
and then you say it's
Israel,
fact.
I
You
actually
make up
had
shit and then you say
conversations
it's
with
fact.
actual
You don't.
Africans.
You're
So
no
I don't know
talking
what you're
about
talking about.
American Africans. You're not
I'm not
saying
talking.
anything they
You ain't
say.
even listen. I
No
said when I
niggas
was
or
in
girls talk
Israel,
like
those are
that.
not
The shit you're saying
American
I've never
Africans.
heard. You
Those
make up
aren't
shit in your
American
head and you
Africans.
say it's
You do
fact.
know that though, right?
You make up shit in
You
your
can't
head
be
and say
that
it's
slow.
fact.
I know, like
You're
when y'all go
actually
back
very
and forth, you figure the
uneducated.
more you talk, the more
You're
sense you
actually
make.
less uneducated
But if
than me.
I was actually
I
in
know, but you don't
Israel
interact with no
talking to,
Africans daily,
can
bruh.
you prove
You be
that?
making up
I
shit
just
and
want you
saying
to
it's
prove
fact.
that.
I'm calling your bluff and you're mad. You're
I'm not
antisocial
mad.
in the
Like
house on
when you
Clubhouse
say
all
I'm
day.
mad,
Motherfucker
do you
making up. Let me tell
realize
you,
you can't
African
fuck
people
with
say they're
me? Like
African, bruh.
but you
You
really
say a
can't
whole
fuck
bunch
with
of
me. When you say
bullshit
I'm
and
mad,
you
you
say
just
it in
gotta
a way
prove
to
that.
make it sound sense, but you're
All you
actually a
are is a woman
dumbass.
that
You're
sells
actually a
pussy
dumbass. You
and
say a whole bunch of
wondering why
bullshit, make
Africans
it sound
love you.
educated.
I bet
But no,
all
all
Africans that
Africans
like to
say
buy
they're
pussy
African. Like
do
you make
love
no
you.
sense.
Arabs that like to
All the
buy
African
pussy
people I
love
meet
you.
say
All
they're
of them that like
African,
to buy
bruh.
pussy
You
are
make
gonna
no
love you.
sense.
But
You
when you
think
don't
because
have
you
no
have a
pussy for
smart
them to
sounding
buy,
voice,
they will show
the
you
shit
their
you
true
say
colors.
sounds
This
dumb
ain't
as
that
fuck.
hard.
You sound like a complete idiot every time you talk.
No, you
You're dumb
do.
as fuck.
Nobody
Respectfully.
thinks you're
Because no
smart.
African I
Nobody
meet in
thinks you're
America
smart.
has not said they're not African. And they don't tell me what tribe they come from. You're an idiot. And I land my
Then
plane.
you must be around dumb Africans giving your pussy to. You around the unintelligent Africans that you
Bro, no,
selling
you
your
sit
pussy
in your
to.
house all day and make
Because
up
when I be
shit
in
and then come on
Harlem,
Clubhouse and try to make people
when
think
I
you're
be in
smart.
Brooklyn, when I be
You're one of those
in
inside
Harlem,
the house.
Brooklyn, when
How
I
are
be in
you
North
gonna tell a
Carolina,
whole
when
room
I
of
be in
400
Vegas,
people what
when I be
Africans
all
say
over and I run
when
into
you're in
these
your house
Africans,
all day?
they
You're
know
in your
what
house
tribe
all
they
day. You
come
don't
from.
interact with nobody. That's an American African. I'm not talking about Africa. I'm talking about Africans that live in America. I interact all day. I can speak this shit all day. I serve them all day.
You
They buy
interact
sections
where?
all day.
Where you
I have
interact
friends that
with?
are
Can you just tell
African.
me where you
I went
interact
to an
at?
HBCU. I went to an
Wait, can
HBCU.
you tell me
You
where
sit in your house
you
and
said you
make
went
up
to an
shit.
H what?
All the
You said you went to an
Africans
H
I
what?
know say that they're African. I never heard
Right.
them tell me a tribe they're
Where?
from. You
Where
make
you met
up
him at?
shit.
Where you
When
met
is
him
the
at?
African? You know
I'm
how I
just
know that you're
asking where
lying
you
and
met
you're an
him at.
idiot? You know
Do
how
you
I know
want to have
you're.
a
Tell me
conversation or
one
you
time
figure
an
I'm gonna just
African in
ramble?
America tells you what tribe they're from. Tell me one time an African in America tells you what tribe they're from. Tell me one time that happened to you. You just be
Okay,
saying shit.
you want
You're
the
an
answer?
idiot.
Do you
I
want
really
the
wish you would
answer?
shut up. You're an
Do
idiot.
you want the answer? Do you want the answer?
No, when did that happen?
Every
When in
Saturday,
America
I'm gonna
has an
answer. I
African
can
told you what
answer.
tribe they're
Wait,
from?
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer.
They don't
You
walk
ready
up
for the
and say
answer
that.
now?
They just say they're African.
No, let me.
Or they
No, they
might say they're
don't. So
Nigerian, maybe, but mostly
no, they don't
African.
even say they say Nigerian.
Okay, we gotta get Indigo. We gotta get to the bottom of it. So let him answer that question.
Idiot. He sits in his house all day and comes try to educate us, and he's complete idiot.
I'm not trying to educate
Okay, so
you,
let
but
him
you gonna
answer
sell
it because
pussy
your mic
forever.
is hella
Yeah,
louder
you gonna
than
sell
his.
pussy
Go
forever.
ahead,
Let
Cap.
me just answer. I
Nah,
appreciate it. When I go to New York or Brooklyn or North Carolina, or when I was actually in Israel, when I flew to Israel and I interact with them, they're all the same. They come to me, and when they see, so we have a sign that says we are not African, like when we're out on the street teaching. So a lot of times that's what makes them come and talk to us. So the one guy comes to me and he says, he told me I look like I'm from his tribe. So he don't just say Nigerian. He says the specific tribe that he's from within Nigeria. Some people might say they're from a specific tribe in the Ashantis. It's rare that you see even most Africans that you call American Africans. Just ask them what tribe they're from. They'll tell you what tribe they're from. I can't help it if in your small little world when you have
Bro, you sit in
conversations
your
with them, they
house
don't
all day
tell
with the
you.
blinds closed. Shut the fuck up.
I don't sit in my house all day. I just came from traveling. Like, what are you talking about, yo? What? I'll be in Chicago in July.
Did you
I
land your
don't know what
point,
you.
Cap? Cause
Yeah, I made my point. I'm good. I'm good.
okay.
But
I
all
think
she can do
Indigo
is
said
sell
she was talking
pussy.
about America or something. Go ahead, Indigo.
I mean, I see what you're trying to say, but my thing is that's just not what they say. On top of that, African people are like super like nice, like people that are from the motherland, like that are here. The shit that you're saying, like the hatred you was kind of
Hey,
like
after
on
they
a little
pay
bit.
you, they
I
leave,
kind of
don't
felt
they?
that because I thought that shit was weird as fuck. Cause yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't feel that type of way. They don't be saying that shit. And on top of that, when I walk up and a person is African, they're coming from the motherland, they're not saying what tribe they're coming from. They're not telling me that. They're not gonna say the exact tribe they're coming from, all that shit.
Yo, who
Like,
got
I
the
think
link
like
to the next
I
room?
think the one thing I hate is people come on this app and they try to be professors, right? They sit in their dingy ass apartment all day and try to play professor. Like, don't do that shit with me.
Well,
I'm the
let's
wrong
get to the bottom
motherfucker.
line.
Don't do
Cap.
that shit with me.
Bottom line, what color appliances do you have?
I got different ones. I got a black, silver, black coffee.
Oh, okay.
My stove is black.
And what kind of car do you drive? Do you drive an updated car?
A Grand Cherokee, Hummer edition, or I shouldn't say Hummer, V8 Hemi edition.
Hemi.
I have a house. I don't have an apartment. You might want to check your facts. I have a house.
Okay.
Bro, where's your
And,
degree, bro? Because all y'all
is that
niggas coming
typically-
on here playing professor be blowing me. Like the shit you
I
be
ain't
saying.
playing
You
professor.
sound like
just
an
mad.
idiot.
Listen,
Like I
sell
sat
more
here
than
and listened to
pussy,
the
and
whole
then I
shit and
respect
took
what
notes.
you say.
I said this
If you
nigga
sell
is a
more than
complete
pussy, I
idiot.
respect what you say.
Yo,
You
yeah,
gotta
thank
sell
you. Because
more than
every time
pussy
you
for me to
talk, I
respect
think
what
you're
you
an
say.
idiot. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm
Just
not trying
sell
to be
more than
rude.
pussy.
I think you're a
I'll
fake
never take you
professor.
serious.
I think you're a fake professor. You sound like an idiot
I'm
every
not a
time you talk.
professor.
Yeah,
I never
I
said I
know.
was a
You couldn't
professor.
be because you sound like an idiot every time
So
you
that
talk.
makes you
Every
sound
time.
stupid for thinking I was a
Nothing you
professor.
say
Maybe
be
your
making
level
sense
of
every time you
understanding
talk.
is so
You
low.
sound like an
Your
idiot.
level of understanding is
Like,
so
bro,
low.
like
Talking like this
you didn't even go
sounds
to
like a
college,
professor.
bro. You're
I
straight
never
out of
said I
fucking
was a professor.
kindergarten. Like, ain't no way. The shit you
I
be
never
saying
said I
is
was a
so
professor.
retarded. Like, I don't understand.
Right.
Every
Right.
time, like, it's always some
But
dumb
everybody
shit that
listen to
comes out
me
your
though.
mouth. I can tell
But
you sit
everybody
in your
listen to me
house
though.
all day. You might go and travel
Everybody
for a
listen to me
business
though.
deal, but you don't interact with people in the real
Everybody
world.
listen to me.
The only
Then why my
interaction you do
business
is on Clubhouse
successful?
and when you go business deals. That's all you do. Maybe if you travel for your business,
None of that
whatever.
shit you talk.
But you
You
don't
know that's why
interact
my
on the
business
daily
is
basis
6
with people
figures
in the
because
real
I
world.
do
You be sounding
travel.
like an idiot.
Because I do
That's what I
travel.
said. I said what
That's
I
why
said.
you
That's my
can find people
opinion.
doing
And I land my
commercials with my
plane.
business, with my butt. I can send you the link. If you want to see the commercial, I can send it to you.
But
People
that's
make
what I'm
commercials
saying.
off of
I
my
said you
product.
sound like an
What are you
idiot.
talking about?
You sound like an idiot every time you talk.
Yeah. They won't make a commercial of your pussy though. I guarantee
I
that.
sell my pussy to
Nobody is
Africans. That's
making a
how I know.
commercial off
I
of
sell my
Indigo's
pussy to
pussy
Africans,
ever.
so that's how I know.
Ever.
Thank you.
But they're not making a
And I sell
commercial
my
about
pussy
that
to
shit.
Africans. That's how I
Just
know.
show me.
So
I tell you what,
yeah,
my
I
butters
like.
against
I
your
know for a
your
fact.
pussy.
Trust
I
me, I'm not gonna
guarantee
tell you
you,
how I
I
know that
got more
motherfuckers don't
good
act like that.
reviews
I
about
know.
my butters than
I
your
sell
pussy.
my
Your
balance
pussy's
to
trash.
Africans.
The comment, well, just to add my opinion from a black female perspective, it's mighty, mighty hard submitting to an angry black man. If this black man got some deep psychological issues that resulted from their childhood, when you marry that person, most women have a natural desire to want to submit, to want to help, to want to love, to want to build their man up. But if that man is not in love with Christ, like my brother Reggie said, and does not know who he is, and that he got some psychological issues that resulted from anger, from him not having his father, or he was raised in a home with a father that was abusive to his mother. It's mighty hard submitting in a marriage to a man like that. And I can
Minister, can you deal with this submittal thing? Because I do know that a lot of our black women, all right, as soon as they hear that word submit, they do have an issue with it. A general here talked about the fact that the woman is to submit, came out of scripture, that wives, you are to submit to your husband. Can you
Oh yes, there's a clear
illuminate us on that?
Oh yes, he was right in part when he said submit because he read the word. But if you notice what the word says, it didn't say he go make her submit. He says she must submit. It's a desire, the will that she has to have.
It's a heart issue.
I ain't gonna make her submit. If she doesn't know how to submit, I'm not gonna make her submit. That's God and her. She got to know how to submit. He didn't say make your wife submit. Oh, it didn't say that. It says wife submit. God is speaking directly to the woman. He's saying, woman, submit. That means don't be a dog or be nothing. Don't be on his feet. No, you're from his side. You're working with him. We are working together with Christ. Speaking of a church, because so the church is to Christ is the same relationship with the woman and the man. That's why you got to know God first before you know the sexual side.
And you know, in Corinthians, it's Corinthians 11, verse 11. Nevertheless, neither is the man without the woman, neither the woman without the man. Oh, here's the key: in the Lord. For as the woman is of the man, even so is the man also by the woman. But all things through God.
That's right.
There's a condition, ladies and gentlemen. General, I'd like you to respond to that.
Appreciate it. First of all, the scriptures say, and let's get the scriptures since we quote the scriptures. The scriptures say the head of every woman is the man. Get it for me. Since we read that, tell them where you're at.
1 Corinthians 11, verse 3.
Listen good.
But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
This is why we have problems in black relationships. You understand? The sister brought it out when she said, yes, black women do have an attitude. Somebody else mentioned when they said that they have a problem with it. That whole Smith. There's a clear order that comes from God. And let me tell you something. I heard both the brother here and this brother here said that they here to fight against principalities and spirits. Yes. Anytime, the most destroyed species on the face of this earth right now in the human race is the black man. Right. Any trashing of the black man, and you have joined those spirits and principalities. Right. Nobody defends these brothers, man. Right. You understand? It's always okay to destroy the spirit of black men. But don't you dare talk about the evils going with black women. And first of all, I never said for no black man to be beaten up on no black woman. We don't allow that in Israelite school at UPK. Right. We don't have to beat on no women, okay? And as far as making a woman submit, going back to what the sister said and having a brother tie you up and all that in the basement is because your father didn't pick that man for you to marry like he should have if he had been risen up under the laws of God. I'm not justifying brothers that's in the world that's beating up women and tying them up and all that. That's why I'm here. I'm here to stop brothers from doing it. I'm pulling them out the street and changing their life so they don't do that no more. But I ain't gonna tell them now to go bow down to some woman now that they done come out of that darkness. God did not require that of them, man. Right. And listen, let me tell you something. You ain't gotta listen to me. You ain't gotta pay me no mind. I guarantee you, these brothers coming up out the streets and they gonna organize and they gonna make us obsolete. You gonna be sitting in a room by yourself thinking you got God's word and these brothers is gonna change the face of black America. You sit around and don't pay them no mind. You keep ignoring them. You keep downgrading them. You keep treating them like they the cause and the reason for all the problems, and you gonna wake up one day and you gonna be obsolete. Read that scripture. This is what God said.
And the head of the woman is the man.
The what?
Head of the woman is the man.
That's God's word. The head of every woman is the man. Okay? Now, of course, there's more rules that go in. It don't mean a brother go out and have, in the Israelite school of UPK, you can't just go out and have sex with any other woman. That's right. You can't do that. We got rules here. And because of these rules in the Bible, these young men, they dying to be acceptable. They dying to be considered righteous. They don't want to be looked at as a criminal. They wearing their pants off their behind because they want somebody to say, brother, this is how we be right. And instead of doing it, we charge them for the problems, man. Instead of showing them what they to do right. I got young men, 15, 16, won't touch a woman until they marry her. Won't touch a woman till she done came to class, learn, become brand new, and then he'll marry her. And then he'll spend his life. Then, like the brother said, he'd give his life for that woman. Let a man break in that house. Let a man harm her on that corner. He'll die on that corner for that woman. But guess what else he gonna do? He gonna also be in charge of her because it's his right to be. And we gotta start taking it from these men. We are wrong in this, man. in this nonsense. Listen, first of all, who are we to even act like we're right? The ministers and the preachers, you are the one that failed them. That's right. How you gonna sit up like we got the answer? They got the answer. We failed these brothers. We done failed this black community, man. And we better start listening. Read that, brother.
And the head of Christ is God.
That's an order. God is the head. Christ follows everything God said. Christ said, I come not to speak my word, but God's word. Guess what? If you don't marry a man that serves God, that follows God's law, then you're going to get tied up in the basement. You should expect it. If you go out and get T-boned with the Mercedes-Benz that's selling crack, you should expect to get shot up in the car when they come to kill him. You should expect it. But if you see a man that say, no matter what, I won't eat pork or shrimp or crab, and guess what? If you become my wife, you can't eat it either. Right. You look at him like he's an evil. You ain't gonna tell me what to eat. I eat what I want to eat. When that's the man you should marry, you should be at his doorstep. You should want to wash his socks because this man is willing to fear God and do what the Lord said. And then listen, and it's why black women can't marry the right man. You want to know why you're alone? You want to know why the black relationships is all messed up? You want to know why everybody's in the club? I'm telling you why. But you don't want to hear it because you don't like the answer. Nobody wants to say our religious institutions have failed. Okay? Our way of life in this place as a relationships have failed. The brother said it best when he said, we don't want to face the white man is the devil. His way of life is wrong for us. His piece of paper, his authority, the way he thinks, it's wrong. And we better start from scratch. And we start from scratch right here. Finish that scripture, brother.
That's it, sir.
Read it again then.
1 Corinthians 11:3. But I will have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
The head of every man is Christ. And let me tell you something else. A man can be as strong as he want to be as long as he follows that Bible. We're so afraid of a strong black man because we think he's going to tear up the house and beat up his woman. I ain't put my hands on my woman since I came out of my darkness 35, 40 years ago. Before I came out of my darkness, I was the evilest nigga a woman ever met. I used and abused and did what the hell I wanted with her and threw her away when I got finished with her. I came into the Truth in Israelite School at UPK. I started to realize a woman was a human being. And I started to stand up for a woman. And I found out something that amazed me. I found out when I started to care about her, when I started to respect her, when I started to make sure that I did what was right according to God with her, I found out she hated me more. I found out she looked at me as cruel and looked at me as mean because I said, no, you can't wear that blouse. You showing too much cleavage. She called me a monster and an animal. And I stood on what the Lord said. And I found out there were some sisters that did want a man that cared about her. When are we going to wake up? I'm going to tell you. I'll give you another warning. You better go back and read about Stephen. Sadducees and Pharisees, they didn't want to listen to Stephen. They stoned Stephen to death. But guess what? You go back and read in the 19th chapter of Acts, it tells you that God turned the Sadducees and Pharisees into a bunch of vagabonds. That's right. You sitting up on your millions now in your churches and your mosques and your religious institutions right now. You keep ignoring these black men. You keep defaming them and emasculating them. And you're going to wake up one day and you're going to be obsolete. They won't be listening to you.
ISUPK.
We want no cowards in again, holy man, green man, and die. Woo! We want no cowards in again, never let their brothers fly. Woo! We want no cowards in again, holy man, green man, and die. Woo! Woo!
can learn that song, but the 144,000, which were redeemed from the earth. They were with the Lamb, and they were redeemed from the earth. Now, here in Revelation, it's speaking about Jesus Christ, the Lamb. And where would Jesus be? On earth?
Now, depending on which...
There's nowhere in the scripture that says that he's going to be on earth in the future. He's going to be ruling as a mighty spirit being.
There's no way.
Okay, again.
In Revelation, there's no way.
Well, why did it say here 144,000 be taken from the earth?
I got you. When you read it...
Can I ask that question?
Can I answer his question first, or you want me to answer?
Okay, go on.
Let her ask some question and then answer.
No, let me ask the question first.
Which one y'all want? I do however y'all want to do. Okay, he asked to hold the thought. She said he been blabbing. And when you read Revelations, the whole entire chapter, the whole entire book, rather, chapter 1, verse 22, you'll see different sections where you'll see Christ mentioned. You see him mentioned in Revelation, the first chapter. You see him in the last chapter. You see him in the 20th chapter. There's certain instances because Revelation is a vision or a dream. John the Revelator is writing what he sees.
Yeah.
So that's why you see. No sweat. So that's why in Revelation 7, you'll see the 144,000, which is each from each tribe of Israel.
Yes.
And then you'll see another 144,000 that's up there with the Most High singing the song. You're also seeing Revelation the 20th chapter.
Two different 144,000? So you saying there's two different 144,000?
What I'm telling you is that in different parts of Revelations, it's talking about something different. Revelation, the 6th chapter, talks about the horseman. So the horseman comes out and bring about different plagues. In Revelation, the 19th chapter, it talks about Christ appearing on a horse, which is not a literal horse, but having a sword with crowns.
Yes.
Because, so if you're saying he's not coming back, but it said he's coming back.
Yeah,
he's going to have crowns of the enemies that he's destroyed.
Yeah, he's coming back, but he's not coming.
You just said he's not coming.
No, let me make a point. He's not coming back.
But did you not say he's not coming?
I said as a human.
What else would he be?
Where he originally is. How you think? Hold on.
Answer the question.
How you think he?
This is a one-word answer. He said, "How you think he's gonna be?"
He's going to be as a spirit. A spirit being, a powerful, mighty spirit being.
Okay.
That's what he is. That's what he originally was. That's what he originally was. Now, how you think, hold on. How you think that?
He's a flesh and blood man, just like we all flesh and blood.
So he didn't come from the heavens?
We all came from the heavens.
No, that's all I'm asking you. Where did Christ originally come from?
We all come from the heavens.
Where did he originally come from?
You have to serve and obey.
No, we didn't come from the heavens.
Right. Keep the commandments.
See, that's not what the scripture says.
You must be born again to enter into the kingdom.
Where did we originally come from as
If you
humans?
don't be born again, you cannot enter into the kingdom of heaven.
Where did we originally come from as humans?
Originally?
Yes.
Wait, who?
Hold on, let me answer. Where did we originally come from as humans?
Us?
Yes.
As humans?
Yeah.
We are spirits, all of us. So for example, before we're born on this plane, our spirit rests with the Most High. And then when it's time to be born into this plane, we have a physical body that our spirit attaches to.
Is that what the Bible says? Is that what the Bible says? Where?
Yes.
Where?
Give us the scripture.
Because in Genesis, it says that God made man on earth.
That's correct.
And he just simply blew into his nostrils the breath of life and became a living soul. Now, that's where he started.
No, that's not where he started.
So there's no other scripture before that.
Be over the whole. Hold on.
Okay, go on.
In Psalms 104th chapter, it explains exactly what I just said.
Okay.
You mentioned creation. In the creation timeline, a lot of people like to think Adam and Eve was the first people on the planet. That's idiotic.
They weren't?
No,
right.
we're not.
So how does it?
I'm
Okay, all right, go down. Go make the point.
Y'all familiar when the scriptures say a day unto the Lord is as 1,000 years?
Yes.
Thank you. Which means not literal, but it's a long span of time.
Yes.
So when you read Genesis, the first chapter, and it talks about the works that he did on the first day, and then the second day, and then the third day, each one of those days represents a set amount of time that it took to do those things.
Right, I agree with that.
No
so
sweat.
far, we agree. So
on the 6th day, is when mankind was created.
Okay.
Male and female, he created them. So at that time, just like when the animals were created, there was a boom of animals created.
Yes, I agree.
So when mankind was created, there was a boom of man created.
Yeah.
You hear about Adam on the 7th day. So now, with that span of time, on the 6th day, you have that span of time where mankind is created, and then the Lord rested from his work, right?
On the 6th day.
On the 6th day. After the 6th day.
He's been resting ever since.
1 second. Don't, let's stay right here.
Yeah, I'm here with you.
So on the 6th day, he rested from his work.
Yes.
On the 7th day is when you hear of Adam.
That's a whole new day from the 6th day.
But the Bible don't say that God created him on the 7th day. He wasn't created on the It doesn't say
It says he took Adam from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Does anybody know what the breath of life is? Does anyone know what the breath of life is? Because that's what he breathed into Adam.
Yeah.
What is the breath of life?
Breath of life is oxygen, I guess. No. I don't know what it is no more than you know.
I do know though. See,
you do know.
I'm gonna tell you, when you read the Bible is very spiritual.
So you know the essence.
What black people should definitely understand. Right. Meaning some things are literal, some things are metaphorical, some things are allegorical.
That's right.
The life, when we talking about the Bible, the only thing that's life in this Bible is the law. Okay. The laws that God gave us is how we come to life. The scriptures say when we keep those laws, we come to life. When we leave those laws, we die. That's Baruch, the 3rd chapter. So when it says he formed Adam from the dust of the ground, are y'all listening? Are y'all listening?
Yeah, I'm listening.
When he said he formed Adam from the dust of the ground, where's the dust at? The dust is, but the dust is not on the ground. No, where the dust is like low, like this. This is where the dust is at.
You have dust and you have dirt.
Right. So the dust is like right up here. So the dust that Adam was in, or the people was in, is talking about the low state that they was in. That's right. And then the Lord came and breathed into him the breath of life, meaning he gave him instructions that then made him rise up. So now he knew what to eat. Let me finish. Okay. He knew what to eat, what not to eat. He knew what sacrifices to make, what sacrifices not to make. He knew who to sleep with, who not to sleep with, because he was given instruction. That's what the breath of life was. And you know that simply by the sacrifice. Why did Cain kill Abel? Because of the sacrifice wasn't accepted. Who taught him that sacrifice? So when it talks about from the dust of the ground, when it talks about Adam and Eve, the easiest way you know there was more than one people is when Cain killed Abel. When they kicked him out of the garden, he went to a city called Nod and got a wife. You can't go to a whole, we're in Harlem, if we're the only people, I can't go to a city called Brooklyn. The Brooklyn shouldn't even be there. And then I can't go there and get a wife. Stop. I can't go there and get a wife unless there's women, men, children that's already there. And then he built himself a city. Right. Okay. We believe in Adam and Eve because the wife told us. Let me take her question. Hold on.
The Bible says a guy had, he said he had children.
Waiting. Let me just take her question.
I want to ask you, are you reborn again?
When you say born, yes, I am.
By what? Tell me.
I'm born again. When we read John the 3rd chapter, I'm pretty sure y'all familiar with Nicodemus came to Christ, and Christ said he must be born again. Nicodemus said, am I supposed to come out my mother's womb again? To be born again just means you have to have a change of your state.
No, you have to be born again by the water and the Holy Spirit.
What is the water? What is the water?
The water, the Holy Spirit, or the river, yes.
No.
Yes.
Ephesians 5:26 says the word is the water. Water, you take a homosexual. Thank you, sis. Thank you. You take a homosexual and dump him in the water, he's gonna come up a wet homosexual. That's right. But if you give him Leviticus the 20th chapter and say mankind ain't supposed to lie with mankind, that word just cleansed him. You show a drug dealer, you ain't supposed to be a drug dealer with that word. That word cleansed them. You show a woman, if you sleep with another man, when you have a man, if that's adultery, that word just cleansed them. Physical water don't clean you. Hey, I tell you what, you take a sister or a brother that's been molested, they all try to take showers. You know why they try to take showers? Because they're trying to wash that stench off of them. But you can't wash that stench off of you. You need counseling, you need prayer, you need spirit. That's what black folk need. Black folk have been molested since we've been in America. We've been molested, we've been raped, we've had our identity taken, and water, physical water, is not going to cleanse you. You know what's going to cleanse you? Finding out who you are first. Right. Who are you?
Are you trying to say that you're saying Christianity is false because the Jews were claiming?
No. I'm giving you a history. I said the word Christian just means, Christ means anointed, or Mashiach in Hebrew just means anointed. Yes. So Christian means anointed, meaning we're anointed by Christ.
Yes. So
that's the definition of the word.
That's a good thing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In the scriptures, though, they would say the term Christian in a derogatory sense because a lot of the Jews did not accept Christ.
But the Jews are wrong.
I'm not saying they're right. I'm just telling you.
But you agreeing with them that Christianity is wrong.
Christianity today and how it's established is a lie. When you go into a Christian church, they tell you God's law is done away with. Let's just start there. Right. They tell you can be a homosexual and God's gonna love you. They tell you the law is done away with except
all Christians.
You better pay that money.
All Christians.
They all think the law is done away with.
Yeah, they do.
Thank you.
But hold on.
So God did not say the law is done away with. So when I say Christianity is a lie, the very premise
Hold
of
on, you just said.
what is love to God?
Hold on.
What is love to God?
You just said that Christians. Hold on, let me have a point. You just said that Christians approve of homosexuality. Not all of them do.
Okay, you can find me maybe 12 churches that don't.
Okay,
but
those
there's
are
a
the ones
million
that
churches that do.
Okay, but
so we're talking.
How many Jews claim to be Jews?
I'm talking about the majority.
Does that make you wrong?
We're talking about the majority, not the minority. The majority of churches accept homosexuality.
Okay, but the majority of Jews, no, you are not.
Say it again, sis. Get her on camera.
Are you a Jew?
The majority of the members are homos.
Let me explain myself. Can I explain myself? Did I let you talk? I heard you out, right? Let me finish like I said. If I give my daughter today at 14 or 15 or 16 a curfew time, you got to be in by 8 o'clock. Okay, that's a certain time I give her that law. Now, my rules in my house. But I may change her curfew time later on as she gets older. Why? Because circumstances change. Now I changed my law. Now,
change your law.
Yes. Now this is the thing. The Mosaic law consisted of over 600 some laws. The Mosaic law consisted of over 600 some laws. Now, one of those laws were to sacrifice animals to be forgiven. Do you sacrifice animals?
No.
Then that's part of the law.
Right.
So why don't you do it?
Okay. You finished?
Well, I got another point before you answer.
Okay. No,
there are other laws that are ceremonial laws that are no longer in effect. Those are basically what God did away with. Now, there are certain laws that haven't been done away. That Christian law is part of the Christian law. And Jesus says you love God your whole heart, soul, and mind and strength. And you love your neighbor as yourself. Now, there are some other basic laws that Christians have. Now, but there's some ceremonial laws of I just gave one. Of animal sacrifice, temple duty. There were things involved with eating such animals and so forth.
Right, I got
Apostle Paul said, he clarified that.
You can eat all the food you want.
He said that.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Okay, that's
also circumcision. Circumcision was not necessary among. Hold on. When God's word was brought to the nation, they were no longer required to be circumcised.
Okay, so now you brought up 4 points.
These are Mosaic laws.
Wait. Now you brought up 4 points. You brought up the thing with your daughter and the rule that you gave that you changed.
Okay.
You brought up the punishment or the sacrifices of animals.
Yes.
You brought up the food that Paul said, and then you brought up circumcision, right? So everybody heard me mention all 4 things. So I'm gonna touch on all 4 things.
Okay.
So the first one you said with your daughter, you said at 14 she might have a curfew at 8.
Yeah.
But when she get older, she don't need that curfew at 8. So you change the law, right?
Of course.
So I want to give you 2 scriptures. You got Malachi 3:6? Please read that.
Malachi chapter 3.
Yeah, Matthew 5:17.
Read.
Chapter 3, verse 6. For I am the Lord. I change not.
I'll do what?
I change not.
Our Father didn't change the law.
Right.
That's what he said. So now you have every
sure
right.
about that?
1 second.
Are you sure?
I'm not finished.
Okay.
Now the way I remembered and let you get it out, just remember what I'm saying.
And you read a scripture that's that's not Christian scripture.
Let me finish.
That's
so now you as the father, hold on. You as a father have every right to change your daughter's curfew from 8 to 9 to 12, whatever it is that you want. The Most High, as our Father, has a right not to change it. We agree.
Of course. It's up to
Okay,
him.
so we just read where he said he
It's up to
changed
him what he
not.
wants to do.
We just read where he changed not, right?
You got Matthew 5:17.
Now this is Christ's word. Now again, we going with whether the law
He doesn't change the law.
Give me Matthew 5:17. Read. Matthew chapter 5 verse 17. he said that's the old, because that's the Mosaic law.
Yes.
So now we're in the new. This is Christ's own words.
Okay.
Read it. Think not. Think what? Think what? Think not. You know why he's saying think not? Because the people thought he was coming to change God's word back then.
Yes.
So he said, think not. Go ahead. That I come to destroy the law. Do what? That I come to destroy the law. So Christ didn't come to destroy the law either. Man, keep going. Or the prophets. Or the who? Or the prophets. He didn't. So whatever the prophet said before him, he didn't come to change that. Right? We agree. Keep going. I'm not come to destroy, right? But to fulfill. So now that answers that question. Okay, yeah. So now the next thing you said was, well, if y'all keeping the law, do you do the sacrifices?
Okay. Now hold on. Let me find that. What you just said there, it was not in effect. Hold on. The change in the Mosaic law was not in effect until Jesus gave his life.
I got you.
That's when it became in effect. Now, if you want to give a scripture, you have to hold on. You got to give scriptures of Paul and Peter and persons that define what Christianity would be.
Got you. But let me finish. So now,
what you're doing there is not a valid point.
So now, when you say, do we sacrifice the animals?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Give me John the 8th chapter where the woman got caught in the adultery. And y'all might not be familiar, so for time's sake, because I don't want to stand too long with it, I'll explain. What I'm going to talk about now is in John the 8th chapter. They caught a woman in the act of adultery. Y'all familiar with that? Yeah. They caught the woman in the act of adultery. And they wanted to stone her because by right, they were supposed to stone her.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. So now Christ came to resurrect or give us a second chance. So now, when he came, what did he say? Did he tell them not to stone her?
He told them not to stone. He said,
did he tell them not to stone her?
He says, who those without sin cast the first stone?
My question is a simple yes or no?
Yeah, he told them not to.
He told them not to. No. He did not
tell them not to stone, but he
didn't tell them not to.
He didn't tell them not to stone. No, he didn't.
Thank you. So he didn't tell them not to stone her at all. So they would have stoned her. And they would have been right because she was caught in the very act of adultery. Okay. Right? But Christ said, he who is without sin cast the first stone, right? Yeah. So why ain't we killing people for the crime because of Christ? Not just because Christ, because if we got a second chance, we're supposed to give everybody else a second chance.
But that wasn't according to the Mosaic law, though.
You ain't getting my point.
What is your point?
If I was to carry out the Mosaic law, I wouldn't be wrong. But giving someone a second chance, I'm also not wrong.
Of course you would be wrong.
That's why Christ said, where are those that wanted to stone him? They walked away. And what did Christ tell her?
What I'm trying to say is,
what did Christ say? No more. Go and do what no more?
Sin no more. Yeah.
Meaning, stop being a whore.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? From now on, I only bring 1 point. You only bring 1 point to respond.
Let's do that.
So now I'm going to finish.
Okay, go on.
So now we're going to deal with your circumcision. You said when Paul and Peter and them came, you didn't have to get circumcised. Okay. That's what you said. That's a lie. Okay. What Paul and them was saying was that when they was in Rome and when they was in Greeks and they was running into them Israelites that wasn't circumcised, the Jews that were circumcised wouldn't accept them because they didn't get circumcised on the 8th day because you know that's Israelite custom. So what Paul was emphasizing to them is what your flesh circumcision on the outside does not reflect what your circumcision is on the inside. Right. Meaning you have to have a circumcision of the mind. Of course. So whether they were circumcised on the 8th day properly or never circumcised, if you was breaking the law, it didn't matter. He didn't say that you ain't supposed to get circumcised on the 8th day, but you can't prevent someone that didn't from coming back.
Yeah, but circumcision, he was trying to bring out that circumcision, what's really important in circumcision is what's really important with circumcision is circumcision from the heart. Right. What's inside. Right. Now you can get circumcised all you want, which what the Jews did. The Jews got circumcised. Every male child had to get circumcised, but that doesn't make them faithful. What made them faithful is that you get circumcised from the heart. Right. It's that dedication from the heart. That's what it means. Now, so God's law, the Christian law, is superior to Mosaic law. Because it's not an outward expression of faith, it's inward. And Paul was trying to help them to see that.
Okay, so now,
So God would no longer require that anymore.
but that's not true.
Well, why is it that?
I'm gonna tell you. So
Now, why is it that? Why is it that in the
because Paul was talking to grown men that were not circumcised, that was getting rejected by Jews that were circumcised, and was saying you couldn't come in because you wasn't circumcised. Paul's not taking away that if a newborn son is born, that he don't get circumcised in the 8th day. That's not what he's taking away. Because if we come into this knowledge, like if I have a son now, right? Now, brothers, I can't say nobody here. If I was born a man, I was born by my father. Now, I might not have been circumcised on the 8th day. I come into the truth, you can't hold that against me. But now, if I have a son today, and he's born on the 8th day, I'm going to get him circumcised because that's the law. A better example of that, let's say if a woman was a whore, or a man was a pimp, or someone smoked crack, or got high, or celebrated Christmas, or celebrated Easter, and then they want to come back to their true heritage, which is being an Israelite. You can't hold them back from that either.
Right. Well,
that's all. Hold on. Okay. That's all the scripture is saying. The scripture is telling you, don't reject these men because they wasn't circumcised on the 8th day. Let these men in. It's not talking about babies. So when you talking about he changing the law, he's not changing the law. But any man, like you got a lot of what is it? The Haitians or Jamaicans don't get circumcised. The Haitians. Hey, a lot of Haitian men don't get circumcised. So let's say if a Haitian brother's coming to this school, we wouldn't make them get circumcised because it's not required. Right. But their children, their sons, would get circumcised because that's the law.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
You understand?
What was the purpose of circumcision?
The purpose of circumcision was a token between Abraham and the promise that he made with Isaac, his son. So Abraham had Isaac circumcised. As a matter of fact, Abraham had the whole house of everybody that was with him get circumcised. So from that time, because of that promise, every male son of an Israelite gets circumcised on the 8th day.
Okay. Well, it didn't matter just that.
It did.
No. The real reason for circumcision was it was an outward expression of dedication to God, dedicating your child to the service of the Lord. That's what it was. That's what it was about. That's really what it was about. Now this is the thing. Paul was emphasizing to people that hold on, there was a big debate.
No. Just one question. Was Paul talking about newborn babies or grown men?
That I don't know for sure.
You do know for sure.
I don't know for sure.
That's a lie.
I'm assuming.
Listen, man, you don't get cut off.
No, hold on. What I'm trying. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say.
Brother, I can't take that. Could you read Romans 3:31? Get Romans 3 and 31. What does that say? Jew outwardly with one hand? Oh, okay. You got Romans 3 and 31. Romans chapter 3, verse 31. And we didn't make void. Say we ain't got jobs.
Hold on, why you just cut me off like that?
No, we all work.
Let me ask you a question. Why did you do that? Hey, brother.
What's Creflo Dollar's job?
Hey, brother.
What's Creflo Dollar's job? Yeah, because he eats.
Okay, because he does.
What is he? That's a lie. What does he do? What does Creflo Dollar do? What does Creflo Dollar do? What does Creflo Dollar do? He does not run companies. He takes tithe money from the people in the church. Right. Pastors in every church up and down here take tithe money, and they don't have a job. They say, y'all Google the Christian church made $420 billion. Since 1980, the Christian church has made $420 billion. A pastor ain't worked a day in his life. But meanwhile, she gonna say they don't work. Romans 3:31. Read that, please. Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Do we then make void the law through faith? God forbid. Yea, we established the law. Why you bring that scripture, brother?
Because like homeboy saying the law is not, you don't gotta keep that law. Paul's telling you, you gotta establish the law. How do you gotta do it? You gotta still do the law no matter what.
No, that's not what he said.
So read it
That's
again.
not what he said. All right, let me tell you. What did Jeremiah? Hold on.
He's gonna ignore you. He's gonna ignore you. Because he just said, Paul just said, that's not disrespect. I said we're gonna ignore you.
Why are you gonna ignore me?
Because you said Paul didn't say that. Read that again.
He didn't say what?
Come on, Romans chapter 3, verse 31. Do we then void the law through faith?
He said, do we void, meaning do we throw away the Mosaic law? That's what he called it.
Yeah,
Do we throw away the Mosaic law because we got faith? Read.
God forbid.
God forbid, man. We don't throw away the Mosaic law.
No.
Right, go ahead.
Yay! We established the law.
We establish it.
Nobody tell you crack. You know why? Because I never saw you before. But you are black man like me.
My whole life was trying to find something to follow. Had loyalty, every man tried to borrow. Felt pain and a lot of sorrow. Got betrayed, so packed, I didn't even have my heart broke. Living confused, about to lose hope. Cops got me on the side of the road like a sideshow. Need an antidote before I croak. Now I'm setting fire to Rhythm Man Blues, call this guitar smoke. Rebel with no cause, trying to find direction. The world got me vexed. Picked up a bad liquor habit that's hereditary from oppression. Felt like my life was on fire, trying to find an exit. Now look, 10 G's plus a good wreck. Sometimes a follower is a soldier, trying to find a good ship. Plus when you in hell, how did you excel? Wisdom the breath of life, I don't believe in fairy tale. Listen well to what I tell. No calling can cause pain, something that'll very well. Can't you tell I was sent from the Lord? Got a tongue like a two-edged sword.
Continue to live in sin and think that you're going to somehow get into heaven, right? That's what you want to do. Now, just accept the fact, right, that you're talking to a dude from the streets who read his book, right? So don't think you can fool me and finesse me.
They went to Bible school for 2 years almost. Now listen what I'm talking about.
So give me a second. Are laws not conditions?
There is no condition in the Bible.
I'm going to repeat this again. Captain, please help this guy because I'm not in the mood. I'm going to ask you one more time.
Are laws conditions? No.
They're not. Oh,
that don't even make sense.
It's not even a law. No, it's not a law. No, wait. No, let me clarify what I'm saying. There is nothing in the Bible. And again, you talk about, oh, I want evidence. So you give me the evidence. Where it says in there, hey, if you don't believe if you don't follow the 10 Commandments verbatim or whatever, you're going to hell or anything like that. There's none of that.
But what it does say, if you don't follow the law, you'll be punished. If you follow the law, you'll be. Wait, let me finish. It does say if you follow the law, you'll be blessed. If you don't follow the law, you'll be punished. That's conditions. So how do you get blessed from the Most High? By doing what he says. How do you get punished from the Most High? By not doing what he says. By definition, that is condition.
Okay, wait, stop. Okay. The argument that we're having is that God doesn't love. Okay. Can you not be loved and punished at the same time? Like, am I missing something?
Yeah, but you gotta clarify the point that you're making, because to the Most High, whether he blesses or punishes you, that is love. You're correct. But to say something is unconditional, what people think when you use the term unconditional, it means no matter what you do, I'm gonna love you, be good to you, X, Y, Z. And that's let me finish. Just let me finish. I'm not adding that because I grew up in a Christian church, and unconditional means no matter what you do, God is gonna love you. There is no part but there is no part that includes punishing you. I've never heard in a Christian church where God punishes you if you disobey him. I've only heard God loves you and Jesus nailed it to the cross.
Oh, I can get that out of the way right now. God struck a man down for not impregnating a woman.
Most Christians will say that's the Old Testament. Most Christians that follow the New Testament would say God loves the sinner, he hates the sin, and that's not in the Bible. In the Bible, God hates sinners.
So does God hate Satan?
Does God hate what?
Does God hate Satan?
God does not hate Satan. The angel Satan? Or you talk about us acting like Satan?
No. Does God hate the angel Satan?
No.
Okay, so that means there is no condition on the love.
Well, you got it. No, that's not true because the angels say. Let me answer. Let me tell you why I answer that. Because the angel Satan does exactly what God says. You want me to prove it? When you read, yeah, Satan is an angel.
Right now,
And when
currently, today, right?
right now, currently, Satan is an angel.
Okay.
And so if you read the book of Job, for example, God told Satan what to do, and Satan obeyed God. If you was right, so you can't say that God hates Satan. You know when God would have hated Satan? If he told him to do what he did to Job and Satan said no. Then
I'm sorry, you still haven't shown me anywhere where there's a condition on love in the Bible. I mean, you haven't shown me one.
No problem. So let's read in the New Testament. Let's read in the New Testament. You ever read Hebrews 10 and 26?
Okay, go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read it.
Okay, no problem. This is Hebrews 10 and 26. I'm gonna just read it real fast. This is the book of Hebrews. Where you at? We're gonna read 10, 26 through 28. I'm gonna show you conditions. This is Hebrews 10. Gotcha. So in Hebrews 10 and 26, it says, "For if we sin willfully, after that we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins, but a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversaries. He that despised Moses' law died without mercy under 2 or 3 witnesses." Verse 29. "Of how much sorer punishment suppose ye shall be thought worthy, who have trodden under the foot the Son of God, and have counted the blood of the covenant wherewith he was sanctified an unholy thing, and have done despite unto the Spirit of grace." So here you have in the New Testament that if you sin after you have been forgiven of it, you'll still be punished.
Yeah, of course. What's the?
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to see where you talk about unconditional.
Does that mean he doesn't love you still because he punished you? Again, there's nothing about not loving you there.
I think you're the only one that's trying to fight this unconditional thing.
Because it makes okay. This is okay. Let me tell you what I want.
Okay, I'll give you an example. I'm sorry. No, go ahead.
Okay. This is what I want from you, Power, whoever else is going to tell me this. I need a specific example where someone does something and God says, "I no longer love you." I don't care.
Okay, I'll give you another one.
Okay.
In the book of Hosea, were the children of Israel not God's people? Did he cut them off? I'm asking you, yes or no?
Yeah, the children of God. Yes. The children were God's people.
Wait, no. What I'm saying is, he's dealing with the children of Israel. Did he cut them off from being his people?
Why would you say that?
I'm asking you, yes or no. If you don't know, then you can.
I'm not too sure. I'm not really too sure.
Okay, so he did. So there was, and when you read the book of Hosea, chapter 1, this is when Hosea uses a parable of a man marrying 2 women that are whores and having children by women that are whores. And in verse 8, it says, "But now, when she had weaned Lo Rahamah, she conceived and bare a son. Then said God, Call his name Lo Amai, for ye are not my people, and I will not be your God." So now this is God telling the children of Israel that they are not going to be his people, and he's not going to be their God for their disobedience. Now,
is that a current tense thing though?
You said, is that a what?
Is that a current tense thing? I'm pretty sure that's like telling them because of the way they're acting that they.
No, they was cut off. No, what actually they was cut off from being his people until Christ.
Where's your evidence of that? That's not how I'm
when you keep reading. When you keep reading, verse 10, "Yet the number of the children of Israel shall be the same as the sand of the sea, which cannot be measured nor numbered. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it said unto them, Ye are not my people, there shall be said unto them, Ye are the sons of the living God." And Paul, in the book of Romans, chapter 9, because he's in Rome, talking to Israelites that were considered cut off from being God's people. And so when you read Romans 9 and 25, I'm going to read 9 and 24. It says, "Even us whom we have called, not of the Jews only, but also of the Gentiles." Now, most people think those Gentiles are other nations, but then he clarifies, verse 25, "As he saith also in OC, which is the Greek word for Hosea, I will call them my people, which were not my people, and her beloved, which was not beloved. And it shall come to pass that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, There you shall be called the children of the living God. Now you see that scripture from Hosea being fulfilled in the book of Romans, which lets you know the unconditional term that you're making is not valid, because God has the right to cut a people off. He can redeem them people. He can do whatever it is that he wants. So I just gave you a real-time answer of him cutting the children of Israel off and then bringing the children of Israel back, and that's through Christ. That's the point of Hebrews, the 10th chapter. If Moses, under Moses' law, 2 witnesses despise, of how much more punishment you'll be judged by, because Christ is now the mediator. So he's the mediator between us and the Most High, because the Lord stopped talking to us. You understand now or no?
Dude, I mean, I'm not, no.
Then I don't know what to tell you then. I
I
broke
mean,
it down for you.
all those things you're giving me are punishments. I agreed, but he still accepts them.
No, because Hosea, he stopped accepting them until Christ. So you wanted an example of him doing something that's unconditional or cutting them off. So I showed you.
So what's the condition? Wait, I'm sorry, wait. I'm gonna cut you off real quick. Wait. What is the condition for? So you're saying for them the condition to get the love back was from Christ coming back?
Yeah, without Christ, we wouldn't even have there would be no New Testament. There would be no communication with God without Christ. That's facts.
I mean, look, I mean, that's what you want to say, but like,
that's not why does it have to be? That's what I want to say when I'm showing you. Like, so do you disagree? Are you saying that we can communicate with God without Christ? Is you saying that?
No, impossible.
Thank you. So you're saying the same thing I'm saying. Christ is the mediator. What does a mediator do? Let's say if me and you in power, let's say if me and you in power and me and you can't communicate. So then power comes in and say, okay, well, I'm gonna mediate between you and Uriah. So now I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to power. You ain't talking to me, you talking to power. And then power says, okay, Tazaryach, Uriah said this, or okay, Uriah, Tazaryach says this. He's the mediator. That's Christ, because we broke the peace between us and the Most High that required Christ to come in the middle. So you're saying the exact same thing I'm saying. I'm saying you just want this term unconditional to be no matter what. Maybe your definition of unconditional and Christian definition may be different. So I'll give you that. But the common term of unconditional is not what you're saying it is. Would you at least agree to that? That you're in the minority?
Well, I'm gonna just clarify what I'm gonna exactly clarify what I mean when I say conditional. So maybe because I'm thinking I'm seeing the miscommunication here. Okay. Right. When I say conditional, it's not the same as a human's unconditional love.
No,
We're not,
Christian. I'm being specific. Christians.
The Christian. Right. Okay, we're Christian. Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay. When I'm saying unconditional love, I'm saying that because all of us, which are all wicked, can still go to heaven no matter what we do, what we say, or any of those things. Now, I'm not saying. Wait. No, let me clarify that. I don't mean like you can actively live in sin, because there is a thing called a fake Christian, lukewarm Christians, which are the worst parts of Christianity, as God said himself. Lukewarm Christians are the detriment to the religion. So I do understand that. But what I mean is, though, you can be about to die on your deathbed and ask for God to forgive you, and you forgive. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. All right. Okay. All right.
No, you can't.
The
scriptures say if you turn your ear from hearing the law, your prayer is an abomination. You cannot be. We just read Hebrews 10:26. If you sin willfully, there remaineth no more sacrifice for sins.
So why was Paul turned to? Why was Saul turned to Paul then?
What sin did? Wait. Let me answer your question. Saul was persecuting followers of Christ.
Right.
He meets Christ, and then he stops. He didn't. Wait, let me finish. He did not sin again after that, which is the point.
Let me counter real quick. I'll let you finish. Wait. Let's say this right there. So if he died right then and there after he met Christ, would he have went to heaven?
Yeah, if he endured.
Okay then, bro.
Wait. No. You have to stop sinning. You said you could be sinning and right before your deathbed pray to God and he gonna forgive you. No, sinners do not. sinners do not inherit the kingdom of heaven. That's
So
in
no one's
that's in Corinth, that's in the Bible.
So no one's going to heaven then. Your worldview.
You said what?
So no one's going to heaven.
Who said that? I didn't say no one was going to heaven. I said sinners are not.
We
Sinners
sin
are
every day.
not. You said no, we don't. I don't sin.
Who don't sin every day?
Let me tell you something. Give me
What?
I'm gonna ask a question. Give me the law that you can't keep.
Wait, before I even do that,
Because sin
the
is
Bible
transgressing. Sin is listen.
perform
Sin is
sin.
Listen, brother. Sin is transgression of the law. If you're not breaking God's law, you are not sinning. So you said we sin every day. So give me the law that you can't keep.
Okay, I'll say like this. You believe thoughts can be sins, correct?
Thoughts are not sins unless you make that thought reality.
Really? So if your mind, in your mind, every day you were like F Jesus, that wouldn't be a sin.
You would have to show me where it's a sin to say F Jesus.
Well, the Bible does say if you even lust for a woman or a man that you are sinning.
You
don't even have to put it into action.
Well, actually, when you read Matthews, I think that's the 5th chapter.
Well, hold on, dude. You think you can be perfect? You think you can actually be perfect?
Did Christ say to be perfect?
I'm asking you a question, dude.
Yes, I think yes.
Yeah, you're out your mind. You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
Okay, then Christ must be out of his mind, because in Matthew 5:48, Christ said, "Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect." So it was Christ out of his mind when he told us to be perfect?
No.
Okay, then. So if slow down.
No.
And then when you read in the Old Testament in Psalms 37, it says, "Mark ye the perfect man." Perfection.
Wait. So you can't get to heaven then. So you're saying you can't get to heaven right now, right?
Why you keep saying I said that? I never said that.
So
well, we're not perfect. Remember, wait a minute. Remember, God
I
said
want to
we
answer.
all fall short of His glory. So we're not
All falling short of his glory is what we did. I just want to be able to answer one person's question at a time. Falling short of the glory is what you did before you got Christ. That statement, when he made that, what? Can I answer the sister's question, brother? She made the statement. I'm responding to her. Thank you.
I get. Okay. All right.
And then after that, of course, you can go. So when Paul is making that statement, all have fallen short. We all have fallen short. But when we rise up through Christ, you don't have to break a commandment. So I'm gonna ask anybody the same question. Tell me what law. I don't know no law that I can't keep. Yeah, would have to show me the law.
But as humans, it's hard to keep all the laws, and
No, it's
that's
not.
why. Yes,
No, it's not. Y'all would have to show. Y'all would have to show me how it. So, for example, I'm gonna just name some laws, right? Just some random laws. Adultery. It's not that hard for me to not sleep with another man's woman. Murder.
You watch porn?
No, watching porn is gay.
You ever watch porn?
Before Christ, yes, I did a lot. See, once you're born again, why you think Christ said you must be born again? So please don't do me a favor. When you ask me questions, don't ask me about what I did in my past. I did a lot of wicked shit in my past.
When did you turn to God? Okay, when did you turn to God?
33.
Oh, how old are you now?
49.
Okay, have you ever cursed?
Cursing is not a sin.
Cursing.
Whatever you're gonna tell me I'm doing wrong, you got to show it in the law.
So you've been perfect to the Bible since you've been turned to Christianity. You've been perfect?
Yeah. I'm not a Christian though. I'm an Israelite.
What are you?
I'm an
You're
Israelite.
Okay, well that's okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me tell you why you're wrong about being perfect real quick, because it's impossible to be perfect.
Well, can I just finish giving examples of the law?
Big
and then
Urine?
you can...
Is that you?
Yeah.
Okay, chill out. Let him finish.
Yeah, so let me just finish giving examples. You got Leviticus, the 11th chapter. This was going to break a lot of Christians' heart. The foods we're supposed to eat. I do not have to eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. I don't have to eat that. Paying my tithes. I pay my tithes. I don't. Y'all would have to tell me what laws we cannot keep. So you would have to go in the laws that Moses gave, and then tell me what laws we can't keep. But I guarantee you, y'all will make an excuse to eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster, squid, duck, all of the things that God said we can't eat. So maybe for y'all it's hard, But for me, it's very easy to keep the commandments of God. Christ said in Matthew 5:19, he said, whosoever break the least commandment and teach men so shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them shall be called great. So if Christ tell me that we could be perfect, then we could be perfect because he said so.
Okay, so you think only the 10 Commandments are the laws of the Bible? Like that's the only laws we have?
No, I named Leviticus the 11th chapter. I named tithes. So no, there's a bunch of laws written in the Bible.
So you never miss a day of church, you never curse, you never watch pornography, you haven't had
I
a
don't
bad.
go to church, but I do keep the Sabbath day.
You don't go to, okay, you keep the Sabbath. Okay, my fault. Okay, you keep the Sabbath. You've never had a bad thought. You never had a lustful thought. You've never, none of that, right? You're not a single
Listen, even Christ was tempted.
Tempted, not
So
the same thing as.
that's what the thought is. A thought is a temptation. But when you
Christ
read the
was
book of
not
wait.
God
Christ
cannot be
was tempted.
No,
That's
he
what,
was not. No,
okay,
you
so let's
are
read.
correct.
So let's read the Bible.
If you linger on the thought, then it becomes sin. If you linger on the thought, then it
devil
becomes
tried to tempt him, but
No. Let's read it.
tempted.
Can I just read the scripture? Can I just read the
Yeah,
Bible? Let's see if it says try to be tempted or was tempted. This is Matthew 4. Let's read Matthew 4:1. Then was Jesus led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil, not tried. Now, if you want to say tried in the sense that the devil tried, but he didn't win, you're correct. Just like we can be tried with temptation and not win, and not allow the devil to win. That is correct. But to say that Christ was not tempted is incorrect. And the whole point of
how could Christ be tempted when he knew he was God? Everything already belonged to
Christ
him.
was not God.
That's a misunderstanding of that verse. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ was not God.
Jesus is God. Then why does he say in Revelation what? I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the one who was and is to come, the Almighty.
Okay, that's him actually saying, thus saith the Lord. When you read Revelations 1:8, I'm sorry, right in Revelations 1:8, it says it. I'm gonna read the verse.
That saith the Lord means that he himself is saying, calling himself the Almighty.
No, it's not.
I shouldn't have to teach you the English
Well,
language.
you're not teaching me anything because when
How
Ezekiel,
is it not him?
I'm going to explain. When Ezekiel said, saith the Lord, nobody said Ezekiel was saying he's God.
But Ezekiel was
why
not
you want
Lord.
to, you can't, like, if you're
Ezekiel
going
was a man.
listening is an art.
Give me
So
a second.
if you're
Hold on. Give me a second, Captain. Give me a second. Because you are going to learn today. Right. She's trying to educate you and you're being combative. No, I'm just playing with you. Sarge,
I
let
knew
him
you
finish.
was.
I'm just playing, Captain.
I knew.
But let him finish, Sarge, please. Let him finish, please. Thank you.
Right, because listening is an art. So I don't want to listen to you just to have a response. I want to hear what you're saying and understand it. So you made the point to say in English, he's saying saith the Lord because he's saying he's the Lord. That's not what the river that flows through the Bible. Ezekiel says saith the Lord. Isaiah says saith the Lord. Moses says saith the Lord. Elijah, a lot of men have said saith the Lord, and it's always understood that what they're saying is from the Most High, not them saying they're the Most High. So when he says, I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and ending, saith the Lord, which is, which was, and which was to come, the Almighty, that's him saying what the Lord says. But if we was to read Christ's words and what he said, because remember, the Pharisees tried to say he was saying he was God. So if we go to the book of John, chapter 10, verse, I'm going to read verse 30. I'm going to start at verse 30. He says, this is Jesus saying it. He says, I and my Father are one. Verse 31. Then the Jews took up stones again to stone him. And Jesus answered them, many good works have I showed you from my Father. Again, making a clear distinction. For which of those works do ye stone me? The Jews answered him, saying, for a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because that thou, being a man, makest thyself God. So they're charging him with saying he's God, him saying he's God, because he says, I and my Father are one. This is Jesus's response. Jesus answered them, Is it not written in your law, I said ye are gods? This is in reference to Psalms 82 and 6, where the Israelites or men can be referred to as gods. Verse 35. If he called them gods unto whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him who the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world, thou blaspheme, because I said, I am the Son of God. Jesus never said he was God. He said, I am the Son of God.
Okay, so when God says in Isaiah 44:6-8, okay, he says, I am the first and the last. Apart from me, there is no God. Okay, and when he says in the book of Isaiah, and I don't have the verse right now, he says, I am he. I am the first and the last, the Holy One of Israel. So God is telling you who he is, and he's pointing to Jesus. And then Jesus says what I just said in Revelation 1:8. He calls himself the Alpha and the Omega. And then also in Revelation 1:17, right? He says, do not be afraid. I am the first and the last. So he's repeating what God is saying in the book of Isaiah. He says, I am he who lives and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. Amen. I have the keys of Hades and of death. Okay, so right there in the book of Isaiah, God is telling you that he was the Jesus to come.
I have more
And
verses
he's
for that, by the
pointing
way.
to him. I am he.
Okay,
I am the Holy One of Israel.
I just got one yes or no question. Sarge, would you finish? I apologize.
No, I mean, how do you reconcile that?
Okay, so I just got one question, and then I'm going to answer just a quick yes or no. Does Jesus have a God?
Jesus is God.
So the answer is no?
No, he doesn't have a God.
It's no. It is
Okay,
no.
thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to answer your question. So first, what you read when he said, besides me, there is no savior. That's not saying that he's the Jesus to come. What that's saying is there is no salvation in anything else except him. If there's going to be a savior, it has to come from him.
It also says, aside from me, there is no God. Forget the word savior. He's telling you he is the Alpha and the Omega.
But I'm trying to answer.
How can Jesus?
But you got to let
that
me.
claim
You
if
just
he
got to
isn't
let
God?
me. The same way I let you finish, and then when I interrupt you, I asked if you was finished. You got to give me the same space. All right. Thank you. So now, when it says, "Besides me, there is no God," is because there is no God besides him, and Jesus is not God. So I asked you first, does Jesus have a God? And you and Uriah both said no. So now I'm going to read John 20:17, Jesus' own words. Jesus saith unto her, now this is after he's resurrected. Jesus saith unto her, touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God. So you're saying that Jesus don't have a God.
No, he's
Jesus,
fully man as well. He's fully man as well.
I'm just trying to finish, man. Y'all both said that Jesus don't have a God.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Jesus just clearly said out of his own mouth, after he done resurrected from the grave, that he has a God. When you talk about the saviors, Obadiah 1:21, it says, and saviors shall come upon the mount of Zion to judge the mount of Esau, and the kingdom shall be the Lord's. If I was to read in the New Testament, 1 Corinthians 8:6, it says, this is Paul speaking, but to us there is but one God, the Father. So now we got two witnesses. We got Jesus as a witness himself, Paul as a second witness, saying there is one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we by him, and one Lord, Jesus Christ, by whom are all things, and we by him. Any man can be called Lord, but only the Father is called God.
Okay, can I run my verses by you right now?
If you can just at least respond to mine like I did yours, I did not have a problem
Oh
with you
yeah,
doing
well, I've got the verses here. Okay, first of all, we know that Jesus is God because, first of all, he says he is God. The book of Isaiah says he is God. We know he is the Father in heaven, and we know that the Bible is written in figurative speech. That means that Jesus came as a rabbi to teach, knowing he was God. He didn't come right out and say he was God. He taught this to the apostles. And this is why the apostles knew he was God and gave us his divinity. First of all, let's start with Jesus. In 1 Timothy 3:16, okay, I love this verse because it starts out, and without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness. This is telling you there is a mystery here. God was manifested in the flesh. When you look up the word manifest, it means to make evident. So God made himself evident in the flesh. So right here, it's telling you that flesh that God became was Jesus. That's how we know Jesus is God to begin with. But then let's go. Does Jesus have the attributes of God, right? What are the attributes of God? The attributes of God is no beginning, no end, no genealogy, no father, no mother, right? Okay, when I tell people that Melchizedek was God in indestructible flesh, they don't believe me. That was God walking and talking in indestructible flesh, right? Because most of the verses about Melchizedek will say, well, Jesus was made in the order of Melchizedek. In the order means in the likeness of Melchizedek. But now let's turn all those verses around that say that Jesus was made in the likeness of Melchizedek, and let's see where it says that Melchizedek was made in the likeness of Jesus. And that's in Hebrews 1 through 3. It's talking about Melchizedek. We know it's talking about Melchizedek. Hold on. Was it Hebrews?
You might be talking about Hebrews 7.
I'm not gonna lie.
Hebrews 7, I'm sorry. Hebrews 7.
I'm not gonna lie, Cap, but you've met your match.
Hebrews 7. Okay. And yeah, thank you for correcting me. I forgot the number. Now we know we're talking about Melchizedek because it starts out. For this Melchizedek, king of Salem, whose title does that go to? Jesus. He's the king of peace, right? Priest of the Most High. Whose title does that go to? Jesus is the Most High priest, right? Who met Abraham, returning from the slaughter of the kings, and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a 10th part of all. First being translated, King of Righteousness. Who's King of Righteousness? Okay. And then also King of Salem again, meaning King of Peace. Here is the catcher in verse 3. Without father, without mother, without genealogy, having neither beginning nor end of life. This is still talking about Melchizedek, remember, and this is talking about this Melchizedek. He had no father, no mother, no genealogy, no beginning of days, and no end of life, but made like the Son of God, remains a priest continuously. That is giving the attributes of God, no beginning and no end, eternal, right? To Jesus Christ, meaning he is God. And let me give you one of my favorite verses. It's in the Old Testament. Let's go to Isaiah 9:6. Hold on. I'm trying to pull this up here. Isaiah 9:6 is talking about the Son to come, right? For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulders, and his name will be called Wonderful Counselor. This is where it shows that Jesus is also the Holy Spirit, Mighty God. And this is the catcher. Isaiah, who is a prophet of God, and they do not lie, gives Jesus the title of Everlasting Father. If you look that up in the concordance, it means Eternal Father. So the Son to come was going to be our eternal Father, God himself, because God is one. That is the Shema, Deuteronomy 6:4. Hear, all Israel, our Lord, our God is one, right? One Almighty Spirit. And this is what Jesus is telling us in Revelation, because Revelation is totally revealing Jesus for those who didn't know that he is the Almighty. Now, I can go on with other verses, but what you are reading is figurative speech, and the Bible is written in figurative speech because even Jesus admitted to speaking in figurative speech in John 16:25. If you go to John 16:25, Jesus admits to speaking in figurative speech. Right? He says, though I have been speaking figuratively, a time is coming when I will no longer use this kind of language, but will tell you plainly about whom? The Father. Meaning that revealing that he is the Father, just like I revealed it to you right now.
Okay, so
The time is here, my dear.
so you didn't respond to no scriptures that I gave, which I asked you to.
Well, the
Because in
scriptures that you gave, you were saying that God has a father. I answered you with
I didn't
scripture,
say God has a father.
or
I
that
said Jesus.
Jesus has a
No,
father.
right,
And
but you didn't.
I did. Well,
You
let me
didn't.
not have to teach you the English language. I just explained to you that the Bible
Listen, if
is
we're gonna be condescending, well, let me not
I'm
have to
not
teach you
trying
this
to be
thing.
condescending,
Yes,
but
you
I
are,
just
because the
showed you.
same way you talking about in parables, it's my time to speak. I didn't interrupt you
Yeah,
the whole
but
time.
the
I didn't
time is
speak for you
coming.
to interrupt me. I
I
did not.
didn't speak in
I didn't
parables.
interrupt.
Hold on,
I
y'all.
did
Hold on.
not
Hold
interrupt
on,
you
hold
the
on.
whole
This
time
is
you
my
spoke.
turn.
Sarge,
This is still my turn.
Sarge, thank
Jesus
you.
Christ.
I
Sarge,
mean,
please.
I don't want
No,
to
no,
have
no,
to
no.
teach English.
Sarge, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds, but you've been going for like 2 minutes. So I
Well,
want.
yeah, because I answered with
No,
scripture.
fair enough. So I'm gonna let Cap get in there right after. So please, 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, my answers are done with scripture, okay? To show, first of all, that the Bible is written in figurative speech. Second of all, that Jesus himself admitted to speaking in figurative speech. So what I'm saying is Jesus came to teach, right? He came as a rabbi. Say that I am Jesus and I come to you. Now, I'm not telling you I'm God Almighty right off the bat, right? But I say to you, power, say, I'm talking to power. I say power. Now, he doesn't know I'm God Almighty, but I know. And I say to him, power, I'm going to teach you a prayer, right? This prayer is going to go up to the Father, knowing that I am your Father in heaven, because Isaiah just said so in Isaiah 9:6. I am your eternal Father, but I'm not telling you power. I just want you to teach. I just want to teach you to pray to me. So I say to you, say this prayer. Our Father who art in heaven. Did Jesus not come to teach? And this is what I'm saying. This is how the Bible is written. And you have to be able to reconcile these verses, because we can't erase any verse in the Bible. We have to be able to reconcile. Why did he say this? Was he lying when he said this? And we know that Jesus doesn't lie. And if you go down John 16, right? I ask people, when Jesus said only the Father in heaven knows, right, of the end times, was he lying? Because right now in John 16, if you go to John 30, the apostles say to him, now we know that you know everything and nobody has to ask you any questions. So was Jesus lying when he said only the Father knows? No, he wasn't lying. He was speaking in the second person about himself, because he is the Father. Okay, so if I speak in the second person, I'm not lying. I'm talking to you about myself, but I'm not revealing who I am. And this is what Jesus did.
So again, if we knew English language, we would know what a parable is in figurative speech. In Matthew 13, Christ, that's where Christ said, I speak to them in parables. The them he's talking about is everybody else. The them is not the disciples nor Mary. So in John 20:17, when Jesus said unto her, touch me not, that ain't no damn parable. That's literal. Because he says, why? For I am not yet ascended to my Father. So now that's someone that he's going to. She didn't answer no scripture I gave when
But
Christ.
who is he
I didn't
referring
interrupt
to
you,
as the
woman.
father?
Like, why do I have to be
Sarge,
interrupted?
He didn't. Sarge.
Sarge, I did not
All
interrupt
right, tell
you.
me when you're done.
Rest in your femininity, lady. I did not interrupt you. I gave you the respect as one listening. Thank you. So again, Christ is literally telling her, don't touch me. It ain't figurative. It's because he had not yet ascended to his Father. That's literal. That's not figurative. And then he says, but go to my brethren. Now he's literally telling her what to do, not figurative. He's telling her to go to the disciples and say unto them, which is literal, not figurative. I ascend to my Father. That's literal, not figurative. And your Father. That's literal and not figurative. Now Christ is admitting he has a Father. He's called the Son of God, not the Father of God. Then he says, and to my God and your God. You didn't answer that scripture. You didn't answer John 10:36 when he says, I am the Son of God. You didn't answer 1 Corinthians 8:6, where Paul says to us, there is one God, the Father, and then gave space for Christ. What you did do is what most people do is go to scriptures where they interpret Isaiah 9:6 as being literal when those are titles being given to him. His name is not wonderful, but it's a title. Everybody skips past the other titles that are given to him to fit their narrative. It says he shall be called Wonderful. That's not a name. Counselor. That's not a name. Mighty God. That's not a name. Everlasting Father. Not a name. Prince of Peace. Not a name. Those are all titles for the work that he's done. Abraham is the father of our faith. And that's the point of everlasting Father. He's the foundation of the New Testament. Very clearly simple. If I was to keep going in Revelations, well, I'm sorry. Then you brought up Melchizedek, which I don't even argue about Melchizedek because I believe that that is or one of the appearances of Christ. Don't argue that. But when you make the argument about having neither mother nor father, Christ had a mother and a father. Even if you go by Immaculate Conception, which I'm pretty sure you're going to tell me Joseph is not the physical father of Jesus, you're going to say Mary is the mother of Jesus. Not only does not only does Jesus have a mother and father, he also has a tribe. So now you're going to tell me God comes from the tribe of Judah? Because we know that Christ comes from the tribe of Judah. If I read Revelations 5, now Revelations is after he's dead, he's in the spirit, he's up there with the Most High. And in Revelations 5, it says, and one of the elders saith unto me, weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David. God ain't got no goddamn root. God ain't got no root of David. God don't come from a man. Jesus comes from a man. It says the root of David have prevailed to open the book and seal the loose the seven seals thereof. Later on in that chapter, it says, I'm trying to see, Revelations 5:13. It says, and every creature which is in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and such as are in the sea, and all that are in them, heard I saying, bless and honor and glory be unto him that sitteth upon the throne. That's God. That's the Father. And unto the Lamb. The Lamb, which is Jesus, is not sitting on the throne. So if the Lamb is not sitting on the throne and there's somebody getting praised that's sitting on the throne, we have to know who that is. That's the Father. Revelations 3, and I'm using Revelations because this is after Christ ascended, so can't nobody make the part that, oh, Jesus is a human form. This is Revelations 3:21. This is Christ speaking again. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne. This is Jesus saying that we overcome, we're going to sit with him in his throne. Even as I also overcame and am set down with my Father. Now this is him again saying he sat down with his Father. He's not saying he's the Father. So now I just brought up 5 instances where it's literally, not figuratively, not parabilly, no other Lee you can find, that Christ is saying he's the Son, he has a God, he has a Father. Paul says there's only one God. In Revelations, the angels are saying that he comes from the tribe of Judah and that God is who we worshiping on the throne and the Lamb. So it's not rocket science. Christ is not God, the Father.
Okay, so what I said also is you have to learn to reconcile the scriptures. Like Christ said, not one stroke of the pen will disappear. We can't cherry pick the scriptures and decide we're going to believe this one and not the other one. We have to learn to reconcile scriptures. Now, with everything you're saying, you're making a prophet of God a liar, because Isaiah was a prophet of God, and the prophets teach us. That's what the Bible says, right? That's why they wrote things, to teach us. Now, he gave us this title, right? And then you're skipping the fact that the Holy Spirit, God, became flesh. He made himself evident. Okay, so when Jesus refers to the Father, he's referring to himself as the Spirit in heaven, because God is omnipresent. He could be on earth in the form of a man while still in heaven, which is a form that we will never see, especially as humans. God is omnipresent. He can be on the cross dying while he was up in heaven in the form of spirit, because God changes form, right? He didn't create another God when he created Jesus, because God is one. Going back to the Shema, hear, O Israel, our Lord, our God is one, okay? This is how you reconcile the verses. We can't make Isaiah a liar, because Isaiah was a prophet of God. And when we stop cherry picking and only believe this and that, that's when we reconcile the scriptures. And we ask ourselves, okay, why is this being said over here and that being said over there? Okay. Now, we can go into Revelations, and I can show you where Jesus is the one sitting on the throne, because only Jesus in the Bible is described as having gems and sapphires. And that is the one who is sitting on the throne. Now, in Revelation, when you read those verses, God will definitely make circles around you. When I say God, please interpret it as Jesus, okay? Because not only is he sitting on the throne, he's also the 7 lampstands. Those are the 7 spirits of God. So God is going to make circles around you. He is also the one who is only qualified to take the scroll and open the seals. The Lamb is, because he is God. He is God who became flesh. And this is how you reconcile verses without cherry picking and calling other verses untrue. We cannot disregard any verse in the Bible, okay? And until people realize that they need to worship Jesus not as a man, but as a spirit, like he says in John 4, God is a spirit, and he must be worshiped in the spirit, not in the flesh. So when you take God and just remember the time that he was in the flesh, then you are basically worshiping God in the flesh, not in the spirit. And here you are denying that he is God. God changes form, and I can prove that to you. And also, in John 5:37, Jesus says that the Father that sent me, and he's talking about the Spirit again, he's referring to the Spirit as his Father that manifested itself in the flesh. You have never heard his voice nor seen his form. So what is he referring to? He's referring to the Spirit that has no form, and we can't see him in that form of spirit. Boy, you match. I know this book.
Okay, I'm not a boy, I'm a man. And again, if you want to start adding these ad homs and calling me a boy, I can call you things that are worse.
That is just
So I
a
did not
figure of speech.
no problem.
Okay.
And mine's would also be a figure of speech, but you won't like it. I'm not your fucking boy. I'm a grown man.
Oh, you're cursing. Oh, you're sinning. Oh, are you sinning?
You show me where of saying the word.
Oh,
all I want to
sinning.
know is where's the word fucker.
Are you
Just
sinning?
show me where it's sin.
Hey. Okay, my fault, Cap. Let's have some decorum. Respect the way he wants to be addressed. He's not a boy. Now, Sarge, I'm pretty sure your intent was not to be malicious, but let's respect the fact that he's not a boy. And Big, mind your business. All right, we'll get to you soon, Big. I do appreciate your enthusiasm and your energy, but just mind your business. Cap, you can finish, please.
Power, power, wait, power, please,
Can I apologize?
power, please, wait, power,
Can I apologize and then go with us?
You can wait. You're right.
I appreciate it, Sarge. I appreciate it, Sarge. Thank you. In 2 Corinthians,
I got you. Big, hold on. Give me a second. Cap, Big, what's your question, Big? What's your question? Well, go ahead.
Okay. I need you to promise me. I need you to promise me. I need to go back to that point about the whole, I haven't sinned since I turned to Christ thing. So don't forget that, please.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I'll be brief so you can ask that question because I don't have a lot of time. So I'll be brief in my response to Sarge, and then I'll take your question because I was going to leave after this response, but since you want to ask that question, I'll stay for that. But just to Sarge, I definitely appreciate the apology. I don't like to add because I can ad hom and be off the chain, so I don't like to do that. So I do appreciate the apology. But on this subject though, just again, none of the scriptures that I don't really philosophize when I talk. I like to read scriptures and get to the point. So I clearly demonstrated about 5 scriptures, especially 3 in Revelations, but Christ is from the tribe of Judah. So I guess if you're saying that that's God, then Jesus must be, then God must be from the tribe of Judah. And that's just not the case. If there's a man, if there's a God sitting on the throne and the Lamb is not on the throne, if the Lamb is Jesus, then Jesus is not on the throne. God is on the throne. And so I'm not discrediting Isaiah 9:6. I went to it and just explained what it meant. Hebrews 7 explained what it meant. I don't have a problem explaining what the scriptures mean. But if Christ says he has a God, I'm just going to believe what Christ said. The scriptures say, let God be true and every man a liar. So if the text clearly says, I go to my God and your God, my Father and your Father, I'm not going to turn that around and say Jesus don't have a father. He just said he has a father. And the last scripture before I take Big's question is 1 Corinthians 11:3. It says, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ. The head of every woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. So if Christ has a head, that means there's someone above him. Can't nobody tell me he's God if God is Christ's head. So Big, I'll take your question so we can go over the whole sin or anything like that. And then
Okay. So you earlier made that ridiculous claim that you haven't sinned since you turned to Christ, and I just heard you curse like 3 times in a row. So I need to explain that.
Okay, how I explain that is saying a curse word is not a sin. It could be rude, like 2 Corinthians 11:6 says, but though I be rude in speech, but yet not in knowledge. So it could be rude, but you can't show me where you can't say a cuss word in the law. When I'm just for the record, just before you respond, just for the record, if you're going to tell me I committed any sin, you have to show me in the law that I broke a law. You can't show me where, if you talk about like, there's environment where you ain't got to say cuss words and stuff like that. I agree with you there, but that's still not a sin. It'd just be rude.
Okay. First of all, intent matters in your speech. So I think, if you want me to be that hyper specific, where I'll go find that verse, I'll go find it. But if you intentionally meant to say that to hurt her feelings or to be rude to her, which you just admitted you meant to be rude to her, then yeah, that's.
I didn't admit that I meant to, because I didn't say F you. I said I'm not a fucking boy. So I didn't really cuss at her. I just cursed. Listening is an art. I did not say one cuss word. I did not say one cuss word at her. I just used I just used foul language when I spoke, but I didn't curse at her. I didn't say you fucking this, you fuck. I didn't do that.
What is foul language?
Foul language is like the F word, the B word, S word. Like those can be words that are unseemly, but child support could be foul language too. But First Peter 2:18 says, "Servant, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also the froward." When you look up that word froward, I'm gonna read you the definition of this word so you can understand.
Wait, why you looking it up?
I got it
Why you looking
already.
up? So you think
I got it already. You can relax.
Oh,
Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
appreciate it, brother. Thank you. When you look up that word, it says crooked, curved, perverse, wicked, unfair, surly, or froward. So Peter is saying you have to serve those that's going to talk to you nice and those that are going to talk to you rough. So again, I'm not sinning by using what America calls foul language. It could be rude though.
Okay.
So if you could show
Now,
me where I've
in the
sinned,
Bible,
where I sin at.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna show you right here. Okay. So in the Bible in Romans, it tells us about following the laws of the land that we are in, as long as they don't go against the Bible itself. So, yeah, okay. So, and if our socially deemed environment, we deem those words as hurtful or explicit or things of that nature, and you over here, and you said "goddamn" earlier. I caught that too, and you said that as well, which is also a curse word. But so when you say those things with the intent to be, because you meant to say those things aggressively because you got mad at her, you said them out of anger. So you said them out of an angry emotion. I don't care if you didn't directly say it at her. If you want to be that, you try to get away with it like that. You said it for a reason to set as precedent. You said it for a reason in that tone to make them off a certain way. So yes, for you to say you have the nerve to tell me that you think since you turned to Christ that you've been perfect to the Bible. First of all, the hubris of you. You're a man. You're not God. You cannot be on the level of God. If you can be perfect, there's no reason to have God here.
Okay, so the scriptures say Ephesians 4:26 says, "Be ye angry and sin not." So yes, I did say that in anger because I didn't want to be called a boy, but I did not sin by saying, "Don't call me an effing boy." You brought up following the laws of the land, which you do, as long as they don't go against the laws of God. Last I heard, I have not read in a law that you cannot use foul language. It's all on the TVs, it's all on movies, it's everywhere. The only thing it tell you, it gives you, it does matter because you said it's a law of the land. So it does matter. And then when you say perfect, when you read Luke, the first chapter, I'm going to read about, this is Luke 1:5 and 6.
I'm sorry. I'm my fault. That Cap, but Sarge, I ain't forget you. You'll go right after Cap.
Yeah, and I'm gonna probably dip after this. Power. Well, shout out to Cultivating because she told me about the room y'all was having. I just did a live stream. I stepped away from my family to come in the room, but I do have to get back to my family.
Thank you for coming.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Yeah, well,
No problem.
Captain, the way you said that, you made it seem as if you're doing us a favor.
I did say that, like
wait,
I'm
wait,
doing.
wait, wait,
Nah,
wait.
nah, because Power been talking slick all. Power been talking slick all live, so I got to get you back, Power. You right. I am doing.
Thank you for giving us a favor.
Now you know what?
Thank you, Cultivating.
I appreciate that because I always like hearing you. You know what I'm saying? Educate me. You know, because you're very knowledgeable, right? So
yeah, Power. I do live streams, man. If I'm ever doing one, that's what I was gonna say.
We gonna work on that. I'm pulling up.
We be in there, but you be having 1,000 people in there. Even perfect. I can't slide, bro. No way.
Look at Big Uriah. Big Uriah is a crybaby.
There's no way. Give me a second. Give me a second, please.
Hold on, bro.
Give me a second. So we are working on it right now.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna shoot you a quick text. Before we come on. So we definitely working on it.
Yeah. We're working on
that. That's what's up.
I've actually already attended those live streams a couple times. I was on there when you did it with Sotomayor, and I was on there when you went on by yourself a couple times as well.
Okay, who's that talking right there? That's Solo?
This Ness.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I've actually been there, but you be having like 600,000-700,000 of people on there sometimes. So it's hard to engage when you do.
But if you hit me in the back chat, like if you hit me in it, so like I will always invite somebody to come on the live stream. So just message me or something, and then I'll just bump you up and just bring you up.
Oh, well, I'm not even close to being anywhere near as knowledgeable as you guys when it comes to.
No, but you may have a question. No, it ain't always about challenging. No, it's so sometimes it's a challenge, but sometimes
I don't like to engage in.
Right. So sometimes I just like for people to ask questions. So when people see somebody on the
Oh, I'm the
screen,
question God for sure.
oh, then that's perfect. So
Hey,
when it's like that, it's more interactive when they can see you dialoguing with somebody as opposed to just typing somebody in the chat, just like the audio app. It's always
Exactly.
good when you're talking to somebody as opposed to just talking yourself. So if you ever in there, just hit me in the back chat. I'll gladly bring you up front. That's
For
not a
sure, for
problem.
sure.
But now back to Uriah. Uriah, I'm gonna give you one last
I have
shot. Listen, Uriah, I just brought it back to you, brother.
Okay.
Just show me a
Okay.
sin that I'm committing, not a sin that you think in your
Okay.
feelings. It has to be. So, like, for example, do you eat pork, shrimp, crab, or lobster?
Yes.
So now that's a sin. You're sinning.
Oh, that's a sin.
Yeah, that's
though,
a.
but not
You know
that.
how you know that's a sin? Because in Leviticus, I'm gonna tell you why. In Leviticus, the 11th chapter, it tells us what animals we can eat, what animals we cannot eat. And Christ said in Matthew 5:19, "Whosoever shall break one of these least commandments and teach men so, shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven." So when you break the commandment and teach, want me to read it again?
Huh? Wait. This is Leviticus. He's referencing Leviticus in this.
Is that a least commandment? He said, "Whosoever shall break."
Leviticus.
Yeah.
Wait, is Leviticus in Old Testament?
Leviticus is in the Old Testament.
Yeah. So what are you talking about?
Okay, I'm gonna start at Matthew 5:17. Now we're finding out why he think I can't sin because he sins. Matthew 5:17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. So he did not come to destroy the law. But verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. His death is not the fulfillment. Him coming back and us ruling in the kingdom of heaven is the fulfillment. Verse 19. For whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So not eating pork is a least commandment. Shrimp, crab, and lobster.
Yeah, I don't agree with you. I just don't agree with you.
You don't agree with Jesus?
So you telling me that during the time of Moses and Aaron, and when Samson fought the Philistines, hold on, wait a minute. Christ too, Jerusalem too. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying that on the time of the prophets, the men in the Bible, when they were over in that land, are you saying that land was called Africa? What do you say? Okay, there's different land. That land was divided to different nations of people. You call it Mizraim. You had the Ethiopians. They had Cush.
Mizraim is Egypt.
Mizraim is Egypt. So now, when Leo Scibus Africanus conquered Africa, they named it after him.
But he was a Roman.
Right, but they named the land after him. They named it Africa. But when the apostles and the men of the Bible was alive, that land wasn't called Africa. Right, it wasn't called Africa. Just like before Christopher Columbus came over here, was this called America? Right, no.
No, it was named after America Vespucci.
That's what I'm saying about Africa.
Okay,
that's
so
why, we call ourselves Africans. You calling yourself different white people. You calling yourself legal Scibus Africanus, and you calling yourself American Vespucci. Okay, well, cut to the chase. What about salvation? Tell me how you. Well, according to the Bible, only the 12 lost tribes of the nation of Israel can be saved, because that's who Christ went to. You understand?
you're losing me when you say there were lost tribes. There were 12 tribes, right? The sons of Jacob. But when you say they're lost, what do you mean?
Who calls themselves the Jews now? It ain't out. It ain't like. Okay, but wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Let me answer her question first. Okay. Let me answer your question first. When we say lost tribes, like for example, the Puerto Ricans. You know what Puerto Rico means?
I am from Puerto Rico.
What do Puerto Rico mean?
It's the name of an island.
It's called Port of Riches.
Yes.
The people that conquered your people named it that. But you're not Puerto Rican. According to the Bible, you're from the tribe of Ephraim. That's why you're lost.
Okay.
That's why we say lost tribes.
But the tribes themselves,
wait a minute. Let me answer your question.
Okay.
And maybe you'll get some understanding.
All right, go ahead.
We say lost tribes because the identity that the Puerto Ricans go by now is not the identity that they had in the Bible. Their identity in the Bible is the tribe of Ephraim.
Well, Puerto Ricans and most Latin people, Hispanic people, people, they're if I can use this term, a new race, because prior to the arrival of Christopher Columbus, there were just the indigenous people, there were the Africans, whatever you want to call them, and there were the Europeans, whatever you want to call them. It was the meeting of the three groups of people that created this new race
That's
of
false.
people.
That's absolutely false. And I'm going to explain something to you, right? I'm going to explain something to you.
Okay.
Now, this is going to be a little hard.
Okay.
I mean, because of Christianity. Christianity make it very, very hard for you to understand.
So are you a Christian?
No, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. Hebrew is my language. Israel is my father. You understand?
Okay.
So once again, and once again,
So do you not believe
saying,
the
Are you
Bible?
saying that the white man in Africa made it, and that's how the Puerto Ricans was made? You saying that?
Ish. Yeah, I'm saying
that. Is absolutely false.
Puerto
And I will help you.
Didn't
I will help you.
exist
I will
when
help you
Christopher
prove it.
Columbus landed.
Wait a minute.
No. You're talking over us, though.
Wait a minute. I will help you prove it. This is how I will help you. This is how I will help you prove it. Go and study Babylon to Timbuktu. Go study Babylon to Timbuktu. You understand? And read what happened in Babylon and Timbuktu. Also, read the history of the Assyrian Empire. The 9.5 tribes, which were the Hispanic tribes of Israel, the Hispanic tribes like Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Guatemalans, those 9.5 tribes were in slavery under the Assyrian Empire. What's your name? Wait a minute. Once the Assyrian Empire was destroyed,
The Spanish language didn't even exist then.
Okay, well, what's your name? Nice to meet you. What's your name?
My name is Judy.
I have a good day, all right?
We'll see. Okay.
Okay.
Sure. No, but it's gonna seem like what I have to say.
You want
it's gonna.
Okay,
you're not gonna understand.
You don't us rebut or anything.
Go ahead, rebut.
My question was, what about salvation? You said, what was your answer to salvation? Do you believe that sin exists?
Okay, so is your question, what about salvation or does sin exist? Okay, I'm going to answer the salvation first. Then I'll allow you to respond. Then I'll answer if sin exists. Salvation is only for the 12 tribes of the nation of Israel, according to the Bible.
Okay. Because of that, direct answer. So God created all things. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Okay, so he just banished everybody from the beginning to be lost. And you're the only tribe that can be saved. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
You ready for me to answer?
Yeah.
God is the creator of all things. Okay? And when you start to actually read the Bible, you going to let me answer?
No, but you tell me.
Are you going to let me answer?
I'm not studying.
Are you going to let me answer?
Yeah, but
I can answer how I want to answer, but are we going to have a dialogue?
How can we? If you're telling me,
I stop talking and let you talk. Are you going to stop talking and let me talk?
Go ahead, finish.
You ready?
Go ahead.
You sure you ready?
If you're going to finish, go ahead.
Once you stop believing in Christianity,
I don't believe in Christianity. I don't believe in Christianity.
Then why can't you stop telling me you do?
Did I tell you that?
Meaning, when I keep saying that you say Christianity or the Bible,
I tell you that?
Why do you keep interrupting me and telling me I don't believe in Christianity? What makes you have to keep talking if you're going to let me talk?
You just asked me a question.
No, I didn't.
You just said that
I don't believe. I didn't ask you anything.
You said, why do I believe? You said, why do I believe in Christianity?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, yeah, I heard you say that.
You're not listening.
Okay. I am listening.
You're not.
Okay, let's get back to the subject.
Have a nice day.
Okay, no sweat. Here you go.
Can I ask you one more question before you leave?
Go ahead.
Who do you say Jesus Christ is?
Jesus Christ is the son of Joseph, the son of David, the son of Abraham. He was not born by spooky sperm. He was born like I was born, by a man having sex with a woman. Do you know why Jesus Christ is the king? Because Joseph is the heir to King David's throne. If we did not go into the Babylonian captivity, Joseph would have been a king. You understand? That's why when you read Matthew 1:1, it says the genealogy of Jesus Christ, the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. That's because how can you be, and in Hebrews it says he was made with the seed of David. You know what a man's seed is? All right, so how, God don't have no seed.
Okay, my second
See, that's
question.
Christianity. He just told me he's not a Christian, didn't he?
Wait a minute. My second question. My second question.
The seed of God is not in the Bible.
Hold on.
Spooky sperm? You believe in spooky sperm? Spooky sperm is not in the Bible.
My second question. Okay. So, do you believe that Jesus died for the sins of the world?
What world?
The human population.
You talking about John 3:16? For he saved the
No, I'm
soul
just
of
I'm
the
just
world.
saying in general. Do you believe that narrative?
Jesus Christ died for the 12 lost tribes of the nation of Israel, for his people, not all people. And then you got to also know the context of the times. When Jesus Christ was teaching, you know, because Jesus Christ was a nigga, all right? And of course you understand how niggas was treated in the South by white people. So in the Roman Empire, in their elaborate empire and their authority, do you think Romans treat niggas any differently than white people treated niggas in the South? So when Christ went to go speak to his people, like it says in the Bible, he says, I'm saying for my people, his people. You understand what I'm saying? He wasn't talking to everybody. Just like I'm talking to you. And if I said, is you my sister, and I said, I'm going to die for you, I'm talking to the people that's right here. I'm not talking to all the people at the goddamn festival.
Okay, so my next question.
Go ahead. You just got to read the Bible. Cut the Christianity out.
As far as ISUPK go, man, like the whole Israelite camp, for the people who don't know, who just feel like y'all just some people who stand out there, because I done been with people not light up when I see my brothers out there. I'm like, hey, man, that them niggas who be yelling at everybody talking. Can you really break down and explain what ISUPK stands for? Like, why y'all on the corner doing this? You know what I'm saying? Why y'all so aggressive with it? You know, why y'all handle things the way that y'all handle? Just so
Definitely. I think so ISUPK stands for Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. Our leader is Commander Jenny Hunter. He's in charge of that organization. And so it was established based on the original founding members reading the Bible, which we all had in the house. And as they're reading the Bible, they're reading scriptures in the Bible. And as they're reading, there's a scripture, Deuteronomy 28 and 68. And the greatest one of the greatest questions or enigmas is, what is Black people's identity? Like when you ask Black people who they are, usually it's their religion that they identify by. They'll say, well, I'm Christian, I'm Muslim, I'm Methodist, I'm Baptist. When that's not really your ethnicity. When you ask white people, they'll say, I'm Irish, or I'm from Scotland, or something like that. So as they're reading the Bible, they're reading verses that will say you would be brought into Egypt again with ships, which is slavery. And so now we get an inkling of or earmark of, how did we get over here? We came over here on cargo slave ships. Then as we start reading more of the Bible, we see that the Israelites was Black. In Song of Solomon 1:5, it says, I am Black but comely, which is mean I am Black but beautiful. So now King Solomon is calling himself Black. That's us. So as we start, I broke down Acts 13:1 with the word nigger or niger, which means Black, which is what they call us today. So all these different identifying marks, we start taking this information and then going out into the street. And when you out into the street, and if you see the oppression of Black people, if you're not angry about it, I'll be feeling like there's something wrong with you. Like if we see all the broken homes, if we see what drugs has done, what gangs has done, what abortions has done, now with what the community has done, there has to be somebody that can deliver information that heals this nation. And so when you see us out there aggressive, another scripture says oppression makes a wise man mad. So now we take this wisdom that we got within the Bible, and now we got to go out and teach on the street corner. So like y'all see in this environment, y'all don't see me yelling at y'all. It's not necessary for me to yell or project my voice because we're in a room having a conversation. When we're on the street corners, Isaiah 58:1 says, cry aloud, spare not, meaning you have to point out our people, our condition, our identity, how we get out of it. So when people say you're yelling, they're not wrong for saying that we're yelling, but we have to project that voice out so we can tell people this is who we are. Our disobedience to God is why we're in that condition that we're in. Like if God is our Father and all of us believe in God, Christ said, our Father which art in heaven. So if God is your Father gave you laws you're supposed to live by. And your Father told you, if you live by these laws, I will give the best to you. I will put you on top. You will be above all nations. But if you disobey these laws, you'll be punished for disobeying your Father. And Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, we have disobeyed our Father, and we're seeing the punishment. And it's just now, as simple as I'm saying it, the ramifications make it not that simple. But if we were to be obedient to the Father that we love, we would then be blessed and we wouldn't be in this condition. So that's why we have to speak in the fashion that we have to speak.
And then people come and challenge us because the Bible is something that, you know, a lot of cats think like if you believe in the Bible, you soft. A lot of cats think it's a white man's book. A lot of cats think a lot of things about the Bible. So now sometimes people come up against us at the camp. We call it a camp when we out there speaking. So now you got cats that come up in there and say, your Bible is trash. We should be following this. We should be following that. And so we built for the battle. Like, we don't mind if you want to come and battle with information. That's what I do. I'm known for that. Like, if you was to search me on YouTube, you would see that I've battled since 2013 and whooped everybody ass. Facts. Like, if this was battle rap, I would be like Sue Surf, like Loaded Lux or something like that. Like, facts. And so now why you got to do that? Because if they can beat you on the Bible, then everything that we stand for is trash. But if I can beat you on your information, then everything that you stand for is trash. Now, if he was to beat me, I would follow him. If he could tell me that not believing in the Bible, we should believe in this, and this is our identity, this is our right way, I would follow that. But if we can dominate, then we win. So now when we go out on the street corners, that's why we're aggressive. That's why we're loud. The reason why it's comes across as an offense, because they're used to a docile black man. The black man is, listen, Martin Luther King was like a sissy. Now, a lot of people gonna get offended by that. but let me tell you what I mean. Not a sissy in the sense, let me get it out. Not a sissy in the sense of being able to organize men together. That takes courage. Not a sissy in the sense of marching on Washington. That takes courage. But the message he was sending sissified us. The message was, don't fight. The message was, be nonviolent. When every race, every man or every human has a right to defend themselves. And you do not want to send a message that if we get harmed by a people, we're supposed to forgive them right away. If there was reciprocity in the forgiveness, then maybe I could understand. But there's never been reciprocity. And Martin Luther King said a statement. He said, what I'm doing is leading us into a burning building. So if Martin Luther King says he's leading us into a burning house, you don't go into a burning house to live. You go into a burning house to die. It's fire, the gas, all of that is going to kill you. So even he knew his message was wrong. But since that time, if you go out there and call out these governments or these enemies for things that they do and you do it aggressively, you know what they say? You got to do it like Martin Luther King. He was all about love. He was all about peace. But when them towers fell,
and they killed.
Think about examples. So like when them towers fell, 9/11, right? Like 3,000 people died, right? 3,000 Americans, something like that died. And in the name of that, the white military went over to Palestine and Afghanistan and slaughtered millions of people that had nothing to do with 9/11. You know why? Because American lives matter that much. And when they finally so-called killed Osama bin Laden, you know what America said? I can finally sleep. You know who's not been allowed to get relief from their oppressor is us. Even Jewish people, when that Holocaust was over, they said, man, we can't leave them Jewish people in Germany. We got to take them out of Germany. They cannot be around the people that was oppressing them. And they divided Palestine in half, put a people there that was not those people so they could be relieved of what they went through. What do we get when they so-called freed us from slavery? They call sharecroppers, but now you get to just farm the land that you was already a slave on and not even get the benefit of it. And then when we did build stuff, the best time for Black people was segregation. Because during segregation is when we built all them cities y'all talk about. Black Wall Street, Paradise in Detroit. You got Seneca Village in New York. You got cities in DC. All that is built at a time when Jim Crow was enacted, 13th Amendment is enacted. All of these things are enacted at a time where you think we should fall. But we rise up. And that's the greatest threat to America, that in 40 years removed from slavery, we building the greatest thing within their empire. And that's what makes us a threat, because now they don't have the cattle that they once had, because that's what we are. We're cattle. We pull the plow of America. You know how they say America runs on Duncan? America runs on niggas. We build everything and we do everything. Our financial money runs this place. We don't never get paid and say, after we pay our bills, we don't never say, let me support these black businesses. Let me build up this black economy. That's why Atlanta is special. Like y'all special right now because y'all got all these black people coming down here, these black entertainers and stuff like that coming down here to resurrect something that we ain't really seen since segregation. And that's a threat. So now what do they got to do? They got to convince some uppity rich leaders to say integration is better. So then we go through integrating schools. When you integrate the school, now we don't get black education no more. You get their education. It used to be math is universal. Math is like the one thing that's universal. But now we don't learn our history. We don't learn our English. We don't learn a job. Samuel L. Jackson did this video where he said in his community, they went to school based on what was going to be their trade. And they would know the teacher, they would know the principal, they would know XYZ. When Brown versus Board of Education came out and they integrated the schools, now you don't learn black education. There's nothing nobody that caters to you. That Negro League, you know, we was talking about Satchel Paige and Josh Gibson. The Negro League is another thing. The Negro League was the greatest thing. If you think about a baseball team, what's Atlanta Braves down here, right? So Atlanta Braves, if you go to a Braves game, right, you're gonna get hungry, so you're buying the food there. Those are vendors that you're buying from. You're buying the drinks there. That's another vendor you're buying from. You're buying the Braves jerseys, the memorabilia, that's another vendor you're buying from. So imagine them St. Louis Monarchs. When you go to the St. Louis Monarchs and see them play, when you get hungry, you patronizing the black business. When you drink,
Mr. Earl Rib sandwich. Ain't nothing like a Mr.
There you
Earl.
go. The Earl Ribs, and Earl Rib is famous, got the best sandwich on the planet. But then you got Jackie Robinson, who said, I don't want to hit the black baseball. I want to hit the white baseball. Right. And when you look up, R.A. Dickey, who was the owner of the Brooklyn Dodgers, said specifically that he was going to use integration to destroy the Negro League, because he said if we fought them on taking the best players, he would say, didn't you want to get integrated? Right. And you know how it was about destroying the Negro Leagues? When the ABA merged with the NBA, they kept ABA teams.
Yeah.
They didn't get rid of all the ABA teams.
Yeah,
they kept
about 5 on
the Negro League, all of them gone, because it's about destroying our infrastructure. And so now we're totally dependent on America. Right. There's nothing. So Israelites, we upset about that. So we're not upset from like an emotional standpoint where if I see a white guy or African guy, I'm cussing them out or I can't open the door or do business. My business is body butter business. I work with Africans, whites, Arabs, all kind of people to get their product to make their business. So it's not like that. But we do point out the problems that they have, and we don't give our love to them. We give our love to y'all. And so we go to all of the communities in Atlanta and North Carolina. We go into a project in North Carolina next week, right? We going to this project in North Carolina that asked us to come back because we went to this. What's the name of the project, Akkad? McDougal Projects in North Carolina. We was in there in April. We did a food drive. They didn't even know we was coming. So we come there with food and clothes, bring them everything, and they contact us and ask us to come back. So they talk about the Israelites and we mad and angry. We are mad and angry because black families are destroyed. Communities are destroyed. And we wanted to get cleaned up. You know when they clean up a neighborhood? When white folk want to move in. When they want to destroy a neighborhood, like they always make it seem like the community is supposed to take care of the neighborhood. That's a lie. It's not the community's job to police the neighborhood. It's the police job to police the neighborhood. That's what they're paid for. But when they want the community to go to trash, the police turn a blind eye to the drug dealers. The police turn a blind eye to the abuse until the quality of life in that area goes down enough to where the white people can come up there and buy up all the real estate, get it real cheap. And then now you know what, all of a sudden, police know how to police now. They know how to lock people up. They know how to arrest people. They know how to control the neighborhood. And so that's what we're angry about. And people need to hear that part. I'm glad you asked that question because people need to hear that part about what we're doing, because all they do is put us on the thing and they say, oh, they just yelling, they call the white man a devil, they doing all of this, as if the white man ain't deceiving. As if if somebody could point out the lie that we say about white people, I'll stop saying it. Dead ass. We went to court in 2014 in Philadelphia. Liberty Place took us to court. They playing our videos right? So they playing out videos in court. It's a white woman, Jewish judge. They playing a video. This brother is talking about all of this crap about white people, what he want to happen to them, reading the Bible and everything. And even in court, they said we was right for what we were saying because it was coming from the Bible. So it might seem like we angry, which we are, but there's nobody that's going to love black people greater than us, because we'll give you identity and we'll give you brotherhood. That's what we'll give you. So appreciate the question. Yeah. And this is my man right here. Like, what I like, if I could, about Moneybag did this skit. So I was always following Moneybag, just like I was following y'all. Moneybag, you did that skit about when the woman said, "What? How you know God is a woman? I mean, a man. How you know God ain't a woman?" And it's just said, "Lost ass nigga." That shit was fucking funny as hell. And you start, and you read what impressed me was that you knew the scriptures. Because I'm not knowing that you as an Israelite. I'm just watching you as a comedian. And so when you bust down and you bust the scripture, Exodus 15:3, the Lord is a man of war, I contacted you. And then you build connections just like that. And so that's how I linked up with him. And that's how you know being an Israelite, because you never know who's watching. You never know who's listening. And you have to make sure you carry and conduct yourself in that fashion. Because if anybody saw me out here with a white woman smoking weed, selling drugs, it'd be like, that shit Captain Tazaryach talk about, that's trash. You know what I mean? So I have to.
But if they saw me do it, it's different.
That no business.
Well, as an Israelite, I stand on the business. No, that's fine. So that's just to answer the question. That's what we're about. Like, we're about fixing the condition of blacks and Hispanics and giving them identity first. Because an identity, when you say somebody, if you say you're an Israelite, or let's say if you say you Chinese, right? If somebody found out that they're Chinese, you're gonna go into, well, what is the Chinese culture? They got what, the Buddha? Is it Buddha? So they got Buddha. So you're going to look for this fat guy, which that's not even Buddha. That's just who Buddha worship, right? So you're going out looking for this fat guy. You're going into what they eat, what they celebrate. So now when you find out you're an Israelite, you're going to find out, okay, if I'm an Israelite, what do we celebrate? What do we eat? Who are we supposed to love? Who are we supposed to marry? How are we supposed to live? How are we supposed to conduct ourselves? And it's all in that Bible. Your pastor told you God's law was done away with, which is insane to me, because the only thing the law ain't done away with is that tithe, that 10%. That still stand. Yeah, but you can do whatever you want. What father, what God that you serve would ever say that you don't have to do what I told you to do? Even us as parents would never tell our children, you don't have to do what I say. But for some reason, the church teach you that God don't care what you do.
Just repent, you be all right.
Yeah.
Say forgive me.
Yeah, say forgive me.
Yeah. You can do that. You can do that a million times.
Yeah,
Right before you die.
Yeah.
Please forgive me.
I used to think that too. I'm gonna just say, God forgive me right before I die.
Yeah.
That don't even make sense.
Might not get it out.
Yeah. What if you can't talk?
Oh man, hold on, man. Look.
You better think that shit.
You ain't gotta
talk to him in the mind.
Right.
Talk to him with the mental.
I thought he was gonna say it. He didn't say it. So
you gotta say the word, buddy.
You gotta say it.
Y'all go through a lot of crazy shit. Like I said, I've been watching y'all for years, man. Like,
yeah.
White supremacy takes the year out of your life that supports them the most.
The threat is if we empower ourselves, it would be at the lessening of them.
Here's my social security number. Fucking here it is.
SEO, you there?
Hey, what's up, Cap?
Hey, no sir. Before you go, bro, hey, make sure y'all donate to the Super Chat, to the Cash App, if you don't mind. Super Chat and the Cash App definitely helps fund the school, helps us keep this machine going. So if you would be so kind to give a donation, we appreciate it. And pay your tithe. Let me put that up in there. Let me put the website up in there. Make sure you're paying that's more important than the donation. More important than the donation is paying your tithes, because that's law. Donation is a donation. Tithe is a law. All right, what's up, SEO? What you got?
Hey, man, first and foremost, I want to say shalom to you. I want to say shalom to everybody listening, or shalom. And I just want to play blessings on everybody listening, and let's get the kingdom.
Damn right.
I also want to say wonderful breakdown on Luke, because I've been confused on that myself for a little bit as to prove that Yahweh Shai did come from the seed of David. So excellent job.
Right.
You brought out, now the reason why I want to talk to you is it's not concerning the virgin birth, because I think you nailed it in the coffin.
Right.
Anybody who watches this, there should be no confusion going forward. But the reason why I'm on here is because, can we go to Matthew 5 real quick concerning the one jot and the one tittle?
Yeah, I'm there already.
Okay.
Yep.
So, all right. So can we read where, what is that? If you teach men so?
Yeah, that verse 19. It says, whosoever therefore shall break one of the least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
So, I mean, I understand that he's very specific in saying, if you break and teach, but what if you don't break, but you teach contrary to the law? What then?
It's the same thing. So it's not, so the two don't go together. So I get, when you say how you said break and teach, as if you have to do both of them to be least. No, what he's saying is, and I'm gonna read verse 20 so you can understand, and I'm gonna give you another precept. So I'm gonna read verse 20 and the precept, and I'm gonna come back. So verse 20 says, for I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Now I'm gonna give you a precept to why he said that. This is in Matthew 23, and I'm gonna read verse 2. I'm sorry, verse 1, so you can get the context. It says, then spake Jesus to the multitude and to his disciples, saying, the scribes and Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. All therefore whatsoever they bid you observe, that observe and do. But do not ye after their works, for they say and do not. That's why he had both of them in there. And that's why he said your righteousness has to exceed the Sadducees and Pharisees, because the Pharisees would be saying, don't commit adultery, but they're committing adultery. They would say, don't serve this, but they're serving that. So that's a person that's teaching you to keep them, but they're not keeping them. You understand now?
I understand. So to clarify, Jesus never taught against the law of Moses.
Never.
Okay.
Never.
And neither do we today in 2024. We don't go out and teach people to break the law of Moses.
Not at all.
Okay.
The law of Moses is the law of God.
Beautiful. So
I'm trying to get the scripture that says that, but you can keep talking though.
Okay, so now that we're on the same page regarding that, we understand that Matthew 5 doesn't discriminate. It's anyone, right? So what if I said, so what if I told you this? What if I said, listen, there's nothing called unclean. What if I said everything is clean? I said you can eat swine, you can eat camel meat. What if I told you that? Would I, and I teach men that, would I be called least in the kingdom?
Yes, you would.
Okay. Can we go to Romans 14 and verse 14?
Yes.
And then I want to get another.
This is the body bag session.
Two scriptures. The first one would be Romans 14 and 14. And the second scripture would be Ezekiel 22 and 26. And Captain, I want to get your thoughts on these things. And I just want to see what you think.
Said, I got Romans 14. The second scripture you said was Ezekiel what?
22 and verse 26.
All right, so I got Ezekiel 22. I'm just putting these in my notes so I can have this. I want to add another scripture from Ezekiel. It's going to be Ezekiel 37 and verse 23. So I'm adding that. All right. So we got Romans. So we starting at Romans 14, right?
In verse 14.
Got you. Okay. Do you want to read it or you want me to read it?
You can go ahead and read it.
Got you. I know and am persuaded by the Lord Jesus that there is nothing unclean of itself, but to him that esteemeth anything to be unclean, to him it is unclean. You want me to read verse 15 too, right?
So Paul, no, we could just stop right there.
Right.
So Paul taught that all things are clean. Where
does it say he taught that all things
Paul taught that whatever is sold in the shambles, you can eat.
Okay, but before we get to the
hold on. Paul taught.
Listen, don't mess up a good. Relax. Don't mess up a good conversation. Before you get to the shambles and stuff like that, let's just stay right here in Romans 14 because it don't talk about the shambles here. The shambles is in Corinthians. Right now, he said that there is nothing unclean of itself, but to him that esteemeth anything to be unclean, to him that is unclean. And then you said, this is Paul saying all meats are clean, correct?
He's saying, let me see. It says, I know and am persuaded of the Lord Jesus that there is nothing unclean of itself. That's very clear, plain in the text. He's saying there's nothing unclean. That's why we have Ezekiel. That's why we have Ezekiel pulled up, because the father had an issue with that because her priest didn't put a difference between that which was clean and that which was unclean.
Okay, so in Ezekiel, were they supposed to put a difference?
Of course.
Okay, so you can't use that scripture then.
No, so but the problem is listen, I'm not coming to the standpoint of trying to justify breaking the law. I'm coming to the standpoint that Paul is guilty.
I got you.
So Paul is guilty of teaching.
Got you.
That so it is okay. And not only that, Paul also taught that it was okay to eat things sacrificed.
Okay, but before we get to the sacrifice of idols, we could do that next. What is Romans the 14th chapter about?
It's talking about meats and it's talking about food.
That's
and he's
not
talking about and he's talking about in respect to high holy days.
No, Romans the 14th chapter, and this and when I give this to you, like most people that say Paul is teaching to do something, they always don't get the context. So I'm gonna give you the context of the argument and why he's saying nothing. When he's saying nothing is unclean of itself, but to him that esteemeth anything unclean, to him is unclean. He's not talking about what he does. He's talking about what somebody else says is unclean. So let's find out what they said was unclean. Let's go up. So let's go to Romans 14:1. You with me, brother?
Yeah, man. He's talking about food, brother.
Wait, brother. All I'm asking is, are you with me at Romans 14:1?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm reading it with you.
No problem. Romans 14:1. Him that is weak in the faith receive ye, but not to doubtful disputations. So now the conversation is that there's an argument that's doubtful, and one is weak. For one believeth that he may eat all things, another who is weak eateth herbs. Verse 3, let not him that eateth despise him that eateth not, and let not him which eateth not judge him that eateth, for God hath received him. So the one that is weak and eating herbs is judging a man for eating meats. You know what we would call this today, brother? A vegan versus a meat eater. The vegetarian do not, and that's what makes this subject so funny, because to this day, vegetarians believe that we should not eat meat. Vegetarians will say, even Israelites will say in Genesis 1, it say herb is for meat, even though we have a whole law for eating meat. That's the argument here. So the one that's saying it's unclean is the vegan. The vegan is saying that meat is unclean. It's not talking about clean and unclean animals. That's not the subject. The subject is the vegan is saying we should not eat meat, period. That's why it says to him that say it's unclean, to him is unclean. Why? because there's no law that you have to eat meat except on the Passover. The Passover, we know we got to eat that lamb. So once a year, you're going to eat the lamb. But if you don't want to eat meat after that, and if you think this burger is unclean, you think this turkey is unclean, to you, it's unclean. But to me, I'm going to eat it. That's the argument, brother.
Captain Tazaryach, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So do you think that when Paul was teaching to the church at Rome, that he wasn't teaching the same thing that he was teaching at Corinthians?
No, I don't, because remember, each letter to each zone, so like to Corinthians.
No, but listen, brother, he was there for years.
You gotta let me answer the question, brother. You gotta let me answer the question, because I already just destroyed this argument. And the reason why you're asking me this question is because you still want to find an issue with Paul. And I don't have a problem answering your questions. But what you cannot deny is that Romans, the 14th chapter, the vegan is judging the person eating meat. It's not about unclean pork. It's not about unclean shrimp. The vegan, or the one that eats herbs, is judging the one that's eating meat. That's what 14:3 says. That's why it says, and let not him which eateth not judge him that eateth. So it ain't got nothing to do with unclean foods. Now, to answer your question, Corinthians, they deal with the brother sleeping with his man, sleeping with his father's wife. That's not in Romans.
So you're saying so those attributes, right? There's not so a brother sleeping with his father's wife.
Mm-hmm.
We can find that being done in the Old Testament, where the Lord said a father and the son going to the same age. Hold on. So we see that even though he's talking to the Corinthians, we see that the Israelites been doing that no matter where they were. Hold on, brother.
No,
so
hey, stop. Listen, stop. Just stop for a second, because you're windmilling. I don't know why you went to the Old Testament, because you said that I believe that he was writing the same things. Paul, you talking about. I don't know why you're talking about the Old Testament. So the reason why I brought up the adultery in Corinthians is because he wasn't addressing a man sleeping with his father's wife in Romans, to show you that there's some things that they have in common. So you might see the circumcision talking about in Corinthians and Romans, but you won't see every single thing, the same thing everywhere.
I understand.
The letters that he wrote to, now that's what I'm saying. So there are some things in common. So like when you brought up the meats offered to idols, that's in Corinthians. You don't really see them talking about meats offered to idols. In Romans, you see a vegan.
Captain, you're missing the point that I'm making.
No, I think the point here's the point that you're making. The point that you're making is that Paul is allowing them.
I can just tell you the point.
Say it again. Say it again.
All right. The point that I'm making is that the things that he was teaching in every one of the churches, he was teaching to everybody. He was teaching when he went to Rome. He was teaching brothers, don't go into your father's wife, or your father's wife. You can't say that he wasn't teaching that to the other churches as well. You can't say that.
I don't read it, so I
can't. Who
can't.
cares if you don't read it?
Wait. What I care that I don't read it is
and
because
that's why
I
you don't
already said. One second, brother. I know it hurts because you thought you had a point, right? But I said there's some commonality. So I didn't even deny that there's some things that he wrote that are the same. Like listening is an art, brother. Did I not say that? Yes or no?
Yes, brother. But
That's
not the point that I'm making.
It is the point that I'm making, because you asked the question was, did he write the same things to each place? And all I said was no. There's some commonality, but then there's some things that are specific. And then I just used an example of something that took place in Corinthians that he specifically addressed, that he did not specifically address in Rome, that he not specifically addressed in Ephesus or Galatia.
I understand.
And then there's
Captain.
some things that they
I understand, Captain.
There you go. And I just want you to see that,
I
because
got you. But now hear my point. My standpoint is a different. I'm making a different argument than you. My argument again is that the things that he was teaching at Rome, he would be in these locations for years and for months. You think that these epistles that we have, these were the only epistles that he wrote? No, these are the only epistles that survived. So my standpoint, my point is the same things that he was teaching at Rome, he was teaching at all the other churches. What he was teaching at Jerusalem, he was teaching at everywhere. So if we go to Corinthians and he's teaching, it's okay for you to eat whatever is sold in the shambles. That doesn't change all of a sudden because he goes a mile away to a different town. He's still teaching the same thing, bro. And your argument is, well, I don't see it written because you're trying to be simple.
That's not my argument. Only person simple is you, because I never said that there was no commonality. I use an example. You said writing the same things. So we can read in 1 Corinthians when he says, whatsoever is sold in the shambles that eat, asking no question for conscience sake. But he's not saying the argument. So do you know what the argument is in Corinthians?
Yes. That
what is
you
the
have
what is
the argument is that the argument that he says over and over again is that you are not under the law, that you are free, that you are free from the law, and that you have liberty in Christ.
Gotcha.
And
So
what
now
is
I'm gonna
that liberty? That liberty, and that's the same the council that they first had when they came concerning circumcision. All that the conclusion was.
Wait, let's not
they
do
said,
circumcision. Let's stay
hold
straight.
on, bro. Hold on. You got to hear the whole matter. You got to hear the whole matter first, then rebuke.
What you're not good at multiple conversations. You're good at one subject. So let's just stay with the shambles and the eating the foods, and then we could talk about circumcision. I don't want to deviate.
No, you're not. That's not my point. That's not my point. You got to hear me out first.
You said that Paul gave him the liberty through the whole
matter.
I'm hearing you.
No, you're cutting me off. You're not letting me finish the whole matter first. You cut me off. I didn't even get to finish my point.
But you got to stay on subject. Just stay on subject.
Staying on subject. The subject is Paul, right?
Can you go to the scriptures that say what you're saying?
See, you're still doing it.
I'm not going to talk. No, you quoted the scripture. You went to Romans 14, but in Corinthians, you didn't go. Now, 1 Corinthians 10 and I think 25 is the shambles.
Because this is what we're doing. Now we're creating excuses for this guy, Paul, and that's what you're doing. So I'm not. My whole point.
I just obliterated you in Romans 14. That's why you running to 1 Corinthians. I just showed you that Romans 14 is a vegan eater versus a meat eater. It's not talking about the law of unclean and clean meat. I just showed you that.
No,
that's why you're now running to Corinthians.
No, I'm not running.
Yes, you are.
I'm staying here. I'm staying right here.
Was Romans 14, was that a vegan eater? Yes or no?
Well, the first part of the passage, because he clearly says
that's the whole argument.
That's not the whole argument. That is not the whole argument. Because he's talking about because if that's the whole argument, see, you don't want to let me talk. You just want me to be quiet. So I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
You know what? You being quiet and being a student is the best thing that you can do. You read Romans 14 and assumed that Paul was saying you can eat literal unclean foods.
You know why I'm coming to that conclusion? You don't want to know why?
I do.
Precept upon precept. Because he said you can eat whatever is sold in the shambles, bro. You can't get around it.
Show me in 1 Corinthians where he's talking about unclean foods in 1 Corinthians. Show me that book, chapter, verse.
And then that's why I'm going precept. I'm using his whole body of work. I'm
right.
So
show me. No, see this.
You want to isolate me to just.
I don't want to isolate you.
This is the body bag session.
I don't want to isolate you. I don't know why you keep saying that I want to isolate you. You said that the reason why you believe Romans 14 is talking about unclean foods is because of precept upon precept. And then you quoted 1 Corinthians 10 to say that Paul is saying you could eat unclean foods in 1 Corinthians 10. All I'm asking you to do is show me where Paul is saying in 1 Corinthians that you can eat unclean foods, just like you did with Romans 14.
I know you want. Okay. I already gave you. You can eat whatever is sold in the shambles. You know what the shambles are? That's called the market. So wherever you go, and that's why I'm looking at his whole body of work. Right. I'm looking at from his whole ministry.
Okay, so let me know when you're done, because see the difference between you and
I. Every time I keep
but
talking,
you don't
read
me off because you're not giving no scriptures.
I just gave it to you. 1 Corinthians chapter 10. It says right there, whatever is sold in the market, you can eat. So that means whatever. So if I go to China, and they're selling bats, they're selling swine, and I see meat there, I'm not even gonna ask them. I'm just gonna go in there and I'm gonna eat whatever they sell me, and I'm not gonna ask for conscience sakes. What do you mean? There's nothing further for me to elaborate. So now let me go on the precept. Let me give you another precept.
Wait. No, you can give me the precept after we discuss 1 Corinthians 10, just like we did Romans 14. So now I'm gonna ask you the same question that I asked you Romans 14. What is the subject in 1 Corinthians? Is it unclean foods or is it meat offered to idols?
Well, he's talking about multiple things, and that's the thing.
No,
the scriptures
he's not.
The scriptures are not written like that, bro.
No, he's
the scriptures
not.
are not written like.
No,
it's
he's
not
not
written like that.
No, he's not. Just like you was a liar. Just like you was a liar. Romans 14. You're a liar with 1 Corinthians. 1 Corinthians is talking about meats offered to idols. It's not talking about pork. It's not talking about shrimp or crab or lobster or any other unclean food. Now I'm gonna read it. Now I'm gonna read scriptures because I'm better than you. I'm gonna show you. So this is 1 Corinthians.
All you have to do, hold on. All you have to do.
I'm just gonna read
down,
the scriptures. I'm gonna break.
Okay, go ahead.
I have to give you the stuff. Thank you.
Go ahead, but I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna preface this. As you do that, all you have to do after you do that, you have to go into what a shamble is and explain to the audience what the shambles are.
All you got to do is
what a definition.
All you got to do. All you got to do.
This is the body bag session.
If you can just listen and digest what I'm about to read for you, I'm gonna start at 1 Corinthians 8, and then I'm gonna come up to 10. So you can understand. I'm not going to read, of course, I'm not reading every single verse in 8 and 9 and 10. I'm just starting at 8 because you mentioned this point about the liberty that Paul said Christ gave us. Let's see if we're supposed to use that liberty to sin. So I'm going to read it. This is 1 Corinthians 8 and 1. And I'm going to prove to you that it's about offering idols. It says, now as touching things offered unto idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifieth. If any man think he knoweth anything, he knoweth not yet as he ought to know. But if any man love God, the same is known of him. As concerning, therefore, the eating of those things offered in sacrifice unto idols. Now we got the subject, ICL. The subject is not unclean foods. The subject is meats offered to idols. So now we got the subject. Now it says, we know that an idol is nothing in the world, and that there is none other God but one. But to us, for though there be that are called gods, whether in heaven or on earth.
You just jumped back 2 chapters to explain chapter 10, bro.
Boy, listening. Wait. Listening is an art. Did I not just tell you I'm gonna start at 1 Corinthians 8 and come up to 10? Did I not just say that to you?
Okay,
listening
but chapter 9, he switches. Chapter 9, he switches.
Slow down, Swifty. I even said I'm not going to read every verse and verse 9 and verse 10. I'm just using this so we can get the context of what he's talking about.
No, I
just said that to you.
I heard you the first time.
Okay, then you shouldn't have interrupted me. Don't interrupt
me. Chapter 9 doesn't even talk about that.
Don't interrupt me.
Chapter 9 doesn't talk about that.
I didn't say I was reading 9.
Okay, so you can't use chapter 8 and then.
I muted your mic. I said to you, you made a point to say that Paul says Christ gives us a liberty. Let's see if it gives us the liberty to sin. I'm about to answer that. I'm going to unmute you, but don't interrupt me again while I'm breaking this down, because clearly you don't know. Now, I already substantiated meats offered to idols. Verse 6, but to us there is but one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him. And one Lord Jesus Christ, by whom are all things. Verse 7, howbeit there's not in every man that knowledge, for some with the conscience of the idol unto this hour eat it as a thing offered to an idol, and their conscience being weak is defiled. Now he's saying some people got knowledge of there's only one, the Most High, so they can eat that meat because they don't believe that those gods are real. And then you got some that when they go eat this meat, they're eating Christmas dinner or Thanksgiving dinner. Now, let's see what Paul says if the one should eat it or not. But meat commended us not to God, for neither if we eat are we the better, neither if we eat not are we the worse. But take heed lest this liberty of yours, remember you said, Paul said this liberty allowed us to do it. But take heed lest this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak. For if any man see that which has knowledge sit at meat at the idol's temple? Shall not the conscience of him is weak be emboldened to eat those things which are offered to idols? And through thy knowledge or your liberty shall the weak brother perish for whom Christ died? Verse 12. But when ye so sin against your brethren, what is the sin? Eating the meat offered to idols. So he's telling you not to eat. And wound their weak conscience, ye sin against Christ.
Okay, so for the record,
I'm not finished. Verse 13. Wherefore, if meat make my brother to offend, I will eat no flesh while the world standeth. So I just showed you that liberty Paul didn't say to sin. So now let's go to your 1 Corinthians, the 10th chapter.
Captain Tazaryach, can I please respond?
No,
you're gonna.
can't.
So you're gonna have
you
a
got to
whole.
be quiet. You got to be quiet.
You're
I
not gonna let
told
me
you if
talk
you had
about
an
that?
issue, if you
I
had
have
an
an
issue with
it.
what I was saying, no. If you had an issue with what I was going to do, you should have said that you had an issue before I started. But
Okay,
don't
it doesn't
agree.
matter. When you're
It
done, I'm
does
still gonna
matter.
address it.
Just shut your mouth. I didn't say you couldn't when I'm done. I said you can't till I'm done. Like, do I got to talk to you like a child? Shut the fuck up. I talk to my children. I don't cuss at them, but I tell my children to shut up. You're a grown man. I shouldn't have to talk to you like I talk to a child. So now, he wanted the word shambles. The word shambles, Latin origin, a butcher's stall, a meat market, or provision shop. G3111, that's what shambles mean. So now, in 1 Corinthians, the 10th chapter, it starts off saying, moreover, brethren, I just want to skim down for time's sake. It says, it says, I'm gonna start at verse 20. But I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God. I would not that ye should have fellowship with the devils. Ye cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils. Ye cannot be partakers of the Lord's table and of the table of devils. Do we provoke the Lord to jealousy? Are we stronger than he? Now he's telling you what the Gentiles do. Verse 23. All things are lawful for me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but all things edify not. Again, on the subject of meat. Let no man seek his own, but every man another man's wealth. Whatsoever it's sold in the shambles, that eat, asking no questions for conscience sake. The question that he's talking about is if a brother is weak, thinking that this meat was offered to idols. That's why I read 1 Corinthians, the 8th chapter. So if you're going to get that turkey, if you're going to get that beef, don't ask whether it was offered to idols, because it's really just meat. The idols are not real. But if you're struggling with that, just ask. Don't ask no question for conscience sake. He's not telling nobody to eat pork or shrimp or crab or lobster. But if you think this is Thanksgiving turkey, don't even ask. Just get the turkey. If you think this is Christmas turkey, don't even ask. Just eat the turkey. That's all he's saying. Shambles is just a meat market, brother. Now the floor is yours.
Okay, so let's go back to 1 Corinthians chapter 8. Because you don't even realize what you just did, in my opinion. And can we go to verse 7?
You asking me to go to verse 7 or you?
Well, I mean you.
I was gonna be quiet. No, I was gonna be quiet because
you want me to read it?
I mean, I don't want to read because if I read, I run the risk of talking. You didn't want me to interrupt you, so I was giving you the floor.
All right, cool.
I didn't need you to talk while I was talking.
Okay, cool.
You just got to respond.
Okay, cool. So this is 1 Corinthians chapter 8 and verse 7. It says, howbeit, there is not in every man that knowledge. For some with conscience of the idol unto this hour eat it as a thing offered unto an idol, and their conscience being weak is defiled. So Paul is dealing with the conscience of man. You have two people. One person's conscience is strong, the other person's conscience is weak. verse 8. But meat commendeth us not to God. So he's saying meat doesn't commend us unto God. The meat doesn't matter. It doesn't make you righteous. It doesn't make you unrighteous. He's saying, for neither if we eat are we the better, neither if we eat not are we the worse. I'm saying that you are the worse if you eat. Paul is saying you're not. And the reason why is because verse 9, he says, but take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak. So my question to you, Captain Tazaryach, would be, let's just say there are no weak brothers around us, and every man is strong in his faith, just like Paul. Would it be okay for me to eat something that is sacrificed to an idol?
First, you didn't answer none of the questions, but to answer the question, I'm gonna use idols that are common today.
So you can't say yes or no. You got to give me you can't just give me yes or no. If our consciences are strong, they're not weak. We're all strong. We've been in this truth for a long time. Is it okay for us to eat something sacrificed to an idol?
No. And I'm going to read the scripture.
Okay, so Paul said it is.
Stop.
So wait. So now you want to cut me off. So now you want to cut me off.
I was in the middle of my answer.
All right, cool.
You asked me a question. I'm in the middle. I didn't talk the whole time. Even when you asked me to read the scriptures, I said no, because if I read them, it might make me talk. Then you asked me a question and interrupted my answer. I didn't interrupt you. You interrupted me. If you
you gave me your answer. It was a no.
I wasn't finished with my answer.
That's all I needed was a no.
No. You don't set the rules in my fucking room. I can say yes or no and expound. Otherwise, don't ask me no question. But
any more than these is evil.
I'm gonna answer. I'm gonna answer the question.
Any more than
the reason why I said I'm not gonna do, if I would have just read the scripture, if you just shut the fuck up, you can't, like a woman. Like you need to rest in your femininity, because all I'm trying to do is answer the question that you asked. And I'm going to read a verse to substantiate why I said no, because your scenario is that if I'm around a bunch of men and we know that this is not an idol, that this is just food, should we eat? And I said no. And I'm going to read the verse why I say no. Verse 10, 1 Corinthians 8:10. For if any man see thee, which has knowledge, sit at meat in the idol's temple, shall not the conscience of him which is weak be emboldened to eat those things which offer the idols? So it's not that we have this knowledge. The point is what you do with that knowledge. So I don't go around, that's why I wanted to use a live example. I don't go around my family when they having their Christmas and Thanksgiving. I know Thanksgiving don't mean nothing to me. I know Christmas don't mean nothing to me. But if I go and eat it, all of them that are weak eating it, they're going to believe that I have now eaten Christmas dinner. That's why Paul said, but when ye so sin against the brethren and wound their weak conscience, you sin against Christ. Wherefore, if meat make my brother to offend, I will eat no flesh. The point Paul is saying is to never eat meat offered unto idols, because you don't know who sees you. And we don't eat meat offered unto idols because we don't know who sees us.
So
body bag.
What does it mean when he says we have liberty? You have liberty to do something. What liberty do you have?
Verse 1 Corinthians 8:9. But take heed lest by any means this liberty of yours become a stumbling block to them that are weak.
So what is the liberty that you have?
The liberty that you have is to be wise enough to know, if I do this thing, who sees me? I just told you the liberty. What I'm using myself as an example. There is no God on the planet Earth. The only God that exists is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the 12 tribes of Israel. That's the only God that exists. But when 4th of July comes up, I'm not celebrating. I'm not lighting the firecracker. If somebody see me with a damn sparkle in my hand, they're going to say, damn, I thought Cap was an Israelite. He got a sparkle in his hand. If they see me lighting fireworks, I thought Cap was an Israelite. Why are you lighting fireworks? when Thanksgiving come, if I go to my mama house, my mama gonna say, Tazaryach ain't Tazaryach no more. He Tyree. That's what they gonna say. That's the liberty. If you in charge of men, the scriptures say, know them that labor among you. If you in charge of men, and even the men that are not, I'm around the conscious community. I was around the 85 South. They smoking weed. I'm not smoking because they know I'm not them. The day that I smoke with them is the day that they say, Cap not really an Israelite. He out there smoking weed. That's what Paul is saying in 1 Corinthians, the 8th chapter. That's the liberty that we have. Liberty is a time. Shout out to GOJ in the thing. It says liberty is a time grace period to adhere to the laws of Moses. Don't abuse that liberty. I answered your question.
So when he said all things are lawful to me, what does that mean?
It means
what does
all,
it mean? And what does it mean when he? And what does it mean when he says?
Right?
And what does it
10,
mean
right?
when he's? And what does it mean when he says, "To the Jew I became a Jew, but to the Greek"?
Well, which one you want me to answer? All things are lawful,
or
talking
about the same thing, bro. That's why you. I mean, you don't understand.
No, I said once again. I'm just asking you because all things are lawful for me, and to the Jew I became a Jew are different contexts.
Because clearly in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, he's telling people that they have the liberty, right? They have the liberty to eat things that are sacrificed to idols.
No, he's not.
As long as there's nobody, as long as there's nobody weak around you, you have the liberty to do that. It is what he said.
1 second. So because I have another brother at the bottom that wants to come up, this is going to be the last question I answer. Then I'm going to bring him up. I'm going to put you down. I'm not going to remove you like out the room or nothing, but I'm going to give him the floor. Then I'll come back to you. But this is the last question I'm going to answer. So now this is very simple. You're saying, see, you would be the one that would sleep with whores, that would eat unclean foods if you had this liberty. Because if you, yes, you would. Because
I'm the one saying that Paul is wrong. I'm the one that's standing. I'm calling him out right now.
You're not calling him out. You're not.
Yes, I am. I'm saying he's teaching false doctrine right there.
He's telling them. He's telling the people that have liberty that if they eat it, they sinning against Christ. And you fighting Paul.
No, he said you're sinning against your brother. He said you sin against your brother, bro.
You so damn stupid. This is 1 Corinthians 8 and 12.
All right, go ahead and say that to Deacon Hakah then.
Once again,
get Deacon Hakah in here and tell him that.
Now, this is what bitch ass niggas do. What does Deacon Hakah have to do with you and I talking? He has nothing to do. Why bring another man? I didn't bring no man into this dialogue. Then go listen. Then you go talk to him. Go join him.
But the point is don't call me.
Always notice that. I just noticed that sideline men always want to bring up other camps and groups. That's not going to work here. Whatever Deacon says, that's what he says, and you should talk to him about what. You should talk to him about what.
My brethren, you've done it.
You should talk to him about what he says. 1 Corinthians 8 and 12. You said that it didn't say. Paul didn't say it was a sin against Christ, and Paul did say that. 1 Corinthians 8 and 12. But when ye sin so against the brethren and wound their weak conscience, ye sin against Christ. He said it was a sin to do it.
If you hurt your brethren,
White supremacy takes the year out of your life that supports them the most.
The threat is if we empower ourselves, it would be at the lessening of them.
Here's my Social Security number. Fucking here it is.
But now, where you're combining,
you can't tell them that when a nigga whooping their ass. You can't tell them that when a nigga ain't taking care of his kids.
Right.
You can't tell them that's just the type of nigga you attract.
But now you're combining two different things, because if you go down the road of you eventually, so we started off with entertainers and then we went down the road to the average black woman. If we're going to go down the road of average black woman, the average white woman is doing way worse.
What do you mean?
The average white woman is doing the same, sucking dick, fucking, doing all the same. No,
they just gotta
no, not all. No, because white. Listen, the greatest.
No, don't do that. Now you're making a black woman argument. You said not all. We don't do that.
No,
We're
what
speaking in
was the black argument?
I never said not all when you were saying that these black women do X, Y, Z. Did I jump in and say not
What
all?
did I say not? Wait. What did I say not all to? Just so I can make sure I don't
said
do it.
these white women are trying. They got a plan. You said no, not all.
Because I'm separate. Okay, when I'm saying not all, I said the ones that's married to NFL players got a plan. That's why I said we started off with the NFL players, and then you brought it down to the average black woman. So now, so when I'm saying not all,
I said I ain't. I got money. So therefore, when I talk about, I was talking about a nigga that have
no.
money.
What I'm saying is, when you say the average black woman, how hard are you ask the people in my chat how easy it is to get a black woman to do whatever it is that you want them to do? That's what you said. Now that's the average black woman.
Damn, the DA of Atlanta is a above average black woman, and she.
No. What I'm saying is, once you brought it to the men in the chat, now you just talk about the average black woman. So when I'm saying not all, I'm separating the white women.
I was trying to solidify my argument when I said to you.
Right. I'm just gonna chew it up.
Not hard. No, right. I was saying it's so not hard. I was trying to solidify my argument that you're not really talking to black women, no matter what level they are.
Right.
Typically, you're not having to give them flowers and candy and take them on dates.
And all I'm doing is because. Remember, you started up saying you was gonna whip my ass. So all I'm doing is whipping your ass, because once you say, when you make the statement that you ain't got to give black women flowers and candies, that triples for white women.
Niggas do.
Hell no.
Niggas do.
Listen, man.
You
Listen,
be an average black man and see if you can.
If I was to get my son and tell him,
see if you can get one of these white women to fuck you, be an average one.
Listen.
I was trying to let you know I'm an above average one, and I still get more black pussy than white pussy.
That's fine.
White women are not impressed by the shit that I'm gonna have to offer as much as the black women are.
Right, but remember, I'm not talking about you no more, because you brought my brothers in the chat. All the brothers in the chat. So now it's like, right. So now we got
the same would apply to them. Ask them how easy it is for them to get white bitches with the same lines they give black ones.
Well, I don't know if they can. Hey, I'm gonna tell you though, Tommy, they probably won't be honest. Wait, Tommy. They probably won't be honest about the white women, because if they start talk about white women in the chat, I'm gonna highlight them. So they probably gonna be like, "Nah, I don't mess with no white women." That's probably what they're gonna say. So I don't think you're gonna get no honest answer in there. But what I do want to point out though, if we talking about an average woman, there ain't a greater whore than the white woman, averagely.
To white men?
No, hell no. To black men. So, listen, you could go.
Who've never had.
Hold on, listen, man. Listen, white women was fucking. Listen, white women been fucking niggas since slavery, when the slaves ain't have shit. And so just as easy as it was. Wait, hold up. Just as easy as it was for that slave to fuck a white woman is as easy as it is for a black man to fuck a white woman, because the white woman is a whore.
Hold on, sir.
Yeah.
There was not a bunch of slaves that was sitting around having conversations about they fucked the white bitch.
No, this ain't about the slaves though.
No.
This ain't about the slaves though.
It was easy. No, it wasn't easy.
No, Tommy, I think you're missing what I'm saying. This ain't about the slaves. This is about how nasty the white women is. Remember,
about the slaves.
Yeah, yes it is.
It has to be about the slaves, because the white man was fucking the black woman, but the black woman was sitting on the porch with other black women.
No, but we ain't talk. You switching up though, Tom. We ain't talk about black. We ain't talk about.
No, we're talking about ease of fucking them
right.
both.
Ease. Wait. We talk about ease of the black woman fucking or the white woman fucking. We talk about that.
And the black woman
and the white woman is way easier. No, the white woman is a way easier to fuck than a black woman. Fact.
That is not true.
And the reason why I brought up slaves, these niggas just get off the boat. The white woman's so obsessed with dick, she see this black dick and she just can't do nothing but hop on it. And since slavery, the myth that white women believe is that black dick is the best. And so it's not hard for a black man to be at the gym and a white woman be impressed with him and sleep with that white woman.
Y'all, do y'all understand? There are white whores. Actual
all
whores.
of them are whores.
No, let me speak. I'm saying they get paid. That's just what they get paid. They're selling pussy.
Okay.
There are white whores who still tell you they do not fuck black men. There are white porn stars. There are white porn stars who have never fucked a black man and won't do it. There is not one black female who's ever did porn or who's ever been dating that said no white men. There's none. Find one and I'll give you $100. One black woman in porn that says I will not fuck a white man. Find one.
Well, porn doesn't count.
No, oh my God, you can't do that.
Yeah, I could do that because wait, Tommy, let me tell you why I could do
extra count because it's porn.
Wait, it doesn't.
They're whores and they still got what they won't do.
But see,
it's just like saying this drug addict still won't take this one drug. The alcoholic will drink anything with alcohol in it. You know it.
Right.
Now imagine you went to this alcohol and said, here goes some E&J. No, I don't drink that. You'd be shocked. You're a fucking alcoholic.
No, the reason why you can't bring porn into the conversation because it's about which one is easier, the white woman or the black woman. That's what we're discussing. So porn is something that they walking into to just do it. So you just talk about selling. All you talk about is what they'll buy. What I'm talking about is you made the statement that asked them brothers in the chat how easy it is to get the average black woman. And all I'm saying is it's easier to get the white woman. She's been obsessed with the black man since slavery, Tommy. She's obsessed with us.
You're just saying things.
That's facts, though.
No, it isn't. If they were facts, here's the things that would exist.
What's up?
There will be more black men who've experienced white pussy than white men who've experienced black pussy. If what you're saying is true.
But
if anybody in any group tell me I'm wrong. If what he's saying is true, there will be more black men who've experienced white pussy than it would be white men who've experienced black pussy. If white pussy was easier and white women are just stressing about black dick, like they just want black dick.
I think that's true, though. I think it's true that more black men have slept with white women than white men have slept with black women. I think that's true.
So the black men are just lying on their dick. They won't talk about fucking white women. They're afraid to say it.
No, what I'm saying. No, here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is black men have fucked white women more than white men have fucked black women. Facts.
It's not even close.
That's cap.
It's not even close.
That's cap.
Let me tell you why. Because if you see black women, you want to talk about somebody obsessed with something.
Mm-hmm.
Black women are obsessed with good hair and light-skinned children. And I can't give them one. But guess who can? Guess who can?
No.
Guess who can? Will you tell them who can? Who can give them that?
Well, they believe that a white man can give it to them. But now you talk.
They also believe that the white man got better credit. They also believe the white man can be better.
Right.
They also believe that their life will be easier being with them.
But now you're talking about relationships, though.
No. Listen,
if we talking because you switch it, Tommy, because once you go with good.
No, I'm not, because I started this off talking about the black women are trying to fuck the athletes to get a baby, not a relationship. So I didn't say anything about the white woman had
right. That's your right. That was your position.
I said give them light-skinned kids. That ain't got nothing to do with no relationship.
Right, but
as a matter of fact, look up that man who came on my show.
Mm-hmm.
His name was Ari, whatever the fuck he is. He's a Jew. He's a Jew, and he literally impregnated a shit ton of black women, and they wouldn't take his semen out of the fucking cup like he offered it to him. They offered to fuck this man.
Right, but now
name a white girl this has happened to. Name one white girl that's done what them black girls did to get the sperm of these white men. Name one.
I can't think of one right now, but your argument is that
group of white women who got AIDS because it's one black man.
They got what?
400 of them.
You said name
one.
Name one black
man.
Are you talking about that guy that just got arrested?
HIV to 400 white women.
Okay, so now you got to pick a lane, right? Because when you start talking about relationships, that's a different lane than fucking. It's just different.
Talking about a relationship, I just told you.
When you start talking about good hair, no, that's fucking though. Wait,
that's fucking, not relationship.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Good hair is fucking not relationship. Ain't no relationship in just having a kid.
Because when you trying to have a kid,
bro,
remember you said
they were never in a relationship with me.
Tommy, when you said no, here's what I'm saying. When you talk about good hair and good credit, you talk about somebody that believes they'll have a better life if they're with this type of person, which I'm not arguing with you with, but that's a relationship. So you windmilling because you jumping from relationships.
Doing that, trying to tell. I'm telling him, no relationship. You're not gonna just keep sticking me in a relationship.
Okay, so
you do not have to be in a relationship to have good hair.
So we're not talking about no problem. So
they can pay for more shit, not date.
So we talking about, if we talk about just sex, no relationship at all. The white woman has been obsessed with the black man's dick since we've been over here.
So I asked you a simple question. Why is there no examples of white women taking the sperm of black men just to have a mixed kid? Why are there no examples of one black man with HIV that was able to pass it to 400 white women? If what you're saying is true, because there's a lot of black men with AIDS, then it would be some cases of this, at least one case.
Well, now you just.
But there is a case, if you look him up, PJ Kidd.
I know you're talking. I know the story.
These black women.
I know this. I know you're talking about.
He was just fucking them.
Right.
How was he finding it that easy to get black pussy? How?
Because black women want to have sex with white men. I didn't argue. I'm not argument is not that black women don't have sex with white men. That's not my argument. The only argument is that the woman is a greater whore than the black woman. That's my only argument. And you can't prove me wrong.
Using to say she's a greater whore. What does that mean?
She's been having sex with the black man since he was a slave in America up until now. And the draft, and if you're going to talk about the NFL is like the damn slave auction, to where she saw this person running and playing football and said, I got a plan for him. So she's not going to have.
NFL, she had one.
She saw. I said she saw him playing.
She started dating him.
She said, say it again.
He wasn't in the NFL when.
No, I said she saw him playing football, meaning high school, college.
The same thing the black girl saw.
Right. And so that's why in the beginning I said that what the black woman won't do is build. She's been taught not to build. The white woman sees that black man. She's not looking at him for love. She's looking at him as a plan.
So how's that making her a whore then by the logic you just used?
No.
What about that?
Wait. When we got on the subject of whores, when we start talking about how easy it is black women will have sex with anybody. And then we got on the subject
of. Have you ever heard of a thing called Backpage.com?
Yes, I heard of it. I've never been on it.
I'm not saying you frequently. Not like I do. Backpage, let me tell you something. Good. You could get, it's just like in porn. Right now, a white girl, if you were paying for sex, a white girl costs more than a black girl does. Which means if a black girl wanted to make the same $500 that a white girl makes, and she only gets paid $100 to fuck, she's got to fuck 5 more times than that white girl.
That's just white supremacy, though. Like making a white woman, but Tommy, making a white woman.
Okay, I'm rich supremacy. Let me tell you what I'm about to have.
Yeah, what you about to have?
Beef Wellington. Do you know what beef Wellington is?
No, I think, what's that, the steak?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you know how often I have this beef Wellington?
No, I think I saw a live you had. I think you put it on your Instagram, right?
Because I can afford it.
Right.
So because I can afford it, I don't eat the shit someone else does.
Right.
So that's what white supremacy allows those women to do. Because
no, that ain't what I mean when I say white supremacy, though. What I mean when I say,
I said they get paid more, and you said that's because of white supremacy.
Right.
What does that mean?
I'm explaining, and I wanted to look it up, so I just looked up just one article, and this is what I mean. So I looked up where, in the New York Times, this black man, he gave 62 women AIDS. He was black and giving women AIDS. I mean, so we could find stats all day.
Cut yourself out. You came back.
No, I don't want
you cut out. You said this black man.
Oh, this black man was giving these women, giving these women AIDS. Only thing it doesn't give is what type of women that he was giving it to. But when
give me the brother's name and I sure can find out.
Darnell McGee.
You know white women because you know they'd put him under the jail if it was. Because we live under white supremacy. Remember?
Thank you. That's my point, though, Tommy. So when I was talking about the white supremacy, when they make a higher value for white women and a lower value for black women, that's America. Everything white is valued.
Let me build my point off of it.
Okay.
Just like I can afford more steak than someone else. That's America as well.
It is America, but when you
what America is.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I want you to finish.
Well, here's the point I'm trying to make. The white girl, knowing that she lives in America and she lives under white supremacy, she doesn't have to sully her name or sully her reputation, which is why a lot of those women in porn say, I will not fuck a black man because I still want to get with me a white man, and the white man's going to be a bit insecure if he find out I fucked a black one.
Right.
Therefore, they won't do it.
Fact.
Just like you might be a man and you might want to do some gay shit one day, but you know that shit gonna stick with you forever. So it's a bunch of motherfuckers that might think about it, but they don't do it. So to sit here and act like white women are just sitting around thinking about black dick and running out and getting it, that's disingenuous. And then to bring up slavery, it wasn't a gang of white bitches that was fucking white men, black men, but it was a gang of black women fucking white men. It was literally what they were there for. Other than working, it was fucking. You can't tell that lie that they weren't. And the black women not only would have to fuck the white man, but then fuck the black man they were with when he was done. These are facts. So if this white girl makes $500 per sex and this black girl makes $100 per sex, she doesn't have the ability like I do to turn down cheap meat. If I was broke, I wouldn't turn down cheap meat. I would be eating McDonald's. I would be eating Taco Bell because I'm broke. And a black woman in a white society that's white supremacist, she's broke socially. So she will do more. She thinks it's a come up to have a white man like her. That's why you hear black women actually using the phrase, I know I look good because white men want me. You ain't never heard no white woman say, I know I look good because black men want me. You also don't hear white women being jealous of a black woman being with a white man. And it doesn't matter if he's a billionaire because it's just one. They didn't boycott Al Pacino, not him, the other one, Robert De Niro, when all he did was date white women. They didn't black women. They didn't boycott him. We won't watch Godfather. We found out he just date white women. I'm black women. You don't see it. You don't hear it. Your moderator said, and I love when people would call me out on something. They said not true. Well, what have I said that isn't true? Because I don't like stating things that you can't look up.
Well, when I
brought up what DJ Kid did, the reason they said it was a problem because he did it to straight black women. Well, how did he do it? Because he wasn't handsome and he wasn't rich. So how did he fuck that many women and get them to take pictures with him in the bed? How? How was he able to do this if black women just ain't going like these white women are? And why ain't no black man that's able to do the exact same thing?
So you got it all out now. Mm-hmm. So now when you brought up with the black woman during slavery sleeping with the slave master, let's not act like that was by choice. That was by force. That was not like I know it throws you back, but y'all like it trips me out when people want to act like black women just wanted to sleep with the slave master. They just that's like saying like the black man just wanted to sleep with the white woman, when half the time it was done by force, or if they did it willingly, it was for ease from slavery, going from one oppression to another oppression. That's facts.
So do you remember when the black women would sit on the porch and have what they call sipping tea? When they would take the hand-me-down from the
you know what's the opposite of sipping tea?
Brag about it?
The opposite of sipping tea is getting whipped. The opposite of sipping tea is getting beat.
The opposite of sipping tea is being out in the field somewhere.
So then why, when slavery ended, if the white man was raping them, why did they then go to the Supreme Court to marry him? If that was the case.
Okay, you can't give what Tommy doing. What you're doing is pulling a needle out of a straw, out of a what they call it, needle out of a haystack. That's what you're doing, pulling a needle out of a haystack.
How?
Because when you look up statistically, the black family was way more together than the white family after slavery up until 1964. It was only civil rights that broke it up. So when you talk about the black woman sleeping with the white man during slavery, we got to do better research on that, because a lot of that is by force. When you talk about the white woman, like she's not a whore, that white woman, wait, I'm sorry. When you talked about the value, because the white woman has more value, you know who else has more value? The white man has more value, because we have been taught since slavery that white is right and black is bad. That's just what we believe. They had a doll test where they took the little kids and they would take the black doll and the white doll and give it to the little kids and say, which one is the pretty one? And every black kid would say the white doll is the pretty one. The black
Where they
doll,
get that from?
They got that from whites. Excuse me. They got that from what slavery did to us.
Who was the first teacher of that child?
The first teacher. That's my point.
That child that was in that study. Who?
It was probably their mother or their father. But
let me tell you something. My black mama, and if your black mama was the color of me, said the same damn thing. That's why Tazaryach was more handsome than my black ass, because I was black and we didn't, and our mothers were the first one to tell us
you know where that came from?
Being dark.
But you're helping my point.
Where it came from. She knew better. She was grown.
No.
She was grown.
See, here's
how do y'all giving these women a pass for doing
black
something?
Men too, though. But it's black men too.
Okay, so then men, why don't you give men a pass for being deadbeat dads because of slavery and history took us out of the family?
But you windmilling now. Now you talk about a different subject now. What we talking about?
You not give them a pass by saying, "Oh, they do that because white people made them."
No. We could talk about that.
Like they don't have agency over themselves.
No, I want to.
Like they don't know not to talk shit to their own
before you windmill on the baby fathers. I want to stay right here with the value, because not only
you gotta stop doing that. Number one, we respect each other. I have not tried to sit up there and use feminine words to describe the masculine
my bad.
thing.
No, windmilling. No, I didn't think that was feminine. My bad. I didn't.
You know it is.
No, windmilling is breakdancing. Ain't no windmilling is breakdancing, man. Well, you know,
windmill is what women do when they fighting. That's what the word means.
Real shit. Wait, no, Tommy. Real shit. Windmilling from me is breakdancing. I never. I would have never said that. Yeah, I would have never. I don't like to say
fight like women.
Yeah, just so you know, I don't like to say feminine type of things. So if I would have thought that was windmilling, I would. You'll see. I'll never use it again. So now
I see. That's why I went check. That's why I just went ahead and said, let you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So
saying it, I think it's a diss.
Got you. So I just want to stay right on this subject of value, because when you brought up the value of this white porn star over a black porn star, that goes back into slavery too, because everything white. That's why entertainers or celebrities, they don't need to get the greatest looking white woman. They don't. Tiger Woods married the maid. Tiger Woods got billions of dollars.
Y'all just like lying on people. That girl was a fucking model.
Well, let me see. Let me pull it up.
Ellen Nordigan was a model.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
She was like the
Woods.
Literally, how she would babysit.
I'm gonna look it up.
His
that girl ugly as hell. Maybe because she was so ugly. Wait. It says Tiger Woods. Listen, I just looked it up. It says Tiger Woods Norgan worked as a model and nanny.
Thank you.
So she was so when I said she was a maid, well, I'm not wrong.
No, she wasn't a maid. She was a babysitter for them.
What's a nanny?
That is not a maid, and you know it.
Wait. So what the nanny do? What the nanny do?
The nanny is not a maid. They just take care of children.
Okay, no problem. So she was a nanny. So listen, nanny is still a servant though.
And she was wait a minute. And she wasn't no fucking nanny for no nigga that made $30,000.
Doesn't matter.
She was a nanny for a millionaire, so she made more money.
But Tiger is a billionaire, and he married the nanny.
When they got married.
He married the nanny, the babysitter.
A nanny who was making more money than a lawyer.
Doesn't matter. He married a nanny.
And she was a model. Now what you're doing is you're trying to kowtow to black women now. She was not.
Don't do that. No. This ain't about.
Then why would you call this woman a maid and then say she married a billionaire? No, she was not a maid.
Listen, man. You say nanny or maid, it's the same thing to me.
No, it isn't.
It's the same thing. Is it a servant? I tell you what. I won't say. Wait, hey, Tommy. I won't say maid no more or nanny. I'm gonna just say she was a servant. She was a servant and model on the side.
Okay, wait.
But my point, but I don't want to take away from
that point.
But I don't want to take away. But
and the nigga that's building my house, that's building shit in my house, he's a servant. The nigga who's doing my grass, he's a servant. The nigga who does my pool is a servant.
But what I
want, the nigga who delivers my mail is a servant, and the nigga who takes out the trash is a servant.
But what I want to point out is the way we look at white since slavery is that it doesn't matter if you're the servant or the master. You're always looked at as better than us. And I'm only talking about this because you made the value differential. So I have to show the history of the value differential goes back to the doll test. Goes back. I remember Little House on the Prairie. They played Little House on the Prairie, and Todd Bridges was like, "Why am I a nigga?" And Michael Landon trying to break it down. And then when Todd asked him if he want to be a nigga, Michael ain't want to answer that one because he don't want to be that. Because to be black is a bad thing. To be white is a good thing, which goes back to the original conversation we was having when we're talking about these NFL players. They don't realize that they're just a business deal. That's all they are.
What the hell are they to black women? I'm tired of that lie, y'all, and sitting up here acting like black women love.
I didn't give black women a pass. Hold up, Tommy. I didn't give black women a pass. I said black women.
They're a business deal to everyone.
No. I don't want to say like that. But what I only white women look at us as a business deal. Black women, even like when I don't walk off. Don't walk. Hey, we're gonna make a clip. I made Tommy walk off. Come on back, Tommy. Come on back, Tommy, and sit down, man.
I can't believe you're saying this.
What am I saying that's wrong?
Women are literally going to All-Star Weekend to fuck the players. They're charging them. They're charging them a lot of money. You see them coming out talking about, I made so-and-so pay $5,000 for their pussy. They're literally a business deal. They got booking information on their Instagram.
But why whenever I bring up the argument of the white women that's trying to be in a relationship with the brother as a business deal, when you show me the business deal of the black woman, you're not showing me the black woman that's trying to have a relationship. You go into prostitution. Those is hoes.
Is that not business?
That's not. No. It's not the same. I'm not defending Tommy. I'm never defending them hoes. I'm not defending no hoes at no damn All-Star Weekend. I'm not defending that. But like for an example, LeBron's wife would be an example. Denzel's wife would be an example. There's examples of women that have wrote. Michael Jordan's first wife would be an example. There's examples of black women that were there. But if you're talking about whores, we're gonna be in agreement on whores. We're not talking about whores though. I just know that white. No, I know that white women are not
short-term business. Hold on. There's short-term business and long-term business. Just like there's a
prostitution
job,
is horseshit. I'm never going to be on the opposite side. I'm always going to say whores is whores. That's not business to me.
Will marry these men?
No, they won't.
Hold on. Yes, they will. Puffy hadn't had a problem with getting black women to want to marry him. There's no black man.
Who you say?
Puffy?
Who Puffy got married to?
No, I'm saying he hasn't had a problem. That girl Kim kept saying she wanted to marry him.
Yeah, but Puffy, you know, he's a
She
sodomite.
literally kept saying
Yeah,
it.
Puffy is a sodomite, though.
You do that every time. If y'all notice, every time I say something, I don't ever give him like.
I ain't say nothing about Jeezy though. No. When I first made my first argument, you brought up the black fathers.
No, what I'm saying is black women will marry these men that got money too. These men have not said when they get money, it's hard to get a black woman to marry me. None of them say this. They will marry a nigga with money.
Right, but we talking about, if I'm not mistaken, you brought up the NFL players at the draft. These is all young men fresh out of high school, and most of them had white women with them.
Because how they see the white women is this way.
They look at. Would you agree that they look at the white woman as a trophy?
Hold on. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Hold on. Let me say this. And let me tell you, there's nothing wrong with it. Just like, let me ask you, what's your favorite car?
Car. It used to be the old school Saab. See, I'm a little older. So I used to like the Saabs back in the day because the shape was a little different than every other car. So I like the shape of the old school Saab. I'm talking about like the 90 Saab, 91 Saab.
Yeah, my dad used to like the Saab.
Yeah, the Saab was fire.
I know him. He had a gray one.
Yeah,
with that
okay,
because
of the.
Ask you a question. So and them Saabs used to be pretty expensive, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you, who make the Saab?
I have no idea. I think it's a foreign car.
Yes, and you know who doesn't make the Saab?
Who doesn't make the Saab?
Black folks. So therefore, your favorite car was an expensive car, and it was non-black. Now imagine you said, now that was your favorite car. You was willing to pay for that motherfucker. You like this shape, even though it was weird. It had a flat back. It didn't have a big round ass. It didn't have, and it was your favorite one. You liked it. It wasn't black though, and you was willing to pay for it because it was more expensive than the black car. Wait a minute, he ain't got no black car. So what my point is this: is it wrong to say that white women are the trophy when almost every culture views white women as the trophy when they're the best car on the road, when they are typically the expensive one, the Maserati? That's what white women are.
I'm gonna tell you. So I'm gonna answer the question. Yes, it's wrong for black men. I'm gonna tell you why. Because when you take that black woman,
it'll be okay. I'm sorry, he's about to try to offend you. Just brush your hands.
I ain't about to say. Listen, you said, is it wrong to want the best car, which in your mind is the white woman, which
it is.
He's capping, so like. When you take that black, what's your you like old school cars, like the old school muscle cars?
Yes, I like white women. Go ahead.
No, nigga. I said, do you like?
That's not what you asked me.
No, that ain't what I asked you, man. I said, do you like the old school muscle cars, like the 67 Chevy, a Shelby? Do you like those cars?
Yes.
So you know when you get those old school cars, they might be a little messed up, but when you put the work in and you clean the car up, clean the engine up, ain't nothing gonna run better than it. So
you said black woman is an old school car. You gotta pick up.
Let me finish breaking it down. That's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to give you a metaphor. Look at him. Now he leaving because he knows about the hell of a point, because when you look at the black woman, the white woman, y'all got her as Mercedes, y'all got her as the trophy car, y'all got her however y'all want her to be. The black woman, nah, you ain't got to roll it. You could update it. But now, and even though they call them the classics, those are built more durable. They're better built. The engines is better. No, hell no. The mileage is better. Hell yeah! If you take that,
I love a deuce and a quarter.
And as a matter of fact, when you clean that car, and as a matter of fact, when you rejuvenate that car, it's worth more than it was when it was first created. So when you take that black woman, as fucked up as she is, And when you clean her up and you get that, you like that song China Monet got when she said, I cook, I clean, I fuck, I shut up, and you instill that into that black woman, there ain't a greater, more vintage creature than her to exist.
Black women are a rehab house.
She's way better than the white woman. I'm sorry.
Okay, I want y'all to understand what just happened. I'm listening to what you said.
Yeah, listen.
Black women are a rehab house, ladies and gentlemen. Black women are not like a Tesla off the lot where you can just plug it up. It take now it's electric, not gas.
Mm-hmm.
It'll drive itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the internet in it. It does everything you need. But he's saying get you one of these black women.
That's right.
And
That's
then
right.
add all that stuff to it.
That's right. And you know what? And if we don't do that, who will? And that's the greatest problem that I have. The greatest problem that I have with those NFL.
Just hope you understand what you just said, bro.
I said it. So here's what I'm saying.
That they got to be cleaned up and fixed
That's
up.
right. That's right. And now, why am I saying that they got to be cleaned up? Because black women are fucked up. Now here's what I could do, Tommy. I could come on here and I could lie to them. I could seduce them and say, man, ain't nothing wrong with the black woman.
Like you were doing earlier.
Nah, hell no. Like I could come on here and lie to them. I say, man, the black woman is great. Man, she fine. Man, she this. I could come on here and lie, but I'm not a soothsayer. So what I'm gonna come on here and I'm gonna say, man, them tires is flat. She might need a transmission. That window ain't rolling down right. I'm gonna do everything I'm gonna tell that black woman everything that's wrong with her so that she can correct herself. And when that black woman corrects herself, she's better than every woman. I don't know a woman better than her.
In vitro is not medical science that just got breakthrough a couple years ago.
See, you know what's so funny? God is above science.
Right. So if you want to, so God can spread them legs open and then put the sperm in Mary. That's what you said.
Now you're speaking defiling things.
You said the Holy Spirit.
The way you talk.
Okay, how did the sperm get in there? How did the Holy
See, God is not like you and me.
I'm just asking a question. How did the Holy Spirit put the sperm?
Listen, how did God make Adam and Eve? He made Adam.
Adam was not the first man.
How did God make Adam? Is my question.
He made Adam on the sixth day.
That's not Genesis. Quote Genesis.
That's what I'm talking about.
Quote the book.
Genesis. You want me to read it to you? Oh, my man. Listen, I love reading the scriptures. So let's go to Genesis, the first chapter, Genesis 1. And you're going to go to verse 20.
Start at verse 7. Chapter 2, verse 7.
No. We talk about man.
I'm talking about Adam.
Adam comes after man.
I'm not talking about other men. They all come from Adam. They're sperm.
But wait,
I said Adam.
But there's men before Adam.
Because
there's men before Adam.
Paul calls Christ the second Adam.
Right, but then
Right?
Wait. Now think about what you're saying.
Romans 5.
You got the first man. No. You got the first man Adam. You got the last man Adam.
Who's the second Adam?
Right. But there's other men. When it says last man Adam, it's not like there wasn't other men before Christ or after Christ. The point is not that Christ is the literal last man or that Adam is the literal first man. The point is that Adam was the first man that the Lord gave his spirit to. And Christ was the last man that he gave his spirit to. So when you go to Genesis, the first chapter, on the sixth day, he created male and female and told them to subdue the earth. Two people can't subdue the earth.
I agree.
So in Genesis, the second chapter, when it says he formed man from the dust, you know what people are today? If we see people on drugs and strung out, they're walking dead. They're in a low state. And then the Lord can give his spirit to them. And then they can come out of that spirit, begin to serve the Lord. So when it says out of the dust, the Lord gave his spirit to Adam, and now Adam knew how to live. He knew what to eat, what not to eat, who to sleep with, who not to sleep with. And you know this by proof, because when Cain killed Abel, what did Cain tell the Lord? Your burden is too hard for me. They that see me will slay me.
Amen.
So there had to be other people besides Adam.
But we can talk about how many people came afterwards.
No.
We need to stick with the Adam part first. You kind of like reeled over.
Okay, what part you want?
Because I was telling you, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7.
Yeah, sure. Rashad, it's your phone, right? Yes. What you want to talk about?
The Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground and breathed into, not then. Doesn't say then. This is singular.
Right.
This is not a plural.
Right.
It says
that is singular.
his.
Adam. Right.
Singular.
That is singular. Right. I agree.
His nostrils,
right.
the breath of life.
Right.
So we see that life is being given without sperm. Adam came from
No. That's not what
the
that
body.
life is.
The body.
That's not what that life
But the
is.
soul, he became a living soul.
What does the Bible
Christ
say?
became a quickening spirit. That's the difference between the second and first Adam.
Doing amazing work right now, focusing on
There's many ways to describe life. It just depends on what life you're talking
The
about.
life that Adam was talking about. That life is talking about the law, statutes, and commandments. When the Lord, you want me to use the mic? Yes. Testing 1, 2. You really want? Yes, sir. When the Lord gave Adam, I'm gonna have to let him use them. I'm gonna let you speak.
Whatever you want.
When the Lord gave Adam that life, he got the instructions. But Root 4:1 says, "This is the book of the commandments of God. All that keep them shall come to life. Such as leave it shall die." Deuteronomy the 30th chapter, God says, "I've set before thee this day life and death. If we keep God's commandments, we live. If we break God's commandments, we die."
We know
So
why
Adam is the first one. Adam, but they didn't literally die.
Not right away.
No,
they did literally die.
No, they
of old
died
age
1,000
later.
years later. But
They died,
remember,
right?
God told them that they would die in that day.
They died spiritually.
That's my point. Just like they died spiritually, they came to life spiritually.
Okay, so but the point that I'm trying to make clear with you, everybody is in. Adam did not always exist. God brought Adam into existence.
Wow.
Mark 42, Genesis 2:7, right? He forms Adam from the dust, right? What body is it? That's the spiritual body or the physical body?
The dust, Adam is already alive.
No.
Somebody, hold on. Yeah, Adam is already alive. Adam is already alive. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you a scripture so you can understand. This is Isaiah 52. The book of Isaiah 52. This is Isaiah 52:1. Awake, awake, put on thy strength, O Zion, put on thy beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city, for henceforth there shall no more come into thee the uncircumcised and the unclean. Shake thyself from the dust. Arise and sit down. Why is it telling them to shake themselves from the dust?
Because they were in captivity.
No, not in
in
this
the lowest
case.
state.
No, they was uncircumcised. Right. You just said they was in a low state, right?
That's right.
Give him a hand. Hey, y'all, give him a hand. Give him a hand. That's right. Adam was in a low state.
No, Adam wasn't existing.
Adam was in a low state.
Adam was the last.
You just said when they died, Adam and Eve. You just said that they died spiritually, not literally, right? That's what you said, right? You just said that a second ago.
How he came into existence. Now
Right.
we're talking about his death.
No.
Learn about
I'm
his
trying to
death.
help
We
you.
know
No,
about his
I'm trying to
existence.
help you. I'm trying to point something out to you. You just pointed out that when Adam and Eve was told they was going to die in that day, that they didn't physically die, but they spiritually died. That's what you said, right? And I agree. And the same way that they spiritually died is the same way that he spiritually came to life. You know that Adam was alive because mankind was alive on the 6th day. We talking about Adam on the 7th day. That's a whole nother day separate from the 6th day that he created mankind.
So if I'm listening clearly, are you telling me Adam was always in existence?
No. What I'm saying is in Genesis the 2nd chapter, Adam was already alive based on Genesis the 1st chapter.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
We're building out
But
the hydroelectric dam.
so I'm talking. Let me tell you
Now
something.
he agree with that too.
I think what we're talking about is going back to this issue with Christ. Is
Can y'all
that
hand me that
Adam
black,
was breathed into the body through the nostrils. He became a living soul. Without any sexual intercourse.
But he was alive. Yeah, what I'm saying.
Does that make sense though to you what I just said though?
No.
That doesn't make sense. Adam
Where's my cup at?
was made without a mother and father.
Good looking little
That
man.
doesn't make sense.
Say what
Adam, not I'm talking about Eve right now. We know she came from him.
She didn't come from his literal rib.
Scripture says
Not literally. What's that? Is that chicken?
They
Oh.
carry out mass evictions on these areas and then facilitate
careful with the outrighteous
genocide.
man. So, a lot of covetous people out here. There's a lot of covetous people.
You the funny cat.
Are now
They know I was a cat.
that they're
But look,
doing sustainable.
Now I see why he don't understand Adam, because he is too literal.
look,
He is not spiritual.
You
sure he? I don't know if he.
got it right.
Are you from Spain?
Absolutely not.
You Taino.
I'm Puerto Rican. My mother and father's from Puerto Rico and San Juan.
Okay.
That's it.
All
In fact, I got an honest dark as you. My wife is half
Instead of
black and Puerto Rican.
stealing land
So my children, I got 8 kids.
Yeah, he Puerto Rican.
From our stuff to Kashmir,
In all seriousness, though,
Right.
to here in Turtle Island, and to Palestine.
I want to honor the Lord. I fear God. I'm going to hold all men accountable. And out of the abundance of your mouth, you're going to be justified. And out of the abundance of your mouth, you're going to be condemned. So God is marking the words. According to the book of Malachi, everything is being recorded.
Absolutely.
So I just want to fear the Lord.
For profit and often for both.
What I'm telling you
And
is,
always denying the people.
you're
and
saying,
benefits
listen,
that it
Christ's
is.
father
Denying
Right.
is
people
physically
access
from
that
Joseph.
it is.
Yes.
Yes. I'm telling
According
you,
to prophecy.
according to a couple of
Natural
scriptures,
disasters
you're
from-
trying to
Well,
define
according to
it, right?
prophecy,
From this exploitation.
is there any
from
prophecy
this
that
extraction
says that he
inevitably
would be
hit
born without
because
a father?
of the
Yes.
massacring of the
God
people in the
told
land.
one of the kings,
Who
I
bears
can't remember
the
his
brunt?
name, and he says, I'm going to show you the
Always
son.
the people.
Isaiah
A
7:14.
virgin shall be with child.
Right.
She's a
Corporate
virgin
allies
Right.
with
continue
child.
to profit.
What does that mean?
In South Asia now,
A
You really
virgin.
don't know what that
Virgin.
means. You
I
sincerely
don't.
ask me that
I'm
question.
sincerely asking.
That means a woman who's never been in sexual intercourse.
That's what virgin
He
means.
is not, that's what a virgin is. Because there's spiritual virginity and then there's a physical, literal virginity.
So you're saying, according to Israelites and according to Hebrews, in Isaiah 7:14, that word Hebrew means never having sex.
who will be
Does
now
that mean young woman?
at COP 29, patting themselves on the back.
I would have
The
to,
Hebrew word is Alma.
Sustainable development.
I will have to look into that again.
Okay.
I'm not gonna,
That's fine.
I'm not gonna play games with that.
No, that's fine. And that's what I do respect about. I respect that. I respect that.
I can't remember the word in Hebrew. I can read
It's
it in
Alma.
Hebrew.
It's Alma. The Hebrew word is Alma, which just means a young woman of marriageable age. So the sign is that a young woman was going to be pregnant. Not that a young woman is not going to have sex and get pregnant.
I think in my memory, and I'll look again, is that there's 2 types of women in that category.
Bakwala or Batula.
There's a woman who's of an old age,
And we
who's
know
also
that
a
we will
virgin,
win.
and there's a woman who's
Because
young
we will
of
be
an old age.
organized. We're making the connections between imperialism and climate catastrophe.
Yeah, I believe that's one definition. Okay, but I know that I've done a little research, though I can't bring it up right now. In the Hebrew, where it gives a different category, it has a different definition.
It's a different word. It's Bakwala.
I think the Hebrew word that I'm looking for is something like no, it's another word. I can't remember. I can't remember it right now.
Because like in Genesis 24:16, when it talks about Isaac's eventual wife Rebekah, it says she was a virgin, neither had she known a man. And that word there is the Batula or Bakwala that you're thinking of. So in Isaiah 7:14, 2 problems with that. Isaiah 7:14 is also applied in Isaiah 8, the very next chapter. That child is born in the very next chapter. But that's not a child that's born from a woman that didn't have sex with a man. So it's comparing this virgin in Isaiah 7 with Matthew, the 1st chapter. That child had a father in Isaiah, the 8th chapter. So the child had a father in Isaiah, the 8th chapter, and they're making a parallel in Matthew's, then that child had a father. Because the most important part about Jesus Christ is that he's the son of David, correct?
Correct.
So is Mary from David?
Mary, we can go read it right now together for her little of chronological lineage, I think it let
Tell
down.
them people to come in. Right? We're fishing. Right? Okay, Aaron is a Levite.
Yes, he is
So Aaron is not a Levite. So I want to read this for you. This is the book of Acts, chapter 2. Yeah, let them in. Let them in. We're fishing.
Okay. This is Acts 2. I want you to go there with me. This is Acts 2 and verse 29. I need to go there with me.
You want to come over here?
Y'all can do whatever y'all want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You with me?
Well, you guys want the arch, right?
I still want me to try.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, good.
So it says, men and brethren, let me freely speak unto you of the patriarch David, that he is both dead and buried, and his sepulchre is with us unto this day. Verse 30. Therefore David, being a prophet, and knowing that God had sworn with an oath to him, that of the fruit of his loins, according to the flesh, he would raise up Christ to sit on the throne. So now here we read that David was sworn oath by God that the fruit of the loins is where Christ would come. So there is no stepfather. It has to be the physical father, because God swore to David that he would do it. So if you say that Joseph is not the physical father, then you would have to show me who from the seed of David gave birth or assisted the birth in Christ. And you already said Mary's a Levite. So Mary's a Levite, she's not from David.
If we actually continue that verse, Peter goes to say this. Therefore, verse 33, being by the right hand of God exalted, having received of the Father the promise. Like Christ is that promise of the Holy Ghost. He had shed forth which he now see and hear. For David is not ascended into the heavens, but he saith, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit down at my right hand until I make that footstool. You know where that's from? Oh, do you know where that's from?
That's from Psalm 110.
110.
Right.
So David is seeing.
David was prophesying then about Christ. So he's seeing the
David
Lord.
is having an open vision according to the Psalm. He was a prophet.
I agree. I just said that. I said he's prophesying. He's seeing the Most High talk to Christ.
That's right.
Right. He's seeing it.
Coming now, sir. I'm coming. All right, I'm coming right now. All right, no sweat. Testing 1, 2. Audio. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing. Hopefully don't do this to me. There we go. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
HOK Debate Coliseum, where crying is not allowed. If you can talk the talk, this the HOK Debate Coliseum, where crying is not allowed. If you can talk the talk, then walk the walk.
Welcome to the danger zone. Save your own, make it known. We're here to take the throne by intellectually breaking bones. Unveil the secrets of ancient Rome. Take it back and bring it home, cause information is not to remain unknown. You think you got what it takes to rock in the Coliseum? They put restraints on our minds, man, we gotta free them. With gladiator fights, man, it was crunch. The Coliseum is the place where the animals hunt. You little chat rat, always in the back chat, talking this and that. Step in the Coliseum, a bad bet. I eat the lunch right out your knapsack. Take the king for his diamonds. Take the ace of spade, it's a blackjack. This is more than a rap track. It's y'all letter. Vespasian got nothing on Emperor Sarnetta. And never mind them other YouTube channels. This what you call better. You better call never. Step into the Coliseum.
Step in the debate Coliseum. HOK on the two side. Netta, he's the leader. Got the posh, she's the queen, but she's still a fire breather. When you step in the rain, come correct as she gon' reach a G. The ass never relax. He gon' hit you with the facts. Tour nights in the building, so we gotta run it back. For the debate, pick the date, call them out, don't wait. When you bringing out the truth, haters coming with the hate. Time to step into some knowledge. There's nothing like your college debate coliseum, bringing scholars up tomorrow. We got Hebrews and Christians, Muslims and Indians, Abos and scientists, atheists and comedians. It's all love with a beef big, conversational argument. You was judge and jury, so we come together like Parliament. It's the house of consciousness. Bring the source we following. HOK debate coliseum, bring the scholarship.
That's word to Sarnetta. Our sword remains sharp and theirs all severed. Toughest environment, you know we gotta seal. Till they head falling off into the Coliseum. Don't they know it's that HOK? Source up, but man down. DOA. Seen plenty of them crawl in the center of it all. Can't stand on your square, the sinners gon' fall. Acting brand new. We more brand Nubian, Julian. A scene of our own, bring Jehudian. Linked with Ampu, arms horizontal. Building with my eye on the horizon beyond you. It's the judgment now, and we the trio. Warrior poets who get to flowing like the griots. Grab you by your neck, choke slam you through the peepholes. Banging on the house of consciousness. People, we here. I said we here. But did you hear? Toughest environment, we gotta see them. Welcome to the HOK debate coliseum. I said we here. But did you hear? Toughest environment, we gotta see them. Welcome to the HOK debate coliseum.
This is the toughest environment to be in, and we're busting pinatas.
All right. Once again, we are black. We are back. But anyway, Sanchez, let's turn that camera on, brother. Let's get this thing going. Man, this is it. Enough of the tough talk. We are in the building, the toughest environment to be in, the debate coliseum. Nepal, I hope you sent Judah Naz the link so he could see what's going on. Make sure Judah Naz is in the building. Captain pulling out that hard liquor. Hey, Sanchez, he got that hard liquor for you, bro. Look at him. It's on.
This brother already, you drinking before the debate? Okay.
Oh, man. But anyway, it's on and popping today, brothers and sisters. Thank you, Sanchez. Thank you, brother Captain Tazaryach, for coming through. And of course, I am your host and moderator for this debate, Captain Tazaryach. Let me put this title up there so everybody can know what's going on and what is the title of this debate, so there can be no mistakes. All right? The title of this debate, here we go. Bro Sanchez. And Sanchez is the challenger. Am I correct in this?
Yeah, but I didn't mind if he wanted me to go first. I didn't mind
Okay.
going first.
Are the Hebrews the black face of manifest destiny? If y'all don't know what that means, brother Sanchez is going to break all of that down for you. Captain Tazaryach is here, and we're going to go in, man. This is going to be one that y'all don't want to miss right here. And so how are we going to do this? We're going to break it down like brother Sanchez in 5-minute opening. I'm giving you both of you 5 minutes opening. We're going to have 2 10-minute rounds. And then the third round is going to be the back and forth. I'm going to let y'all go in back and forth, and then 5-minute closing, and then we are out of here. So we're going to get this in early so we can have the rest of our day. And is that good? Are there any questions from either one of y'all brothers?
No, I'm good with that. Yep. I think
okay, all right. So
we're good to go.
All right, let me get this clock set up and let's get this thing started.
Sanchez, you was cool with me going first?
Well, I'm the challenger, so I wanted to kind of let you know why I chose.
Yeah, that's why I said it's up to you. Yeah, I didn't have a problem.
Yeah, I wanted to go first if that's all right with you. Now, if you just wanted to go first, I'll be nice and but yeah.
No. I was good because you was the challenger. It was really your option. So I was offering to go first. But if you say you want to go first, you can go ahead and go first.
Yeah, that way I can lay the premise for why I chose the title, all that and stuff. So
okay, that's right.
That's powerful. Let me get this. Hold on. When you hear this sound, that's your time. Or you might hear the music coming in. That's your time. All right. That's the time right there. All right. Time will start when you start, Sanchez. This is your 5-minute opening. You got the floor, brother.
What is manifest destiny? Manifest destiny originated in the 19th century, yet the concept behind the phrase originated in the 17th century with the first European immigrants in America, the English Protestants and Puritans. The word manifest destiny is the concept of American exceptionalism. That is the belief that that America occupies a special place among the countries of the world. It is the belief that all of the lands that the colonialists conquered and captured, it was God's will that they conquer those lands because those people were evil. Those people didn't worship the true God. They will have different reasons to why those people fell out of favoritism of God. So it's basically an ideology which held that the United States, and not just United States, different countries have their form of it, but that colonialists have a divine right to expand their empire. At the time, they was trying to expand it westward. And this was influenced by the Bible's themes of a chosen people and a promised land. All right. And also, just another way you can look at it, it is the belief in the inherent superiority of white Americans, as well as the conviction that they were destined by God to conquer the territories of North America from sea to shining sea. Now, this is what they teach. But what the Hebrews teach is that the reason our people are oppressed is because we was disobedient. That means that everything that the white man doing to us, that the colonizer doing to us, that's our fault for being disobedient. If I was a white colonizer, I would love a black group that's teaching something like that, because that'll wash my hands clean. It'll say, hey, man, y'all want to stop being oppressed, right? It's something you guys did that's the root of your oppress. So you don't got to rise up against the white man. Guess what you got to do? Work on yourself. Now, you can't work on yourself because the oppressor has and I don't want to go too deep into my arguments right now. I'm going to show you why it's a contradiction. But I just wanted to open up and give you a explanation of everybody was wondering why I chose the title, that the Hebrews are the black face of manifest destiny. I believe that if a white man tried to say the stuff that a Hebrew saying, he probably get beat up, especially if he's in New York somewhere, in Harlem somewhere. Because check it out, right? Imagine a white man saying, black people, the reason you hanging on them trees, your babies was tossed to alligators, the reason you was castrated and lynched in the street is because you didn't follow the orders of God. That's your fault. If a white man say that to a bunch of black people, it'll hit different. That's why I said if the Hebrews do it as black men, it's totally fine. But if you imagine a white man saying that, we would say, bro, that's racist. That's manifest destiny. And it is. It's manifest destiny. This is just a simple opening. I'm going to expound more on my opening throughout the debate to double down on why the Hebrews are the black face of manifest destiny. Thank you.
You have 2 minutes and a half left.
Okay, I'll use those 2 minutes to say that I'm going to prophesy that Tazaryach throughout the debate is going to try to bring up a bunch of things that the Hebrews doing in the community, which is neither here nor there when it comes to the debate title. I hope he listened to what I told him. I told Tazaryach why I chose that debate title. I chose it because they teach that the black people are the cause of our own oppression. You're blaming the victim instead of the victimizer. I'm sure y'all brothers do good things in the streets. I'm not saying that you pushing white manifest destiny because of your actions. I'm saying you're pushing it through your speech, through your message. You're giving a slave master a way to be scotch-free on it and putting the blame all on the victim.
instead of the victimizing. I'm like I said, I'm going to expound on this too and show y'all the hypocrisies and contradictions. But I'm going to tell you, Tazaryach not going to deal with that. And that's why he going to lose the debate. And I'm telling you now why I know I'm going to win this debate. He should have never chose this title, y'all. Even if you Captain Tazaryach friend, I'm sure you told him, why the hell did you choose that title? I was shocked when he agreed to it. Now, and you're going to see why throughout this debate. There's no way he can win. And when I win, I will let it be known, mainly it was due to him choosing that title. I'll admit that. This title was a trap for you, dog, from the jump.
All right, man. Sanchez opened up for 5 minutes, Captain. I'm coming right over to you. The time will start when you start talking. You got 5 minutes in this opening round.
Hey, sorry, good question. Can we present screen in the 5 minutes, or we just talking? I'm cool either way.
You can present the screen if you want to. If that's how you want to open up with your 5 minutes.
I just want to show three slides.
Okay.
I just want to present first, and then you know what? I'll do it without presenting because I'll be like him. So I'm gonna go ahead and start now. So I'm not gonna share my screen. All right.
All right. Let's go.
All right. He's right when he said, my friend said, what made you choose this debate? He's just wrong with what they said. Because all of them feel like this is a weed conversation. All of them feel like this is a cat that is clearly only on the internet only and not outside. For you to pick a title, so we look up the term blackface. Blackface in its definition says a dark makeup worn to mimic the appearance of a black person, and especially to mock or ridicule black people. The wearing of blackface was by white performers was from the early 19th through the mid 20th centuries, a prominent feature of minstrel shows. And I'm gonna show this in my presentation too. It says a similar forms of entertainment featuring exaggerated and inaccurate caricatures of black people. The use of blackface is considered deeply offensive. The minstrel part says a member of a type of performance troupe caricaturing black performers that originated in the U.S. in the early 19th century. And then when we look up Manifest Destiny, it says, and this is just a piece, it's going to get ugly. It says, in the U.S. history, the supposed inevitability of the continued territorial expansion of the boundaries of the United States westward to the Pacific and beyond. So it had nothing to do with the 13 colonies. It's about expanding westward, and we're going to get deep into it. Before the American Civil War, the idea of Manifest Destiny was used to validate continental acquisitions in the Oregon country of Texas, New Mexico, California. So when we get into this Manifest Destiny, you'll see why this is one of the dumbest titles I've ever had to entertain. And because I agreed to the battle and let him pick the battle, I picked whatever title he wanted. So he would have to show the other part where he's going to be wrong at, when he said we're going to talk about work that we do. I am going to talk about what we do in the streets, but here's a quick example. When we're out in the streets, we've never gotten to an argument when we say black people are in the condition for their wickedness. We've never gotten that. We've never gotten the argument and said we getting destroyed because we're drug dealers, we're aborting our babies, we're living an alternative lifestyle. The arguments that we get into is when we start blaming the white man. When we start blaming the white man for the crimes that he's done to us, then black people fight us. When we bring out the Jewish man is not a Jew, then we get more problems with it. So we've never had this argument of why are y'all victim blaming? Victim blaming, YouTube people say. People on the street never call us victim blaming because we're known. I was just yesterday with DC Young Fly, Moneybag Mafia in Newark, New Jersey. They had a stand-up comedy. And when we walk into those arenas and when we walk into those events, the amount of respect we get, and the first thing they always say is, brother, we appreciate the work that you're doing. Because nobody that's outside will ever call us the black face of Manifest Destiny. They actually call us their liberators. They say, thank you for opening my eyes so I could see who we were. Because once you get an identity, you're forced to understand the root of the problem, the cause of the problem, and the fix of the problem. The root of the problem is disobedience to God. The cause of the problem is because we love to sin. The cure is repentance.
And once you repent, we don't have them problems no more. You want to fix the black community, as I always say, put an Israelite and let them lead every community. You won't see the murders. You won't see the drug abuse. You won't see the broken homes. You won't see abortions. You won't see homosexuality. You won't see all the crimes. And if I was to be specific, because this is probably the most important part, put a member of Isupk type of Israelite in the community, because I can't speak for every Israelite. I can't speak for Israelites that justify underage girls, that justify loving white people. I can't speak for those Israelites. But for me and my house, we are not the black face, so I can't wait to go knee deep into what manifest destiny is and how we are not the black face. So with that, I yield my time.
All right, you still got 30 seconds.
I'm cool, sir.
30, all right. All right, we're going to head right into the first round, which is 10 minutes. Brother Sanchez, you got 10 minutes in this first round. Time will start when you're ready. You going to share your screen?
I will eventually, but not quite yet.
Okay. Let me know. When do y'all want me to let you know when it's half? Like 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes?
Yeah, you can let me know at the 2 minute mark, like basketball, 2 minute warning.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm fine. You can do the same with me, sir.
Now, I could do this. That means that's the first bell. That's in there. 2 minutes left.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
That way I don't even have to talk over y'all and make y'all stop. You know, like y'all can keep going. You hear that first bell, that means you got 2 minutes left.
Okay.
All right, so let's get it. Let's start. Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
He said manifest destiny had nothing to do with the 13 colonies. I know, Sonetta, a lot of your people don't like me, but they got to admit that he's wrong about that. The 13 colonies were built with the idea of manifest destiny in mind. They called themselves colonies because they were colonizers. We didn't have colonies. We're tribal people. These are the colonial people, the pilgrims who come to people land settling, and over time they bankrupted and take everything. They come with their Bible, but when they leave, they have the land and we have the Bible. I want to be honest here. I don't want to talk about what the Hebrews do in the street, because I never went against those brothers. I don't know them like that to be judging their actions. In a debate in the HOK, we have a title, and we honor the title by sticking to it and making arguments about the title. I'm booting up, suiting up, telling him he's the black Hebrew Israelites are the black face of manifest destiny. He should really spend his time defending that from the context that I'm speaking it in, because I never said y'all ain't doing a good thing in the streets. I said y'all saying a bad thing in the streets, which is blaming the people that you trying to raise up as the root of their oppression. And I think that when I said blackface, you thought about a racist gesture, but that ain't what I mean by blackface. I think y'all need to point that out to the Tazaryach. He's starting off real bad. He's starting off bad. I'm not talking about blackface, right? I know what blackface is. I'm talking about you being the black face of a white agenda. All right. Now check this out. Let me get right into my arguments with the debate title so I don't let him deflect and try to get me on anything else. So check this out. I'm not going to talk about being on the internet, being outside and all that, because that's a waste of time. I'm here to talk about them being the black face of manifest destiny. And I'm not going to waste too much time trying to go into nothing that don't matter or going to help me with the debate title. So that was a fail. He misunderstood blackface. And let me go ahead and go into this, right? He's going to say he's trying to change black people and get us out of these conditions by raising brothers up, getting them on a good path. But if his God is favoring the oppressor, because think about this. They teach that the oppressor got the upper hand because God gave the oppressor the upper hand over us because we was disobedient. So God is favoring the oppressor in this position by giving him the upper hand and by placing him over us. So if your God is placing the oppressor in this oppressive position over you. Your God is giving your God is making it so that your people are addicted to drugs, violence, all these other demon time activities. That's their punishment because they turned away. If God, that means that it's God's will for that brother to be smoking crack. Why? Because God punishing his people right now. They turned away. So God letting them engage into activities that they would engage into if they were under the oppression of evil people, right? So, and that's exactly what's going on. That makes me ask the question, why would God choose evil people to punish us for doing evil? That don't make no sense. Watch this, right? When Tazaryach say he's trying to get brothers off drugs, he got to remember what they say on how the brothers got on drugs. When God appointed the oppressor over us because we weren't doing right, the oppressor got us hooked on drugs. The oppressor got us into gangs and all kind of stuff for self-destruction. And you know, when you try to get a brother off drugs, you actually working against the will of your God. If it's God that's punishing us by letting the oppressor keep us oppressed, anything you do to stop the oppression is like you're working against your God because he's favoring your oppressor right now. And then, so this is one of the hypocrisies I want you to deal with, right? If God is empowering your oppressor, you're not more powerful than your God, are you? So you're working against the will of your God. The people who've always served, and let me make sure I'm on point with my notes here. So God used the white man to punish blacks, but Captain Tazaryach told me the reason I say, why would God be mad at the white people if he told them to punish us because we was being bad? Captain Tazaryach said God mad because they punished us too much with no mercy. So God wanted them to punish us. God just didn't want us to beat us too bad. God wanted us to have a medium rare ass whooping. He didn't want it well done. So when they showed up with that medium rare ass whooping, God said, I ordered well done. God was mad, like, hey, you gave me well done. And I told you well done. God told them medium rare. They showed up with well done ass whooping. So God got mad. That's why I tell parents, if you want to do something, you got to do it yourself if you want it done right. Because if you think about this whole thing that the Hebrews talking about, right? Check this out, right? Let me point something out to you because I got my notes here. God, it's like a parent that says, my children was disobedient, so I'm gonna let a stranger break into the house and torture my children. That's what God did. My children weren't doing what I said, so I'm gonna let strangers from a whole nother land, foreigners, come and punish them, even though the foreigners were more evil than them. Now, what kind of a parent will let some strangers discipline their children? And if the strangers abuse your kids, that's your fault. You're a bad parent. You beat your own children. You don't leave no responsibility of discipline your kids in somebody else's hands if you're a good parent. Ain't nobody putting their hands on my children but me, because people will abuse your kids nowadays, and that's your fault for letting somebody else beat your children. So God can't get mad. God should have disciplined his own children instead of letting evil people do it. And if his God is all knowing, his God should have known what these folks was gonna do. How his God acting shocked when he all knowing? Hell, I knew what they would do if you let them oppress us. We know who they are, right? Which segues into my other point. Why would you let people that's more evil than us punish us for being evil? This is just my start, y'all. Imagine how hard this gonna get for him throughout the show. I ain't come to play today. Watch this, right? He can talk about whatever he wants. I'm going to stick to the debate topic and win this thing. I told him he shouldn't have chose the title. But he's not going to stay on the title because he know that that title is a death sentence. Check this out, right? The people, check this out. So you said God gonna destroy our Hebrews. Oh, you know what? This is why I want to screen share for my 2 minutes. Because Captain Tazaryach told me in a stream that the Hebrews, when they say white, they not talking about the skin tone. They talking about who your daddy is. So my question to him is, when them white folks is kissing their feet, do they ask them who their daddy is first, or do they just go by white skin? When they say that this white devil gonna be destroyed and God gonna slay this white man, are they going to do a tally on everyone's genetics? They're not. Now here is General Yohana. I'm gonna play this. God hate white people, but he using them to beat up the people he love. God using the people he hate to discipline the people he love. And they more evil than us. He said that Hebrew Israelites don't deal with skin tone. What was General Yohana talking about when he said God hate white people? He didn't do no genetic test to see who their daddy was. So y'all do generalize and use colorism, and you accuse me of that in our pre-debate. I'm throwing a lot of stuff at you right now because I want you to address all this. I want to give you something to address to keep you on topic, because this is what you need to be worried about. Your career depends on it right now. You chose the title, stick to it. So, like I said, their God is even going to defeat the white man with thermonuclear weapons, and that's the white man's technology. Ain't that something? God can't even use his powers to defeat these folks. He got to use the technology they made. Is that my time?
Yeah, that's time. See, this is why I say this is a tough debate. It should have been 15-15. I know what I be talking about. 10 minutes go by like it ain't nothing. Captain, your 10 minutes will begin when you start. You want to put your screen up?
Hey, Si, I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
Yes.
Real quick, just to play a video, and then I'm gonna stop sharing and then share my PowerPoint. All right.
Okay.
So it's gonna be a pause at that point. All right.
Oh yeah, yeah. Another thing,
can I just wait till he sits back down because he keep getting back up?
I was gonna say that.
Ass. Yeah, he need to see this ass whooping.
I was gonna say that, and
for I'm not gonna say anything until he comes back.
Stop. Right, that's cool. Sanchez, we waiting on you to get back.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, for any time y'all need me to stop your time, let me know. Brother Captain, you got the floor.
All right, I'm gonna just share my screen real quick. I just want to put this video because he said something real slow. I'm gonna wait till I share it. Can you see the screen?
Yes, I see it.
All right, I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna stop it, talk, and then when I'm ready to share my screen again, I'll let you know, Si. But you
all right,
start my
time will start as soon as you start this video.
All right. Now I'm gonna stop aside. Now the reason I wanted to show that because he said something so stupid. He said that we don't ask people if that we don't ask people if their father's white or what their ethnicity is. That was 4 days ago where I was debating a white guy. He came in there with the whole I'm black, he's white. And the first thing I asked him was what was his ethnicity? Also, when he brought out the 13 colonies, he clearly don't know history. So I'm gonna go into that in a second. So I just want to share my screen. And he made an excellent point. Hold on, let me come over here. I just want to share my screen, so I'm not going to teach. I'm just going to wait till I share my screen.
Let me hold your time.
Appreciate it. So let me go to, where's my PowerPoint? Oh, I got to scroll a little bit to get to window. PowerPoint. Let me know if you can see that.
I see it. Your screen is sharing.
Okay, now I want to make before you start. I just want to make sure I put it. I want to put it in presentation. Hold on, slideshow. Let me see it from the beginning. Okay, can you see it now?
It ain't in presentation mode. You still got those sides on the side.
Oh, hold on, let me try because it's I think it's going to a different window. Hold on 1 second. Let me just share a different window. Hold on, present. Share screen window. I think now you see it that way, right?
Yes. All right. Yes, it's up there and it's good.
All right, no sweat. Now, at some point, I may stop this. I'll just let you know, and then we can go forward. All right.
Right,
So now,
you
of
ready?
course, everybody. Yep, I'm ready. So everybody sees the title. It says, "Are the Hebrews the blackface and manifest destiny?" So I already gave the definition of blackface, which he niggerized, not even understanding the point. He has to show if we're the blackface of something, we have to imitate it. So we would have to be imitating and trying to establish our manifest destiny the way that they are. That's what blackface would be. When they blackface by putting on a blackface and acting black. That's what they did. They acted black. Like Tropic Thunder is a good example of that. Funny movie. Robert Downey Jr. put on blackface, and he was so good at being black, you thought he was a nigga at the end of it. Then we got Manifest Destiny. So then let's do some little research on this. I already gave y'all the blackface definition. Let's look. I gave y'all the Manifest Destiny. Now, before we get here, I want to show y'all something, right? You have the doctrine of discovery. This is the origin of manifest destiny. That's why I said the 13 colonies wasn't where they got manifest destiny from. They got this long before. The doctrine of discovery. And remember, he has to show how we're the blackface of this, not his niggerized version of what he thinks manifest destiny is. The doctrine of discovery in 1455, and then again in 1493, the Pope claiming dominion over the entire world issued statements which gave European rulers the sanction to colonize the Christian world. This ain't in the Bible, because even if he says that they say God sanctioned it, he has to show in the Bible where God sanctioned them to colonize the Christian world. When I say that, he has to show book, chapter, verse. Speaking as God's representatives on earth, the popes anointed these rulers and their representatives and sanctified them to claim anything not discovered already by Christian rulers. The God of the Bible said that the land of Israel is the motherland. That's the homeland. That's the land of the covenant. So he has to show in the Bible that we're emulating and making another land that. Very simple. He got to show that. He's not going to show this. I'm going to go to the next one. It says U.S. legal doctrine is based on the doctrine of discovery. Now we know manifest destiny is not their own thing, but based on the doctrine of discovery. It says, for example, in 1835, Tennessee Supreme Court case, Tennessee versus Foreman rule, the principle declared in the 15th century the law of Christendom that discovery gave title to assume sovereignty over and to govern the uncontroverted natives of Africa, Asia, North, South America. He has to show how we're the blackface of this. Not the blackface of telling black people it's your fault for the condition that we're in. That's not what the white man did for blackface. Excuse me, for manifest destiny. He went out, raped, murdered, and pillaged. So he has to show that we're doing that. That's the title. The title is not your niggerized version. I'm going to go to the next slide. We'll go to the next slide. Colonization, crusades, the new world. Another root of the doctrine of discovery, now we're going deeper than manifest destiny. Manifest destiny is the last trifecta. Another root of the doctrine of discovery, the lie in the crusades. A long series of religious wars spanning a period of 600 years that are from 1095 to 1699 that have left a deep mark on Western thinking. This is the root of manifest destiny. This right here. When the crusades went out to conquer, and it says when Pope launched the first crusade to compel Christians to conquer Jerusalem, a land settled by and ruled by Muslims for centuries, imperialist cry was God wills it. So now he's saying God willed him to get other Christians to go conquer Jerusalem and fight Muslims. He has to show where Jesus Christ said to do so. He has to show that they do it. As Christians remodel, it even says it in the history, Christians remodel a theological edifice built on Jewish foundations. They adapted the concept of the chosen people. So now they're adapting the concept of chosen people, but what they're adapting is not in the Bible. So if he can't show in the Bible, he for sure can't show how we're the blackface of it. I'm going to keep going.
It says by the end of the Middle Ages, the word crusade had come to refer to all wars undertaken on God's behalf. Crusading God, commanding all Christians to wage preemptive war, became a controlling idea because people must be evil, controlled by the devil to oppose the will of God. The non-Christian enemy was always deemed intractable and had to be exterminated for the safety of the community. Correct? Hey, can you pause my time, Si? I think it's disingenuous for my opponent to keep getting up in the middle of my round because I don't want what I'm saying to not be heard. I'm never going to move from this seat.
I'm right here.
It's disrespectful. Just like the camera can't go off, we should have to sit in our seat. I'm not going to say anything about the debate until you get back in your seat, nigga. Sit down. Thank you. Now you can start my time.
I was hearing you.
Doesn't matter. It's disrespectful. Any people judged barbarian, not civilized, i.e. Christian standards, was subject to colonization for the same reasons. Christ said to go and teach the nations and baptize them, teach them what Christ taught. And Christ never said to murder in his name. He would have to show that. Because if he's saying we're copying, manifest destiny is when they murdered in the name of the God they said they believed in. So he has to show that in the Bible. Then he has to show we're the blackface of it so that we're doing the same thing. What he's saying we're doing is victim blaming is not manifest destiny. And we're not even victim blaming. But victim blaming is not manifest destiny, nor is it blackface. It's not neither one. You almost could call it bitch made if you said we was victim blaming, in the sense that if all we're doing is blaming each other, well, you know, we the reason why we did it and we don't offer no solutions, now we're more suckers. But you can't say it's the blackface or manifest destiny. That's what you're going to have to show. Let me see. Now we get to manifest destiny was manifest destiny was the continuation of the doctrine of discovery. So in their history, they tell you, starting with the Crusades, starting with the doctrine of discovery, is how you get to manifest destiny. That's why I said it had nothing to do with the 13 colonies, because it existed before the 13 colonies. It existed since the Crusades happened. So now, how do you explain what the white man did? Hold up, let me go back. How do you explain what the white man did? Now I will read the Bible. So now if I go to 2 Thessalonians 2:3, it says, let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalted himself above all that is called God. This is the birth of the Crusades. This is the birth of manifest destiny. This is the birth of the doctrine of discovery, that this white man will come and oppose himself against all that is called God or that is worship, so that he as God in the temple of God showeth himself to be God. Now we're showing in the Bible where it's identifying who would the son of perdition be. And why is that important? Because as we go out on the streets, he made a point to say he ain't gonna talk about nobody in the streets because he's not in the streets, then talked about what we did on the streets. He used the boot kiss as an example and what we say on the streets as an example, but he's not going to talk about the streets. So if we go out on the streets, the biggest question that cannot be solved is how did black people get in this condition and how they get out of this condition. I'm going to stop sharing just for 1 second, but I don't think you got to stop the screen because I'll just going to read these scriptures now. So he said about the Lord punishing. Ezekiel 33:11 says, say unto them, as I live, saith the Lord, I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked. This is what God said. I have no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way and live. Turn ye from your evil ways. For why will ye die, O house of Israel? It's just like any father. Any father does not want to punish their kids, but if their kids continue to be wicked, they'll be punished. So what we as Israelites do, go out and point our wickedness that we're doing. The white man, if he juggles crack in your face, does not create the pipe, form the pipe, light the pipe, and make you smoke it. You choose to do it. And we don't want to be accountable as black people. We want to blame everybody else except ourselves. And that's the difference between us and them. I believe that's my time, right, Si?
You have 30 seconds.
Oh, no sweat. And that's the difference between us and them. The difference between black people and Israelites is black people have no problem saying, you know what? We should have never sold drugs. If the white man puts the drugs in our face every day, do we have to sell drugs? No. If the white man put guns and drop guns in the black communities like he do in Chicago, do we have to pick them up and shoot each other? No. If the white man legalized abortion, does that mean we have to abort our babies? No. We don't have to live up to their vices. We choose to.
All right. Okay. Brother Sanchez, we moving right up into your second round, brother.
Let's
right up in your second round. If y'all need another round, it's up to y'all. Y'all can agree to another round, a third round, and then we can continue. All right. Time will start when you're ready. Are you sharing screen, Sanchez?
Not yet.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready. Let me know when you need me to stop your time.
Okay, so I'm going in now. So Tazaryach lost this debate because he's not paying attention to the context of the title. I'm not talking about blackface, paint your face black and cooning, but he keep doing that. When I say that a black face of manifest destiny, it means they are black men that are saying something that a white man can't say. They do that all the time in politics. When the racist white folks want to say something to us that's racist, they will get a black face to do it and we'll accept it under the black face. We know that tactic. When I say they the black face of manifest destiny, I don't mean they going out there painting their face doing blackface. Come on, man. I'm saying y'all are the face of something. Y'all pushing some to our people that these people can't push to us directly themselves. And I'm finna destroy your whole argument about we don't got to smoke the drugs that he drop off. We don't got to shoot the guns he drop off. I agree with all that. My only thing was you said that your God don't got no pleasure in the death of the wicked, but he wished that they would turn away from their sins and they wouldn't be getting oppressed like that. I'm saying that the people that's oppressing us, why won't God punish them too? I'm not arguing with you. If these people over us are so evil that they dropping off drugs in the street, you don't got to use them. But my thing is, why is God punishing us through these people and not these people? Because them dropping the drugs off is an act of evil. You trying to harm somebody. But God ain't never punishing a white man for his wrongdoing. The white man don't got to be good moral-wise in order for him to manifest his destiny. He just got to have a strong-ass army. While we teach our people, we got to be good moral-wise before we can make it out of our oppression, when I believe black people are the best moral-wise than white people. We don't have armies to go around the world annihilating women and children. I can tell you right now that this U.S. military got more blood on their hands than black men and black women. So when you talk about who's the most evil, they are. So how they get to be in the position of the disciplinaries? Why would God put the most evil people in a disciplinary seat? That's my thing. I know we got to take accountability. I'm with you on that. I'm saying, but dang, God got to be equal too. If God gonna punish us for smoking weed and smoking crack, God should punish them for dropping it off too. And that's what, it shouldn't be a one-way street with punishment. It seems God's only gonna punish his own people and nobody else. And I know what you're gonna say. Well, if I'm a parent and I got kids, I'm just gonna whoop my kid. It's up to them to punish their kids. That's what you're gonna hit me with. As if everybody in the world isn't a result of God's creation, which will make them all his kids. And if you say, well, the white man ain't God's children, so why would he punish them? Because they beating on his children. You say it out of your own mouth, Tazaryach. that the white man activated God's wrath because he started to punish us too severely with no mercy. So that's when God ought to step in and whoop them and do something about it, instead of just let him keep mercilessly punishing us. You see what I'm saying? Because my thing is, if it ain't God's children for him to punish, he still ain't pleased with them punishing his children mercilessly, so he still should intervene. You're trying to make an excuse for why God shouldn't be holding them accountable like he's holding us. And that's manifest destiny mindset. You said that manifest destiny had nothing to do with the 13 colonies because it existed before it. That don't mean it ain't have nothing to do with it. That mean that the people that started them colonies already had the mindset that when they got in the United States, they was going to expand their territory across North America, spreading democracy and capitalism. And guess what happened? They ended up taking over. See, they used manifest destiny to justify the forced removal of Native Americans and other groups from their homes, and to validate continental acquisitions in the Oregon country, Texas, New Mexico, California. Can't forget about our black people down there in New Orleans and Florida, the Seminole, all these people. What I'm saying is that manifest destiny allowed the 13 colonies to expand from the East Coast to the West Coast in America. They did that. Manifest destiny is a mindset. It's a mindset that says my destiny must be manifested because it's the will of God. That's all it is. You're making it something it's not. You have no idea what I mean by you being a black face of something, and you have no idea what manifest destiny is, because you said manifest destiny is murdering in the name of God. You making up your own stuff. I just read to you the definitions of manifest destiny in the opening. Why are you making up your own stuff? Manifest destiny is an ideology that a colonizer adopts the moment he get in that ship and hit sea. So for you to say that those 13 colonies wasn't white guys under the ideological systems of manifest destiny shows your ignorance. Because those 13 colonies expanded their territory westward from Virginia and all that, Philadelphia, and they did it with the doctrine of manifest destiny. Now, when you say that the DOD, the doctrine of discovery, that doctrine is based upon discovering something that's already been discovered under the guise that it's our land, because the people there, they aren't even human. So when the colonizer came to your land and saw colored people on it, he looked at you like the deers, the rabbits, the frogs. He was like, hey, we found new land. He didn't even look at you like a human. He looked at you like some other creature that I need to shoot at to run off the land and get what I want. So you just like an animal that came with the land. And they even told you that when they enslaved you, you 3/4 of a human. But all of this is the mindset of manifest destiny. This is the white man doing what thou wilt, exercising his willpower under another group, on another group, and justifying it with the Bible by saying this group wronged our God, so they deserve this punishment. And you turn around and teach the same thing to your people when you say, yes, black people, the reason the white man doing all this to you is because you disobeyed God. But when the white man hanging us on the tree, he disobeying God. God said, thou shalt not kill. And ain't nobody do more killing than the white man when he was throwing our babies to crocodiles, Emmett Till, and castrating dudes and lynching them in the street. He's been killing us for over 400 years. Mercy with no mercy, according to you. And God ain't intervened yet. That's my thing. My thing is, how is God going to stand by and allow these people to manifest their destiny and not intervene when they're more evil than us? And you ain't dealing with that. And you don't know what manifest destiny is. And you really thought that I was talking about painting the face black. That is horrible, man. You're doing a horrible job. So we can't stop this. So this God can only stop this when he feel like our time is up. And y'all say that when God come back, he gonna destroy the white man with thermonuclear bombs. But before that, y'all gonna kiss his feet first. Share my screen, Sarnetta, because God coming back to destroy this white man with nuclear bombs. But before he do it, you know they gotta get their feet kissed first. Now, Captain Tazaryach said that they ask white people what their daddy is. So before a white person kiss y'all feet, you say, wait a minute, don't bend down first. Tell me who your dad is before you kiss this corn now. Before you bend down and kiss this boot, what's your daddy's? What's your daddy nationality? Okay, you can kiss it. He can't kiss it because his daddy, right? You say your daddy was Jamaican. No, you can't kiss my boot. None of this don't make no sense. Why would you want to kiss from your enemy? This is a romantic gesture. This is the Isupk getting a boot kissed, and they ain't asking this woman about her daddy's side. And that proves my point that these dudes be lying and that they deceivers. Why would you even want to kiss from your enemy anyway? This is weirdo stuff. It's almost like a foot fetish on some fetish type stuff. That ain't even the oppressor. Get a Klan member to kiss your feet. Get a real oppressor white dude to kiss your feet, and not these flamboyant white guys and women that would do it anyway. That look like she like it. So my whole thing is, he don't know what manifest destiny is. He think that it's killing in the name of your God, when that's just one aspect to it. It's really an ideology that you can take stuff that don't belong to you because it's God's will and it's fulfilling prophecy. But guess who wrote the prophecy? You guessed it, the people who taken everything. So
all right, Captain Tazaryach, you are up with your last and final round. Said it once again. If y'all brothers need an extra round, let me know. Y'all agree to it, and then we can do it. Here's your second round, Captain. Time will start when you're ready.
I'm not gonna share my screen right away, but when I do, I'll let you know. All right. If having white people kiss our boots is a fetish of Israelites, then my fellow guy Sarnetta must be one of those too, because he got white people kissing their boots too. So it's not and the reason why I'm highlighting Sarnetta is because forcing oppressors to recognize their wickedness actually counters your argument. Your argument is that we're the blackface, that we're only blaming black people, that we're only blaming black people for the crimes. But if we're making white people, men and women, Jewish, except I got my boot kissed by an African in a club in Texas, got my boot kissed. And if we're doing that, then obviously we're holding someone else accountable for the crimes that they've committed. So again, when you make the argument, even when you say that they're not getting punished, white people is on drugs too. Let's not act like only black people are on drugs, only black people kill, only black people abort babies, only black people are homosexuals on the LGBT community. All races are. Here's the difference. The children of Israel was told not to do it. So when we go out on these street corners, I'm gonna read a couple of verses so we can understand the difference between us. Oh, wait, and let me point this out. I told y'all he was gonna niggerize blackface and manifest destiny. And he corrected himself, because when I said the 13 colonies, he thought he had a point. But when I said the 13 colonies got it from Doctrine of Discovery, what did he say? The 13 colonies just copied it from the mind state that they already had. So he proved my point. My point in saying the 13 colonies didn't copy Manifest Destiny was to show that the 13 colonies was established under the Crusades and the Doctrine of Discovery. Manifest Destiny was the last thing to occur. I'm surgical. When you pick a title, you can't niggerize the title that you picked. You have to go by what it says. When I'm saying blackface, I ain't talking about putting no damn black skin on your face. I'm talking about emulation.
even shame if you want. So you have to show, which you did not. You have not shown first how, when they say that they got their manifest destiny from God, you have not shown a book, chapter, or verse that they got it from God. So if they didn't get it from God, that means they made it up themselves. What we do and what we got directly from the scriptures. So, for example, when you say, why we can't get out, what's our position? If I was to read John 11:45, let's use the Bible. Since nobody else want to use the Bible except me, John 11:45 says, that many of the Jews which came to Mary had seen the things which Jesus did and believed on him. What was Christ teaching back then? For Israel to repent from their wickedness so that we could rule. And here's the biggest problem, Sanchez, of people like you, people like the House of Consciousness, not necessarily Sinetta, people like Muslims, people like Christians. Here's the problem with all of y'all. I'm going to read it. John 11:46. But some of them went on their way to the Pharisees and told them what things Jesus had done. Then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees a council and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles. If we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him. And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation. So the same way our own people betrayed Christ is the same way y'all betray us. Everybody claim to love some God or some deity or some type of prophet or something like that, but don't nobody want to do what God said. And that's the biggest problem. I'm going to keep reading. If I read Isaiah, let me read Isaiah 59:1. It says, behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened that it cannot save, neither heavy that it cannot hear, but your iniquities have separated from you and your God. Now I'm directly answering what he say his version of our blackface is. So why do we go on the street corners and tell black people you're the problem? Because if you can recognize the problem, especially if you're the problem, you can fix the problem. Even Michael Jackson had a song called I'm Starting with the Man in the Mirror. How can we go to the, first of all, let me say this first. Don't know the only other group that I could think that talks about the white man more than us is Muslims. Don't nobody condemn white people more than Israelites. Nobody. So you can't even use the argument, because as they were going out to do manifest destiny, they wasn't condemning their own people to empower their own people. They was going out raping and pillaging under that doctrine of discovery. Whereas opposed to us, we is not condemning our people to join white people. We condemning our people because we're still joining white people. No matter what amount of oppression has been done, we still try to find, right now, black people and Hispanic people are trying to find ways to either vote for Trump or Kamala Harris, where we're trying to say, let's not vote at all. Let's just stop being drug dealers. Let's stop being murderers. Let's stop being thieves. Let's stop hating each other. That's what God said. Christ said, no, the laws of God hinge on these two things. Love thy God with all thy might, soul, and strength, and to love your brother as thyself. Ain't nobody teaching that but the Israelites. And that's why we're still in this condition. Everybody wants God to come down and hold them by the hand. Y'all want to be puppets. But here where I tell you that you are puppets. Blacks and Hispanics are puppets for the white man. Israelites are not puppets for the white man. If Israelites was puppet for the white man, we would be pushing the same agenda as them. Because the white man says you're criminals too, and you still use a drug. The white man says you're criminals too, and you still murder, and you still kill, you still celebrate his holidays, you still vote. No matter what the white man calls out on your wickedness. They just killed Sonia Massey. A New York senator just said to shoot black people, and black people are still thinking that white people are the way. You know who's saying white people aren't the way? Us. You know who's condemning black people for trusting white people? Us. So how can we be the black face teaching white supremacy or trying to get black people to be on the white man's side when we're condemning black people for joining the white man? You, my brother, have done a horrible job of trying to show how black Israelites are the black face of manifest. Look at you talking in my time. Don't talk. Shut your mouth. We don't want to hear no ad libs, no nothing. No nothing. Don't talk during my time. So what you have shown is absolutely nothing that says that we are the black face of emulation, niggerize, any form of fashion of manifest destiny. You didn't even know where it came from. With that, I yield my time, sir.
No, I made a mistake. You got 2 minutes. I hit it at 6 minutes.
Okay, my bad. No sweat. No problem. So I'm gonna read more. So now this is Ezekiel 18 and 20. And this is important. I'm glad you said that. This is Ezekiel, the 18th chapter. This is so important because Ezekiel 18 says, the word of the Lord came unto me saying, what mean ye that ye use the proverb concerning Israel, saying the fathers have eaten sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge? To eat a sour grape is to eat spoiled food. And that's what our fathers have done. All of our fathers have done wickedness against God. But now the children are set on edge. But you know what the children can do? It says, as I live, saith the Lord, you shall not have occasion to use this proverb. Because now that we have the spirit of the Lord, my father was a straight up heroin addict. So by generation, I should be a heroin addict. By generation, I should be a deadbeat dad like my father was. But I use the word of the Lord to then go and show that, no, I ain't got to be a heroin addict. I can reject that drug that the white man put in our community. I can condemn drug dealers that sell the drugs of the white man. By his logic, we shouldn't condemn black people for selling drugs. We should just condemn the white man. How can you condemn the message without condemning the messenger? And in that analogy, the white man is giving that message to the drug dealer to sell to us. So I'm going to condemn the drug dealer and the white man. You know why? Because I don't want my children, my brothers, my sisters, my aunties, my uncles to have to suffer drug addiction. I don't want them to suffer abortion. I don't want them to suffer ills in the community, starvation. I don't want them to suffer in the black community no more. So if I go to the community and say, yeah, it's all the white man's fault, you know what the community gonna say? I don't see the white man in my community. I see black people in my community. That's usually the argument we get. The argument we get is that we are our own worst enemy. And what we show is the real enemy is the white man. John 8:44, Christ said, ye are of your father, the devil. And black people can be of their father, the devil. I yield.
Netta, let's do I want to know if Cap agreed to another 5-minute round. We said in the beginning, if you wanted to do another round, we could. So I'm saying, yeah, let's do another little 5-minute spot.
All right with you, Captain?
Aren't we about to do a back and forth?
But before the back and forth,
but before the back and forth.
Okay, I'm cool with 5 minutes.
Appreciate it. All right, so I'm gonna start mine right now. You lied, brother. You said I want to just condemn the white man when I was clear to agree with you, Captain. I said you were right, man. I said we got to take accountability. You don't got to pick up that gun and shoot it because the white man dropped it off. I agreed with you on that, brother. So why you lied like I just want to just condemn the white man? What I said was, if God gonna punish us for picking up the drugs and using it, he should also punish the white man for dropping it off. But the white man can do evil without punishment, and only God's people get punished. And I said you will find a way to make it why that's true, to why that's okay, to why they can do evil and not get punished. But when we do it, we all hell break loose. We've been getting tortured for 400 years, man. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Your God don't exercise his punishment and discipline equally, is what my claim was. You have low comprehension skills and you do a lot of insulting. So that's the first insult that I'm going to bring today, which is not an insult. That's clear with the way that you took the title out of context and saying that I'm niggerizing it. I'm not niggerizing it. I'm saying you're the black face of a white agenda. And I don't know how simple you want me to make that, but that is what it is. You said that the something about the 13 colonies. And all I said was that the 13 colonies, they want to expand it from the east to the west, without the mindset of manifest destiny. That was them manifesting their destiny. The Indians didn't want them to expand their territory, but they didn't care what the natives wanted. They was going by manifest destiny. They thought it was God's will. The people that set up colonies on the East Coast, those Britain colonies, they came over here with the mindset of manifest destiny. So for you to say that came later, you were wrong. These people are born with the mindset of a colonizer from a child. That ain't nothing they pick up later when they get in their 20s and 30s. Oh, you know what? Manifest destiny, the idea that this land is mine because my God promised it, and the people who there, we don't even consider them human. You think they picked that up overnight? They raised that way, brother. You're just wrong. You're wrong, wrong, wrong. You didn't show up. You shouldn't have drunk nothing before this debate, because that might have what messed you up too, along with you choosing this title. So that's all I wanted with those 5 minutes, just to really ask you, like, why are you saying that? And then I also wanted to point out the fact that y'all say we don't serve God. That's why the white man shooting us down in the street and all that. Then you bring up Sonia Massey. What did she do wrong for that police officer to kill her? She didn't do nothing wrong. Y'all keep on saying Israelites getting oppressed because we disobedient to God. That was a black Christian woman that still got shot, calling out on the name of her God and rebuking the devil that y'all speak of. And she still got shot. And y'all will say, well, that's because we being disobedient to God. I don't think Israelites should even bring up Sonia Massey, because they teaching we going through all of this because we was disobedient. That's why George Floyd got shot down in the street. It's his fault, because his people turned away. We can't blame the white man for nothing, because Sanchez is promoting us being a victim-minded people and not taking accountability. When I'm saying we should take accountability, and they should take accountability for what their people are doing to ours too. We tell the so-called good white people all the time, why don't y'all check these bad white folks? Just like if there's any good police officers, y'all ain't good if you ain't standing up to them bad officers that shot Sonia Massey, that killed George Floyd. Ain't none of you good then. So that's what I'm saying, that if we gonna have accountability and tell our bad people to be good, why don't they gotta have accountability and tell they bad people, quit dropping off guns in them people ghettos, quit dropping off drugs there. Tazaryach, I really want you to explain that to me, because that don't make no sense, bro. Why we got to take accountability and they don't? And why did God punish us for doing bad but not them? You never touched on that. You using the Bible, but you can't even go to the Bible and answer that. And I bet you ain't gonna answer that when you get the flow. And I'm gonna ask you again, why do we the only ones got to have accountability, and why don't God punish them how he punish us? We'll wait. We'll wait. I'm done. Let him answer that, Sarnetta.
All right, Captain, your 5 minutes to start when you're ready.
Hey, you can start it now. Hey, I'm gonna be in Detroit Wednesday. No, I'm leaving Wednesday to go to Detroit. I'm gonna be there for a couple of days. We having our annual cookout. I'm gonna be making my body butter as soon as this debate is over, after we do a third round. And I think I'm gonna pull my belt out that y'all see back there. Those are just some of the things I was thinking about why he was wasting the time with this goddamn 5 minutes that he just talked about. He just brought up them 13 colonies. The 13 colonies, let me see. The 13 colonies was established in 1607 to 1732. Manifest Destiny is recorded 1861. So what did they have before Manifest Destiny? The Crusades and the doctrine of discovery. That's their historical timeline. They didn't say that they used that. When you talk about the white man, this one, I think you don't know what we teach. If I read Psalms 58:1, it says the wicked are estranged from the womb. That's what we teach about the white man. We don't teach that there's good white people. You know who teach that there's good white people? Christians. That's why Sonia was comfortable enough to call the police. We would have taught her, if Israelites was ruling, she wouldn't have to call the police. She would just call us. We don't teach that there's good white people. We clearly say, it says,
This is Psalms 58. It says, I'm sorry, the wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies. Their poison is like the poison of a serpent. The biggest problem of black people in America and the real black face of manifest destiny is black Christianity, because black Christianity has continuously taught us. You know, when we go out there and argue against white people, you know what they say? Well, you know, it was some white people that was with us during slavery. You know, it was some people that marched for rights. You know, it was some white people that did this. Christians always look for a good white man. We do not look for a good white man. It was either Muhammad Ali or Malcolm made an excellent point. If I got 1,000 snakes coming at my door and 800 of those snakes are non-poisonous and 200 of those snakes are poisonous, do I keep the door open to let the 800 in and sift out the 200, or do I close the door on everybody? And he was right when he said he closed the door on all the snakes. So we don't teach black people to trust white people. We teach them that we are at war with white people. That's why they can do what they did to George Floyd. And you know what they did? You know what Christians taught us? To still love white people. After the Sonia Massey incident, they're going to teach us to still love white people. When Kai Gurley got killed, teach us to still love white people. Black Christians would be the perfect one for this title, because they are the black face. They promote love your enemy no matter what. That ain't in the Bible. When Christ said turn the other cheek, that was an Israelite and another Israelite, aka black on black crime. When you say that I don't talk about why the white man ain't punished, you clearly don't listen, because I said that in the beginning of the second round. I said that they are punished as well. They on drugs, they in jail. The same afflictions that we go through is what they go through. Here's the only difference. We pray to them for our salvation. We don't pray to no God for our salvation. If I was to read Exodus 2:23, it says, and it came to pass in the process of time that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of bondage, and they cried, and their cry came unto God by reason of their bondage, and God heard their groaning. We don't cry to God when we go in our condition. We don't cry. If we do cry, you know, when we say, now I lay me down to sleep, we think of white Jesus, because that's what we have embedded in our brain. And then who's the enemy of black people if it ain't white people? We are. The Israelites become the enemies to black people, not because we telling them not to believe in Jesus, not because we telling them not to believe in God, but that we have the balls to say that our God is the nigger God. Like, who's the God of the niggers? Somebody let me know. Every nation got a God that looks like them except us. And then we want the God that ain't for us. How you praying to the white man's God that made the white man great, and then think you're going to pray to that same God to make you great when the white man trying to conquer you? That's what war is. And if we don't understand the plays and ways of war, we will never win. That's why we get shot. That's why we get hung. That's why we get lynched. Israelites ain't getting shot, hung, and lynched. I'm done.
All right, man. We are here at the Q&A right now. How we gonna do this Q&A? Let me see. How we gonna do this? Who's speaking?
Well, you can tell us how we doing. I was gonna say I got a question for Cap.
Yeah, you can start. I think as long as we can allow each other to answer the question, I don't mind you starting. Even if you ask, I don't even hold to where it got to necessarily be question for question. It's just an open dialogue. So you may ask two questions back to back, and I'll answer them. And then when I want to get in there, and vice versa, like that.
All right, cool.
No, I'll put up the clock and just let y'all flow right quick. Let y'all talk.
My first question is, how is it punishment for the white man to be doing drugs and all that when everything he got us hooked on and caught up in, it been that way in his culture, according to the teachers I've heard, Khalid Muhammad and all them said it's heathen been doing that. So it ain't really punishment to him. It's just the way he been living anyway. You know, they been doing this stuff. This they way of life. So I don't think that that's a good example of them. That's punishment to them because they doing all that and they ruling the world. We doing all that and it got us at the bottom because it never stopped them because it was their way of life to begin with. So could you give me another way that they may be being punished to make that argument? Because I don't think that one is we really can't go with that one. You see what I'm saying? No.
The reason why we can go with that one is because, and here's why Israelites is so needed with our wisdom. The white man counted the cost of being a homosexual, drug addict, murderer, thief. That's his nature. He counted the cost. You know who didn't count the cost? Black people trying to emulate what the white man did, because our spirits are not the same. We don't have the murdering capacity, the drug addict capacity, the homosexual capacity. We don't have the capacity that they have because we're too compassionate. So at some point it comes, look at our community. And again, as I spoke about the war, when the white man in the 70s, when they started putting drugs real heavy, they focused on two types. They focused on us and they focused on hippies. Hippies was their own people. So they don't even mind destroying their own people. We don't see the play coming. Our biggest hippies were white people. Hippies wasn't black.
But white people rejected them because of they were traitors according to them because they had sex.
But that's
with
my
other
point.
races.
But wait, no. My point ain't whether they was traitors or not. My point is that they didn't mind killing their own people, which is letting you know their spirit of murder is not our spirit of murder. Because we have an innate, like Romans 10:1 says, we have a zeal for God, but not according. You gotta let me finish because I'm gonna get to it. We have a zeal. Got you. We have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. So we do. But you know what happens as we murder? When white people murder each other, you ain't never seen them try to solve that problem. They not. But we trying to solve the problem of gangster disciples, vice lords. We trying to solve the problem of Bloods and Crips. We trying to solve the problem of the gangs on my side.
Now let me interject with you back and forth.
No, that's fine.
I don't think our culture, our music genre, hip hop and all that is doing a good job of solving it. I don't think the way our presence is on social media at the time is doing a good job of solving it either, with all these brothers dying left and right with the pull-up culture and all that. So I say if the Hebrews are trying to solve it, cool. But if you try to speak for the black race, I'm disappointed. I don't think we trying hard enough to solve it. I think we promote a lot of this fuckery. And that is what I do agree with what the Hebrews do when y'all call them out for promoting the fuckery. Like I told you, I agree with accountability, but I think the oppressor need to be accountable too. I think your God is the God of the oppressor. I think when I listen to the Hebrews and the doctrine as a child, I would walk away saying, my God hate me, because why would he empower someone that's more evil to punish me for evil and stuff? That means he ain't holding them accountable, but holding me accountable.
Let me get in there, because when you say the child would say that, right? There ain't no Bible verse that the God of the oppressor is the God of the Bible first. And then I noticed when I've been talking about accountability this whole time. And when you just spoke just now, you said you don't see nobody in hip hop. You don't see nobody on social media. And that's the problem. Hip hop is not the answer for black people's problems. Social media is not the answer for social media's problems. And you just lost this debate when you said that's one thing I agree with you, Hebrews, when y'all are against that. So if you agree with us that we're against that and we're holding them accountable, the debate was the black face because we're blaming black people, but then you just agreed for us condemning them and blaming them for falling for it. You just did it. Wait, I'm gonna be done. Yeah, no, but let me just finish. Give me like 15 more seconds. So when you look to hip hop to solve the problem, social media to solve the problem, and you reject the Israelites, you are the problem, Sanchez. You and the likes of you are the problem, because just like Malcolm X said, I'm gonna be done right here. Just like Malcolm X said when he was alive in the 60s, he said America is using actors to be the voice of black people. when you never see actors and entertainers the voice for white people, but you just brought up hip hop and social media. You got it. You got
Check
it.
this out. I never said I'm looking for them. I said our people is looking for them, which is why I agree with y'all for going in on them looking toward this toxic things. I'm saying I agree with Hebrew Israelite. Hold on. You see how he cut me off now, sir? Let you go. It ain't no just loss.
Let him speak. Let him speak, Captain.
I'm agreeing. Don't get mad because I won this debate, bro. Check it out, right? I've been winning it the whole thing. You ain't finna pull a miracle in a closing. You've been mistaking what I'm saying out of context the whole show. People see that. What I said was I agree with accountability, but it gotta go both ways. You keep missing that part. My whole thing about you not holding a white man accountable for him hanging us is you pushing manifest destiny. It's okay. I ain't mad at you holding blacks accountable for us doing wrong. But when you give the whites a pass for them wronging us, you helping them push the manifest destiny. Because y'all are our black soldiers, right? Y'all on the front line. If you're going to hold your people accountable and go that hard against these sisters in the street, you should go that hard against the oppressor as far as your God holding them accountable. Not just you, but your God too. Your God should be equally punishing this white man just like we getting punished. That's why I said your God ain't a God of equality. He don't believe in I'm gonna punish everybody equally for their wrongdoing. Your God believe in I'm just gonna beat my children ass for doing bad, and I don't care about nobody else, even if they children is beating on my children. I'm sorry, if your children beating on my children, now I gotta touch your children. And out of your own mouth, you said God ain't pleased with what the white man doing to us because he ain't using mercy. So why won't God stop it? If God said, I want them to punish y'all, but you be merciful to them, and now they ain't being merciful, and God keep letting them do it, even though he ain't pleased with it at this moment.
Two things you're wrong with. Two things. I want to respond to that, and then after the response, before you go again, I just want to play a video. You keep saying we're not holding white people accountable. I challenge you to show where we have never held white people accountable. And I'm going to show a video to prove my point. So 2 Corinthians 10:1, I can only answer with scriptures, right? That's the best way to answer this. And this is all about accountability. And this is war that we're in. Like, we're at war with white people. So when a black man kills a black man, he gets locked up, he goes to jail. But when a white man does anything to us, that is an act of war. And if black people could understand that concept, they would know how to strategize in their dealings with white people. White people are not our friends. White people are our enemies. No matter what economic building you do with them, they are an absolute enemy. So 2 Corinthians 10:4 says, for the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through God. That's our power. Even in the book of Judith, our enemies said, if they sinning against their God, we'll beat them. If they're obeying their God, we'll lose. That's our power. It says, having in readiness to revenge all disobedience when your obedience is fulfilled. We want God to save us, the God that we believe in. We keep asking why he won't save us, why he won't do this. But when we start telling people, you can't eat pork, you can't eat shrimp, crab, and lobster, you can't marry a white woman, you can't marry a white man, you can't vote, you can't celebrate Christmas, you can't celebrate Thanksgiving, they fight us on the very things that we're being disobedient to the God that we say we love. So you can't ask that. Wait, but now I'll stop right there, but can I play a video real fast? I just want to play a video.
The confusion is white people doing everything you just said, and they got favor with God. He put them in their oppressor position, but even they more evil than us.
Here's the greatest thing white people have over us: unity. Black people have no unification. As bad as the Democrats and Republicans argue with each other, when them towers fell, they killed 11 million of them Palestinians. Because that happened to this. I want to get to this video though, but I didn't want to not answer your question.
Let's go to the video.
Right, so let me just finish it up. So the white man knows how to unify against us. Democrats and Republicans can beef with each other, but they know that their policies will never benefit black people over the Republicans. A Democrat is never trying to have a black person over a Republican and vice versa. But black people will unify and have a white person over another black person. That's the biggest problem from black people.
I think the biggest problem with black people is that we all waiting on some kind of sky daddy to come crack the clouds and save us. And the Democrats and Republicans have a system of oppression that ensures their children going to be at the top in the next generation, while we got a bunch of Bibles and books and dudes that believe in sky daddies and mythologies for saviors. We're looking, I think our people got a Messiah complex, while everybody else, they know how to strategize and plan and create systems of oppression to get done what they want done. And when these people strategize and plan, our people are being taught that what we going through is the will of God, when it's really the strategies of our oppressor.
Well, you're gonna have to make up your mind. You're gonna have to make up your mind, because when I see black people, all they trying to do is fit and find more ways to fit in America. But I do want to play this video, right? Because when you say we're not holding white people accountable, right? You had played that video of Isupk. That was Minnesota, that boot kiss. I just want to show this boot kiss real fast. Hold on, where's this boot kiss at? I want to show this is in Minnesota during the George Floyd.
So funny. Let me show this boot kiss.
That's right. This is now when y'all looking at this video right here. This is in Minnesota as we're out there condemning white people for what happened to George Floyd. And I want to show this. In the middle of this, you're going to see this white woman, and I want to show you what happens. And this is the psychology of black people and what we fight against, right? I'm going to show you. Now, as we in this video about to get this white woman, I'm going to skip up because I don't want to take too much time. This white man, right? Those black people that are surrounding are like, we can't blame these white men. We can't blame. I'm going to stop it because, I don't want to take up too much time with it. So those black people are saying that we cannot blame white people for that. Y'all, you didn't see the video, sir?
Play it again while you talking, but just play it on mute. We can watch.
Okay, all right, no problem. I'll do that. So let me share it again. Hold on, let me present it again. Si, you muted. I can't hear you, Si.
Yeah, you ain't tell me share screen. Now I see it.
Oh, okay, okay. Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me do it now. Hold on. All right. No, not that one. Isupk, this one. I just shared it. You got it now?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna mute it though, like you said, Sanchez. I'm gonna mute it. So I'm gonna just bring it back a little bit and play it while I'm talking. So in this video in Minnesota, when George Floyd died, we're out there condemning the white man. This white man comes and wants to get on his boots. Them black people that you see surrounding us is fighting us because we're condemning the white man. And that's the biggest problem. You say you ain't got nothing to do with it. This is my.
I say I don't agree with those black folks that's mad and defending them. Like,
thank you, but wait. I'm glad you said it. But let me just get this out, because you just lost the debate again. You said we're the blackface. You said we're the blackface of manifest destiny, but you disagree with those black people that's against us when we're out there condemning white people for what they did to us. And go ahead, please tell me how you agree with us even more and lost this debate. Go ahead.
Because listen, I hate the people so much that hung my people on a tree. They wouldn't even be able to kiss my boot. I might kick them in the face when they've been down there. I don't want no kiss from my enemy on my feet, on my ankle, on my leg, on my thigh, on my nothing part of my body. You can keep your kisses. I don't care about the white man acknowledging his evil. I care about him stop being evil, because him acknowledging his evil ain't gonna make him stop being evil. And I think they already know that they evil as hell. So you ain't making them acknowledge nothing. They know that they evil as hell. But
you agree that you was against those black women. Excuse me, those black people that was against us. Because
I'm telling you why, because I get the why.
I agree with, but see, I agree.
I don't think you ought to defend it, even if you agree or disagree with it. I don't think they should. That's them people lips, and that's your boots. They ain't got nothing to do with that.
But they ain't doing that because of the boot. See, but they ain't doing that because of the boot kiss. That's what you're saying. They're doing that because we're condemning white people. You see how you said you don't need the boot kiss? In a sense, I agree. I don't necessarily. I'm not one that if I'm at camp that I go for a boot kiss. I don't. But if my brothers do, I understand it because of the psychology that it does for our people, because they're fighting us because they still desire to love white people. You know who don't desire to love white people? Israelites. Israelites have no desire to love white people, so it's impossible for us to be the blackface. But those people in that video, they were the blackface of white supremacy, of Manifest Destiny.
I want to say this too. All of the boot kiss videos I see, I never see those white boys that really hate black folks kiss y'all feet. I see nice white women, little soft white boys, but I don't see none of them Harley Davidson riders like that police that killed George Floyd. Now, if y'all can get some of them good old white boys to bend down and kiss your feet, Sanchez will stand there with you. Now, I probably become a Hebrew, you do that. If you can get one of these racist white dudes that hate niggas, see, because them the ones we want to do it. Because think about it. I'm going to be honest. That white woman probably attracted to y'all. And I ain't gonna lie, like a lot of these folks I see kiss the boot, they look like they want to do it or something. They just look like they're so friendly. But the white man that really hate us, he will never kneel down and do that. And if y'all were to make him do that,
let me up the ante. Let me up the ante for you.
Well, yeah, go ahead, man. I'll listen to you.
Because Christ says, my people are looking for a sign. And that's so what you just said. You said you need to see a cat with Harley Davidson kiss the boot in order for you to be an right. Your Harley Davidson type white supremacist to kiss the boot, and then you'll be an Israelite. But all the murder of black people, all the crime committed against black people, all the aborted babies, the homosexuality, the rampant systematic oppression on black people ain't enough for you to see to be an Israelite. You love white people too, because you'll be impressed. You'll be impressed when a white supremacist white man kiss the boots, but you don't look at the oppression of black people to want to go out and actively fix that problem. That's what I saw. I didn't need the white man kissing my boot. What I saw was oppression being put on my people, and Christianity was too soft. Islam was too soft, but the Israelites freed me and taught me I did not have to love the white man at all. I could hate that bastard, deal with him economically, stuff like that, and love my people more, and that freed me.
And you still can have all that hate from him, but want to kiss from him. I know how it is.
Once again, you missing the point. The boot kiss is not for us.
It's a kiss, bro.
I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to teach you something.
I don't
care.
The kiss is not them. It's the kiss.
It is. Who is the them? Who is the them?
I don't care who it's for.
I'm asking you who is the them.
Keep your kisses.
That's why listening is. That's why listening is an art. Because the them is not white people. The them is black people, because black people respect white people so much. Like, you want the white supremacist, but it wasn't a white supremacist. You want the Harley Davidson white supremacist biker type, right? But it wasn't that type of guy that made them black people turn on us. It was just a white person, period. Because in the mentality, the Stockholm syndrome that black people suffer, it doesn't matter what type of white person it is. Every type of white person makes a black. When black people see white people in pain, they in pain. What did Malcolm say? We sick, boss. That's
now
black
let me holler at you for a minute. I'm from Bama, right? In the South, you do got good white folks that they just
look at him.
Like
you see what he said, son?
Hold on.
He believe they're good white folks.
Why can't I talk, bro?
My bad.
I let you talk. Obviously, you do too, because when I saw this boot kit video, they was clapping, saying, hey, man, she's a good white woman. Maybe she will find favor in the kingdom. I watched several of these boot kisses where when the person kissed the boot, the Israelites clap for them as if we'll accept your apology. They smile and they smile. It don't look like y'all hate them. So listen to me. Don't play the game about when I say good white people. What I'm saying when I say good white people, I should say submissive. And what I mean is you got white folks that's being oppressed by white folks, like you said. And I'm saying that the white folks that's being oppressed by white folks are the ones kissing y'all boots, but not the oppressor. We got beef with the oppressor, not the oppressed. This, share my screen, Sonetta. This white woman on this video, she ain't no oppressor. She being oppressed. That's my point right there. Now, my thing is there are a group of powerful white people that are oppressing everybody. And I was just saying, if you can get one of them to bow down, that'll look a certain way to me. I'm not saying that I'm not impressed that you getting anybody to bow down, because I ain't gonna lie. Nigga can't make me get on my knees, and y'all making these. That's why I said something about these people, like they're those kind of white folks. But I want to move past the boot kissing thing because I can.
Can I just say one more thing before you move past it? I'll be 20 seconds. The only thing I want to say is, when he said we said a good white person, that's a white person that by his own words said is submitting to us. His form of a good white person ain't doing no submitting of any kind as a gesture or otherwise to black people. We can move forward now. What you got?
All right, so you was going in on the black church, man. I'm from the Bible Belt. I grew up in the black
wait.
church.
I got a sidebar question, Sanchez. And this is just a personal question I wanted to ask you because your name is Sanchez. Are you ethnically black or like you mixed? I only ask because
I'm all black, but my first name, I'm embarrassed by it. It's actually my first name is Broderick. I don't know if you ever heard that name. It's kind of a mouthful. Broderick, right? Broderick.
Okay.
And yeah, so I don't really use that name because it got joked a lot because that root word broad, like listen, I'm just telling you, like it. But
but where you get the Sanchez from? Because when I saw Sanchez, I thought you might have been like Latino some kind of way or something like that.
No, my middle name is Sanchez and my brother's middle name is Martez. So my mama was just doing a little
remix or something. I got you. Like Mercedes. Okay, I got it. But you can go ahead now. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Now
listen,
from
the Bible. You said you was from the Bible Belt,
right? And listen, I'm no Bible thumper or Christian. But now I don't want you to get offended for what I'm about to ask you. I just want you to keep your cool, and because I'm finna stir up some smoke between the Hebrews and black church. Brother, do you think that the Hebrew Israelites do more to unite black? But let's say that one for later. Do you think that the Hebrew Israelites do more for black people than the black church?
Yes. Yes, because
I would love to hear you give me receipts and go into that for sure. Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to do what you said I was going to do because in the beginning of the debate, you made a point to say captain's going to show the works that they're doing in the community, and that's not what this debate is about.
That's another one in. But can we have that one just like on one of our channels, just outside?
Yeah. But
y'all versus the black church. I will come.
Yeah, that might be something we could do. But here's the reason why I say more. Because the black church's foundation, no matter what work we do, so you can have Christians, Muslims, Israelites all do work, right? But this conversation is Christians and Israelites. We all do work, but both parties say that we believe in God and follow God. So the works that we do is secondary to the core belief of following God. So if we go into that Bible, there's not one thing that the Christian church does according to God. So all of their food drives, money they might give away, don't mean anything. Drug dealers do the same thing. The Christian church go to church on Sunday, that's against God. Tell you God's laws is done away with, that's against God. Say Jesus is not the Father, that's against God. Say Jesus is God, that's against God. So when I'm trying to help you understand why I say what I'm saying. When I say we have done more, we Israelites actually teach black people to repent for their sins. The Christian church teaches that God loves you no matter if you sin or not. And that's the ultimate point of who's right and who's wrong and who does more or less to God, because it's spiritual, it's not carnal.
Okay, I'm gonna stay with the title, but I definitely don't want you to run from that one in the future though about this black church. Yeah, I ain't gonna linger on it too long. I'll let you get the last word on that. We can start our closing so I can sum up why I think I won this debate.
Okay,
I'm anxious to let them know why.
Yeah, I know you're
I
anxious
won.
to lie to him again, but you got it.
I've been showing receipts. Yeah.
You ain't showed a receipt yet, brother. But Si, you got it.
Yeah, yo, man. Powerful brother Sanchez, of course, and Captain Tazaryach. Good, powerful conversation between both of y'all. We're gonna go into the 5-minute closing. Let me see. Brother Sanchez, y'all had, let me show you. Let me show y'all. Y'all had 24 minutes of dialogue going back and forth.
Excellent.
That's what's up.
So
gave the people some extra
right there. That's what y'all had. 24
Excellent.
minutes. So that's good. So we're gonna go into the 5 minutes of closing. Are y'all good for the after party to see the people could come in and ask y'all questions or what? Y'all could come
When you
give
say after party, you talk about not on this live. I'm assuming I would join your live
on the YouTube where everybody can join it.
Long as you don't have a problem with me mixing butters, I don't have a problem doing
No,
it.
I ain't got no problem with that
Okay.
because now
All
y'all can move around.
Right.
And you know, if
we ain't
somebody
got to get up and run from somebody talking. Yeah.
Yeah, they say I got a question for Tazaryach, then you come back over and answer the question. Same way.
I'm gonna be at the after party, but I might run a little late because after I get off of here, I'm gonna go grab me a bite to eat, scarf it down. I'm gonna hop right back on you.
All right, that's good. That's good. All right, man. Sanchez, you got 5 minutes in your closure, brother.
Okay, so listen, the title was Are the Hebrews the Black Face of Manifest Destiny? Not what are the Hebrews doing to help Black people? Because you can help Black people and still be the face of an agenda and not be worried. You might not know that, you know. And the way that I said that they're the black face, and when I said black face, he tried to do his definition of it. But in my closing, I'm gonna clarify exactly what I meant. If somebody say, Sanchez, you are the face of flat earth. Okay, they saying I'm the face of a whole movement or ideology. If they say, Sanchez, you the black face of flat earth, they saying that there are several different ethnicities of flat earthers, and Sanchez represent the black version of it. I'm telling the Hebrews they are the black spokesman for white, for manifest destiny ideologies to black people, because whites can't do that themselves. So why don't we see white groups in our streets trying to justify their oppression? Because they got black groups doing it for them. And the black church do it too. But what I was telling him is when it comes to who doing the most for the people, I think the Hebrews ain't even been around long enough to even try to talk about competing with the black church. And I don't even rock with the black church, but I just think that's some of the reaching that they do though, and some of the ego that they got. And then they turn around and say, our people so divided, but look at how they be talking against the black church and the other religious groups. If I ask Tazaryach right now, are the Isupk the only group with the for black people? He'll say, yeah. If it ain't up under General Yohana, it ain't the word of God. It ain't what our people need. That's what they say. They think they the only group with the answer, man. And that's some egotistical stuff. Everybody got a piece of the puzzle. And when everybody come together and we all work together, like them Democrats and Republicans he talked about, because they united under one common goal, and that's the greater good of their people. When they go up there and fight each other, they ain't really fighting. They just want us to get divided and fight. They fake fighting, but we be for real though. Families be split up over these politicians. Black folks are split up with different religions, man. You got Hebrews, Moors, the black church, all these groups, and all these groups ain't the problem. It's just that each group think that they right and the other one wrong. And that's why I said the Hebrews ain't no difference. All of these black groups are so egotistical, they'll never come together. So when you talk about the Hebrews promoting unity, I'm going to say that, man, y'all turn off a lot of these other black groups because y'all have a like holier than thou mentality. So that was one thing that I wanted to say. But as I close out, I wanted to say I did show up today and prove that the Hebrews push manifest destiny. How do they do it? Manifest destiny is the idea that the suffering of these indigenous people is God's will because they was disobedient to God or they worship pagan gods. When I was young, I would ask pastors, why those children in Africa suffering? They will say because they don't serve the true God. They turned away from our God. And now the Hebrews telling that to us, that the reason we're suffering is because we didn't serve God. So God appointed this oppressor over us, even though this oppressor don't serve God and don't keep none of the commandments. But God will make him ruler of the world. And that's the part where I won. Because if the message that the Hebrews got would make a white supremacist guy who practices manifest destiny so happy, he would say, whoo, we don't got to say it. They saying it. That the reason they being oppressed because they turned away from God. What you think they was telling the slaves on the plantation? They wasn't telling them the reason you being oppressed because that white man evil and he don't see you as a human. They was trying to blame the victim. And that's why I said they pushing manifest destiny. A blind man can see that. That's why it was an easy W the moment he accepted the title. So my thing is this right here. A white man don't gotta justify why he oppressing you. The Hebrews do it. And they give you the same reason the slave master gave you, because you're being disobedient to God. Not because the slave master evil as hell and he's a damn monster who think that other folks' stuff belong to him. When he take them people's stuff, he gonna always tell their future generations, y'all suffering because you wasn't praising God. You ain't do right with God. But the people over you never done right with God. That's a convenient doctrine to tell your people that would make the people of manifest destiny happy. They don't gotta tell it. They used to have to, and it didn't look right. But it's very strategic to have it done through a black face. And that's why I think I won. Because
all right, Sanchez. Powerful closing on Sanchez side. Captain Tazaryach, are you ready?
Yeah. I'm
All right, you got 5 minutes in this closing, Captain. I want the people to know right now, we are live over here on the HOK. As soon as y'all finish, y'all can hit this link over here. The link is in the chat. And we're going to get this.
Text me the link because I'm going to do it from my phone.
Okay.
Or email me the link, and then I'll just, because I'm going to come
I'll email it to you, brother. We are live over here on the HOK. Let's go, Captain. You got 5 minutes in this round. Close it out.
I appreciate it. I suggest he actually look up what the slave master was telling the slaves during slavery. They have a slave Bible for a reason. The slave master wasn't telling them it's your fault. The slave master had a slave Bible where it says, slaves, be obedient to your masters. They actually forged the Bible, took verses out the Bible to convince black people to actually serve. The title of this battle was, are the Israelites the black face of manifest destiny? And I was right when I said he would niggerize it, because that's exactly what he did. He didn't go by the definitions of blackface or manifest destiny. And when I'm saying definition, I'm not talking about it had to be verbatim, because I actually thought it would be a little better. But the blackface that he showed is saying that we blame black people for the condition and the white man oppressing us. And that's not the story of the Israelites. The story of the Israelites is to identify who we are, because black people don't know who we are, identify how we got in this condition and how we get out of this condition, and to stop loving the oppressor. If we were on the side of manifest destiny, we wouldn't stop them. You know who's on the side of manifest destiny according to his logic? White people are. Christians are. Christians are on the absolute side of manifest destiny, because right now people are saying we got to vote for Trump or we got to vote for Kamala Harris. Israelites are saying don't trust no white people, to trust us. In the back and forth, Sanchez actually said out of his mouth that hip hop music and social media is not portraying us good.
Black people are still looking for entertainers to be the voice of black people. Entertainers can never be the voice of black people. Let me get my belt. Hold on one second. Get my belt. I had this belt right on deck. I forgot I was supposed to have my belt while I was talking. Let me put this back on. Hold on. Hold this at the same time. Let me put my belt. This belt was a gift for all the ass whipping that I do. This is a legit belt. This is not a fake belt. And so in this debate, especially when Sa puts this up for replay value, I appreciate everybody that supported the House of Consciousness and Sa Neter. Make sure y'all continue to support him. Make sure you subscribe, donate to his super chat. This debate was terrible from his side. He did not show how we propagate manifest destiny for the white man. What he ended up doing was agreeing when we condemn black people for what they do. But he said that we're blackface because we condemn black people for what they do. So he got to make up his mind. Which one is it? And we condemn the white man, which he agreed when we condemn the white man. So he, in essence, he agreed with everything that we do. So this just came down to, hey, Cat, man, will you debate me too? Will you let me be a part of the echelon of men that you've destroyed to put on that trophy? So Sanchez, you're going to be somewhere right along this belt. Right along this belt, we're going to make a place for Brother Sanchez. So with that said, Sa, I'm good. I'm done. I'll definitely be clicking the link. Just email it to me so I can go ahead and join. And that's my time. Shalom. Sa, you there? I'm going to mute up, Sa, because I'm
all right. This debate is officially over. Captain Tazaryach, Brother Sanchez. Powerful debate, both of y'all brothers, man. All right, we are live over here. Come on over here, y'all. Let's go get some extra lunch. We are here in the HOK.
Hey, Sa, did you email me? Sa, did you email me? Okay,
yeah.
All right.
Yep. Peace and Black Power, family. Let's go.
Hey,
Come
peace,
on.
Sa. I'm coming over right now.
Email me, Sa Neter. Email me the link, Sa Neter.
Got you.
This is Austin Lion Radio.
Clear? Brother right here had a question. I be hearing like the Christians, they be like trying to explain the bill of divorce. Like they say we got the bill of divorce. Give them a bill of divorce. Yeah. Okay. Divorce. So they were saying like, do we gotta get a marriage certificate to get married to a wife, or do we go to the other way? I'm probably explaining it wrong, but sometimes they say the bill of divorce is described that we had to get a marriage license from a priest or something like that. Like say when you get married, you gotta go sign a piece of paper or something like that. Do we need a bill of divorce like when we get divorced? Well, how did that go? Okay, here's how it goes. First of all, now I'm gonna reach real far here. Y'all bear with me. If you go get married based on a marriage license, meaning this is the reason you're going to get married. This is the reason you're going to get a license. You're going to get a license because to you, this license is how you are married. If you go and do that, you are breaking the law. Now, if you go and get married, let's say, you and your wife got real estate. Your wife says, look, we getting together. I got, $1 million worth of real estate. I don't want somebody else to take my real estate. So the only way for you to get this real estate is I need to go get this marriage license. Then go get the license, because then you're getting this license to work on this real estate. Don't go get the license to marry a woman. Like the idea of getting a license to go marry to get your woman, what does that really say? The woman might just want to marry. No, not so much that, but what does it say about you?
You gotta go to the so-called white man.
You gotta go to your master to get your woman. You understand? Like plenty of times we've had plenty of cases. Y'all Q, you get me right on this. We've had plenty of cases where brother, because of their situation, and for a while before Obama, a lot of brothers couldn't get health care. They had some blue collar job. There was no health care. Their rib had a nice office job with health care. So sometimes they had to go down and get that paper just to, get that health care straightened out.
But if you're going down to get that piece of paper because you think that makes you married, or because your woman makes you married, you setting yourself up for disaster. You setting yourself up for disaster. And this is something General Muhammad always brings out in his class that is so right and deep. That if a piece of paper from City Hall says you're married, but you giving your body to a man doesn't, something's wrong.
Right.
That's a General Muhammad quote. Like you go in a bedroom, take off all your clothes, expose your entire body to a man. He have sex with you, and you get up and be like, well, we ain't married, or the takeout. Isn't there something wrong?
Right.
But you go down and get this paper from your slave master, and here's the thing about a marriage. A marriage is secular, meaning from City Hall. It's secular. You go get that piece of paper, you are actually signing a contract according to City Hall. Right. A contract is not based on the Lord's law. And once again, becoming an Israelite and getting an Israelite sister is such a blessing, because then your marriage is really in the Lord's hands, not in her belief that this paper makes me married to you. And what is the spirit of the paper? What's the spirit of that paper? Anybody? Brother right here.
Want to control you.
Say again?
They want to control you.
You're right. Like the spirit of that paper is to give you a marriage that's in this world, to give you to really tie you to a contract that is going to set you up to destroy your marriage. Because of course, now an ignorant woman is going to put burdens on you that is ridiculous and try to demand things that is ridiculous. And of course, you're going to rebel against it, which is going to lead to disaster. Okay. And so Esau want the contract also to oppress you. What's happening in the child support court every day?
Right.
Now I'll give you a Johanna quote. All right. You could buy a house right now for $1 million. Get a mortgage for that house. Put $100,000 down. You owe $900,000 for the house, right? Stay in the house for a few months, and you call the bank up and say, "I can't pay for this house. Screw y'all. I'm out." You can walk away from that $900,000 that you owe them, and they will not lock you up.
Right.
But if you miss two $25 payments down at child support court, not only are they going to lock you up, but the judge is going to give you a tirade like you are public enemy number one. And please,
and if I could, sir, they keep a cop in there down at child support just in case you try to act up.
Yeah, because they know you're going to be infuriated by it. Now, in a lot of sisters' minds, I mean, if you ain't taking care of your child, then you should have to be forced to take care of your child. And listen, in the Israelite school of UPK, if you have the means to take care of your child, the council will force you to do what you're supposed to do.
All right.
Here's the problem, though. If because of whatever symptom of oppression you may be going through, you cannot take care of that child, not only do you not deserve to be locked up, but we will make sure to our best ability that you don't.
That's right.
Because it is wrong. It is wrong to take a brother who doesn't have an education because he grew up in hell underneath this oppressive society and can't hold a job, and to tell him, now because you had sex with this woman and had a child, you must pay her or we're going to put you in a cage where she ain't going to get the money anyway, but we get to make you pay for not anteing up to that money. And brother, that's where brotherhood and sisterhood comes in.
That's right.
Because that's the only way to combat that. The only way to combat an oppressor who says, we're going to oppress you regardless of what ability or handicap you might have because we want to oppress you. Bigger scheme, it's just another avenue to destroy black men. Now, here's the law. There is no law to getting married except one. When you get married by laying down with a sister.
Right.
Sex is marriage. You have sex with her, you marry her. she's yours. And now a righteous man must follow the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Bible. That's your marriage certificate. Your marriage certificate is you can't leave her. Your marriage certificate is you can't defraud her from sex. Your marriage certificate is all these things that the Lord said that you're to do in a marriage with a wife. That's your marriage license. Here go your marriage license right here. This whole book right here. And you seal the deal by having sex with her. And let me tell you something. As you mature in the truth, mark my word, you're going to be real skeptical after a while. Let me tell you something. Marriage without a license teaches brothers, marriage according to the Bible, teaches brothers discretion just from the rules.
Right.
Just from the rules. Just tell a brother he can't leave his woman and you're going to instantly start growing with discretion. You know what's going to happen to you? You're going to walk down the street and you're going to start looking at women. And you're going to start saying, oh, she fine. Man, why she dressed like that? I ain't marrying her. You're going to start thinking about a marriage instead of just the lust. You're going to start thinking, you're going to have a conversation with a sister, and she's going to say, yeah, because if a nigga get with me, he got to do my hair, my nails. No. You'll be like, oh, you a beautiful sister, but listen, I got to test it. And she going to be like, fine as I am, nigga, you walk. But you're going to start automatically getting discretion. There is no license. There is no paper. And let me tell you something, and the Most High has more respect for you than this beast. The Most High have enough respect for you to say, this man can look at a woman, learn and examine whether or not he should be with her. He can do that on his own. He don't need a paper to say, I'm going to get with this woman if he got these laws, which is what you should need. Now, Moses did give us a bill of divorce. Y'all give me the scripture where Christ said that it's done. It was never supposed to be that.
Matthew the 19th chapter.
Because, brother, I mean, that was a rough deal. We was going through in that wilderness, and Moses gave us that divorce, but Christ said, that's not the deal. And there is no divorce, so there is no bill of divorce.
Right.
Because there is no divorce. If you divorce someone other than adultery, then you are breaking the Lord's law. Then you breaking the marriage contract. Because you're going against these laws. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If I may, sir, what you bring out is heavy because when you say breaking up off the table, it forces you to communicate. It forces you to deal with your problems and work them out. Because in the world, under Esau, under the so-called white man, he gives you a way out. All you got to do is just go get a divorce.
That's
just
right.
go sign the papers and you're done. So it's like understanding the truth, but it makes our marriages stronger. And it puts strong black men back in the households again. And so we're able to not run away from our problems that we might have with our ribs, but we're able to hit those problems like head on and be able to talk about them and then figure out how we're going to get to the next point.
Good point. And if I could add to what you're saying, the scripture said this, unto thy husband shall be thy desire, and he shall rule over thee. I'm going to take the first half of that. The Lord had built into a woman, whether she know it or not, it's been built into a woman to look at a man based on her survival.
Right.
It's subconscious. She don't even have to think about it. It's in the back of her mind, completely programmed into her, according to the Bible. Whether she know it or not, survival. Why do women go after rich men? Don't matter what he look like. He could be Biggie Smalls wasn't the handsomest brother, but my God, you could. I mean, when I was up in New York, I go up to a club. If he in that club out, it's a million sisters trying to get into that club to get him. Brother, you had your hand up.
I was gonna say because money is a defense.
Exactly. It's security. It's safety. It's wealth. It's power. She going after it. Why does a woman go after a strong man, brothers with big muscles? Like General Muhammad. Women always chase that brother down. Everywhere we go, and sisters chasing him. Why do women go after strong men? Huh? Protection. It's built in them. It's subconscious. You understand? So now you have a human being who's built to look at a man for her survival. And then you make laws that allow you to sleep with her and throw her away. Now, what are you doing to her? You're telling her you better find a better way to keep that man and to survive subconsciously. And what does she do? She go out there and trap you off with child support. She find ways to get herself pregnant by you to keep you. She go to war with your other women because they are a threat to her relationship with you. So now you done created all this chaos simply by leaving this contract, the Lord's law, and adding another one. Big mistake. Big mistake. When the easiest thing to do is to follow what the Lord said and make marriage forever. You take 30% of the stress out of a marriage by just telling the sister, I ain't gonna never leave. Brothers never say that because it sounds a little soft when you first come in the truth. Right? It sounds a little, what? I ain't gonna never leave her. I'm coming to you in a second. You know what I mean? It sounds a little soft, but you don't know how much security you giving a sister by telling her that and being serious about it. You breaking 1,000 demons that's coming at her. Listen, the day the sister meets you in the back of her mind, she thinking, when this gonna end? And she testing you every month. Every month. Nigga, get out my house. Nigga, you ain't shit. Get the fuck out my house. You acting like, bitch, I've been paying this bill. What the fuck is wrong with you? You don't know she's making sure your ass ain't me. And you like a knucklehead, well, fuck you then. I'm packing my shit up and I'm leaving. And that's exactly what she don't want you to do. He expecting you to stand on your ground and say, oh, whoa. No, I ain't going no goddamn way. Marriage is for life. I ain't never leaving this house. You see this wood? I'm part of the wood. When you shellac the wood next week, shellac my feet with the wood. Because I'm part of this shit too. She want to hear that. You thinking she wants you out. So you mad, fuck that bitch. Excuse my French. And you out the door, you destroying your marriage because you don't know. You don't understand when she's built that way. So when they teach us in this empire to just trample on our women, they do us a real disservice.
That's right.
Because you send a woman out there, and guess what? Every time she gets with a brother, we're creatures that learn. So if she sleep with a brother and he throw her away, what's the lesson she learned? She's less of value. She could lose a man that she care about. You start doing all kind of damage to her. So then what happens? She get another brother. What's the first thing in her mind? Am I gonna go through that pain I went through with the first brother? I ain't gonna take it no more. You hear them women say it all the time. I ain't taking that no more because of what happened. And then it go on and on and on and on. By the time you done met her, she done been destroyed. She don't even believe you when you say, "Man, I'm an Israelite, and I ain't gonna never leave you." Yeah, okay. We're gonna see. You get sleep about 2 a.m. You're gonna get hit with a can of tomato soup. Wow, nigga, why you put the clothes? You be like, bitch, I'm gonna kill you now. But really, you just being tested. That's all. You just being tested. And so, no, I'm good. So you can't never leave her, and there is no bill of divorce because there is no divorce. I'm gonna read it for you right now.
Come on, Matthew 19.
Definitely, it ain't no bill of marriage. Like I said, in this hell, there have been instances where brothers had to do that for other reasons. But that's no different than anything. You got to get a business license to open up a business. We had to get a license to open up these schools. But we know under the Lord, we don't have to have no license to teach this truth. But under this secular law, you had to do that. So in certain instances, which you'll get counsel for, and you may have to, somebody dying, one spouse is dying, something has to happen with their estate or whatever they have, stuff like that. Sometimes you have to examine that, but never for the acceptance of your woman being yours. Let me take your question first out. It's on the same thing, right?
Yeah, basically on marriage. I was going to ask, would it be wise moving forward, us coming in this truth, to really start dealing with each other and setting up marriages with each other, and concerning like the writing and making the covenant concerning, I got a reference in Tazaryach, Tobit, and also in Deuteronomy when you see the tokens of the damsel of Virginia. Would it be wise to start going into those or following the things that our forefathers did?
Listen, that's exactly what we do in here. Before you touch any sister in here, you gonna get counsel. Before you even start talking to her, you gonna get permission. And they gonna know your record. Because I want to know your record, and because I want to know her record. And he'll examine the situation. and then he'll give you permission to talk to him. Long word, so he'll give you permission. Now, as you talk to him, you're gonna get counsel again before you get married. And then once you get married, it's all yours. And you still gonna have access to all the counsel you need while you're going through the marriage. Because a lot of times you don't find out everything. You find out sisters have had all kind of horrible things happen to them that they have become experts at hiding. And then 3 years into your marriage, she busts out with this. You like, oh my God, what do I do? But you the Most High, which is the beautiful part. You got counselors, you got brothers, you got seasoned cats in here that will give you what you need to get her through that. And yes, all those rules we put in place. You understand what I'm saying? I hope I'm answering your question.
Going into like what our forefathers did, like Tobit, how they made a covenant with each other in writing, and also Tazaryach, how I said.
Okay, tonight I won't go into that because they'll go into it in the class. But you can do all of those things. But this is what you must remember: marriage is not a ceremony.
Right.
Weddings are a ceremony.
That's right. That's right.
Marriage is sex. That's what seals the marriage. But you can have a wedding. Listen, you got a sister, she's so bad, been down with you, hardcore, stick with you through thick and thin. Listen, swords, the band, bring some Benjamites in with the bongos, do it up. Read the scriptures, the law, the vows, all of that, if you want. But understand that when you lay with her, that's the marriage.
That's right.
You understand? The ceremony can be any way you like, according to all those scriptures. You see what I'm saying? You follow answer it? Does that answer it?
Yeah, marriage is the final section.
Boom.
I'm sorry, laying down with the woman seals the deal.
That's the marriage. But you can have all kind of weddings. Listen, sometimes like Joseph's wedding was real on, like the scriptures say, on this wise. He just turned around and they dealt with each other, and that was it. They didn't have a ceremony. That's why he tried to hide her. But they didn't have a ceremony. He ain't go get all the permissions like he was supposed to, or which was traditionally, you understand. But he slept with her. He was married and thought about it. Then the angel came and said, "Take thee unto thee thy wife," because he had already slept with her. See what I'm saying? So does that answer it? Okay. On the same, somebody else had their hand before you. So y'all. I'll come back to you. Is this on the same thing, or we going to something new? Same thing, something new.
Something new.
Okay, same thing.
Same thing.
Come on with it.
I want to take this opportunity to bring this out, sir. There's a good brother of mine, right? And he has a wife, and the wife decided to up and leave him. Okay, she went to an organization in Israelite camp. Now, this camp knows that this woman is with a man. Now, this is a commandment breaker, correct, sir? What I said to my brother was this: that's adultery. If that woman is from that campus, if that man from that campus marrying your woman, you didn't put her away. You didn't divorce her. She just up and took her 2 feet and went to another camp. Another man laid with her. That's adultery.
Well, let me say this to you. There's no such thing as another camp.
That's right.
Let's crack that hole first. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't trust my woman. I wouldn't even let my woman walk past the front door of a so-called Israelite. They raping and doing all kind of madness. They're not in the truth. They're not even the camp.
That's right.
So the exact same things that would happen to her in a church, in a mosque, will also happen in a fake Israelite group.
That's right.
Now, here's the issue. They did commit adultery, but more importantly, she divorced him.
That's right.
You understand? And that's all he should be concerned with. She went out, she left him. If your woman leave you and sleep with another man, right or wrong, she committed adultery already.
That's right.
Now, when she go and sleep with another man and do all of that, she done already left you and doesn't believe in the truth and went into the world already.
Right.
You understand?
Right.
So, okay, now some brothers can do this. You know what I mean? Some brothers can just say shalom and keep it pushing. I wish everybody could, because if a woman go out and sleep on you, I don't even know why you even want to ask that.
That's
right.
right.
And it's like, you made your choice, you know what I mean? And listen, and you really begin to understand it when you realize that you are everything to a woman, even if she don't understand. You are everything. You are her answers. You are her protection. You are her that mind that she needs. Just look at the character of women out here. All right, women turn around and they have confessionals with their girlfriends all the time. Why are they having those confessionals? Because they need to talk to somebody about these issues they have. Who are they supposed to be talking to? You.
That's right.
You the confessional. Who's supposed to be answering them problems? You. But when you're not there, she's giving them to her girlfriend.
We supposed to be her conscience in a sense?
Not her conscience. She needs her conscience because she needs to be able to make the right decision. Like her having a conscience is important for her to make the right decision. But you are her head. You are her parent, just like Christ is to you. Like as you come into the truth, like just like the scripture said, the head of every woman is the man. The head of the man is Christ. As you learn this truth and you learn how to navigate through life, you start to realize that going by these scriptures is how you navigate through all the dangers, right or wrong. It's how you get with the right person, make the right decision, deal with your finance the right way, deal with the knucklehead messing with you in your hood. You doing all this based on what you learned about from Christ. Now, she needs somebody to do that with too. Now, a lot of women, of course, according to the church, think, look, I'll do it with, Christ my husband. Christ my man. I serve Christ myself. That's a fool's idea. When what should be happening is she should be looking to you, and you should be raising her up in that way. Bear with me a second. And you should be raising her up in that way. And by doing that, she's gonna have somebody to really fix her issue. Now, when she don't have that and she leave you, she's willing to sleep with somebody else. She's the one giving up everything, not you. She's the one foolish enough to turn around and throw her life away by doing something like that. So why would you care? So I wouldn't stress the brother. If she done left him, I wouldn't even put the battery in him because, again, jealousy, every brother can't just walk away, right or wrong. Some brothers, they can't handle that. You know what I mean? And it's best, for them, if possible, to just walk away from it. And the Lord will give you, these women out here, they all over the place. Every woman in the supermarket is by herself. You can look in the shopping cart and see that. You know what I mean? Cheese and crackers in the damn shopping cart. You know what I mean? Forget about it. There's women everywhere, all over this place. So, and if it wasn't, brothers wouldn't be out here abusing so many women. How these brothers in the world able to abuse so many women if it ain't a bunch of women out here looking for a man? You understand? And you the one, and here's the thing. You the one brother that is not going to abuse her. You the one brother that's going to have a conscience about how you deal with her. How valuable are you? That's why the Lord said, I'm going to make a man like fine gold. You like fine gold. You the one brother that's going to be like, I'm not going to do every evil thing to her that 20 other brothers that she had before me did to her. So if you were that brother, my God, why would you even lower your standard to even be upset if she's willing to not take that? She's willing to not say, this is valuable to me. This brother here is extremely valuable to me. If she's not willing to do that, then I wouldn't even be sweating her. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. I'm a little, a little ice runs in my veins. It's a lot. You know what I'm saying? Where we going? Give me a second, y'all. Let Haas get into scripture. Because I talk all night. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot. We got one more hour and we out of here. Can we open the door? Y'all feel a little warm? No, y'all good? Y'all know some of the sisters like they are a little warm. Right? Am I right? Warm? Warm? Yeah. Let's crack that door if we could. Go ahead.
Matthew 19, verse 7. They said to him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away? He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts.
And this is what's deep. This is what's deep. He said, because of the hardness of your heart. As you come into the school and come into the truth, you got to try your best to shed all the things that women have done to you too. Because you need to be brand new to help this sister. Otherwise, your heart gonna be hard. She gonna do the same things your ex did. She gonna try to anyway. When those things happen, you're gonna have to be strong enough to not harden your heart against her. Who knows what harden your heart against somebody means? Anybody raise your hand? Go ahead, Al.
Hold on. Whatever they do, if it ain't in what you want or what you feeling, you push them off quick.
Yeah, like you become hard. You too stiff on her. You holding her to the fire all the time because you got anger and hatred for her. You gotta punish her if necessary, but you gotta also forgive her too. You understand what I'm saying? So they got hardened because them sisters, once again, captivity does that to you. Like when they came out of Egypt, after Egypt had screwed us over for 400 years, them sisters was a mess in that wilderness, man. And as a result, them brothers was so angry. Now that the Egyptian law was gone, they was furious with these sisters. They was sleeping around, this, that, all the other stuff that they had learned in Egypt. These brothers had like zero tolerance for. So Moses, being wise, said, rather than have these brothers chop all these women's heads off, let me give them a bill of divorce and let the woman go out. Otherwise, because that's what would happen. If we left out of America the 12 tribes, you may not realize if the Esau took his law away, all this evil that you see, TV, they burn it down. BET, they burn it down. They be killing black, there be cats going in there killing everybody in the damn club. Every woman with a skirt above her knees, he be killing them. They'd be furious. You hear all them stories of them fathers whose daughter, she 12 years old, got a cell phone, sending naked pictures to somebody and all that. He smashed the cell phone. Cops come in and lock him up. Right. He go upside her head because he's so mad. Cops lock him up. Meanwhile, his daughter sending naked pictures on the damn internet all across the world. And so now, imagine if that law get removed. That father gonna be killing that daughter because she don't know better. So Moses put that law in, get that bill of divorce, so you don't go, you don't wipe out all the damn women. So Christ is explaining that he had to do that back then. Go ahead.
Suffered you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so.
Man, it was not so from the beginning. Under the law, under Melchizedek, under the order that was given down to Abraham. It was not that way when it came to a sister in the truth. You did not put her away. And let me tell you something, Ma. It's a good feeling. Let me tell you something. It's a good feeling to conquer a woman. And I ain't just talking about sex. That's the sex part was small. You gonna conquer a woman, you done did it 1,000 times. You done convinced her to have sex with you. And that you've done it and you good at it, you smooth and suave bowler. But can you convince a sister to stand with you with the Lord? Can you convince a sister to be down with the Most High and seek his kingdom with you? Right. Oh, now you got something. You got some game now. You understand? You got some game. Can I give one scripture on it, y'all? And I'm coming back. Give me that, if y'all can pull this for me. Give me that scripture where the Lord said, he shall be known in the gates. Virtuous woman, I think it's in the Proverbs. Give me that one, just that verse. I'm going to show you this one verse about how when you get on that level, man, you're going to feel good. You know what I mean? When brothers come over my house, and they walk up in my house, and I turn to my rib, and I learned this from the brother. And I turned to my rib and I said, babe, get the brother some waters. And she get up and bring them all waters, cold drinks. I sit back like, God damn, I feel good. I feel, you know what I'm saying? I feel like a badass. You understand? Like there's another level. And listen, and I feel good when she bitch about fixing her car. You supposed to be the man in the house. What's wrong? Baby, I'm gonna get that. I'm calling up Yikewab, man. You know what I'm saying? Shots jammed up. What can you do for a brother? You know what I'm saying? Because she been down with me. I got more than a sexual matter. Right. I got a spiritual matter. I don't have to compromise these laws no more. I can feel good about being an Israelite. And I won my sister out the world with me. We fight every TV show, every movie with the man and the woman. They always them against the world. Yeah, right or wrong. Right. You get to live it for real. Right. You get to for real live. Me and her, we battling this evil world for Christ's kingdom. And brother, it makes her life 10 times better. That's right. Her life be 10 times better. My wife blow up my phone about everything. Should we get the organic eggs or should we get the grass fed? I'd be like, no, let's look for look for the flat plane, so-and-so to such and such. Yeah, and get some goat cheese with that too. It makes for a wonderful marriage. You understand? You was gonna say something on
Yeah,
Salah?
I'm trying to set up over here. Sir.
No, do it, Desire. No, this your throne, baby.
You're so right, sir. You know what I mean? And I remember General Highness said it, and it stuck with me. It's like there's no other better feeling than a woman that can make you feel like a king in captivity.
It's an amazing feat. And here's the amazing part. You haven't seen a woman until you've seen an Israelite sister go whole heart. You done seen something there. You understand? Like that scripture that says she put on her womanly charm. She had the king of Syria eating out her hand. You know what I mean? She put that womanly charm on. Nobody do it better. Listen, you know if homosexuals mimic not Chinese women, not white women, homosexuals mimic black women, you know she got a vibe coming off of her. And Latino women as well. And Native Indian women as well. So there's something in her that's amazing that has not been brought out. It has not been brought out to the forefront because of all the madness that we've gone through in this kingdom. And you got to be able to bring it forth. And let me tell you, I'll go on to read the scripture on this. I'm going to get off this question.
Proverbs 31.
Not at 8:30. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Proverbs 31, verse 23. Her husband is known in the gate when he sitteth among the elders of the land.
Right. No, go ahead. This is the same. Right. Can you give me one verse above it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Verse 22. She maketh herself covering of tapestry. Her clothing is silk and purple.
This is a woman that know how to dress without spending a lot of money. You know, some of them sisters know how to shop in the thrift store and be wise. Not that one that they trying to get you to go after. That one that's on that TV set, that's a monster. They created that monster. They created that monster to set the standard for you so you could be overthrown. When the Lord got a better standard, and you can get that standard, but you got to create it the way the Lord had to create you. He had to wake you up, pull you out the world, give you the truth. Guess what you should be? You should be able to do that with another sister. And if you're able to do that with a sister, man, you got something. You got something. Listen, some sisters, let me tell you something. You got sisters who have been raped, molested, have had horrible lives, have gone through 10 relationships, never mentioned it once, and will lie to you if you ask them. Sis, you ever been molested? Hell no. No nigga never touched this. Been molested by a father, uncle, church leader, this, that, and you will never know it. But if you could really be down with her in the truth, then she just might trust you enough to let you know. And if she does, and you are wise, you may just be able to heal her. And if you heal her, you'll be the greatest thing to her that ever existed. Because you'll be the one brother that can take away all that pain that she done been through. And I'm gonna go another step. A serious sister on the other side could deliver a twisted up brother. You know what I'm saying? Like the scripture said, by the chaste conversations of the wives, they convinced the husband. You got a lot of brothers that's deeply damaged, been through all kinds of stuff. But a righteous sister, a brother is hard to run away from her. He hard pressed to just throw her to the curb. And he might even walk out once or twice, but he come right back because of what's inside that sister. And she will get him on the right track if she understands these scriptures the right way. And before you know it, man, we got everything back. All it is that these things have been stolen from us being in this kingdom. And that's what caused that divorce. Go ahead, same topic.
Same topic of marriage.
Yes,
Same way. That were brothers and sisters that was in the world, and then they came into the faith. How do we deal with brothers and sisters that basically got, if you want to say married, lay down with each other, boyfriend, girlfriend, did their little thing, and then they came into the world. But there's a history of both of them having past relationships. How do we deal with that? When we say y'all came in this truth, y'all can't be with each other because y'all past relationships, y'all dealing with other people that's adultery. How would we?
Okay, let me understand. You both in the world at first.
You dealt with other people.
You dealt with other people. You in relationships with other people, or you not in relationships with other people in this case.
Laying down with other people, like both okay. Of y'all being hormones.
Yeah, okay, I understand that part. But more I'm concerned with is, are both of you in the world before you came in? Were both of you also sleeping with each other?
Yeah.
Okay, so I understand that. Many cases like that. Brother and a woman, they sleeping together, but both of them is also sleep with other people. They cool with it because that's how the world thinks. And then now both of y'all walk inside the truth. Now it's time to look at this situation. Now, at that moment that the both of you walk into the truth, first of all, the first thing you got to know is she ready to not sleep with anybody else? And if she say, I'm ready to not sleep with nobody else but you, then that woman is on the road to being born again. And she's going to be a virgin to you because she's now coming to truth. She cut off her whoring in the world, but she is sleeping with you or whatever brother. You and her are married. Now you ain't doing the things that you did in the world. She starts brand new. She's a virgin. Then the same with you. Those women that you, now it's a little different with you. Those women you sleeping with are also your wives. And now you have to go to each one of those wives and start to establish that you and me gonna sleep together as in a relationship according to the Lord, but you're not gonna sleep with nobody else. Now, some of the women gonna be like, man, we always been that this swinging like this. I ain't changing nothing. Then you know you got to cut her loose.
Right.
But if she say, why are you saying this? I'm just hypothetical. Why are you asking me this? Because I learned in the scriptures we've been doing this wrong. This is how we supposed to do this. And she be like, okay, I'm gonna come check it out. I'm gonna learn. Then that's gonna be your wife also. And the other one, and the other one, and the other one, and whoever, how many of them you've been sleeping with, those are all your wives, unless from that point on, they go sleep with another man, or they reject what it is that you're saying, then am I using this mic? Is this actually active? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's cool. I just want to know. I just keep saying it. Yes, then from that moment, then that woman is, you got to cut her loose if she's going to be a whore. You understand what I'm saying? So it applies exactly like it is. You walk in the door, she walk in there with you, even though she been a hoe. She walk in there with you, she's your wife because you sleeping with her. Now she could stop being a hoe, become brand new, or she could be like, nah, that ain't for me. Walk back out the door, she's gone, she ain't no longer yours. The one that stays she is with you, that's your wife. And then you build from there. You know what I mean? And it ain't always perfect. Take time because this is a big transition from the life she did live and the life you did live. But I see brothers and sisters do it all the time. Some sisters walk through here. When you get up in that Passover, you're going to see some sisters. You're going to say, oh my God, she's so beautiful. She got a veil on and she looks so innocent and wholesome. And right before you marry her, she's going to say, I got to confess to you, you know, I used to be a big time stripper, man. I used to sell his ass all the time. You're going to be like, and you're going to have to forgive her for it. You understand? Because you be on a new page in a new day. You know what I'm saying? And so just like you came out the world, you got brothers that come out the world that did all kind of horrible things. But they coming in the truth now. They're going to be brand new. You got to start fresh with them. You know what I'm saying? So does that answer it for you?
It does.
This is Crossing Line Radio.
White supremacy takes the year out of your life that supports them the most.
The threat is if we empower ourselves, it would be at the lessening of them.
Here's my social security number. Fucking here it is.
Peace to the family, peace to and yours, brother Red Pill reporting live and direct. Yes, this is a very, very special episode that we're going to be doing tonight. I am sitting here with none other than the man himself. Let the heavens roar. We are here in the ATL of all places with Captain Tazaryach from the ISUPK, man.
And I appreciate it, Red, man. That's an excellent.
On his shirt it said Real Nigga University.
Real
So
Nigga
black to me,
University.
y'all.
Yeah, Real Nigga University.
Indeed.
I wore it on purpose because we real niggas.
Real niggas, man.
No, I was debating these white boys just last week, right? And so they asked me, they say, name one thing that black people gave to humanity. And I said, that Bible. I said, that Bible y'all all believe in. Y'all gonna serve a nigga God and a nigga king.
Right.
And they went crazy.
I saw that clip.
They went crazy when they said it. So that's why I wear the shirt, because it's eye-opening, because for those of us that believe in the Bible, they wouldn't think we would use the word nigga the way that we use it. But the word nigga is in the Bible, Acts 13:1, it just means black. So when they call you a nigga, that they used as a down term, really can be our upgraded. You know what I mean? It could be our upgrade. It's like, okay, they was calling them niggas in the Bible because they was black. So we got to be them same people. So even the word nigga can be a teaching point, you know, biblically. So.
I mean, we're magical people. And they say that words create worlds. So we're not subjected to a word. There's no word that somebody could throw at me and knock me off my square or give me a bad day. I'm never gonna let a word do that to me.
Real talk.
So the alchemists that we are, we took nigga. Tupac said, never ignorant, getting goals accomplished. You feel me? And we was like, that makes sense. So it's like, yeah, we don't, when I use nigga, it's not as an epithet. I don't say it with the hard ER. You know what I mean? Like, I say that for my niggas. You know what I mean? So I definitely, you know, I feel you on that. Let's get right into this thing, man.
What's up?
It's been a minute since me and you even sat down with each other. You know, one of the things that I could definitely say with all confidence is over the past few years, the star of Captain Tazaryach has risen very brightly, you know, amongst many others and whatnot. And I'm very proud of you for, you know, holding down the square, staying consistent, because consistency is key. I'm in, you know, I belong to a movement where a lot of people started out real confident on the racetrack. But as Nipsey and them say, it's a marathon. You know what I'm talking about? It's not a race. So we saw a lot of people have weak legs, and they did a few laps. But you know, shout out to my niggas on them cereal boxes. What has kept Captain Tazaryach consistent? What has kept you, you know, with strong legs? What has kept you going and going and going and continue to go in the midst of all of the madness, the changes, and all of these other things that have been going on?
One thing I'll say is that what I have that I can't speak for what everybody else have is my belief in the Bible, my belief in the Most High, and the leadership that I have with Commander Jenny Hanna, the generals that have pretty much guided me. Like, I was like all the other brothers getting into that race, trying to run that marathon. But with every step that I would take, I would always ask my generals and get counsel. Like the scriptures say, in the multitude of counselors, there the city is safe. So me getting that counsel, I would say, so in the beginning, I used to want to go everywhere. Like when I got into, listen, when the Sinettas and all them came in front of the camps and they want to battle, I wanted to go to every single battle. But what they would tell me is that, now don't go to this battle, go to this one. Don't go to this one. Don't go to this event. This event not gonna be good. And I didn't always understand it in the beginning, because my mind is like, if I'm supposed to be battling these niggas, I don't want to sit down. But I would always listen, because they outrank me, they wiser than me, and it ended up being the right thing, because now I know how to discern where to go and where not to go. So that would be the first thing. The second thing is I love like black people to the point to where I don't know if y'all could ever get rid of me. Like I'm going everywhere, wherever niggas is at. Wherever, when I'm saying black, like that's my Dominican, all of my brothers of the 12 tribes, you know, we had the blacks, Hispanics. So wherever they at, that's where I'm gonna go. You're not gonna get rid of me. And I can run.
What if we go to an Afrobeat show? You coming with us?
Who's Afro? Oh, that's some Africans in here, Mike? Oh, nah. Them Afrobeat, listen, they coaching roaches too, man. You know them hand
We're gonna get into it.
Yeah, we're gonna get into it. You know what I mean? Because I think they take the essence of the West Indian Caribbean music, you know, that we created, like that was a part of hip hop.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Cool Herc, West
All
Indian,
day.
you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
dance hall,
That was
all
dance
day.
hall. The Puerto Ricans with the dance, like all of those was the elements of
Reggaeton
culture.
and all that.
Exactly. All of that was the elements of culture that we built. And then these other nations, we gave away. Like when you think about it, we give away all of you made a point earlier, you were saying that we're magical. But with that magic, we don't know how to defend ourselves from somebody taking our magic.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? And so we give that part away. So I ain't rocking with them. But when it comes to just black people, wherever they at, and I don't even care the environment.
Right.
Like I get a lot of flack. I got flack. It's weird because I got flack for dealing with the conscious community.
Right.
And I used to always say, well, ain't they black? Like it's almost like when black people get righteous and shit.
Right.
They be forgetting that they was once them grimy niggas that they now hating on.
Feel me?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I love them because them grimy niggas usually be the best ones. You know what I mean? Because how did they get grimy?
Right.
Look, you know, to be a let's say all I'm gonna say is on the left hand side. Not that
To
I
be on the
agree with it,
left-hand path, right.
But to be on the left hand path, to be the greatest drug dealer.
Yeah.
You're not sitting in the house.
You active.
To be the greatest thief, you're not sitting in the house.
You active.
You active. You actively
Take
out there. If you go to the
penitentiary
gym
chances.
and you want to get big,
Right.
you're not sitting there just posing and taking
And
pictures.
watching,
You getting
right.
under the weights and you pushing the weights.
That pressure.
So my mind state says, if I could take him, flip him,
right,
and get him on the right hand side, if he's a go-getter for that, imagine how much he'll be a go-getter for the opposite.
That's right.
Whereas leadership looks at them as if they're the problem.
Like they're expendable.
Yeah,
They're the
you know what I'm
problem,
saying?
right.
Where the leadership is the problem. Because
Right.
the reason why these cats is dealing drugs and broken homes is because the leadership that predated them failed them.
Right.
You know what I mean? They failed them to the point to where they like, this is the way I gotta survive.
Right.
So that's how I look at it.
Nah, I'm glad you bring that up. I want to touch on something and then get back to that.
Okay.
Right. I wanted to touch on counsel.
Okay.
Right. Which was very important. And you brought up the fact that, you know, you have counseling or you have elders to counsel you.
Right.
And I was taught earlier in my years that youth was for war and elders were for counsel.
Right.
You feel me? So from my perspective, from my vantage point, when I see movements falter, when I see those same people that you were talking about that are unruly, these quote unquote, I call them knuckle draggers, and
Right.
they call them 85ers and all of this stuff.
Right.
But you know, I'm like, these is niggas without counsel. You feel me? They haven't received the proper counseling from a proper body of elders that not only did they respect, but these elders got to respect themselves.
Right.
Because one thing that I could say about the general, you know, through all of the years of being in Harlem and this whole YouTube wave and everything, you know, and you know, we got researchers on our side.
Right.
Everybody's digging for dirt. Everybody looking for flaws.
Looking for something.
And it was like, you know, they weren't able to find these things from this group of elders who they would love to find it on so they could discredit the whole organization.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So when it comes, so the word elders for counsel, not olders.
Right, I know what you mean.
Because there's some elders sitting around right now outside,
That are
you know,
not
wasting
elders.
away
Right.
that are not elders. So I definitely respect that. I want to know from you, at what level of from 1 to 10 would you put the importance of having elders as counsel, even if you don't belong to an organization? If, like you said, if you're active, if you're outside, if you're in the shit, if you're in the mix, how important is it to have a group of elders, whether it's women or men, that can help guide you like a spirit guide, similar to what you say? They tell you where to go, where not to go, where to pop up at, where not to pop up at. And I know that sometimes they'll burn you because you be like, damn, I had these new Isupk Air Force Ones. I just like, you know, or I got invited. We was all gonna, you know what I mean? So how important would you say that is to keeping you in alignment and in keeping you on
I think
purpose?
it's a 10. I'd be a full out gremlin without counsel. I wouldn't even know like where I would be. And when I say at a 10, and from a counseling perspective, like counsel is so important to us that we don't just counsel people that are just like in our organization.
Right.
Like if you're not in our organization, we counsel. I counsel a lot of people that are not in ISUBK and sometimes don't even end up in ISUBK. They go join some other stuff but they still get the counsel. That's how important it is. And that's why I quoted that scripture. In counsel, the city is protected.
Right.
Think in our generation, from where we come up from, you would always have the elders in your neighborhood.
Right.
That would be like what we call OGs. The village that would raise the youth.
Yes.
Because now, when you get older, at some point, you ain't moving fast like that no more. But you see the youth coming up, they're replacing you.
Right.
So just like regeneration, like when a potato dies or when an onion dies, you see the baby onion growing within that onion.
Right.
You understand? So now, as the youth is coming up, as the elders are getting older, you see the youth coming up, they the ones growing while we're going away.
Right.
So if we're not giving them the proper counsel, how are they gonna know what to do?
That's what I'm saying.
You know
all
what I'm
that
saying?
Experience gone.
Right. And all that wasted experience. Yeah, especially if the experience ain't guided in the right direction.
Right.
When you made a point to say just because you're old don't make you an elder.
Right.
Everybody out here in our neighborhoods, because we have given up and be more on the left side, we don't give a lot of good advice. But if we had counsel, my counsel comes from the generals, which comes from the Most High. And if we had counsel and a moral authority that goes with it. So when you go to a counselor, like the scriptures say, out of 1,000 people have but one counselor. So I can't go to you, and you.
Right.
I got to find that one brother.
Right.
And that one brother got to be on the right accord. And that's who I get the counsel from. And if you get a counselor that tells you everything you want to hear, that's how you know that's not your counselor. Your counselor should be able to come in. You going to come to him with this great idea. You want to do this, you want to do that. And he might say, no, I don't think that's a good idea.
Right.
If he has the heart to tell you that to your face, then that's the counselor that you should have.
How do you keep your counselor focused and not faltering? What I mean by that is, imagine if I had found that one counselor who I stand on whatever this man says and I'm locked in with him. But one day I'm riding down the street and I see my counselor doing some fuck shit. You feel me? And it throws me almost, you know what I mean? It
that's the worst thing
rocks
you can
my
see.
world.
You know what that's gonna do?
It shatters me.
You ain't gonna get no counsel from him no more. And that's what the beauty of the Bible, like in Ephesians, the 6th chapter, say, servants be obedient to your masters.
Yes.
Right? Now, most people use that for slavery, but what the part that they miss is that the masters have to be obedient to the servants too.
Right.
So I got my generals, I have to serve them.
Right.
They also have to serve me.
Right.
So the same way they giving me instructions and stuff that I have to do, they have to do the same thing. That's how this works, because the person giving you counsel on whatever it is, you can't see them doing no crazy ass shit.
Right.
Because how you gonna, like a cat that's getting high, that let's say you trying not to get high.
Yeah.
And you going to this cat and he counseling you on it, and then you see him getting high, how you gonna counsel you?
Right.
If you got a problem sleeping with whores or something like that, and your brother telling you this is what you don't do, and you see him coming out of the strip club, he can't tell you that.
Right.
So
be like, don't be like me. I'm doing this tonight, but don't be like me.
Yeah, don't be like you.
This shit hurts.
It's a give and take with the counseling. So they know that they're upheld to the same standard that they're requiring of me.
Yes.
And that's what we got to put. We got to, in our neighborhoods, we got to reinvent the standard that we're going to live by, what we're going to allow, what we're not going to allow.
Fact.
When we can get to that point, then that council is going to save the city.
So those standards that you speak of, if I was not in one of these closed door meetings, if I was not a part of the organization, you know, I don't see those standards on the wall. I don't see those standards on your chest. I don't see those standards. How could those standards find me? How would I be introduced to these much needed standards? Because what you just mentioned is something that's an ingredient that I feel that our nation, our people, my generation, the younger generations, like that's what they're yearning for. Brothers that don't have father figures, uncles, and positive role models, and the sisters as well. How do we even get these quote unquote tenets or these commandments or these rules?
One thing I love about ISUBK, man, Jenny Hunter had us all in this cage. Like he had us in this cage and shit, like a bunch of lions. He just got in the cage.
Right.
And then he just lift that bitch up and said, go.
Right.
And then what we had to do at that point, we had to go everywhere.
Right.
So we had to go to the Atlanta, to the Maryland, to the Carolinas, to California. We have to go on social media. We got to be everywhere. Like you said, the people that don't have it,
right,
to spread that knowledge.
Right.
Like Christ said, you can't put your light under a candle, it's gonna go out. You gotta let your light shine.
Right.
So I'm everywhere.
Right.
When I'm at knowledge, I'm at here's the bugged out part about it, right?
Right.
When I go into different spaces, I'd be surprised. Like I met King Los one time.
Yeah.
I met King Los
at a battle rap
event.
Right.
I didn't even know he knew me.
That's right.
I'm on a stage at the battle rap because I met B Dot, and so I'm on the stage. B Dot
that was a polite battle, right?
No, this wasn't polite. Y'all could give me the credit for killing that nigga. I get all the credit for killing that nigga for life, but we can talk about that in a second.
Yeah.
But
he must have died twice if that's the case.
I was telling niggas about him and that shit he was doing, that he was just like his father.
Right.
Before Across the Line happened. When we was at the Brooklyn Theater and I was talking about Flatbush. Remember?
You cooked.
Yeah.
You cooked.
I was talking about that shit back then.
That's a classic.
Listen.
You cooked his wives too.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fuck?
Remember I said he twirling around and shit like that. And
that
everybody was like, Cap, you going too far. He's not like that. He ain't doing that. And now he's in jail for that. Which lets you know
he was almost like Kendrick back there. The early Drake accusations and shit. Not the boy. Not the boy. Yeah, the boy.
Yeah, the boy.
Oh,
and
where's
now we
that
find
at?
out.
That's a classic.
That's online
that
still.
shit.
No, you know what? Yeah, side. I'm gonna see
Niggas buried that.
Yes, they buried a lot. Like Saab buried his version Across the Line because he told me his angle was worse than the angle that we had.
That's a fact.
So when it came to Polite got shut down. But that battling Polite was so good. So when I'm on the stage with B Dot, Los stands next to me. He's like, Tazaryach, what you doing up here? And I'm looking at Los like I'm supposed to look at Los like, man, this is Los the battle rap. Like, damn, I'm supposed, hey, what's up, Los? But he doing that back to me. And so that lets you know two things. One, the work that we're doing is working. Yeah. And two, you never know who's watching you.
Who's watching.
Remember, you made an excellent point that said everybody got researchers. So everybody is trying to find some dirt on ISUBK, Commander Jenny House, especially me.
Right.
Like when I'm saying especially me, if they can put dirt on you, then they don't have to listen to you or your credibility goes down.
Right.
The minute that they can get dirt on you, and they can be any kind of dirt. Like when that woman did that interview, man, they had me as a damn child molester, alcoholic, woman beater, all of that shit. I'm with the same women that I was with back then.
Right.
Same daughters, same kids, same all of that. And so even in that, you survived that. And so if you can uphold yourself to that standard, you just keep pushing. So we go everywhere because that's the only way they're going to feel it. There wasn't no Atlanta in 2013.
Yeah.
There wasn't no school in Atlanta.
Right.
It took somebody coming down to Atlanta. Like Officer Yeremiah is not here right now. He started off in North Carolina. I raised that brother.
Right.
Over the phone.
Right.
At that time, I don't think the internet was as popping.
Wasn't popping
So
like
we
that.
was doing like stuff over the phone.
Right.
I met him, gave him his Hebrew name. He comes to Atlanta. Now Atlanta's built.
Right.
You got other brothers in Texas. So it comes from constantly pushing. Nobody's gonna know anything unless you market it. If you don't market it and push it and clout. Like I was saying this on my radio show the other day. Everybody make it seem like clout is bad. Clout is not bad. It's only bad how you go about it.
That's right.
Everybody wants clout. There's nobody that makes a post online that does not want clout. It could be 10 likes. If you're a nobody, you got 10 likes, you might feel like you made it. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, to get to the 100, you gotta get to the 10
you got to get to the 10 first. It's only when, you got to twerk for it or shake your ass for it or do something.
Court jester.
Yeah,
like
exactly. So when you're doing things like that for clout, then it's bad. But to get on an interview, to do this, to do that, that's what you're supposed to do. If I don't battle Polite, if I don't battle the Polites and the Sinettas and go on these different places, we wouldn't know each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So all that stuff is necessary.
Interesting. So going veggie backing to, because we don't do piggyback.
Right.
Veggie back into the earlier statement that you made about basically catching the brothers and sisters when they are quote unquote in their dark stages or whatnot, or when they're knuckle dragging. I've been behind the wall before, and I know that it takes, the Most High, because I say that that's our vacation, you know what I mean? People call it college and whatnot, and when they go behind the wall, it's like, yo, I was in school, and but I tell people sometimes you get your life saved when you get sat down, because you was out here moving too fast. You know what I mean? You was almost gonna get your shit knocked back, and you got your little skid bid or you got sat down. And when you're behind the walls, you realize that some of the people who were playing ignorant in the world, or just keeping up with the Jones and playing a character, you begin to see that some of our brightest and some of our smartest, some of our most quote unquote talented are trapped behind these walls and whatnot. So I commend organizations like yours and other organizations that capture people before they even got to go through that.
Right.
You feel me? And turn them around so you don't got to go through the experience of being trapped, being a slave and whatnot in this modern day system, and then coming home saying, "Hey mom, I'm upright now," or "Hey baby moms, I got a new name," and you know what I'm saying? "I don't eat bacon." They like, nigga, you know what I'm saying? But I know that they respect it more when you don't do it under stress and duress.
Right.
When you do it willingly and whatnot. So I just brought that up to just say that, the work is very important to capture our people that while they're in that stage before they get caught up in the system. So my question to you is, what is y'all approach? Like, let's say that you come amongst a group of, wayward brothers and sisters who are out there, and you could just look at them and tell where they're headed and whatnot, either that grave or that cell. What is the intervention? How do y'all basically intercept? And based off your metrics, what is your success rate? Like if there's 10 of them and you get one, is that successful? Is that a touchdown? Like what's your metrics?
So sometimes I'll speak like, man, I may not get none of them.
Yeah.
Like going into it, I don't set an expectation because there becomes a letdown with that.
Right.
So like if let's say if it's them 10, I'm saying, man, I should be able to get at least 4 of them.
Right.
Let's say if I don't get none of them, that could be depressing. What I mean? I walk away, how am I go to the next 10 to the next 5?
Right.
Or whatever. Like the scriptures say, my sheep hear my voice. So maybe them brothers just didn't hear it at that time. But when I usually talk to people, because the Bible has been shoved down our throat from a Christian perspective, if I just come in there and say, what Peter said this and Paul said that, shit like that, them niggas gonna be like, man, that's a white man. Peter, this, and they ain't ready to get the whole history of, no, these is black, the Israelites is black and all of that stuff. So I'll go into environments and without using the Bible verse, I'll talk just like the Bible. Like when we think about Christ, who was a nigga and was a thoroughbred.
Right.
You never really see him quote scripture. He'll paraphrase a scripture, but he's not reading scriptures. He'll read and assess what's happening.
Right.
And then he'll just talk like that. That's how I do it.
The language of the people.
Exactly. So if I'm going, so I use I used to go on I'm still on this app called Clubhouse. And I was in this room called the Hunter Side, run by Whack 100, crazy nigga, right?
Right.
And I would go in his rooms.
Right.
And when you go in his rooms, you getting every fucking thing. You getting some hoe shit, some gang shit, some business shit, some street shit. You getting everything. But now, in their defense, what you were saying, like before they get to the darkness, it's a lot of light in that darkness.
Facts.
Like a lot of them cats that's be on that Hunter side, it's a lot of light. Them niggas are smart.
That's right.
It's just circumstances. And that's what I like when I will think about brothers and sisters, I always know that if they circumstances was different,
that's right,
they wouldn't be the way that they are. A lot of them niggas is smart, a lot of them sisters are smart and educated, but maybe somebody touched them wrong, or did something to them, or they didn't grow up without their mother or father, so their survival tactics just messed up their moral compass. So when I go into an environment like that, I'll just speak to them in a language that they can understand.
Right.
So I don't have to give them the Bible, but I'm giving them the Bible. And then as I start talking to them, they be like, "Nah, we want to hear from Cap. What you say, brother? What you say on that?" And so now once I get to that part,
right,
then I could go in and then teach. And they say, "Well, where you get this from?" Now I could say, "Well, I'm an Israelite. I teach this and I teach that," but I don't shove the Bible down their throat right away because everybody ain't ready for that.
So it's the proverbial, when the student is ready, then the teacher shall appear. So no, I'm dead ass. So when they call on you, when they ask for it, that's when you receive, rather than coming up in that bitch. I got free Bibles, pass it out, and people
Real
are
talk.
like, "Yo, can you?"
When I first got into that room, and I'm using that room because this is a real time environment of what you're asking.
Case study.
When I first got into that room, they didn't want to hear nothing about no Bible.
That's right.
In 2 weeks, I would do hour-long sessions teaching on the Bible. And what you also find out, them cats in darkness, they want to know about God. They want to know about why their life is like this. Why is this happening? And they want a real answer. They don't want the Christian answer where God gonna make it right in the morning, just pray on it and stuff like that. They want a real live, this happened to you because your mom left you, you was a survivalist.
Right.
This happened to you because the environment that you grew up in made you believe that selling drugs was okay, being in gangs was okay, robbing and stealing was okay, but that's not the way it was. Now, once I do that, I'm teaching the Bible.
Right.
Like, I mean, when I say certified teaching the Bible, I mean teaching the Bible to where it got to a point to where whenever they wanted to know anything, they said, "Hey man, get Cap up in here.
Right.
Get Captain Tazaryach in here. We need him to talk and break this
expert
down."
now, right?
Exactly. And so that's what we would do in every environment, the conscious community, the Christians, everywhere we go, to where our reputation is now, we want to hear the Israelites' perspective on this. To where everybody in every environment, I started seeing it in battle rap. Like, I didn't know battle rap was, like, I love battle rap. Like, I debate like a battle rapper. Like, straight up, I would listen to, like, Surf is my favorite of all time. He the greatest. Surf is like the creme de la creme for me.
Right.
Like, I don't think, like, he just knows how to make everything work in battle rap. Yeah, he checks it all.
I ain't gonna lie.
So I would listen to him. Yeah, so I would listen to him, Nitty, all these different battle rappers before I would go battle a Polite or a Shaka or go on Jesse Lee Peterson or go in the Clubhouse. And so I could get into that. So they helping me get into my mode.
Right.
You know what I mean? To battle. And even that's biblical. Like when you go into the Bible and read when Elijah battled the 450 prophets of Baal, he's clowning them. He's like, "Where your God at? Maybe that nigga's sleeping. Maybe he taking a nap. Maybe we can't find it." That's how he talking in the Bible.
Right.
So battle rappers is encompassing the spirit of the prophets in the Bible. And so when you do that, you get into all these different modes. So I could go to them, and now it becomes a little easier because the Israelites are being requested.
Right.
Like we being now requested because they getting tired of the church. The church is pussies, and they want to know. And it's interesting because we all spiritual. I'm using that. I didn't mean to do the air quotes, but we all spiritual. Black people by default are just naturally spiritual people, and they're gonna always want an answer that satisfies that inner desire. I don't care what you want to call it. So now, when they hear about these Israelites, oh, them Israelites do it like this. Like the brothers were just saying, when they see me do the cross the line with Polite, they coming into the school because they think, "Oh, y'all could do that." And now they coming into the school because they ain't got to lose their masculinity.
Right.
They could still be aggressive. They could still be a man. And that's another thing that they try to beat out of black men is being a man is now not the thing to do. Right. You know what I mean? To make you extra soft. Like if you stand on your 10, now you bad. Really, we should be aggressive. There's something called righteous aggression that's a good thing.
Right.
So
I agree. I did a video in 2014, I believe. It was with Doggy Diamonds, right? Back when it was called Forbes DVD.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And we were going in on the debate culture, right? And I brought up a point that, ruffled some feathers back then, but I said that if a war were to kick off, the first people that I'm tapping in with
was the
Israelites because of their demeanor, because of what they represent in the fold of things. I was looking at it from a worldview, like a Voltron perspective. Like, nah, you don't throw them away. And this is before our community kind of softened up. You know what I mean? This was before that
This
happened.
one was a little bit more thorough. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
so I've always seen not just that aspect of it, but I've always recognized what that is. You know what I mean? Like you said, we gotta focus on men being men. Like we can't use the excuse, nah, they be too riled up, nigga. Nigga, y'all, but we out here standing next to the drug dealers,
right?
And they rolling dice and they selling pornography right there. And I seen a nigga pockets get dug. And you talking about that's your man from Brooklyn? He a shooter, but you selling all of this consciousness. But they too loud though, right?
Right.
They too loud. Nah, we not gonna do that. So I was always that kind of advocate. But I want to pivot because you brought up battle rap.
Yeah.
And we are in the aftermath of what they call one of the greatest battles in rap.
Right.
And to be honest with you,
came on the no good MTA that slows down every Saturday and Sunday for some apparent reason, like they can't fix the trains station. But you got to remember, we're living in a city that the train stations are 150 years old. Train stations are 150 years old out here, so you can expect anything to happen in these train stations. I'm telling you that right now. Also want to remind everybody, there will be no unauthorized filming, unauthorized recording other than these people that are recording. Remember, the DVDs will be available at the end by all them DVDs.com. Yeah, wave your hands, sister. They over there. That's right. To your right, my left. All them DVDs are recording it, and they are also burning it for you so you can leave here with the DVDs. So that's good. They moving like Les Brown and Minister Farrakhan. I like that. That's how Minister Farrakhan gets down. He gets that stuff out quick. Keep it moving. Also, want to remind everybody, if you would like to come to the Health and All Diseases Can Be Cured anniversary, 18th anniversary of myself for doing it in 18 years, from the club life to the conscious life. I'll have tickets available, discount for everybody that want to see Dr. Africa tomorrow. And you can even get his new book that's coming out, Brother Polite is speaking on health. Believe me, if you don't have good health, I don't care if you're a Hebrew or Nuwapian or if you're New Covenant, if you don't have good health, you can't come up here and do nothing. You got to take care of your health nowadays, and these brothers are showing you how to cure diseases naturally. And Dr. Africa is there helping to cure diseases naturally. So we will be at the National Black Theater tomorrow, December 8th. That's my anniversary. Actually, today would be my 18th anniversary of this stuff. But I'm doing it on Sunday. I like that. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. 18 years of doing this promotion stuff. Working with Khalid Muhammad, working with Mr. Farrakhan, working with Dr. York, working with all kinds of people back in the day, man. And then doing the clubs and working here with my brother George Crooks and working with Larry Gold from SOBs, all those conscious events and reggae events that I've done for so many years with Burning Spear, Culture, Bob Marley's Children, and all the conscious stuff that I've done. I'm glad that I was able to make it to this 18th year leg. So that's going to be tomorrow. We got the tickets on sale, $15 if you want. It's usually $20 in advance. It's $15, $5 discount for y'all if y'all want to see Dr. Africa. Just going over to my table with my wife, Empress Shamila. She's here, and she's handling the tickets right now. Only got 50 tickets for those who want to pay for it for $15 as you're leaving or when you get a chance. Also, we have a customer appreciation, a Health Day customer appreciation for you. On December 15th, it's only $5 before 5 o'clock. Doors open at 3 o'clock. It's December 15th at Nicholas Brooklyn Bookstore. If you want to meet all of the health practitioners, if you're having a baby and you want to meet a doula or a midwife, we got the doulas and midwives coming to show you the importance of doing home birth and how to stay away from them hospitals and stop getting your children injected before they come out. You stop taking the painkillers before they come out. You start enduring that wall of fire and start bringing them children out naturally. I got doulas coming through. I got midwives coming through on December 15th. Also, I got the magnet therapy. I have the magnetic therapy coming in. I got the crystal healing therapy. I got acupuncturists coming in. Look, it's all about getting into alternative ways of healing yourself. Instead of going to Kings County Hospital, Every time I go there, I hear all the horror stories. You go there for a heart checkup and your leg is coming off. Hell is that all about? So we got to stop that. We need to take care of our own self. I want to thank House of Consciousness. Give House of Consciousness a round of applause. Give New Covenant a round of applause for putting this together. I was just the street team for this one. I was just the street team. I like doing the street. I like being. That's what keeps me slim and fit. So I think we're ready. I think Polite is ready. Is he ready, Almanac? Only his wife would know. I guess he's not ready. Don't worry. In the month of January, I might take off. No, I doubt if I'm going to take off. I'm going to figure I might do a disaster preparedness class. But we do have disaster preparedness DVD with Aton Edwards and all of us on DVD right now. If you want to find out anything about disaster, the information on how to mitigate, deal with disasters in any form and any fashion, we got disaster preparedness DVDs right now with Aton Edwards on it. Also, in the month of February, so-called Black History Month, Brother Professor Griff will be at Nicholas Brooklyn bookstore on February 8th and February 9th, and on February 16th we have Joshua Sarah going to be there live. So give them a round of applause because they doing great work in our community. Give them a round of applause, especially Professor Griff. He working hard, well-trained soldier from the Nation of Islam, well-trained soldier. Big up to him. Also, in the month of March, we got our annual Women's History Month. So invite your daughters, invite your men, invite your female counterparts, and bring them out because I have all the healers and all the speakers, the new speakers in this female dynamics that's coming out from March the 9th at the Nicholas Brooklyn bookstore. Last year, I had Queen of Four and Ma from Trick Tree. This time, we're bringing up the new energy, and I want y'all to hear the new energy. So I think my brother is prepared. I hope he's ready. Find out if our brother Polite is ready. How many minutes? 3 minutes? All right, 3 minutes is good. Oh no, don't stress. I'm with it. Also want to say happy Earth Strong to all those celebrating. I want to say enough respect to our ancestors that have just passed on. People like Mandela, gotta give him a round of applause. Give that brother a round of applause, man. He has passed on to the ancestral realm. People don't know he is stronger now than he was before he left. He's stronger now. And let us all pray and meditate for Winnie Mandela. That was the soldier woman that was with him. I don't care about any other sister that came after. I respect her, but Winnie held it down for 27 years, 28 years with this brother. That sister was the soldier. That was the sister soldier there. Gotta respect those sister soldiers. I'm honored to have been over there at Boys and Girls High. They just named Boys and Girls High the new Mandela, Nelson Mandela School right there on Fulton and Utica Avenue. They just renamed that school after Nelson Mandela. So that's the new Nelson Mandela High School. So get that a round of applause. Mayor Bloomberg trying something. I don't know what that is, but I know he trying something. Y'all got me on video, yes. You trying something. Also, I got to give it to him because he's trying to remove all the sugary diets. He's trying to get New York healthy, and they fighting him tooth and nail. He's trying to stop y'all from getting fat, and y'all fighting him. That's a shame. I'm telling y'all, these sugar diets that you're going to see people going into Popeyes, I see people going to McDonald's. Stop it. I don't care who you are. Stop going into those places that are killing you and giving you that estrogen level to make y'all more feminine, especially the men. Stop eating at Popeyes and all that crazy stuff. I don't care how hungry you are. Go get a fruit or vegetable. Do something. Go to an organic spot. Do something. I see so-called conscious people run past the fruit stand and run into McDonald's. Run into the Popeyes restaurant. Popeye gonna pop your eyes out. I'm telling you right now. Killing McDonald's and Murder King and all them rest of them places. Leave Murder King alone. All right. We got some beautiful hardcore brothers about to come in and drop this information and information for you. I know y'all are happy. Those that are happy to be here, give yourselves a round of applause if you're happy to be here. Loud! I want to hear it loud! If you're happy to be here. Because we're making history and you don't even know it. Those that are online, big up to you. I wish you could be here because that will fill up even more room and give us more room. We rented out like 200 to 300 seats and the seats are filling up and that's good. but we wish that y'all could be there. But since y'all online at 2012stores.com or newcovenantplus.com, and since you online, we got to show y'all respect. Give the people online a round of applause. Come on, put your hands together. We got a new way of promoting this stuff. We got a new way. If Olsen and the whole crew can do it, Joel Olsen and all them can do it, and TD Snakes and the rest of them can do it, then we can do it too. We got to use this technology and make it happen. Use it to the best. We are in the Aquarian age, so we got to use this to the best of our abilities. Now, make sure you support every vendor in here, and if you cannot buy something from a vendor, I always stress this at my events, get their flyers, get their business card. If you like something that they have, just get their flyer. You might not have no money. Everybody ain't coming out here with money. Somebody just spent $30 and that's all they had. Somebody spent $20 and that's all they had. But look, this is an African or a Hebrew or a Nubian or Nuwapian center of wealth, and we have to learn to pull our world together by supporting all of these vendors and save some money. Save 10% of your check or your money and give it to a black vendor. Don't give it to Macy's. Macy's dead. He ain't giving you nothing. Don't give it to those people at Target. Target people, the man that owns Target, he don't even care about you. Give it to your brothers and sisters that are vending right here. Give it to black-owned businesses like Pharaoh and the rest of them. Support these businesses over here, man, that are selling books and T-shirts and all that with your history on it. Get these and give them a round of applause. Give all these vendors a round of applause, man. Give them all a round of applause. This is some serious stuff. We're losing. We're losing the battle badly. Is he ready? Is he ready? You said 3 minutes. I've done spoke for 3 minutes. Come on now. Shoot. Love my people, boy. One, I want to thank, of course, George Crooks for allowing us to be here at CPAC, or known as Post 48. They had some great, they got Barrington Levy coming here. They just had Sanchez here. Some great reggae shows have been in this place. I have hosted some great shows with Luciano right here on this stage. I've hosted Sanchez and Maxi Priest right here on this stage. So I've done some shows in this place, and I'm honored to be a part of this legacy of building a place like this, and also building the Jammins brand and the SOBs brand, the Sounds of Brazil brand. I've built all those brands over the years by doing what I do and doing the promotion and doing the MCing and all that type of stuff. So I'm happy. You ready? All right. Without further ado, my people. This brother here, I've known him now probably going on 5 years since we did the Dr. Sebi event. Back in 2000, 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, yeah, about 4 or 5 years. This brother is a former gang member. And when I say former gang member, he could be doing anything. He could be out there doing anything right now. Any one of you that's former gang members, if you know those young people that need to be encouraged, you got to bring them out and give them that DVD or let them watch them on YouTube or whatever, because things are happening and these young people that are gang members have to get it, because they got some brilliance in the gangs right now. They got some strong gang members out there like this brother. Matter of fact, a few of the brothers that's former Crip superiors and former Crip bodies are right here. Former Bloods are here. Former Jolly Stompers, former Psychos, former bishops are here. The old school gangs are here. But remember, we got the gang stuff from the churches. Ooh. We got the gang stuff from the churches. You got the Jehovah's Witnesses over there. You got the Methodists over there. You got the Baptists over there. They don't even want to talk to each other. And like I said earlier, when the Jehovah's Witnesses come to your door, you hiding and scurrying. I don't hide from them. I say, come on in. I got some knowledge for your ass. That's what I say to them. Jehovah's Witness, I witness Jehovah. I am God. That's how it is. That's what it says in Psalms 82, verse 6. Ye are God's children of the Most High. I am God. And I big up to the 5%. Who is the original man? The original man is the Asiatic black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. That's who we are. That is who we are as a family. So don't you forget that. So without any further ado, we're going to welcome on stage our young warrior who just turned 30 the other day. Our young soldier from out of New Covenant family. We want to work them on stage. This former gang member that has been doing it and slinging the information ever since he got read that one book by the mind book by the one, the only Dr. York. This man lost his mother. He lost his mother to cancer and diabetes. This man even had his father leave him at the age of 8, only to see him at 16. I want all of you to stand up right now. Stand up right now and welcome on stage. Come on, stand up. Put your hands together. He could be doing anything right now, but he chose to work with the people and help the people and help the young people. I want y'all to put your hands together for my brother, Isupk, our runaway, Senator brother for life, the head of the crown of New Covenant in the building. Put your hands together.
Peace. All right. How's everybody doing? Okay, that's good. That's good. Loving it. Loving the energy. Loving the energy. Let's get rolling. Just waiting for the PowerPoint to get turned on. Hold on. There's a discrepancy going on. No discrepancy. No peaceful. He's going to be standing behind me from time to time. Showtime. Let's get it. All right, so I'm going to quote my brother. I'm going to quote my brother. God does not have any interest in Africa, nor does he love the African. What would Khalid Muhammad say if he heard some weird stuff like that? He'd probably say, Negro, please. And they probably would say the Negroes are one of the 12 tribes. We're going to go to the next slide. We have black people telling us we can't go back to Africa. God doesn't care about the Africans. God has no interest in Africa. Yet Africa is the world's richest abode in organic and inorganic commodities. And that's where we have our inception. So it stands to reason if there is a God, that God must have loved us, the planets, and appointed the world so abundant, most abundant in the world's organic and inorganic commodities. That's just common sense. So today, the question is, who or what are the Israelites? Servants of God or agents of the very white man they swear to hate? Very good question. It's a very good question. Let's go to the next one. This is just the opening round. So we're going to do a little chronology. In 1960s, Abba Bivens, this is their guy. This is how they started. It's a guy named Abba Bivens. He was taught by an ex-slave. Makes perfect sense. Because as slaves, that's when we got the Bible. Makes perfect sense. He was taught by an ex-slave as an Israelite. 1973, they had this guy named Moshe Ben Kareem. He took Abba Bivens' place alongside this brother right here in 1973. Then 5 other people joined them. They called themselves the Seven, and they started concocting this doctrine that they call today, the Isupk. This is it in its inception. And by the way, Marshall said he was also the incarnation of King David. And King David in the Bible is a homosexual. So out of all people to reincarnate as, why would you even reincarnate as a faggot? Pardon me, that's a bad word. No, we're not going to use that kind of derogatory language. We're going to say, why would you reincarnate as a flaming hot homosexual bandit? Out of all people. We're going to go to the next one. See, I take abuse. And every time I take abuse, they go after my teacher. That's right. I take a lot of abuse. Can we play this? Go back, please. Play that. Take the music off. You come right now. Don't worry, we have a question and answer class. We have a question and answer coming up at the end of this, so don't worry about it. Let's go.
And the thermonuclear war is America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's going to take place before the year 2000.
The world was supposed to end in the year 2000 according to the organization.
America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out and thermonuclear destruction.
They had another guy named Jermaine Grant, who was a high priest, shortly known for Taz. He changed his name. He created his own Israelite Church of God, Jesus Christ. See, what happens is, when you say you have prophecies and your prophecies are not fulfilled, you know what you gotta do? You gotta reincorporate. You gotta create a new business. You ever see a club get shot up? What do they do after they get shot up? You gotta change the name. So we're gonna talk about this. This is the 1998. People say, how come you use GMS? These people are all part of the same group. You know, you may have recognized him from such shows as Polite 24/7. He'll have sex with children that are 9 years old. Well, all these people were all together at one point until the prophecies failed. And when the prophecies failed, everybody had to go. But some people recreated the doctrine. But you can't go by the same name. You just can't go by the same name. So imagine how much people quit their job and raise their middle fingers at the white man, thinking the world was going to end, only to find out January 1st they had to go back to work. Imagine how much people jumped off the goddamn bridge believing in these people. But they're not going to tell you that part of their doctrine was the world was going to end in the year 2000. But I don't think they're going to lie about it. I don't think they'll do that. They probably got a weird reason why. Oh, the Lord can just do what he wants as he pleases, so he changed his mind. They probably say something like that to you. But the prophecy didn't work. So when prophecies don't work, guess what you got to do? Create a new doctrine, like maybe tell everybody don't study Africa so we can steal Africa's information and perpetrate the fraud like it's our own. We're going to go to the next one. Go ahead, you can give it up. It's long. Express that emotion. We ain't in the churches no more, but we can express the emotion. I went to their website. It says the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge is a non-profit, faith-based organization. It was very interesting. About 3 weeks ago, on their website, they said, check out our 501c3. They must have been doing research on me, and in turn took that off. But as you go down here, it says originally founded in 1969 in First West Harlem, New York, the ISUPK nonprofit began to establish a name for itself in December 2006. So they are incorporated. And if you understand the jargon, they're a nonprofit organization that fits under a certain code with the IRS, as in 501c3. You may be saying, why is this so important? Because first, we have to establish credibility. They're incorporated. You may say, there's nothing wrong with incorporation. I got incorporation too. It is something wrong with it when you claim to be a militant and righteous group. I understand you're doing Boy Scouts. You got a little Boy Scout program where you want to heal the world or save animals. Go ahead and get your nonprofit on. But when you say you're doing something in the name of God, there's a problem with this nonprofit corporation. There's a problem. Let's go to the next one. So here's my man Tazaryach wearing his 6-point star. And of course, he's preaching the word of God, the Bible, as they claim. And it says here in Ephesians, for the husband is head of the wife, and also Christ is the head of the church, okay? And he is the savior of the body, okay? For the husband is head of the wife, as also Christ is the head of the church. Who do they say is the head of the church? Christ. Christ is supposed to be the head of the church, right? That's what he teaches on the streets. Christ is the sovereign of the church. He's the head. The man is over the woman, and Christ is over the church. Let's go to the next one. That's what they say out their mouth. Now, according to the government, in the case of landmark case, Holly versus Hancock 201 U.S., we're going to go down. According to the United States of America, it says, upon the other hand, the corporation is a creature of the state. Isupk is an incorporation. Not only is it an incorporation, it's a non-for-profit incorporation. It says here, if you incorporate it, the corporation is a creature of the state. It presumes to be incorporated for the benefit of the public. It receives certain special privileges and franchises, and it holds them subject to the laws of the state and limitations of its charter. Its powers are limited by the law. Not by God, not by Christ. It is a creature of the state. Now, maybe you came to some new property classes. We could have taught you how to set up a sovereign irrevocable private trust, or private interest holdings, or unincorporated business trust organization, all of which you don't have to compromise the moral integrity of your mission. And we'll go into what that mission is. So it says its rights to act as a corporation are only preserved to it so long as it obeys the laws of the creation. So the creator is not God, the creator is the white man. It says so long as you obey the laws of his creation. Do you think Moses would have went to the government and asked him, can he preach the word of God for tax subsidy? What do I mean by tax subsidy? Let's go to the next one. God damn, this is just the opening round. That's the shit about me I don't even like. Who created this 501c3 construct that they have? Lyndon B. Johnson. They even call it the Johnson Amendment. Lyndon B. Johnson created the 501c3 because he felt like the one people you cannot control are the spiritually inclined. And you see what the Muslims do? They'll put a bomb on their chest and blow up a damn building with the belief they're gonna get 72 virgins. They'll put a bomb on their body. Only a religious man or woman can have such conviction where they don't care about nobody else, when they're truly spiritual. So Lyndon B. Johnson said we cannot have spiritual groups out here. We know about Nat Turner and his insurrection. We see what happens when people believe in the spirit of the all-divine creator. They are hard to control. So what he did was he raised taxes on purpose, and he gave tax exemption status to anybody that claimed to be a religious institution under one main stipulation. They will give you tax exemption so long as you don't speak against their agenda. Lyndon B. Johnson created that in 1954. Okay, this is important. So we're gonna go to the IRS website, which I put right there. The following data comes from the exempt organizations determinations manual complements of the IRS. There goes their link. You can look up the same information I'm showing you. The 501c3 status contradicts the church's mission. It contradicts the Hebrew Israelites' mission. Why? Let's go straight down to number 5. You must support government agenda. In order for you to reap the benefits of tax exemption, in order for you to have a corporation, a non-profit corporation, you cannot speak against that which the government doesn't want the people to hear. So if they didn't lose their tax exemption, chances are everything they're saying still falls under that same umbrella. So let's take a look at some of the things they teach, because the white man didn't take away their tax exemption yet. So I want to see why they're able to keep their corporation. The white man didn't dissolve their corporation yet. So let's see what they teach. Is that the race? Is that the race? Okay. Okay. We must support the government agenda or risk losing tax subsidy or other benefits. So early on, he was preaching the Bible early on. And he had a 6-point star. But as we zoom in and started really looking at that 6-point star, we realized it was a goddamn badge. Wow. That's what we realized. Because in one breath, you preach the word of God. And in the other breath, you sign a pact with the goddamn devil. And tell the devil, I will teach my religious doctrine, but I am willing to teach it the way you want me to teach it, so I can keep my tax exemption. Now, I done gave you what you can look up. If you're gonna claim to be militant, if you're gonna claim you don't like this cracker, if you're gonna claim you hate America, KKK, why would you sign a damn contract with the Beast? And don't say you didn't know that the Beast had this and it's your first time, because your man Johanna has a background in accounting. And anybody with a background in accounting would know enough to read that IRS instruction manual as it relates to tax exemption. So don't tell me with a leader who has a background in accounting y'all didn't know what y'all was signing yourselves up for. Maybe they didn't know. But in its inception, I don't think Jesus would have went to Herod the Great and say, yo, fam, you think I can teach this Christian doctrine or this Hebrew Israelite doctrine? And I won't really cut it the way that I was going to cut it, because if you make me exempt from my taxes, I'm good money. Let's go to the next one. These are just things to think about while we go forward. That's all it says. Okay? Let's see why they don't lose their tax exemption status. Let's listen. Let's see what they teach. And when that man said, you gotta watch these niggas. Play it. We good? Mr. Eat the Babies. He ain't talking to me no more. He was my friend all the way up until this day. Go ahead. He don't like me no more. Play it, baby. Black man said, you gotta watch these niggas. And they know you are the same people.
He chose us to be a special people to us, being above above an African, a white person, Chinese, and
so
above an African.
This brother don't understand right here, man. He is the reason. He used this up. You are a perfect example of why the Lord had us destroying ourselves, eating our babies. Genetically, contrary to popular belief, we are more genetically connected to the white man than we are. The white man is more closer to us genetically than the African, according to this brother right here. The white man is more closer to us genetically than the African. And the other brother says, brother, people like you is the reason why the Lord had us destroy ourselves eating our babies. And then he goes on and says, don't trust the dirty, stinking African, and they know you and I and them is not the same people. Now, you got a doctrine of black people telling you, don't trust the African, they dirty, they stinking. That's going to cause separation. You think this white man making a distinction amongst those Africans that were kidnapped and those Africans that still live in Africa? You think they give a hell about that shit? And the white man is more closer to us genetically than the African. The white man is a premature baby of all the races on the planet Earth. You done gave him a history that he never had. You done gave him a history he never had. Let's go to the next one. People say, why you gotta have this debate, Brother Polite? Well, I know two bold, beautiful, brilliant black minds that because of their zealousness towards Africa, Congress had to have a meeting to stop this man from talking. Who knows him in here? Dr. Khalid Muhammad. All praises to Dr. Khalid Muhammad. He said Africa is not our home, Africa is our throne. And Marcus Garvey, he said the black skin is not a badge of shame, but rather a glorious symbol of national greatness. I have no desire to take all black people back to Africa. There are blacks who are no good here and will likewise be no good there. The black skin is not a badge of shame, but rather a glorious symbol of national greatness. I have no desire to take all black people back to Africa. There are blacks who are no good here and will likewise be no good there. Let's go to the next one. We got, I never would believe a doctrine of self-hate like this. You ever saw that Dave Chappelle skit where the dude didn't even know he was black and he was part of the Ku Klux Klan? Where they do that at? And Dr. Ben, they said, why you debating Polite? Y'all told me, y'all put me up on Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben in Africa, Mother of Western Civilization, page 16 of the introduction, he says, other writers dealing with the black experience must first attack and ferret out the root cause of the cancer of anti-Africanism. He calls anti-Africanism cancer. Go to the next one. So he says you must attack this anti-Africanism. And here, God says in Genesis chapter 6, verse 6, it repented the Lord that he made man on earth and grieved him in his heart. How God could repent that he made you? And the word that they used was nacham in Hebrew. Nacham, that means to regret. So they want us to worship a God that regret that he made us. That's why they won't lose their tax exemption status. Go to the next one. Don't move. And the Lord was with Judah, and he drove out the inhabitants of the mountain, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron. Hold on. So God was able to help Judah drive out the inhabitants of the mountain, but when they came with chariots, God couldn't beat those people. So what are you gonna do with the niggas driving Hummers today? And on the last note, and let's go back here. God repented that he made you. God sounded like he had a promising future in the NBA and found out that his wife got pregnant. And now he had to drop out of school to get a job. God talks to you as though the condom bust. Let's go to the next one. God says this, and this is the most bugged out shit you ever gonna hear. I guarantee you this. He says, if you will not hear me, and if ye will not lay it to heart to give glory unto my name, saith the Lord of hosts, I will even send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Yeah, I've cursed them already because ye do not lay it to heart. Behold, I will corrupt your seed and spread dung, which is shit. Got you. I spread shit all over your face. Even, and the word right there is H6569. You'll see it. God says, I'm gonna put shit in your face if you don't listen to me. What kind of immature stuff is it? If you don't worship me, I'm gonna rub doodle on your face. So this is the kind of mess that God is gonna leave us in. I'm out. Thank you. Let's give it up for our brother Tazaryach.
Let's give it up for our brother Stormhand. That's just his opening. You're gonna see something going down. Trust me. All right. I want y'all to give it up for my brother.
I need to know.
Okay, right. Set it up.
Nah, I got let me get the audio.
It's gonna get hot here, y'all. That's just the opening round, my brother Polite. It's about to get heated. Now y'all see why we need this debate going down, y'all.
Hey, y'all give it up for Polite. Hey, y'all ready?
All right, let's give it up for Isupk.
Y'all give it up for Polite. He put forth a hell of an effort to do nothing. That's what he did. Now, he came out here talking about, because we're a 501c3, we got to be about the white man's agenda. What the hell does Isupk teach that the white man teaches? This video right here, this footage right here, just happened in July. You should really do your research to get you a better team. Because this footage right here is the black Israelites win the right to protest their Philly shops. You know why? Because the white man didn't want us teaching on their corners, because we ain't saying that you could be a faggot. We saying you can't be a faggot. We ain't writing books called Sodom Misinterpreted. We ain't writing books. We ain't fucking little boys. We ain't doing that like your daddy did, like your spiritual father did. And y'all should take the kids home tonight. Because tonight ain't about being nice. Because when you attack my God, and to show you how he won't even stick to the topic, this is supposed to be about the dumbest shit I ever heard. That's right. The black woman, God, according to the Bible, is a woman. And then the second one is the Bible plagiarized. That's what this is supposed to be about. Whereas y'all see all these people in here today? Now, y'all see the condition of black people today? Shouldn't we be in this room fixing that problem instead of worrying about is the God of the Bible a woman? I thought, when they first came up against me, I thought that it would be a better question. I just did. I thought that it would be more knowledgeable. I'm going to scroll down a little bit, because he said to be a 501c3, you got to be about the white man's agenda. Barack Obama got in office and said it's okay to be a faggot. Soon as he got in office, DC opened it up, New York opened it up, gays getting married. So Isupk, because we're a 501c3, means we should be about faggots too. Scroll down a little bit. Where is that? It says the group stop. The group has been labeled as extremist and black supremacist by several organizations, including civil rights group Southern Poverty Law Center. I want to scroll down. Stop. It says they preach about they hate white people. Right. That is directly against the American agenda. Because the only way you're going to get somewhere is if you love the so-called white man like he does. When you look on his page, It says that he's a humanitarian. He ain't just about black people. He's about white people. He's about every nation on the planet. He's more for the white man than we are. Now, I'll keep going. No, okay, pull it up. This is on his page. He says, here is a First Amendment humanitarian forum where we have home on the salient and fixed observations of world peace. That's what he's about. He's not even about his people. Let me tell you something. Every nation on the face of the planet, whether you white, Chinese, Arab, they're all about their people first. Then, once they establish their people, then they say, okay, we can deal with y'all. But we're going to take care of our house first. We talking about Africa so much. What about Brooklyn, Queens, Harlem? What the fuck we going to do in Africa when we can't fix Brooklyn, when we can't fix Harlem? But y'all want to talk to me about our white agenda, my so-called white agenda when I ain't got one. Bring me back to the slide. Wow. Now, it says they preach how they hate white people and how they hate gays. We call women whores. Really hostile language that make people feel intimidated and fearful. Now, when y'all see us, they're saying that we make people feel intimidated. How y'all feel when y'all see Polite? Y'all fuck him up. Just the right way he look. I'm not saying literally, but when you see Polite, he looks soft. He look weak. But when you see real men of the Lord, we look fearful like we're supposed to. We're not weak. So when you say we a 501c3, which we are, and you know what we do with that 501c3? We use it to take care of the community. The scriptures say, to be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. That means you can use, we in hell. Everything that you get in this captivity that we are under, these lights that's on, is because of the so-called white man. Everything that we get comes from him. But that don't mean that we have to live like him, even though we in this condition. That means you don't celebrate what he celebrates. You don't do what he do. When they see me walk down the street, they know I ain't no white man agenda. With my goddamn 501c3, that I feed thousands of people with that 501c3. We got food programs, GED program, drug, all these things is what we use with that 501c3. Why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we? They use the 501c3 to help the goddamn whales. The white man cares more about animals than he do about you. And I gotta come up here and debate about what I do to help black people. I thought this was about is God a woman. Not about, and what am I doing with the 501c3? Give me John 8, I'm gonna slap it. Give me John 8:32. Play that clip about Polite. Play that clip. Polite's own words confuse him and cut him. First of all, he pulled up a beautiful video and pictures of me, which I ain't conceited or nothing like that, but I like them myself. You know what I'm saying? They look good. He did Photoshop that shit though, that whole bag. Everybody know it. You're a fucking liar. That shit is weak. So now, when they talk about the shield, Polite says something. He had a debate last year. Give me that one first. He had a debate last year. It's only 44 seconds. He had a debate last year. And in that debate, you gotta play that joint. Play this. Once again, I ain't got to teach this shit.
I mean, something clear. It's a slave mentality. When the white man say, this is our symbol and this is what it means, and we just embrace it as if the swastika didn't exist in Africa prior, as if the cross didn't exist in Africa prior. And now, because the white man and the white woman say, these are our symbols, because all we do is study slavery and study us being oppressed.
This belongs to me.
We got no other choice but to
Now, y'all heard what he said? He said, even though we know the swastika comes from Africa, even though we know the cross comes from Africa, but if a white person wears it and I wear it, we have no choice but to accept that if the white man has it, it must belong to him. Now, he brought that out to show that the origins of that cross came from Africa. So now here it is, I wear my shield. This is not a 6-pointed star. Stars don't have points. Give me the picture. Stars don't have points. You know what a star is? A goddamn ball of gas. It's a little sun. It's not a 6. This is David's name in the Hebrew. When you write Hebrew, what y'all think is two intertwined triangles, when you write Dawah Da, you got that picture from me? If I'm going too fast, let me know. When you write Dawah Da in the Hebrew, it's two triangles with a Y and a Da. This is his name. This is his signet. This represents the badge and role that we work on. Christ is throne of his father David, and that's the department that we work for. So now, how come when I say that this belongs to me, it got to be a 6-pointed star? Because he trusts in the white man. The white man said it's the star. The only reason he called it a star. There's nowhere in the Bible that it says a star is this. Show me one scripture that says this is a star. Because again, this comes from the Bible. You got the scripture for me? Read it.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13.
He's supposed to have a mic. Salah.
Right there. Right there, Salah.
Give me the mic. The water. Read that.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 13, verse 2, verse 1.
No, let's start with, get right to the point.
Come, verse 2. But named either fire, or wind, or the swift air, or the circle of the stars.
The Bible just said the circle of the stars, not a 6-pointed star. You don't understand ancient Hebrew, which is why you'll see this and call this a star. Now, give me Psalm 109 where I want, and give me the video I want as well. When we came out here, Polite said some things that I just couldn't understand. He said that he spoke to me privately. He said he tried to get the video first before you get the show. He said that he spoke to us privately on the side and tried to correct us. Now, there's going to be a Q&A. Y'all know that, right? There's going to be a question and answer portion, right? Y'all need to ask him, when the fuck did he ever speak to me on the side to correct me privately? Because I am not.
It's not because I hate you. It's because you was arrogant. And you wouldn't take the time out to listen to me on the better terms when I just try to correct your brothers on the side. And you wouldn't take the time out to listen to me on the better terms when I just try to correct your brothers on the side. And you wouldn't take the time out to listen to me on...
Pause it. Y'all need to ask him, give me the scripture. Y'all need to ask him, when did he ever speak to me on the side to correct me? Which would have actually been better. It would have been better if he would have actually spoke to me. Like if he's a brother, which I don't know if he is or not. It would have been better if he would have been a brother and came to me and said, I have an issue with this. Let's talk about it. We don't have to come here. We didn't have to charge y'all to come here or do anything like that. We could have did this for free. We could have did this for no money at all. And it still would have netted the same results. You would have got the understanding of what he agrees, what he believes, what I believe, and you'd have been able to make your decision. But he's lying. Now, if he'll lie about something that small, which he don't have to lie about that. What else would he lie about? You'll find out today. You'll find out how his own words is gonna confound him. Keep playing. Keep playing the video first.
The better terms when I just try to correct your brothers on the side. Y'all try to get me out on the streets and disrespect me. Y'all know Hebrew Israelites. I ain't gonna say all of them. But y'all know them guys yell over you, even threaten to fight you when you disagree.
Now, I've been in front of this brother publicly 3 times. Privately, twice. Ask him, when did he ever get threatened by me? When ever did he get threatened by me? Not one time. He been in front of GMS. He been in front of my man in the back that they abused because he wasn't as knowledgeable as he should have been, and they abused him. He was in front of him. He was in front of 2 other brothers. I ain't never seen him threatened with physical acts of violence because we don't do that. I actually became been established since 1969. Ain't never been in jail for harming nobody at all. We have defended ourselves. Now, if he'll lie about that, what else will he lie about? Y'all need to ask him. And don't let him give you a whole bunch of 1,000 goddamn words without answering the goddamn question. Give me the scripture, all right?
Luke chapter 12, verse 1.
Give me, go read that.
End of verse 1. Beware ye of the leaven of the Pharisees.
Let me tell you something. When Christ spoke, read, is that where it says the multitude of people? Read up there.
Luke chapter 12, verse 1. In the meantime, when they were gathered together an innumerable multitude of people.
Now, just like we in front of an innumerable multitude of people, so was Christ. Yahweh Shah Mashiach in the Hebrew. Keep reading.
Insomuch that they trode one upon another.
Now this ain't his pack, but they told one another at that time. Keep reading.
He began to say unto his disciples.
This is the first thing Christ wanted to say to those people when he was in front of them. Keep going. I got you.
First of all, beware ye of the leaven of the Pharisees.
Anybody know what leaven is? Leaven is what's used to rise up. It's what you use to puff up. So what Christ is saying, beware of the puffness of the Pharisees who want to make themselves look great, who want to make themselves righteous. And he says something else. Keep going.
What is hypocrisy?
Which is what?
Hypocrisy.
Polite chose, when he came in front of us, this debate, this whole time that I've debated, I've never mentioned nobody else in the conscious community. Not one time. I never mentioned Isupk. never mentioned Shaka Utmost, never mentioned the other cat that he debated. I kept it solely on between me and Polite. But this cat there goes down to GMS, which he has every right to go in front of GMS. But then he puts out a video where he tries to associate us with GMS, and GMS teaches that you can rape. Now here's the hypocrisy of it. His father's under the goddamn prison right now for rape.
That's right.
Under the goddamn prison for rape. He made the people stand up. He said, stand up. Like y'all should stand up now. I don't need y'all to, because I'm not here to perform. Whether you like me or not, I can give a fuck. I'm here to tell the truth. So now, he said, stand up and tell them that we not gonna have it. But when they was fucking Lisa Johnson, who stood up for that boy? Who stood up for him? When he wrote that poem and said York was eating him, who helped him out? When he needed a social security card, who helped him? When he needed a birth certificate, who helped him? This nigga ain't helping. But he wanna go at GMS, but his father been raping since 64. Statutory rape charge in 1964 of a 13-year-old girl, and he talk about GMS. He worse than GMS. GMS is better than him. Better than him and his father. Now, if my father was a rapist, if my father was like that, I would denounce everything about him. But you know what we do? We glorify pedophiles. We glorify Dr. York. We glorify Eddie Long. We glorify Michael Jackson. We glorify R. Kelly. But we would not glorify and honor the greatest black man on the face of the planet, Jesus Christ, because he stands for something that will actually fix black people. That's what he stands for. That's what I'm about. I'm not here. I'm really not here to get along with anybody. And give me John 8:32 fast. Go sweat. Give me John 8:32 real fast. I'm not here to get along with nobody, but I love y'all the same. And I know it sounds strange when you say that, but what I've been hearing all day is that we need peace, 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 peace. But you can't have peace without no war. You gotta have war to establish peace. Where does that war start at? That war don't start necessarily with your enemy. You gotta fight the person in you as well. When we outside, because we wanna live the white man's lifestyle, in order to live the white man's lifestyle, you gotta have money. But the white man ain't gonna give you the funds easily. He's gonna make it to where you got to kill, you got to rob, you got to sell drugs. When it's better to do none of that. It's better to do. Thank you. It's better to do none of that. Read scripture from me.
John chapter 8, verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
There's a saying which everybody will agree that the truth hurts, right? Everybody heard that saying before, right? The truth thing about being nice. The truth of the matter, like he brought up that the split into, that 2,000 caused the split. He should do better research. The 2,000 didn't cause the split. When Marshall called himself King David, that caused the split. That's where your House of David started. After House of David, that's where your GMS come from. That's where your We Got Next come from. That's where your IUIC comes from. That's where it all comes from. It had nothing to do with the split. And the proof that the Lord wasn't with it, 6 months later, the Lord killed Marshall for doing it. Now, as great as Marshall was, and I'm not here to bash Marshall at all, but as great as he was, the scriptures say, he that endured to the end, the same shall be saved. Meaning whatever works you might do, you suffer the scripture, you go against what the Lord laid down, you will pay for that. So Marshall paid for that. So he should do better research. He spoke about Abba Bivens as well. Abba Bivens did start. And then the 7 heads came after that. You know where they started at? In the Jewish temple. In the Jewish temple, because just like every black person trying to find their identity, they was in the Jewish temple trying to be Jewish. And as they start reading the scriptures, as they start reading Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, start going over the curses, they start saying, ain't no way in hell the white man can fit this description because I went in slavery. My children was taken away from me. My back was beat. I have to work as slave for an oppressor, swifter than the goddamn eagle. And they left out of there. You should do better research, y'all. You should do better research. I'm hoping you're coming better. I hope you are. So this thing here, let me tell you something. Sarnetta said something this whole debate. I told him I wasn't going to talk about him bad, and I'm not. But Sarnetta said that this was the lion's den. This is my last statement. I'll let it go. Sarnetta said that this was the lion's den. The question is God a woman according to the Bible? When you think about a lion's den, which I am, a fucking lion. And when you think about that, right? A lion's job is what? A lion got lionesses, meaning multiple wives. I got multiple wives. Looking for more. Multiple wives. What do those wives do? Them wives take care of the children because that's what they're supposed to do. Them wives go hunt because that's what they're supposed to do. Who eat first? The goddamn lion. And what does that lion do? Protect those lionesses from intruders, from invaders, and so forth. Now, if you a Wizard of Oz lion and need some heart, you'll say that your God is a woman. But if you're a real lion, you'll really protect that woman. We don't have to make black women gods to give them the honor and respect that they deserve. This ain't about disrespecting no woman. But there's a role for a woman, there's a role for a man. They intertwine. There's an order to everything. Because we don't have that order, is why we in disarray.
That's right. All right. The opening has begun. Now we got round one coming up. Brother Polite. Let's give it up for Brother Polite, family. Right. 45 minutes in this round.
All right. Yes. Let's get this whole thing started. I just brought them out of the brother. He emotional. The reason why we signed a pact with the devil is because we wanted to feed the people. And you couldn't feed the people without saying, I will promise you, I will only teach based on your criteria. Seriously? I'm gonna just read a little quick passage from one of my books. Because it's funny, they'll tell you the white man's a liar. But when the white man locks up somebody that was teaching against your religion, all of a sudden the white man's telling the truth now. Yeah. Very interesting. So according to the prosecution from 1993 to 2002, which is an 8 to 9 year period of time, H.E. Dr. Malachi Kobina York will have to have had sex 11,568 times at age 56. And these overzealous sex acts per year, continual to a 9 year period of time, would be 1,446 times, meaning 121 times per month, and at that would have been continual, which would bring you to about 4 times a day. Do you really believe he had that much sex? Plus, he has hereditary angioedema, which causes a declination in your sex drive. 56-year-old man, ain't that much Viagra in the world. So again, the white man's a liar until your feelings get hurt. The brother's feelings was hurt. I never heard him use vulgarity like that in my life. I don't know where he come from the hood. I can say I was Crip Superior right in these streets of Brooklyn, from Brownsville, right, Seville? I could do that. And I can still walk around. I could do that. So, what we gonna tell my brother is get your weight up, my brother. Get your weight up. I ain't gotta start cursing up a store because I'm all upset. You talking about being a real man. Real men don't have to lose their poise like that just because you're a 501c3. That shit hurt him the most. He just bypassed the homosexual shit. It was the 501c3 that got him upset. She's God by your side. That's what I call this amazing piece right here. And the reason why we had to question their credibility is because their doctrine has been manufactured in such a way to lower your consciousness. That's what religion is about. So I'm on subject matter, but that's what I chose to do for the opening, to make you understand that you will only be permitted to teach such doctrine so long as it plays into the hand of the very beast that they talk about. No, you don't have to go there to feed people and do GED programs. That's not true. It's just not true. If you do some more study, you'll see. So I want to talk about this. This is how they're trying to wash your brain, whitewash your brain with religion. This is the first thing we got to talk about. In reverse psychology, anybody that studies psychology knows the undercurrent of psychology is called reactance. Reactance has been identified as a psychological technique in which a person has a negative emotional reaction to being persuaded and thus chooses the option which is being advocated against. In statistical calculus, it's called the disjunctive inference. What's a disjunctive inference? I know the words we have in tantalized, but I'm explaining everything that I'm saying. I don't have to lower the frequency of my communication under the presumption that my people are not wise enough nor intelligent enough to understand and share. So one more Negro complain about the big words I use, I'm gonna lose my mind. And I'll talk slower too for Tazaryach, just to make sure he's comfortable. Disjunctive inference in jails or operative. So now we're on the same page. Now, what's a disjunctive inference? A disjunctive inference gives one the intimation that because one thing isn't correct, something else must be right. And that's illogical. In sentential calculus, the mathematical way to deduce if something is contradictory, if something is truthful, if something is feigned, you have premises that are set up so you can understand mathematically that what people are saying doesn't make sense. I'm gonna give you an example of reactance. Reactance is you've been taken from your country. Okay? Taken from your country. You've been stripped of your language, and then you've been given a book. Then you've been taught a new language. Then you was taught how to read that book in that new language. Now, when you got the book, there was a question about who are these characters in the book. They kept telling you, you are not the people in the Bible. The prophets, the apostles, the messiahs are not you. They're not you. They're not you. They're not you. In reverse psychology, if this shit persists, eventually reactance sets in. And you're going to want to associate yourself with the very thing that represents exponential time in your inception, where you've been stripped of everything you had. I'll say this again. You didn't have a Bible before you came in. That's right. But when you was given the Bible, you was told that the people in that Bible are not you for so long that reactance sets in and you start to wonder, maybe I am those people in the Bible. And the disjunctive inference is this. Listen to me carefully so we can understand how this works. Because what we don't understand is slavery is more psychological than it was physical. The media makes slavery a very physical endeavor, so you would think I have to attack them back based on the way they attacked me. If they showed you that slavery was psychological, then you would respond psychologically. You understand what I'm saying? So they have to keep showing you getting beat up, raped, and castrated, so you think that's the plane that they were on. But slavery was so psychological, the whole thing about it was to keep you oppressed and constrained for enough years so they can understand how you think, so when they free you, you will entrap yourself. So what we're looking at with reactance, a sediment of reverse psychology, is the part that's called the disjunctive inference. I'll show you how it works. Even though we want to know if the Bible is true, we'll question if the people are really black or white. Now, we have an affinity with race as an insecure people that have been denied of self and kind for a long time. So what happens disjunctively is, if I suggest to you that you are not one of the species in the book that is highly esteemed by God, in reactance, you might now deject that claim and now find reason to override that idea. The second they get you to have a conversation about which race the people are, because race is so very personal to you psychologically, it makes you assume that the story is actually true. Because if we start contemplating what the race of fictional characters are, and race is very personal to most people, we now forget that the story was made up in the first place. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Are these words too big for y'all? That's what learn's about. You learn words you never saw before, whether they're big or small. So, that's what this whole thing is about. The second they got you to go into dialogue about what race the people are in the book, you disjunctively made an inference that the book must be legitimized. You're validating the claims of the book the second you start wondering what race the people are. And that's part of the reverse psychology called reactance. Y'all walking with me? Just making sure. So here it is. You never saw this book until the white man gave it to you. And somehow you get free. And he says, you can go, nigga, you can read whatever you want. I'm gonna keep this book right there. So you know what they do to us? Hey, look, I said,
How do you know this book is ours? Because it teaches against the white man. That doesn't mean that it's true though. Just because you found something in there that sounds like it goes against white people doesn't logically mean that the story is true. You see how it works? What's this brother problem? The Bible says it ain't about the white people. Oh, you know what they do to me? Brother, you can't tell that's us? Moses put his hand in his shirt and he put it out and it was white. Now what was it before if it could turn white? And when we start entertaining that conversation, we make the characters real, but it still hasn't been proven to us. Oh, is Jesus black? Look at his feet in the Bible, he has black feet. Why do we have to reduce ourselves to this level? To the point that if this white man said that that was his book, why do we have to work so hard to prove to him that is not? You see, this is still post-traumatic slavery disorder. Now we're actually probing niggas' feet in the Bible, using our imagination. If his feet was black, he must be black. If it was a black story, we could have told that this was us, straight from the eyes to the lips to the nose, to the legs to the arms, to the speech, to the communication, to the language that was presented to us. We don't need no more hand in the shirt, hand out. We don't need no more his feet was black and his hair was kind of woolly. Just get straight to the point. If this was a book made by black people, for black people, made by God for you, you wouldn't have to work so hard to find yourself in it in the first place. That's what all this is. So we had to spend time on that. So you can understand where I'm coming from. And look at this, don't tell nobody. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 3, it says, but I want you to know that the head of every man is Christ, the head of woman is man, and the head of Christ is God. Where do we get this male chauvinism from? Shh, don't tell nobody. We're going to go to 1 Corinthians chapter 14, verse 34. It says, let your woman keep silent in the churches, for they are not permitted to speak, but they are to be submissive, as the law also says. That's a very convenient doctrine for men. That's why when you see Hebrew Israelites on the street, you don't see the women. And what they say is, we don't let our women come out of the street. No, you have none. This doctrine caters to you specifically. I'm tired of Negroes constantly talking about all the women they had, and you never see them with them. I don't see y'all for years on the street and never can associate y'all with women. We're not playing that. We got one Masonic lodge as it is, where all the secrets stay inside. We don't need everybody else having secret women and everything. Show the fact that you have families sometimes. 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 12. I love this one. And I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man, but to be silenced. I do not permit a woman to teach. I asked him at the weigh-in, do women have the right to teach about the Bible? He said, no, women have to go to their man to learn the Bible. He won't deny it. They actually believe this, so they don't. I be thinking they're gonna lie when they get up here. He'll tell you that God doesn't care about the Africans. He'll tell you that the women don't have the right to teach their men. They'll actually tell you this shit. So if you have a question during Q&A, you can always ask me. Go ahead. But if all else fails, I have a video. Go ahead. So it's very convenient. But if I'm a woman sitting in a chair, how can I be thinking